friend of a friend told me you're moving on. Wish I could say I'm surprised, but I'm really not. You were never one for new ones. Couldn't recognize a good thing till it was gone. Did you always see me as replaceable? Or think your damage to me was collateral? Well, if I'm being honest and rational, watching you walk out felt natural. fresh start. To think I've got a degree in making myself smaller for you, and I mastered the art of waiting on your every move. Thank God you're gone. Get out. So long. To think I ever believed I had to make myself smaller for you. You always thought you were the center of the universe, but baby, why do you never learn? You're not the last and you're not the first. Don't open your mouth, you make things worse. To think I've got a degree in making myself smaller for you, and I mastered the art of waiting on your every move. Thank God you're gone. Get out. So long. To think I ever believed I had to make myself smaller for you. Even on the good days you're a five. You never change through. You're out of my mind. Even on the good days you're a five. You never change through. You're out of my mind. Thank God you're gone. Get out. So long.
I don't got time for the messing around. We're stuck in the O, but I'm making it out. Say that they got it, I'm testing them out. They hearing it talk, they ain't making a sound. Say they on 10, so I told them let's go. Swear that I mean every word that I wrote. Call me a dog, but I said on the gold. If this the Olympics, I'm taking a gold. I'm taking a If this the Olympics, I'm taking a yeah. Let's go. I'm drinking some water, I'm making a wave. They hearing the chatter, they getting away. Send me a track and I said it's okay. They ain't on my level though, what can I say? They're on the bench cause they ain't making plays. I'm making these hits like I play for the praise. Throw away everything that I done gave. It's just how it goes when you dealing with lanes. If they want smoke, then I said let's go. But I'm driven, I might just flow. 99 degrees and they still got coats cause I work too hard and the flow too cold. And the VV's now looking way too frozen. I highlight now and I might just glow. Got a brand new whip with some brand new clothes and they all blacked out. Got me feeling like whoa. Don't try to hit my phone. I do better when I'm all on my own. I don't need y'all, I just need to be alone. Money so tall, man, it looks so grown. Ooh, just got back to the O, just got back to my home. Just got back to these raps when they ask who I'm at. I don't care, I just tell them let's go. Then let's go. All white crew with an all white rose. I can't choose, man, I might need both. See them all hate, now they all at the shows. And the money too sick, cause it all gets gross. They was trying to slide, but they way too close. Saying too much, and it's all I know. I don't need friends, I got too many foes. And it's too many O's for me to count, just go. I don't got time for the messing around. We're stuck in the O, but I'm making it out. Say that they got it, I'm testing them out. They hearing it talk, they ain't making a sound. Say they on 10, so I told them let's go. Swear that I mean every word that I wrote. Call me a dog, but I said on the gold. If this the Olympics, I'm taking a yeah. Man, let's go. I'm drinking some water, I'm making a wave. They hearing the chatter, they getting away. Send me a track and I said it's okay. They ain't on my level though, what can I say? They on the bench cause they ain't making plays. I'm making these hits like I play for the praise. Throw away everything that I done gave. It's just how it goes when you dealing with lanes. If they want smoke, then I said let's go. Where did I'm driven, I might just flow. 99 degrees and they still got coats cause the work too hard and the flow too cold. And the VV's now looking way too frozen. I highlight now and I might just glow. Got a brand new whip with some brand new clothes and they all blacked out. Got me feeling like whoa.
You'll still have common days. Get caught in traffic during your commute. Overthink a text message. Get a song stuck in your head. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Hello, hello, everybody. How's it going, San Antonio? Welcome to yet another day of the Forge Scholastic Esports Championship presented by the Army National Guard. We have so many fun games today. Valorant, Rocket League, we have the best of the best here. But to open up our show, we have two very special guests here with me today. By the way, I'm Lemon Kiwi, but most importantly, keep up this energy as I introduce the president of Port San Antonio. It's Jim Perschbach.
How y'all doing today? I can't tell you how excited we are to have you here today. Y'all remember 40 years ago? You're not as old as I am. 40 years ago, I sat in an arcade impressing people with pole position and Outrun and Paperboy. 30 some odd years ago, I remember playing Doom alone in my parents' basement. And today, we spent $73 million to build this building just to attract y'all here. I think we have 30 states represented, whole bunch of universities and people from around our city and around our community. And you know why we're doing it? We have an ulterior motive. There are 19,000 people working on this campus today. There are millions of people in the industries that we represent, and we're going to add somewhere between 12 and 18,000 jobs to this campus in the next 7 to 10 years. And the skills that you are learning, the capabilities that you have are exactly what we need as we work to deconflict our airspace, apply drones and advanced air mobility, and really drive our community and our nation forward. So I can't tell you how excited I am because back in 1979, my mom told me there was absolutely no future in gaming. But with that, you didn't come to see an old, ugly guy on a Saturday morning. You came to see my good friend, the mayor of our city, Mayor Gina Ortiz-Jones.
Hey folks, good morning. Who's ready for a morning of esports? I'm so thankful to the team, thankful of course to Jim, everyone at Port San Antonio that made this possible. You know, when I think about San Antonio and why I really wanted to come and greet you this morning, San Antonio is Military City, USA. This place is special to me. My very first assignment in the Air Force, I can see from this building. The mission that it does today, though, is different, of course, than what it did 20 some odd years ago. And that's why when I was actually just spending a little bit of time walking around and seeing what you all were doing, I am thinking about the ways in which you will keep, frankly, whether you choose to or not, but these skills that you're honing here, our country needs in air, land, sea, and space. I grew up in San Antonio. I most recently served as the Undersecretary of the Air Force, so the number 2 over the Air Force and Space Force. And when I walk this floor, this looks not unlike a lot of places that I walked into where folks were doing our nation's work, keeping us safe. I know, it's early this morning, but I hope you understand just how translatable. I know you're going to have a great time this morning, and that's wonderful. But I just want to let you know I'm thankful for the work that you're doing, engaging in something that develops these kinds of skills, but also understands the real connection that some of these skills could have to defending our country and our economy. I just recently returned from Taiwan, and we're really focused on making sure that we are investing in smart technologies, AI, quantum, biotechnology, and space manufacturing. There are real connections between what you're doing here and all those things that I just talked about. So I hope you have a great time this morning. I hope you also do a little bit of research into, hey, what does a career look like in taking these skills forward? And you can have a great opportunity serving your country. It's not a coincidence that there's a connection here to the Army National Guard, right? But thank you so much. I wish you good luck in your esports this morning. Hey, who here is from San Antonio? Hey, we welcome our visitors. Have a great time. Enjoy our city. May the best person win. Take care.
And once again, thank you to Jim and Gina for opening our show today. It's just Saturday. I cannot believe it. And we are so incredibly blessed to be in this venue, to be amongst these guests, to be amongst friends and family. And you guys could also win some fun prizes while you're here. Make sure you check out the raffles over at the Rally Cry in the Army National Guard booth. And we have some tournaments that you guys can play in. So if you're knocked out of your tournaments or if you've got nothing else to do, check out the Valorant 1v1 tournament tomorrow. And there's also some TFT to keep you busy during Championship Sunday. But our games are ready to kick off. Everybody, are you excited? Awesome, awesome. So I'm ready to send it over to our casters for our first Valorant match. It's Bearlight and Zova.
Jin, thank you so much. We're excited to be here, and what better way to get things going than to hear from two incredibly special guests. And we bring you into the Forge Scholastic Esports Championships. As we kick things off here, I've got a special guest of my own. We've got Mark here from the R20 side. Excited to be here with you in this venue today.
Yeah, it's an absolute pleasure to be here. Welcome back. It's a beautiful sunny day here in San Antonio, Texas. So happy to see some Valorant, some other games going on today at the R20 premiere. So it's going to be a good show today.
Let's go ahead and check out the schedule and see what's ahead of us here as we are on right now for the R20 Premier High School Championship. The finals going down for Valorant first. Following that will be the Rocket League side as well for R20. I'm really excited about that portion currently, Mark. I know you know a lot about R20, so talk to us a little bit about the Premier High School League here in San Antonio.
Yeah, absolutely. So no, all the teams are they compete every single time once a month. So from the 2025-2026 season, it all leads up to the finals of today. So last month we had playoffs. So we had some teams. Unfortunately we weren't able to make it, but we do see some teams back here on the main stage for the finals. Actually, last season for the 2024-2025 season, it was actually the same two teams that we're going to be seeing today. It's going to be Cast versus Holmes.
It's going to be a good time for sure, and we'll get to know the teams here in just a second. Those playoffs just about a month ago, by the way, took place right here in this space. It's actually a dedicated LAN center that exists within this arena as well. 50-plus top-tier PC setups and more. And it's not just open for tournaments as well. It's open all the time for anybody. So make sure you check out that LAN center here at the Boeing Center at Techport. So that being said, R20, we talk about Valorant here, and we have to talk about this. Cast Tech has been one of the favorites for a very long time, an established program. They're going to be looking to keep that title here, but from my understanding, there's a great story on the other side when we talk about Holmes.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Holmes guys, from where they started to where they are today, whole entire night and day difference. I've been there since the beginning when they first started here at R20, and the kids, they've really come to life with the team. They've been able to bring themselves back, from the bottom all the way up here to the finals. Actually, last year, for the last season, they unfortunately did fall short against the same team, Cast, who they're playing. So they're looking to get their redemption again today. But a lot of those kids that are playing today, most of them are seniors. So most of them, this is it for them. So, unfortunately, with the roster going into the next season, it's kind of unknown to see, where the Valorant team is going to be moving forward for Holmes. So this is kind of all in for the Holmes Huskies, but they're looking to get the redemption, and it'll be a cool little storyline storyline if they can able to get their revenge against the reigning champions.
How amazing would that be, coming in as the underdogs and being able to experience that, number one, and then everything else that we have going on in the arena as well, because this space is a shared space. We've got middle schoolers, high schoolers, up to the collegiate level competing here as well. It really is an ecosystem all together in one place, and they get to experience more than just gaming. It's about tech as well here at the Tech Ports, and that's such an awesome time. But yes, the Valorant side of things will kick off. It'll be a best of 3, as is tradition, as we've seen in the past. So certainly it'll be a series that Cast Tech, they're looking to get it done, but they'll have to get it done twice against that Holmes team.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm excited to see how these matches turn up, and I'm actually really interested to see what they're going to be choosing for their agents, for their chemistry, what the strategies that they're going to go into. Obviously, comes down to the map pool, so whatever we'll see for the specific maps that they're going to be choosing, we will know what they're going to be picking and what they're going to be banning, and then we can go from there to see where the direction that they're going to be heading to.
We'll get to the map bans here in just a second as they become available to us. They will bring it up on our screen. We'll talk about them as well. Of course, these two teams have a lot of experience here too, and that will definitely show on this stage, because it's a little bit tougher here in this live environment. Now, that being said, the LAN Center here live and being able to fist bump your teammate, that's pretty cool. But being able to do that on stage is a whole different experience. You might see some nerves from some of these students too.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. When you go on that main stage, it's definitely a different experience compared to being in the LAN Center. In the LAN Center, you're all kind of in a smaller environment, more secluded. Here in the main stage, it's more spread out. And thankfully, most of these players have actually been here since the last season, so they know what they're getting themselves into once again. So it's just another day for them.
Without any further ado, let's go ahead and go to the walkouts on stage. Let's get to meet the teams.
Thank you so much, Barrelite. I'm so excited to introduce these two teams. They're fighting for this trophy. Valorant is no joke, and so is our first team taking the stage. They've got that dog in them, so please welcome the Holmes Huskies. They look locked in, they look ready to hit the field, but their competitors are pretty serious as well. And I'm excited to introduce them. Give it up for Cast Tech. It's a big deal here today, guys. There's a trophy on the line. Our players are on the stage, and our casters are ready to bring it to you. So I'm going to send it back over to Bearlight and Zova.
Here. Thank you so much, Jen. There we go. We're good to go now here. And so yes, we're stoked. Those students, obviously, this is a time of their lives being able to perform on this big stage, be able to get things together. You obviously want to be able to dial in. We saw them getting prepared and getting a little bit of the warm-ups too. That's very important to be able to get your shots early on here in this grand finals.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see how they're going to turn out. Obviously walking out to that main stage is definitely an experience, especially as a high schooler. You're coming into this tournament and you're like, oh my God, I'm here on the main stage. Like, no way. So yeah, no, it's gonna be super stoked to see these teams run it back at it again, just like they did last year. But yeah, we will see who will come out on top in this best of 3 series.
And there's a future for these students as well. They got to see the the collegiate teams compete here too. That's something that they talked about us during media day as well. I know you've been through that pipeline as well. If you want to talk about your experience as well and like what opportunities exist there at the collegiate level.
Yeah, no, the collegiate level is awesome. So, these kids, they get opportunities, obviously, to compete for, the high school teams. And then these can lead on to, scholarships moving forward to potential colleges that, offer these kids to pursue their career, pursue their future in the esports scene for what they're doing at this time. So it's pretty stoked to see, how the times have really changed when it comes to the esports industry. It's kind of very similar now, almost towards like a normal sport for these kids. So, no, definitely amazing opportunities at the end of the day for all of these kids.
All right, let's talk expectations, because we got to see these teams a little bit during the playoffs themselves, and third place match will be off stage as well, so to be able to get things going here. So it'll be just be going through. And when we talk about these two teams, we have to be able to say that, they want to be staying relevant to you. So let's get to know them right now. Here it's you as Cast Tech, again, the favorites coming in, as we've got, Liniersi is one that I look at, Mark as well for the Cast Tech team. But like we mentioned, Holmes, one last hurrah for this team.
Yep, this is do or die for most of the team. Holmes, a lot of these rosters or a lot of the players on the roster have remained since, almost the beginning when they first started. So, looking at it now that these kids growing up, throughout the years, watching them play, now they're seniors, about to graduate, pursue their passions moving forward after going into college. It's a really exciting moment, and it truly is a incredible storyline from these kids. They have worked so hard just to get to this position that we are today, from practice, from scrimmaging, from tournaments, from, working together as a team, and, at the end of the day, may the best team win.
That's exactly right. You heard it on stage to begin and kick things off, and we're about to get going in just a second to look at the bands. In fact, I think we have them right now. We'll pull those up to you, and we saw Lotus was actually a very strong point here for Holmes, so maybe they go for that one as far as their pick is concerned. The three-site map here could be the potential here, but we're not going to see it at all, actually. We've got Pearl to kick things off. We'll have Split for map number 2, and if we need it, we'll be on Haven for the decider.
Yeah, Pearl, very, very strong heavy, especially towards the Huskies, as we've seen in the past. What we're going to be seeing from these players is we're going to be seeing some specific play styles that we haven't really seen as much, and that's what makes some of these teams unique. Cast, they are a powerhouse. They are coming here to maintain their title from a back-to-back-to-back champion here at the league. So going into these next maps, Pearl, definitely a stronger heavy towards the Huskies, but from a Split, that is a very interesting map pick because most of the season, we actually have not seen as much Split as frequently you might see. We've definitely seen Haven. We have definitely seen a lot of Lotus. We've seen a lot of other maps. But Split is such an interesting pick. I have no idea what's going to happen.
That's amazing, yeah. And obviously there's different styles per team as well. And when Fracture comes back into the map pool, it's one of those situations where it's kind of an unconventional one. You would expect more Split, but to see it for the first time in the grand finals is very interesting to me as well. Like if you haven't played it during the course of the season, potentially, it's something that maybe you catch the other team by surprise. So that's what they're probably looking to do here as we're about to kick it off. Like we mentioned, best of 3 is a long series, but you want to set the tone early. How do you get it done? How do you dial in as a team to get your team focused as somebody as leading those comms, as somebody as a leader of this team?
Just as long as you're communicating with your team, letting them know what the strategy is, as long as the IGL, the in-game leader, communicating what's the strategy at the beginning of the rounds. All right, guys, we're going to go here. We're going to go to this site. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And then as it comes together, things really come and fluctuate well as a team, and that's what really stands out with some of these teams. So Cast, they're a very defensive-heavy team. So what we've seen a lot of teams in the past throughout the season, they're really good at holding strong. But what makes Huskies very unique is they have a very aggressive play style. So every time they try to get aggressive, usually ends up working out because their aggression helps elevate them to get their wins.
And then if you talk about the Cast Tech side, you got to be able to dial in and counter that. And the way they do that is by being ready for it, being prepared, and then just kind of playing more conservative, a little bit more default to make sure that you can take those. If they're going to take aggression and they overextend, be sure to expose that at the end of the day. So I'm sure that's going to be their strategy coming in. You see them right now locked and loaded, looking to get into the lobby, about to get things going. We're excited here. If you're in San Antonio here at Techport, make some noise for these high school students here for the finals. Big moment for these guys here, Mark. I'm excited to see them in action.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm definitely excited to see if since playoffs, if any of these teams have come up with different team comps, different meta changes, because we've seen new agents being introduced to the game as of late, but we haven't seen some of them come out to be able to flourish, to be able to thrive going into, as of late. So I'm curious to see if they've taken the time since last month for the playoffs to utilize and practice different team strategies, different team comps, and see if they can out-throw or outmaneuver the other opponent.
So what's interesting is at the collegiate level, I got to see that on the NECC side here at the Forge Scholastic Esports Championships presented by Army National Guard. And the one thing that I noticed is they are playing and experimenting even here at the biggest level. So Mix got a little bit of play to the newest agent and controller here in Valorant. And whether or not you go to that distance is a little bit, it's a little bit risky, especially when your final matchup here in the finals. But if you want to be be able to get an advantage, you have to get creative early. You have to be able to get the job done. And for me, I'm not sure that Pearl might be the spot to do that. I think it's more going to be about some of these players I saw. They both have strong operators. They're going to be holding it down. B is going to be very tough to try to approach, and yet still, there's not very many options when it comes to Pearl. That's why mid control is so important here.
Yeah, no, for sure. And we might see some like unique weapons coming out, especially from what we've seen in the past, from the past matches that we've seen between these two teams. And that's what really throws them off, because they're not used to that. They're used to maybe people be more reserved, maybe people will be more methodical, more tactical. But sometimes these teams like to outthrow and try to do certain strategies that, that the opponent is not expecting. So we might see like some judges, might see some shotguns. We might see some, sheriffs on an eco round. And, those eco rounds are going to be crucial, because we've seen in the past a lot of teams come out on top from an eco round. And it's been pretty significant, because that helps solidify, a good momentum and consistency throughout the games. So, I'm really excited to see if they've changed any of that going into this next game.
And it speaks to exactly how these players are able to have a calm mentality, but like backs against the wall, dire moment, you have to be able to perform. And so in those eco rounds, you give yourself a turning point, and momentum is everything, right? So being able to win one of those rounds is huge for you. You get that swing, and then suddenly you're able to really start to get things going here. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break as we start up the first map here for the R20 Premier High School Esports League at the Scholastic Esports Championship. Forge continues after this quick break.
It goes on. It goes on. It goes on. It goes on. Switch it up, I'm in my reverie, solo in my energy, sensing all your jealousy, take it. I don't care enough, I let it be, nothing off my memories. If I ever hit it, I'ma do my thing. Fear of missing out is scared of me. Where the fuck you been? Always gotta keep them wondering. What's the reason in front end? It look better on paper, I look better in person. It all works in my favor. It goes on, 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 on,
Mark and Bearlight back with you here as we're about to gear up for the R20 Premier High School Finals here for Valorant at the Forge Scholastic Esports Championships presented by Army National Guard. Uncommon is calling. Mark, we're about to dial in now, and it's the biggest moments of these students' lives here in this year. So they're about to really get things going in a positive manner, but be able to kind of siphon some of that nervous energy and potentially bring that to the table in a positive manner for their team here.
Yeah, no, going onto the main stage, this is the finals, so a lot of pressure on the line. A lot of these kids are graduating, so, they know if they don't perform to their full extent, there's no second chance after this, so a lot of pressure, but I know that they put in a lot of work, they've been putting a lot of practice just to get to this moment at the time that we're at currently, and I know that their confidence level will skyrocket because they've been here before. It's just another day for them, and I know for sure that we'll get a good matchup against these two.
Yeah, exactly right. And that applies for both Valorant and Rocket League. But it looks like we've got things ready. Well, let's go ahead and head into. Again, we'll have Pearl first for our first map, and that's going to be. We'll see who starts on the defensive side. Obviously, you mentioned that could be that's a huge strength here for Castech. Who do you see and envision maybe them bringing into this map here at Pearl?
Ooh, Pearl. We might see a little bit of Neon. Neon's definitely been a strong agent, I would say, recently for the game, but we'll probably also see, a little bit of Breach, a little bit of Omen. Omen's great, especially when you get to teleport, you get that spike control, you're the last one standing. It could definitely be, a game-ending factor, especially for round wins that are crucial, but it's all going to come down to this pistol round, We've seen in the past, Holmes has been pretty significant on their pistol rounds when it comes to the other teams. Cast, they're really good. Once they get a running, they'll be able to bring themselves back. And once they grab that momentum, the consistency as a team, works really well together. And so that's what makes them such a strong powerhouse going into this tournament, because they have such a strong team, such a strong roster. So we'll see if Holmes are kind of like throwing them off with their strategy, and since playoffs, because I believe that they did play briefly for playoffs, but going into this finals, this is where it's really going to come into life.
I agree with you, especially with that Omen take for sure. I think Omen is played here very frequently for that exact reason too. I can foresee a Jet, but there's only one thing to do, and that's instead of speculate, let's see what they actually lock in. And right when I was talking about how Jet might take over, we see Waylay actually here make a return. Waylay was such a, for a long time, was a duelist that got locked in everywhere. And right now, Obadiah says, let's go ahead and roll with that one too. So early lock there. Astra, another great pick to potentially fill. If you're not going to go Omen, that is certainly the right choice here at Pearl. Has been that way for such a long time, especially when Pearl was previously in the map pool as well. A Chamber from Toxel as well. And Ray's coming into Vice on for Raka here. So I like that pick too. I mean, Vice, you just get so much value. You see them more commonly in Lotus, but you can also get that same value here at Pearl.
Yeah, no, for sure, and especially when it comes to the Waylay picks, Waylay's such a strong character ever since she was introduced. She's basically replaced Jet. Jet used to be in her shoes, and now Waylay kind of just has a little bit more to offer for the team and for the player, so, she's just a way better agent to choose after the end of the day. Astra is coming out. I'm not surprised for Astra, especially for her ultimate when that, comes to life, and then Ardilla taking that raise. That's definitely going to throw it off with the little Phoenix and Fade, but we see a little bit of Toxel with the Chamber, so we'll see if the Chamber can really utilize off of his utility.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I like the Fade play here extensively with that Phoenix. I think this is probably gonna be the best comp. But one thing I've learned here, at not only just R20, but just in high school and generally speaking, sometimes it's less about who you bring in agent-wise and more so who's ready, geared up to be able to maybe even get a comfort pick here to get them dialed in early, especially on a big stage. Lights are shining right, but you got to be able to perform. So that's again to kick things off. Holmes on defense first. Castech. We talked about how their defense is strong. If they can get, quite a few rounds on the attack to start things off, once they switch to the defense, they'll be feeling really good.
Definitely, no. And once they get a feel, once they get a groove on, once they start getting all warmed up, especially with the keyboards and mouse movements, that's where they're really going to come to life. And I'm really excited to see how this first round's going to turn out. It looks like we're seeing a split push from the Castech side. But it's like Spike is still towards the back of the spawn outside of B main, but it looks like, Huskies, they're not fully going to rotate. They are going to be very reserved, and they're going to wait until something takes place.
Exactly. That's what you're looking for here as well. It's like, what are we going up against, especially on entry 2 site? And when the first sign of any kind of util you see from Vice, it's you have to second guess it. Either you have a plan to be able to entry, or you're going to be able to shift it. And right now, that's why you see them playing a little bit more conservatively, especially when we talk about how aggressive Holmes can be. And this is probably playing into exactly that.
Jedi Goku going at it with Noodle at the mid doors. Noodle's going to take down Jedi Goku, so down goes the Sky, down goes their Flash. So flashless now is the Huskies. We're seeing the attackers of Cast Tech. They're working themselves onto that B site. Got the Fade Dogs coming out, all 5 pushing on. Verse is tucked here in the back. He might be able to get one, isn't able to. Noodle's going to maneuver. Obadiah's going to trade it out with Gluxy. Toxel takes down Obadiah. Down goes the Waylay. Coming down in the back. Toxel gets Raka with that pistol. Nice little chamber utility to use, but it's all up to Ardilla, and a 1v4, unfortunately, against the Spike just wasn't enough, but looks like Cast Tech came out on top for that pistol round.
And for Holmes, you were waiting there. You want to be disciplined, but at the same time, you kind of waited a little bit too long, especially when you have in here Cast Tech bringing the cavalry down one side on a pistol round, which is pretty inevitable here at this point in time. The first sound, you want to be able to get that first trade, but I thought, Cast Tech did a great job to be able to not hesitate and know where the most likely outcome of where the defenders might be, which was that back of sight, being able to clear out that first. And whenever you take away one of the best fraggers in Verse, well-versed player there, and get on site, your setup is ready, you're confident, you're rolling exactly what you were looking for. Ideal here for Cast Tech in the first round.
Looks like Toxel's trying to get some, brings out the sniper, working his way towards mid. Isn't able to get much of it, but it's a slow push towards that A main cast, working their way with that Spike 3, all up to Vise towards the back. Don't know if Sky is aware of this, but I think Vise is going to back off. Looks like they're communicating with their team. Ardilla, the Rays, going to ahead and do that hard rotate, help them out on A. Looks like they've got enough information that they aren't going B just quite yet. But, on a eco round, it's going to be hard to maneuver against all 5. Pushing onto that site right now, seeing Waylay push up towards that back A. Going to be able to get into that plant, but Gluxy's going to take on Ardilla, and they're pushing towards that back with that Spectres. Noodle's going to take on Raka, and yeah, this is going to be a hard retake from the Huskies.
Yeah, well timed by Astra to put up those nebulas right on the site exactly when they needed to get the hard setup too, and that will make it a little bit more difficult from Holmes. But here at A, it's certainly not the end of times, especially when you have so many approaches, but they got a little bit laned in one-way focus, in a flawless round here for Cast Tech as they roll off that pistol round too.
Yeah, not surprised. Toxel, 4-0 already with that Outlaw usage, especially with the chamber. You're able to utilize his little TPs from his utilities that he has available as an agent. But yeah, no, definitely great start if you're on the Cast side. This is what you want to see. This is what you want to do to maintain your championship winning roster. But if you're Huskies right now full Vandals coming out, full buys. This is going to be a crucial round. Looks like we're seeing a split A main and mid push area towards the defense. So a little bit more aggression. However, it does leave Astra vulnerable, a Verse all alone. So he's going to be using his orbs. Nothing much of it quite yet, but just in a moment here, Cast are going to be slowly pushing onto that site. Waylay's dashing onto it. Unfortunately, Jason Othon Jr. is going to take down Verse. So down goes the smoke of the Astra. So 4v5 retake, still potential chance, but Gluxy is going to go ahead and plant down that Spike.
Nicely done in here for Cast Tech. They've realized a couple of things. Number one, that the Astra's looking to hold down B solo. Now, if you want that to happen, you gotta have Bites, but look out, Toxel being able to pull out the Outlaw, and that's 2 more. Just absolutely adding to that body count currently as they hit back-to-back now in this round. A huge swing of momentum, and they should be able to kind of swing out and finish out, just left down to Jedi here at this point.
Yeah, great lurk from Toxel on that mid-link push. Definitely catching the rotators off guard with the Outlaws, able to take them both down. But unfortunately, that was such a crucial round from Huskies. Now they're in a tough spot economy-wise. They fully bought. Definitely good usage of the timeout. They're probably going to be talking about, what the situation is, what they can do to work on better as a defense, and, just work together as a team. But what do you think they're going to be talking about here, Bear?
100% it's about, hey, we lost a bonus, so let's dial back in, because your expectations here was obviously to be able to at least find a little bit of something to kind of hope for and build off of. But their defense, I think the positioning, it goes back to what I talked about from Astra holding down B alone. Perhaps, because they've been targeting that super heavy, let's go ahead and swing Vice over to that area and be able to have that extra coverage. And not only that, but just be able to communicate. Whenever you hear the attack, they're going to be committing. Whenever they make that decision, it happens super quick. Got to be a little bit more on the comms. And I think that's exactly what they're discussing here as a squad. How do we play for one another? Because right now it looks a little bit less coordinated than ideal here in the finals. Could chalk it up to nerves, but also could chalk it up to a situation where, hey, we can be stronger if we can just position ourselves where we need to be.
Yeah, and I think, try not to push one at a time. Try to push together, maybe communicate, hey, I'm going to flash here, and then the second I flash, we'll all push together into the site. We're trying to retake it, play retakes. If there comes a point where you're all alone on the site, for sure there's a lot of momentum happening, back up, wait for your team, and then play off of each other to retake that. If you can't hold it, can't play defense as well against a strong powerhouse like Cast Tech, then, maybe try to, come up with a different strategy. But what we've seen in the past, Huskies really thrives from their aggression, especially on a defense. I'm liking this mid push. Obviously, they only got a little bit of economy to work with. Obadiah with that Sheriff coming out. He's going to try to flank it, spotted out by the chamber camera. But looks like Phoenix ult is coming out. He's going to be pushing onto that A. Looks like A main flash coming out through the Astra Orb. Gets blinded. Ordilla is trying to get someone with the Bucky. Gets linear system. Down goes Astra with the Bucky. So gets the wall bang headshot onto him. Spike has managed to be planted on A. And right now, looks like Huskies are trying to retake the site.
A little cheeky with those shotguns, and I love it, right? Because you're not even discussing this round in particular. You're discussing the next one in that timeout, and they were able to manage this for sure. Ardilla gets that 30 piece as well. And now a bit of life here for Holmes. Exactly what you want coming out in this timeout.
Ardilla absolutely on fire right now with that 4K, trying to get that ace, but Jetagoku's going to stick at that defuse. Ardilla with the first ace of the day, and that is exactly what you want to see to bring yourselves back into this game against a powerhouse like Cast Tech. Huskies with that Ardilla ace.
Massive, and I'm so glad that I held my tongue, and here's why. Because Ardilla was sitting at 0-3, and it's like, I know you have that potential to be able to get to that next level and get things going, and what better way to do that than here on the biggest stage, be able to get that ace first round on the board, and now you're able to buy. Anyways, you were discussing this round, and I was going to discuss how pivotal it is if they drop the eco, but a giant thrifty round for them to get things going. Otherwise, Cast Tech, when they get rolling, like, forget about it, got to get that momentum back. That's step one.
Yeah, crucial, especially now Ardilla has his ultimate to work with against a Fade ult, which is all that Cast has right now going into round 5 actually, correct. But yeah, no, definitely a great strategy, great play from them, and then Ardilla just came to life, especially after that first fight with Bucky. But now we're going to see if they can capitalize on the fight. Verse gets the first one on Gluxy. He's going to take him down. Actually, another gunfight. Gets a double on Mark Jason Uthon Jr. So down goes the Phoenix. It's a 5v3 in Husky's favor right now. Looks like a lot of them are tagged. Obadiah's going to back up just in time with that 8 HP. But Ardilla slowly spots Toxel through it. It's going to pop his Raise nade. Might be able to get another one. Shots are whiffed, but nothing is able to come alive. No damage, nothing. But Jetagoku's going to get spotted, but Obadiah is there to help his teammate as he is rotating out. And that is the great teamwork, the great comms that you want to see from Huskies.
Sometimes these students, they forget the fundamentals. Right now, they're getting right back to it, right? It's like, what do? We know that there's going to be a presence mid, and now they have them trapped for the most part here as well, as this is kind of why they're with 38 seconds left, not much of an area to go. I like them being able to say, hey, let's go ahead and not only win that battle to be able to get and occupy that space, but now as you see this play late, there's just basically nowhere to go. They're going to be forced here in this last little bit.
Yeah, looks like Toxel and Astra right now working together on the side are going to spot on Ardilla. Verse is there for the trade, and Verse with the 4K into round 5. Great hold by the Huskies. And this is, this is the comeback. This is where you start getting a running. That's where the teams start really coming to life round by round by round. And that's what gets wins in Valorant. That's what really comes to life. When you can get those rounds and you get another one, you get another one, and then it starts getting harder to pull yourself back into this game after losing such, so much. You lost a lot of economy. This is kind of it for Cast when it comes to economy-wise. So they're going all in. We've seen a Bucky coming out, a little bit of a Guardian action. But yeah, no, Huskies coming to life. They got full util, able to use their economy pretty well. And we're going to see some strategies coming out now to see if it's going to throw them off now.
We saw it from this squad, especially the Astra in particular. You can tell there's just a great understanding. Nightfall will get them on the site. This is going to be Obadiah close and personal, able to swing out to and let Ardilla go to work. 4-piece spam through the Nebula. This guy is feeling it.
Got him through the smoke. You didn't even see him. That is incredible. Oh my goodness. Ardilla is absolutely going bonkers today. 9-4 already. Dude, what a crazy play. Wow.
That's outrageous, because it's not like you have a Sova. It's not like you have, you know, a Fate on that site too. It's to be able to locate or Cypher for that matter, to be able to look at where that was. It was plain and simple a spam. I know where they are. It's communication as well to know exactly where they might be planning. Plus the default certainly didn't hurt there, and Holmes just a grand understanding. I was just about to talk about it with Verse the previous time. Having that full map support from the Astra, being able to go to Starform, support from that map while also getting that mid support in addition to that. They're just playing together so much better. That's what we said they needed to talk about, and that's what we're seeing firsthand.
Yeah, no, for sure. Interesting strategy, though. Skydog's going to spot out Noodle. It's going to back up. Looks like that the cast Spike is actually left in the spawn, so it looks like they're trying to play for picks. So it's looking like definitely an eco round. We're seeing a Stinger coming out by Waylay with Noodle. 1 minute left on the clock. Spike is still in that back attack spawn. Obadiah isn't able to get much of it. Noodle's going to blitz himself out of that door. But slowly but surely, they're going to work their way towards that spike once again. 50 seconds left. It's looking like a B or a push, excuse me. And then now we're going to see what the Raze, and the Vice can do. Ardilla's going to take down Noodle, so down goes him. That's a little double from Ardilla, so it just takes down the Chamber, but the Guardian of Jason Othon Jr. gets a double on Ardilla and Raka, so 3v3 situation. Phoenix is going to plant that spike. Linear system on that flank with that huge pick onto that Sky, so down goes Jedi Goku. Obadiah right now kind of tucked towards this split push. Versus going to stop that Phoenix, but Obadiah, huge flank. If he can get linear systems in the back, yes, that is crucial. So down goes Astra, so no more orbs to use, but time is falling. So it's a 1v1 situation. Obadiah is going to full swing it, and Gluxy is able to hold that spike and defense against that strong play, and Cast retake that lead.
That's redialing in. After Holmes had all the momentum and you're on the Thrifty, you're thinking, oh, this might be the first time the Huskies were able to take that lead denied because of that great understanding too. And with the Stinger too, playing the close angles, making sure that you have yourself positioned well to get on this site. And it was difficult to get through because there was, you know, you had the Vice, all their util sheer, but by the time that they were able to kind of manage to take out a couple of the defenders at that point in time, they were able to kind of just step through with confidence, get the spike plan. And at that point in time, you're forcing the hands of Holmes. They weren't able to quite get the job done, and now it's Castech able to take the lead back 4-3, heading into this round number 8.
Looks like Spike is working its way on Cast towards A again. Looks like they really love this spike. That looks like they like this site compared to B. Operator coming out by Obadiah, so we're gonna see if that's gonna come any usage. But not much of it. Raka kind of just pre-firing through that Astra orb, Astra smoke. Unfortunately, you know, Raka might not have any sort of eliminations as of now, but she's playing a crucial role as her operator, as her agent with her utilities to be able to help out with the team. But we will see if the Waylay ultimates, we'll see if Ardilla, yep, and that's what we're going to be seeing. We're going to see ultimates coming out. Looks like Noodle's going to full send. Ardilla with that Raze ult isn't able to land anything. Looks like Waylay is going to get out of there, but Raka is going to actually get her first, get her double, get her third. Raka is absolutely on fire. What we're just talking about is coming to life. Noodle's going to trade it out. 3v2 situation. Noodle's going to flank it towards the back of the smoke. Oh my goodness. Shelter missed. Shelter whiffed with Sky. And Jedi Goku is still alive. Noodle with the 3K. Toxel with another one with the wall bang. Verse 1v1 gets Toxel, or Noodle. Right now, 20 seconds left. Spike is not planted. She's going to make it very low in HP. And Noodle with the challenge swing against Verse with the 4K. And that is the powerhouse of Cass coming to life once again.
You know, sometimes it's letting the play come to you, but sometimes it's about doing a lot of work, putting in the groundwork there too. And not only that, but being able to react quickly as well and use that kit to be able to bounce back around. And Noodle did a fantastic job of the no panic attitude on site, being able to pull it out and using it at the right time too. Sometimes you can panic with the Waylay, trying to get out and dodge before it even develops in the first place. But they stood strong in their spot, and it was in the less favorable swing in which they used it at that point in time. You gave yourself the best shot, play off your teammates in addition to that. Just a great understanding of how you can do that. And that's why they were able to get their second round in a row to move to
Obadiah gets spotted out by Fade. Got a Bucky to work with, so now it looks like Huskies are kind of on a low economy. Couple buys, got a Bucky out, but looks like that mid is trying to be pushed by Cass, but they're gonna fall back. They're not gonna risk it. Got a minute and 15 seconds left. They know that that A spike, that A site is heavily falling into their favor this game compared to the other one. So Huskies going into this next round, you know, should probably expect another push, but Ardilla and it looks like the back and 5. Raka is going to spot them out. Crossing right now is down goes Waylay. He's going to push onto that side of Noodle. Nothing much of it yet. So still 5v5, but Noodle has fully pushed towards the back of the spawn. This could be crucial. Can he catch up Obadiah off guard? Oh my goodness, looks way at the worst time, but is able to land it, and it's looking like almost a flawless round by Cass.
Spike
All
planted.
up to Verse in this 1v5 situation.
The Steel Garden came out just late as well from Holmes. They had the right idea, but by the time that was going to affect, she had fallen. So the primaries stayed in the hands of Cass Tech, and that was huge. And Cass Tech right here to find those positions and be able to close out there with the easy one-on-one trade there at the tail end of that as well. And that's so important to be able to catch the swingers too. I was concerned the fact they had basically no presence or no understanding about B. You close out your options to be able to rotate in those moments, but they still had the confidence there. A, were able to march out and take space on the defender side, and that was the big difference here. To again, still 3 in a row, and kill what Holmes and the Huskies were looking to build there.
Yep, and now it looks like full buys coming out from the home side. Cass looking great on economy-wise. They got full buys, they got Phantoms and Vandals to work with. Linear System has his Astra ult. He has all full util. It's looking like a little bit aggressive push by Obadiah with that Waylay. So he's going to teleport out of there, takes down the Phoenix, so down goes their flash. So now it's a 5v4 in the defensive player's favor on the Husky side. But Spike is still in that back spawn. Cast really like to get these picks and capitalize off of it, but it looks like they're fully pushing. Ardilla is kind of getting spotted out by everything right now, but Raka is going to take down Gluxy later on, but Toxel's traded out. Ardilla, nice flank by the Sky Jet. Goku gets another one. Raka is going to trade out with Noodle, so it's a 4v1 all up to Linear Systems, and what was looking like a strong little session from the Cass side slowly falling apart into a little nice little what's happening right now. Oh my goodness, Linear Systems couldn't get that shot on Obadiah. It took a little bit of a minute. Sky Flash coming out, but if you're on the Husky side, you guys kind of just want to play safe, get that dog, that you spot him out. All up to Linear Systems in this 1v3. Verse closes it out, and Holmes are bringing themselves back.
Getting animated too. Love to see that. Was a big round to deny again that bit of momentum as well. So they took that little bit of extra buy they could have after dropping 3 rounds in a row, and they put it to good use as well. And I was just about to talk about Cass Tech. I was going to, give them accolades about how they did change their approach. They gave themselves options. They were defaulting. They were much more patient. But that put it through the hands of Holmes. You mentioned it right off the rip. They like to play aggressively, and when they win those early trades, then they take that space. You have numbers game the other way, and we're really able to utilize that to their fullest advantage and give themselves some life here as they look to deny A. They're going to have to go through Vice first, set up on A in that util. So how they approach entry this will be everything.
Yeah, what we've seen in the past is Huskies, that aggression really plays off into their favor from the other teams. Linear Systems right now is going to catch Obadiah off guard. I'm not too sure if Obadiah even knew he was there, but right now Rock is getting pushed by 4 attackers right now. Isn't able to land anything. Gluxy's trades it out, and Huskies, what was looking like they were having a good feel is now, falling a little bit as one player at a time is falling down. Spike gets planted by Cast, and, having to play retakes on the Husky side. So we'll see if they're able to redeem, retake this out. Sky Flash coming out. Nice little push. Huge wallbang on first, but fortunately is not enough, and Cass are maintaining their lead.
Just again, it's about that bit control, being in the right position, right time, to be able to swing into Art and be able to take it there. Very much the way that you get it done. And for Holmes now, seeing that round disappear after being able to get that to you, they'll have a little bit of an uncomfortable buy here. There's no doubt about it. So 1 Stinger in hand currently. The rest is pretty much there, but a very important round for them. Cass Tech especially rolling in. Obviously, when you come into this next round, it's ever so important because the switch is there. We said if Cass Tech gets even like a few rounds here, but the fact that they're at 7 currently, about to roll into the second round, that's huge for them and definitely giving them the advantage here. We'll see if Holmes can deny this B push.
You want to find it!
Got you
Face
on that
your
B site
fear!
right now. Fade ult's going out. A lot of ultimates coming out. Astra Orbs coming out. Oh my goodness,
down,
Obadiah and
B.
Ardilla holding it down strong on the defense. Gets the double. Stops down that spike. Down goes down the spike. So looks like Cass is trying to get themselves. That Astra ult is actually really crucial on the defensive side. I'm not too sure if that was what was intended, but it's looking like that spike is in the worst spot on the Cass side.
With the Cosmic Divide, 100%. Now at this point in time, it's very risky to be able to hold that. They grab it though.
Grabbed it.
Good little recon right there.
That is very big, and you know, if I were Cast, play it safe or maybe possibly rotate off of this. Because right now you got all 4 players on the Huskies waiting for a push. Raze drone coming out. Able to get spotted out, shot out. Sky Flash, take the back, Jetagoku, but that operator could be huge by Toxel. We'll see if it comes to light.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left on the clock, pushing themselves back. Ardilla's tucked here in the corner, so this could be a really big trade-off as we see here in the next 20 seconds going onto the spike.
Last player standing.
Shots are landed by Ardilla and able to close it out, and Huskies are bringing themselves back, and they're trying to, you know, tie it up, trying to end it on this first half with the fist pumps coming out.
Very nicely done. I like that Holmes stood fast in that one for the final round of their defensive stand. It was a situation where they found themselves on B. It could have very easily been a fake swing over to A and rotate, but instead they stood there. I thought they did a great job to stay in their lanes, be able to not give grounds, because otherwise, you know, that being said, I think Aztec could have done a better job to not make noise, to really convince and really sell that fake rotate, especially if you're going to stay at B at that point in time. So either way, Holmes was able to read that well, and now roll into the next one in confidence for sure here, as Holmes will look to transition to attack, see if they can get something going on the pistol. But as we learned from the first time, Aztec, very difficult to get one against them.
Strong pushes between both teams right here at this A main, as all 5 attackers on the Huskies are pushing it stronger than ever. So it's up to the defenders cast of Jason Othon Jr. on Phoenix, but it looks like they are letting their teammates know that there's a lot of commotion happening at A, but they're not going to fully commit just quite yet. Slowly working their way. No footsteps are being made between both players, both teams, but once they get that pick, it's going to really determine. Going into this pistol round, Spike is still working its way towards that spawn. This could be a huge push by Cass. I'm not too sure if they're aware that Noodle is right here next to Jetagoku. The Sky, actually, the usage of that Sky Bird was actually able to spot all 3 of them mid. So I think now they're going to back off of that. They're not going to fully commit, and that was a huge flash. You know, very small play, but that was crucial on getting good vision towards the team.
Those little things go a long way. Luxy here at mid was able to peek, only saw one, but eventually heard the rest as they joined them here to try to find a lane
30 seconds
around
left.
it. They're playing together very well, but certainly running out of time here to try to coordinate. It's got to be A at this point in time. They'll have to push through Arts, and I don't know, they see they flinch.
Oh no, Glexi has the best timing. Oh, Raka caught it off guard just in time. Linear Systems still tucked back. Oh no, the big flank of Noodle. Ooh, was looking like a scary little whiff. Gets double actually in the end. 20 HP remaining on that Waylay. Has that blitz to get out of there. Jetagoku and Verse are going to close it out. It is all to Toxel, but we've seen Chamber plays like this before in the past. His strong pistol that he has available could be very crucial. If he lands those heads, could be a huge comeback, but Verse saves it out and gets that nice little 6-7 action in this second half.
They sure do. There it is. We figured it was inevitable at this point in time. Hey, well played, and no nerves coming in, especially when you talk about a low timer and you basically are full committing there. But if it's like a jump scare simulator here, like a lot of losing track, I think the team that recognizes where the flanks are early, they're going to have the most success. They're getting very sneaky, right, in being able to find places where they're not able to find you. So for Holmes, they did a great job of being able to locate those. For example, Art comes to mind, where they were able to see that fade and take care of them before it got out of hand. Fantastic job from them, gave them the advantage, and back within 1 round.
Yeah, great play by them. Eco round on the Cass side on defense. Raise bomb going out. Satchel, but not much able to get of it. Astra and Phoenix are going to back off. We got 3 A, but we see, again, like we saw from the first half of Cass, that Spike is in the spawn on the Husky side, which they're on attack this time of the game. but we're seeing a rotation coming out from them. It looks like they're trying to wrap around towards that B. It's all up to Toxel with this little shorty, so not much you can really do. I mean, he can play close angles, he can play close range, but if he's able to come and utilize with that, he's going to tag him with that Vise, but not much able to get from that pick. So he's going to get out of there, he's going to TP, and here we go. Gunfight's going all down. Obadiah and Ardilla coming out with that double 5v3 situation. Jetagoku's going to plant down that spike up the sky. Coming out with that trade. Glexi taking out Obadiah. Obadiah got a little bit aggressive, but we're going to see if they're going to be able to hold themselves into this second half. Ardilla coming out with the Judge, gets eliminated by that Stinger. 3v3. This is looking scary right now. 2v2, 3v3, 3v2. Verse takes out Noodle.
One enemy
Linear System
remaining.
trades between both teams, 2v1, and it's all up to Linear Systems. Isn't able to close it, and here we are once again in the second half, another tie game.
Credit to Holmes for being able to recognize that potential for the defense to come back online to challenge into what would have been a retake is the fact that they were able to hold both of their sight lines too, especially when things got dicey. The first pick in that last exchange that we saw went the way of Holmes to try to get them on with the Stinger, no less. Almost saw ourselves yet another situation where they're able to get it done. So again, Holmes being able to kind of fight through, get pistol round win, but Castech, that round number 2, where it should go to Holmes, just speaks to how strong Castech can be defensively and how they're able to hold on to it. But Holmes now lined up A, and that looks like that's where the commit potentially will be. They don't have very much intel towards the B side, and that's why you see this guy hesitate to make that decision.
Yeah, Chambers all alone on B, so nothing's happening. They know for sure something's happening at A side. They're just trying to see if they can really capitalize of it. Looking like a rotation coming out. I'm not too sure if Cast on the defensive heard that, as they were all running out of there. Obadiah's here. It looks like they're getting a little bit of rotation, but not much of it. Maybe they're faking the rotate because now we only got one on A. A little bit of a mid-action push. Not much. Spotted Ardilla with a nice little eco. Raises a nade behind that box. Isn't able to get anything yet, but this could be pretty crucial on Lux. He's able to get spotted out by Obadiah. Was caught off guard. Wasn't expecting someone to be there in the A main, but now Flash is coming out by Mark Jason Othon Jr. Trades it out. Down goes Ardilla, so down goes the Raze. No more satchels, no more utility to use from that. Obadiah is already pushed towards his back with that Stinger. He's able to get a double. No, he is not. 3v3. Linear Systems takes him out. Are they going to be able to rotate or rotate? We will see.
The Phoenix threw the curveball just a little bit too soon because, you know, it's not really going to do much when you don't have anybody else to push. But that said, Castech still finding a little bit of that momentum. See, top of stairs now is where they look towards Art. And Rocket should be found here in this 1v2. Nebula to hide them as the spike will be planted. Wants to challenge into it. Great timing! 1-2 back and forth. The 3Ps. Well played, and they will take that round by storm.
Wow, that came down to the wire, literally by the wire, milliseconds from that plant, the fuse. But Cast came out on top. They were able to hold it down and retaking the lead into the second half. But this is a very back and forth game, and you know, at this point, this is just great Valorant to watch at the end of the day, man. This is what a match.
This is like, what else could you want from finals here for R20? These high school students, whenever it almost seems like when they're the least likely to succeed is when they find their way into the picture. Early exchange from Noodle, fighting, but at least got away with their lives. We're back at arms with the refrag. They Castech. Now doing a great job. They are always good at not showing their hand early, not dumping util when they don't necessarily need to, despite that last round. They've been pretty good at this and playing it patiently as well. As Castech still sit in this default, they're having such trouble finding a pathway every single round.
Yep, and this could be crucial with Toxel and Obadiah on this B site. It's looking like Huskies are probably going to start slowly working their way towards B main. Toxel's tucked up in the back elbow. That chamber. We'll see if they're going to come off. Get a little bit of shots off, but nothing yet. 48 seconds left. Obadiah isn't able to land anything. Gonna back off. Astra Orb. Astra ult's coming out of Waylay. He's kind of gonna get some vision. Gonna back off of that, but Ardilla is gonna push his way onto that ace site. Sparks Mark Ace Joseph both on Junior on that Phoenix. Jetagoku planting that spike. 20 seconds left, and it's still a 5v5. No one has fallen yet.
A cosmic divide to really bait them and make them think B. It's effective because they'll have their holds now when it comes to defending this retake. So I like that decision to be made, but you see all 4 coming from defender spawn.
Here we go, 4v4 situation. The spike has already been planted right now. Looks like Casts are trying to retake this. Noodle's pushing himself up onto here against Jedi Goku and Burst. Is he able to land anything? Yes, he's gonna get ahead. Is Astra's gonna trade it out? Yes, Rocket and Burst gonna trade it down. Down goes the Phoenix, down goes Waylay, and it's up a trade city at this time, but Obadiah and Verse are gonna save it at the end of the day. And here we are with Holmes bringing themselves back in another tie once again against the powerhouse of Taz Tech.
A lot to like there for Holmes for sure. First and foremost, I got to talk about that Vice to lock down the primaries with the Steel Garden, because they called that in the first half. In my opinion, I didn't think they used it at the right time, because it's all about timing, especially when you're about to take that fight, to be able to take advantage of it. Rocket did a fantastic job to not let that haunt them at the end of the day, because you can make a mistake and make it twice, but for them, they adjusted here on the attacking side. Once again, back and forth Valorant as we head into round number 17.
Yeah, strong A push already. Like we said from the last round, I think Cast, just got unfortunately baited out by the commotion happening on B, but already going into this next round, we're seeing that aggression coming out to life once again by Huskies, and this is what really thrives them as a team. When they get that aggression, it really throws off Cast. Cast on an eco round, but they're able to get something off of it. Raka goes down, Vandal's picked up but not utilized. Jedi Goku and Ardilla are gonna trade it out and take down another member. Once again, it's all up to Linear Systems as a classic, but it's very, very tough scenario, and Holmes have finally taken their first lead of this game.
If you're gonna go for RG, do it right off the rip, and that really opened up everything there. And threat of sight take as well. So those first 2 initial picks got you in the door, and Holmes continue to roll. And taking it to Cast Tech. I was told behind the scenes, Cast Tech might run away with it, especially on the defender's side. But Holmes, that just speaks to how they prepared here. At the end of the day, you know these teams really well. They've been in R20, so you can do a little bit of research. You know the other team across the way. And here at Pearl, clearly they've been able to discover something not only along the way, when we talk about during the tournaments themselves, but then coming into the finals, making the live adjustments. We haven't seen a timeout since early in the first half, so really it's just about being able to kind of regroup and make those adjustments on the fly. They've done a good job so far.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised. Both of these 2 teams, coming at it again, once again here in these finals. I'm pretty sure, after the playoffs happened, I'm sure they were watching their VODs. I'm sure they were watching, seeing how the other players and opponents were playing. Yep. So now they're like, hey, we know that they go here all the time. We can bait them out. They expect us to do this, but we're not going to go there. We're going to rotate. We're going to fake them out, and we're going to plant here, do full aggression. They're not going to know what we're coming at them, and then, it'll throw them off. Cast, same thing. Let's play it safe. Let's work together as a team. Let's take down Holmes. Let's take them one at a time, and then that's how we can really capitalize off of our defense. But yeah, right now, it's anyone's game at this point. 9-8 right now. It's very, very back and forth this entire matchup. So anything can happen in these next few rounds.
Controlled aggression from Holmes, definitely the ticket here, as they've been able to use that prowess to be able to break through the strongholds that we've seen from Cast Tech. Doesn't matter what they're going up against, they seem to find ways regardless. Boombot will look to locate there on the front of A, but did not find anything. And Cast Tech playing deep angles as well. They're almost giving away space to in temptation, right? Like, come take this, we're confident we'll be able to retake it. And Holmes kind of knows this. You can tell that's why they're hesitating. They're like, do we take this right now? Do we take our chances? They're not seeing anything as well B. Look how far Chamber is pushed up on the B side too. Cast Tech certainly have that advantage going for them.
Yeah, and it's looking like it's going to be another A push. Ardilla's going to bring up that Raze ult. Is he going to be able to capitalize off of it? He's going to push towards the back. Isn't able to spot anything. He's going to pre-fire through the smoke just in case, but he's going to get out of there. Noodle, with the help of him, his teammate of the Waylay and Linear Systems. Oh, Ardilla gets a double. Oh my goodness. It's a 1v3, but Spike has been planted. Can he hold it against the defenders from a defuse? Verse. Has 2 orbs, gets the Phoenix from the ult, so he's ready, but the spike is not planted in his favor. Oh, it is. Oh, perfect scenario from him. 1v2, oh, he has the orbs available, but the enemy Astra ult comes out. Does Verse know that it was just a tap, or does he know it was a fake? Ooh, he's gonna use another orb, he's gonna stun, he's gonna push out, but Toxel sticking that defuse with the help of Linear Systems, watching that angle, and Cast bringing themselves back.
We talked about this as a strong point even for college teams, where players get reluctant to use their ultimates when they need to. And for Cosmic Divide, it's like, hey, we want to use this in a stronger engagement with a lot more numbers, but in that situation, perfect. The spike is already ticking as it stands. They're playing time. The only option they had was to go through Art to get back to A. And so you just watch that sight line. There was literally nothing you can do at that point in time because of the Cosmic Divide. That is an ultimate you want to pull. It guarantees you a round, and you're back even here at 9.
Yeah, no, for sure. And like that is what you want to see on the cast side, you know, be able to retake that and work together can really bring themselves back, you know, against a strong, aggressive team like Huskies in the home side. So we'll see. It's looking like a potential B push. We haven't seen this yet, but is Toxel ready? Yes, he's going to take down Ardilla, gets the headshot, he's going to get out of there, he's going to TP out, and he's going to back off, but he has that chamber ult. Second shot is missed. Asher Ort's ult going out, Sky stun, pushes him back, but it gives them control. It gives them to be able to get that B site versus going to plant it right now. To see if the cast rotate of the defense will bring it up. Raka, does he know that there's 3 after? He's gonna peek, get caught off guard by Noodle, so huge pick by him. Phoenix is gonna push it out with the flash. Right now, that Toxel, big picks on him, gets doubled. Talons goes in. Verse is gonna trade it out. Sky gets traded out by Noodle. 4v1, it's all up to Verse. Unfortunately, isn't enough to hold it against the Gluxy and strong cast push, but fist bumps coming out, and Cast, they're feeling it then. They're bringing themselves back in this end of this game.
I'm continuously impressed by this Husky squad, man. Like, they've been very on point to taking advantage of some minor mistakes that we've seen on the other side of things as well, because we saw the attack throw out the Cosmic Divide this time, a bit of a taste of your own medicine, but in this case, they didn't let the Vice get set up through B main, and because of that, they were late to the party. That's why that 3v1 worked. They were through the Cosmic Divide before they got a sight line there, and that was their opening to go from B, and that's where the push eventually went through to take that round. So the devil's in the details. You got to be able to make sure that everybody's ready to go whenever you pull those ultimates. Exactly what I was talking about last round as well.
Yep, and I think Raka was just unfortunately caught off guard, was not expecting that whole flank of the rotating defenders in the spawn of where they were coming from. So definitely threw it off, and once that was, you know, once he got taken out, that was, you know, game-changing for the round. So we're going to see right now a split, a push. Spike is here. Oh, Spike is not. So down goes the Spike. Noodle and Gluxy are going to take down Sky. It's a 3v4. And slowly, looks like the attackers did a kind of like a split A and mid push. But does the guy know that Noodle was back here? No. Yeah, you know, from an eco round, this is expected to happen. Cast looking like to go out into this next round, 11-9. So, fist bumps, they're feeling good. They're locked in again. And Huskies, you're on the Husky side, you know, got to really come up with a strategy in this next round. Great time usage of the timeout. Definitely, you know, communicate and see what's going on. But, you know, let's think about it. You know, going into this series, going into the second half compared to the first half, you know, definitely looked like it was leaning more towards the Cast side. But the second half, Huskies came alive. They really, you know, were able to retake that lead, and they were able to, you know, capitalize off of their aggressive moves. But now, Cast are starting to see, they're starting to slide through the cracks of the Huskies, and they're starting to get the capitalizing off of them.
Finding their way, man. And this timeout brought to you by Army National Guard. The Army National Guard creates a unique blend of civilian life and military service, aiming to attract individuals who want to serve their community and a country while pursuing personal career or education. Uncommon is calling, and right now, very uncommon from Castac to be in a situation where it's close, but all things considered, they managed to get right back into it and find themselves in a situation where they're in the driver's seat, where they're comfortable, which is on this defensive side as well. And for Holmes there in that round in particular, they did send 2 with Spike A, but everybody else got a little bit aggressive too, which basically if you lose that exchange, which doesn't happen often in the 1v2, but it happens, and when it does, then there you've sacrificed a round, it feels like. Castac knew that. We're able to just kind of play off Spike, and from there was nothing Holmes could really do about it. So just 2 rounds away from taking map 1.
Yep, definitely big map happening right now. So this is really crucial towards the series. Looks like a little bit of aggressive push on that defense towards that middle. Looks like Cast, they're really feeling it. Raka playing a little bit more reserved, is able to land anything. Oh my goodness, a lot of shots, but eventually gets taken out by Noodle. But a strong A push, so that was actually a distraction. Wow, what a great strategy on the Huskies. Full distraction on that mid by Raka, bait him out, bait himself out, and hey, it helps his team push out onto that site. And look at this, Ardilla with the judge. He's getting aggressive, picks up that operator, is able to capitalize. shots is whiffed, unfortunately, on the linear system. Isn't able to take down the Astra, but down comes the retakes of the cast. And here we go. Huskies are coming alive from that time out, but linear, it is not over until it's over. 1v2, pushes up with that Phantom. Verse is tagged, half HP. Spike has already been planted. He's gonna push himself. Is he able to get anything? No, he's gonna run back. He's gonna save. So wow, yeah, wow. That is an interesting way to save.
I love that decision, right, from Linear, I do. Because right now, so Holmes able to take this one and didn't have the favorable advantage plus the time. They're playing time anyways. The only thing I would have done different is I would have taken the operator on the way out. They still got the upgrade. Obviously, they had Judge coming into that. They upgraded to an operator, which is kind of funny because they're in the short, realm as far as like being able to attack. So like, oh, I have a weapon that I can upgrade to, but it's an operator in close range. And then found the Phantom later on in that round and tried to challenge into it and got one pick, all things considered. But I would have liked to see him upgrade there, but hey, listen, you still got that rifle, you still roll into this round, and now, although you surrender 1 round, you still have a bumping and thriving eco, teasing the Odin as well for some spams, but they eventually switch back over to the Vandal here for this round. Things are heating up for sure. Cast Tech looking to hold on to this, but of course, Holmes not making it easy.
Yeah, Holmes ain't going out without a fight. They are putting all gas, no brakes against a strong team like Cast Tech, the reigning champs from the past 2 to 3 years. They're willing to win back-to-back-to-back champions here at the finals at R20 Premier. So we will see if Huskies, they're going into this tournament. This is a redemption. This is revenge from a vengeance. They're seeking vengeance from last season. Here we go. A little bit of regression. Ardilla's coming out stronger than ever with that Raze ult. Takes down the Phoenix. Raka with a great push, great communication, and the team is just executing so well together. Wow. Cast. I don't think they were aware of that push.
They weren't. A little bit of a guard down situation. That won't land either on the stun. And now you see the 2 here on the flank. Ardilla ready for it. Through Art, you gotta be able to check it. To be fair, it was smoked up, but you can't let your guard down. Well played from them as they're able to swing in unexpectedly and take the round.
Yeah, and you could definitely tell that after that timeout, they really, really thrived and bring themselves back with that strategy. That huge fake, that mid fake to push all the team towards that A was such a crucial factor, bringing themselves to tie it up. Here we are, and first to 13. So we still got a couple rounds. It could potentially go to overtime, but only time will tell. Cast, if you're on the Cast side, they're going full buys now. So they are going to be very, very low on eco on this next round. This is that was a big round win from the home side. So looks like a little bit slower push. Looks like they're playing picks. But they love this action at this A site. Both teams, Cast and Holmes, when they both attacked.
And Holmes with the ultimate advantage here as well. You see the convergent path for Cast Tech. You're gonna very much be happier to have the Cosmic Divide in hand here for the attack to split a site in 2. Plus, you'll have the Steel Garden as well. And really, you could, all things considered, use those in back-to-back rounds if you want to as well. So really, they'd have the advantage in 2. Cast Tech in a compromising position here, which doesn't happen very frequently. And that's why they maybe are a little bit more conservatively here, but time ticking here, and still, without that intel, without that intrigue, without a Sova or a Fade, there's not much you can really get from an intel standpoint. So the longer you take it rounds, the more difficult it's going to be.
Yeah, maybe they're just trying to hope that as the clock ticks down, that maybe they can get them to overextend, over-rotate on the defense, but that Astra ult is actually going out on the B side. So it looks like it was a fake Astra, so they're trying to fake it, but 30 seconds. I think they read it. I think they understand that those fakes aren't going to work out forever, and oh my goodness, Jason Othon Jr. with the Molly of the Phoenix gets a double as the attackers are trying to run out. 18 seconds left on the clock, and it's not looking like a potential victory on the home side, so you got to move. You got to do something. You got to do something very, very quick if you want to maintain it, or I believe they're going to save. Yeah, they're going to save. They're not going to risk it, and they're going to expect, bring themselves back, I guess, to bring it into overtime.
Oh, man. There is no more ideal situation for Cast Tech than that round. You had to be able to do something for Holmes. It is unfortunate, but you called it right. It was a situation where you have to get on site, especially when you had Steel Garden and Cosmic Divide. You used them, utilized them, and still weren't able to get the spike planted. Is an unfortunate mistake at this level. It felt like they left the freebie here for Cast Tech, and the Cast Tech's credit, if you're going to do that, take advantage of it. they played well, disciplined, stayed back, patiently worked that rounds, and now they're in the driver's seat here, map points. And by the way, they'll have to run it back for a little bit of that intel plus the fade. So really, that advantage that Holmes had completely shifted. Castak will have this here. Look at them all lined up for a 4-stack, and it might work.
Yep, Gluxy already takes the first pick on Obadiah, so down goes the Waylay. So looking like a really good, strong start on the cast side. They definitely read. They know that, you know, Huskies, they really like to take advantage of this A. Looks like they've already rotated out towards this me as Rock is pushed out deep towards the back of mid. But yeah, like we were talking about earlier, you know, sooner or later, if you fake too much, they're going to read onto that. They know that it's just going to be a fake. And that was crucial because Asher utilized that ultimate for that fake, and now they don't have an Asher ult to work with. So yeah, we will see. Mark Jason Othon Jr. is going to pop his Phoenix ult. Isn't able to get much of it. Like a fast mid push, Ardillo with the spike, all three of them. Linear Systems already pushed towards the back, but Phoenix ready to go, takes on Rocka. It's a 1v5, but Phoenix is coming to life to be able to close this first map out to go into a 1-0 series. But Jedi Goku, it's not over till it's over. Gets a 1, gets a 2, okay. And Jedi Goku still has great HP, 30 seconds left. He has the spike to work with, but Toxa with that operator, this timing could be crucial. Ooh, isn't able to land the shot. He knows that Toxa's going to repeat, and Toxa lands that op shot and get the first map win. Caste going up 1-2-0.
Woo, they got to take a quick, deep breath there because they were being challenged into it. But being able to keep your focus through every single round is incredibly important. That's exactly what they were able to do there. And late into rounds, I was just about to talk about how Mark was a little bit less so in a situation where he was a little bit silent, right? At the end, not so much, man. The hot hands came out. They were able to, in a lot of different ways, right? In the round previously, they were able to utilize that to get 2 off of a Molly, but then the hot hand from them later on in rounds to get a 3-piece there towards the tail end. This resilience at the end of the day. But for Holmes, you kept it close. At the same time, you have more maps to go in addition to it. I've seen enough from Holmes to say that they're definitely not out of the series. I was teased that it might be a 2-0 here. Castak certainly has that capability, but Holmes has proved everybody and said, we are here, we're here to shine, it's the finals, we're gonna give ourselves the best option. That's what they've done so far. It fell a little bit short though in map 1.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, when it comes to the Husky side, that is the best that they could have pulled off. You know, unfortunately fell short, but 2 rounds though, back to back, it was back and forth the entire game.
Yep.
So there was chances between both teams to be able to capitalize off of it, but at the end of the day, Castak came out on top, but they're definitely a little bit worried now because they know Huskies came to play. They did not come here to just have a good time.
No doubt about it. Well, listen, we're going to gear up for map 2 and take a quick break here. But don't go anywhere. You're watching the Forge Scholastic Esports Championships presented by Army National Guard.
You'll still have common days. Put off your term papers till the last minute. Eat cold pizza right out of the fridge. Update your fantasy roster. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life. You'll still have common days. Get caught in traffic during your commute. Overthink a text message. Get a song stuck in your head. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
The shoppers and workers all bustle about. Christmas, the best time of the year. Presents are wrapped up and loved ones are near.
And they'll probably do it again. Hey, welcome back, everybody. Glad to have you here at the Ford Scholastic Esports Championship in San Antonio, presented by the Army National Guard. Uncommon is calling. I've got a new friend with me. Mark did a fantastic job in map number 1. We got Tanner with us this time. Tanner, welcome to this amazing environment at the Boeing Center here at Techport.
Oh, yeah. I love to be here at the Boeing Center. We're here once a month doing these R20 events every single month for these high schoolers, and we absolutely love it. We love the community. We love the building. We love all the people inside of it.
It's fantastic to be with you here as well, to kind of share this stage with you as you get that same level of experience too. With R20 Premier, it's already been an awesome map number 1, even though it was Cast Tech that maybe came in with a head of confidence as far as, you know, being able to close out early. Holmes gave us a whole different idea of what it might look like heading into Split here.
Oh, 100%. I mean, whenever you think about the history of these R20 events, Holmes is historically the only team that really ever beats Cast, like whenever Cast gets beat. So it is a super interesting game that we're watching here, a super interesting series because, I mean, not by any means that I'm ever going to count anybody out in a Valorant game, but like Cast is always looking extremely dominant and it's very easy to count them the winner early, but Holmes is not going to let them be that today at all.
Exactly, because you saw map 1 at Pearl. You're kind of behind the scenes and hanging out with us. What did you see firsthand? Because I know you know a little bit about these teams to some degree. What was it that stood out to you in that map number 1?
Just a lot of the utility usage, a lot of the ults, whether they were used well or whether they were used poorly, like it was very notable for me. Like towards the end of that last game, like throwing out the Astra ult whenever it was a solo versus 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Like probably not the best idea, but I don't hate the intention. Like I don't hate the idea. I don't hate the hustle. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, that's what you need to do to win. And they're proving it.
Too awesome. All right, so we've got our next map. We mentioned it already. It will be on Split for map number 2. If we need it down the road, it will be Haven. But yes, Split is where we go next and check in to see who Holmes brings into this to try to force on map number 3 if possible. So we'll see what comes out here. Obviously with Split, you'll see a lot less Astra. It's for sure going to be the Omen. And so obviously, well, actually, is it going to be Toxel that locks that in? I know they were on the Chamber last time, so they had the Sentinel play. So typically you don't see them on Omen, but perhaps opening up the door for what we saw on the Astra, which I believe was linear last time, if I'm not mistaken. Could be mistaken. Regardless, Toxel will come in on that Omen. Pretty standard here, too. You'll bring in a Fade here. I know Gluxy was the Fade. Also, when we talk about Pearl, so going right back on that pick, too, I like. Mark switching over to the Raze this time as well. So, Vice, very much a play here for Split, too. But Noodle got a lot of value from that as well. Last time around, and for Linear System, they got the Viper locked and loaded here too, which you don't see extremely commonly here at Split, but certainly can be a difference maker, especially when you can go from one site and be able to cut mid in half as well. So again, these are all picks that I'm behind. I support.
We'll cut mid in half, but as well, lineups for A and B.
Yep.
You can be completely off site and make Viper one of the most useful tools in the entire game. On top of that, walls that not just split up mid, but completely separate Heaven from sight on both sides from completely out of sight. So you can bait those walls, you can bring those walls into play for like big plays, but I mean, at the end of the day, Viper is a huge part on Split, in my opinion. Obadiah playing Jet, Jedi Goku playing Sky. We've got Raka on Vise, Ardilla on Raze. Ardilla is great on Raze, Verse on Astra, and I'm not mad at any of those picks. I love all of those picks for each of those individual people because they're just, they will frag out on those people, and it's on those characters, and it's awesome to see. I love to see the matching cards, though, the NRG cards.
You got to look sharp here on the biggest stage, right? At the end of the day, that's what they bring in here too. I love that from them as well. Plus, when we look on the other side for Raze makes sense. I mean, that's going to be your, especially defensively, the mid hold for sure. Boombout to clear out a lot of the little crevices that you'll see across the map as well. Certainly going to be a big play here. Differences, bringing in a couple of duelists, the double duelist action from the defense to kick things off versus on the other side with what we're looking at is a double double controller here with Viper Omen. I mean, it's going to be basically no sidelines whatsoever for their opponents. It probably going to be difficult to maneuver here too. The double controller bringing it on Split. How do you feel?
I really enjoy the double controller over the double duelist.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I don't dislike a double duelist considering, I mean, it's not as much a defensive-sided map as it was per se in beta or something like that, right?
Sure.
But it still is a defense-sided map at the end of the day. And if you wanted to be a little bit aggressive on that defense side by starting off with two duelists, it would be a pretty prominent feature.
No doubt. So as we look to organize things here, to a quick pause here upon us, we can discuss a little bit more. Because for us, you know, the double duelist, if you're confident in your trades, will certainly give you a lot of value. So you can take the wins where you can take them too, especially with Jet, find a little bit of mobility too, especially when we talk about how you can play a little bit vertically on both of these sites. I think you do find a lot from that. Plus the Omens is the exact same thing. So that's that combination, that kind of fear to some degree, but they actually go Astra Jet there too. So you get that mobility with also bringing in the Astra too, which I said is less common, but still an agent you can bring in here nonetheless. So
yeah, 100%. Like, Astra is not as common on this map, but still super viable. Like, always viable. I mean, obviously the nerf with the less stars has made them less viable, but always been viable since release. Astra's just an extremely unique character, and I know that they're not included into this tournament, but the newest character that just got released is actually, like, just as OP, like, as Astra was back then, you know what I mean? So it's going to be super interesting coming into the next and we're going to be able to see all the new characters coming in to be played, but I love seeing characters like Astra get picked on a map like this because, yeah, like you said, it's not as common, but we're going to see them do really well on it because that's their plan. you know?
Definitely, yeah. At the high school level here too, very talented kids. But they also, they have a tendency to, let guards down. When we talk about like map control in particular, and I think Vice does a good job. But you have to be very focused and be effective in being able to utilize her kit, like the arc rose, for example, being able to place that in the right spot or be able to move that as well. Should you be able to need support across the map in addition to that too? Where do you put your shears? How can you find value on the attack side too? Because it can be very difficult because Vice known to be that defensive agent. So how can we get value both ways to give ourselves a good shot once the defense comes?
100%. And I think Vise is super, like, almost more viable on attack than they could be on defense in a certain way with post plant and things of that nature. And so, I don't know, like, the way that I've seen Vise get played, especially by some of these characters, is extremely special. And I'm excited for what's to come.
Map number 2 geared up. Here is Holmes, fell a little bit short. They'll be on the defense to kick things off. Aztec on the attack here for round number 1. Sheer will go up, so that will deter them from being able to make progress through mid, and that's why you see 2 Garage still join the rest. Leave the Vice there as well to keep eyes for when the Sheer falls, and to have that presence cross map like I mentioned just previously. And talk to the Garage, still being held off by the Nebula. Luxy looking to get on the site here. And that's going to be a blast pack on. And they got the paranoia at the exact right time, too. So Versa did a good job to hold strong in their lane. But Mark was just a little bit stronger, riding some of that momentum that we saw from map number 1 into map number 2. As Noodle does come through with, I guess, a couple of times through that dark cover as well. Not quite able to get their third in Ardilla. Now going to keep them their chances alive, but it'll be a long shot here as the spike has been planted. But Ardilla has been clutch. We saw them pop off in a couple of different rounds. It's good for the 3-piece. Gonna need that ace. Swung it, but not good enough to get that job done. However, still a good look nonetheless in the pistol, but it does fall short. It's a great execute there from the attack.
Pistol rounds can be really hard because, I mean, at the end of the day, it's pistols. Not everybody's best work is on a pistol, but nonetheless, it's an extremely crucial round on how the beginning of the pace of the game is going to go. And Ardilla getting those picks at the beginning of the round, or at the end of the round, maybe they don't win the round, but they bring some of the confidence back to the team that's not just, hey, we got shut out on pistol round. So that's actually super huge for the confidence of the team and for the morale for them as well.
A little extra creds, which don't hurt, especially whether you drop this round and you go, and either way, you're going to be fooled by it the very next, right? So you'll have that little bit of extra comfort zone as well. So.
Oh, yeah. And comfort in this game is key because once you get into a rhythm, that's it. Linear Systems taking out the first pick of the round onto Raka is huge. No Vise is very bad for a defensive team.
Immediately, though, it's supported, so at least they have that mid-presence, but yeah, you're right. That's not exactly, you don't want to play aggressively because of this. It took for a minute, but they are able to convert with that pick at mid. And they have Sears on lock, sneaking through, but the attack aiming towards this B site. They'll get the flash on, and falling victim. Jedi had no eyes on the prize, unfortunately, because they took it away. As Noodle will take care of business here, the spike will be planted again, and B has been looking good here for Aztec, as they've only dropped 1 here in the second rounds. And Mark from that distance first, almost eliminated with the Sheriff. Stinger follows through here from Thompson.
1 enemy remaining.
And Noodle with the Spectre as well, so the combination coming out very difficult now at Heaven. It seems like a cat and mouse game here at this point in time. Ardilla made things interesting last time, but I doubt it'll come through here. Having some trouble finishing the round at the end of the day, but it's inevitability. And they are able to get their second one on the board here for Aztec.
Yeah, and starting off very strong like this, like 2-0, definitely not a deal breaker by any means, but it's a lot of momentum. In a momentum-based game, when you put your foot on the gas, it's a lot easier to keep putting it down than it is to pick it back up. You know what I mean, mentality-wise. And right now, that's what we're going to have to see from Holmes. We're going to have to see them pick up that gas pedal and maybe even put the brake on it. You know what I mean? And that's what we're going to have to find themselves getting into right now. And I don't hate it because I know they got it in them. We saw it last game.
Legit. Last map was just about to bring that up. Good point. Now, reapproach still looking towards B. Or presence A this time around. The walk up mid. Had the dark cover for the comfortability. Just gotta be careful and mindful though. You never know when that peak might occur if somebody is there. Jedi catching the paranoia out the back door. just in time too, playing that conservatively. Look at the perfect position here below. If they don't see him, Ardilla gets the first when they drop down, but couldn't quite track him down. Was that close to being able to sneakily get a double kill in that moment? But once again, fell short. Spike being planted, but this will be looking like an early retake here. They have themselves right outside of this. Whether or not they can convert a different story, Dark Cover will hold them up for now, so they're going to try to time this right.
Yeah, I mean, trying to retake site in this position is not always the best scenario, but Jedi Goku actually trades one out right after Linear System gets one. So we're looking at an honest 2v2 right now, and nobody's at a complete disadvantage. Like Bear said, they set up outside the site pretty early on. Verse actually gets one. Verse takes two down, and they are going to be able to get this defuse down and change up the momentum of this game, making this a 1-2 game in favor of Casto.
Patience, find the right time. You know you had numbers. So peek at 1v1, isolate your targets, and then be able to go peek for peek, be able to clear angle after angle and get the job done there too.
I love to see the coaches hyping up the teams.
That's right. Yeah.
I love to see the coaches hyping up the teams. It makes me so happy.
It's the ultimate job, right?
100%.
Be able to pick them up if they're down, but if they're getting a big round here too, especially in what could be their final map, right? Lay it up all on the line. Mark gave us good insight here as far as Holmes. A situation where they walk into this land wanting a final, you know, hurrah, if you will. They're trying to get that done.
100% a lot of these players
Thorns are locked. Launching thorns.
It's huge for them.
Thorns activated.
So they look to get on site here. Trying to make it difficult. Try to slow them on the way out too.
Oh.
Device. Didn't like it. Look, as Obadiah is hanging out here, lurking, ready for it. Gets one, wants the cloud burst out. Somehow got away. They swung that well and quickly, but somehow they got out with their life.
Oh my goodness, that is insane. Obadiah getting away with pure robbery. But, I mean, just trading it back right away and making Marcos Othon Jr. getting another one as well, making this a 4v2 currently. So still completely in favor of the attacking cast side right now, but what a play from Obadiah getting around back there and getting out as well momentarily. Very close to being something special. Right now looking for one. Actually, Mark Jason takes it down. Ardilla was able to get one shot and blast out, but nothing more than that. Toxel ends up closing out the round right there for Cast, making this a 3v1 game in favor of Cast.
Much more, you know, comfortable, obviously.
Oh, Noodle talking a little bit of smack.
Oh, of course, man. You don't get here by being, you know, timid as a player. You want some of that confidence. You want to let it shine, too. The best way to have success on the stage, be yourself, have fun with it. That's what we're seeing.
Oh, 100%. Having fun is the biggest overall goal. Like, you play video games, you know, to train your senses, to be better with hand-eye. Sure, you can do all those things because it does do all those things, but it's for fun. It's always for fun, and if it's not for fun, don't do it. Love to see these kids having fun.
Exactly. Pursue what you're interested in. That's what this weekend's all about, by the way. So for any parents tuning in, I mean, it's a great example of how esports can be used to get students like in the tech fields that are kind of related to you. Like, what are you interested in career-wise, too? I mean, these are things to consider. There's a lot more behind the competition. But yes, obviously, being in the mid-stage trying to close in the finals is what we're looking for. Blast back will get them up top. That Rams. Obadiah always seems to find a spot where they can't find you, but it is short-lived. As once again, everybody getting involved, the three-piece that overwhelmed the Holmes defense. Jedi looks to peek, and that'll be a problem because you got Toxel staring you down there as well. Dark cover to try to hold off Rocket. The Prowlers have found them, and at this point in time, there is nothing you can do.
Yeah, I mean, with a shorty in hand, there's really just not much to be able to do. They've got Phantoms, Vandals, Spectres, things of that nature. It's not going to happen at that point, but at the end of the day, I mean, like we saw in the last game, this really isn't any problem. It was a similar scoreline, similar time for the timeout being brought about and things of that nature. I mean, it's just, at the end of the day, we're not looking at too different of a game thus far.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so I haven't lost hope in either team. I haven't lost hope in any of the players. And I think at the end of the day, both teams are playing extremely well right now. One recommendation that I would usually like to give to a team like Holmes in this scenario is, you know, slow it down a little bit. But against a team like Cass, it can be a little hard to slow it down sometimes, you know what I mean? Because they come at you so fast. And they have such a precise game plan that they want to stick to. And if you can throw off that game plan, you throw it off in a big way for them. But it's kind of hard to do that, and it's kind of hard to upset their balance. So
especially when your identity, you know, is to play aggressively, but it doesn't play against it. It's not, those two things aren't exclusively, you know, mutual. You can kind of play both, you know, aggressively but calm. But it's difficult, you know, to be able to kind of change on the fly too, to make those adjustments, especially when they're playing that quickly. I think they are doing a great job. I think their reactions have been on point. I think they've been doing a great job to handle. I think it's what kept them relevant in map number 1, and now in this map as well. Was able to find a rounds after it. Granted, that was the third round where they had that weapon advantage, but we saw this as well. Cast Tech running out to a 4-0 last time, so I don't think Holmes is going to be going anywhere here in this map either. If they have anything to say about it, especially Ardilla, who's looked good early. Verse always looking good as well. Those two have been the dynamic duo and need to continue to step up as this continues to develop too.
Yeah, that's Ardilla doing Ardilla things.
Oh, he's known for it, huh?
Oh, he's known for it. That's what Ardilla does.
That's what Ardilla does. Needs to be his motto. I'm telling you.
Ardilla doing Ardilla things. But yeah, getting into this next round gameplay-wise, it's very slow at the start. Cass isn't really looking for anything. We get a flash coming out, getting a little bit of information on the mid. The early blind coming out, but not getting any information on it. Not getting any blinds on the dog. That dog is crucial. Rock actually takes out Mark Jason for it, and that's actually, Noodle gets a trade right back, taking out the information. We're looking for another pick right now, but slowed down just a little bit. We've taken the pace down ever so slightly because we don't, I mean, one pick, one trade back and forth makes it a little bit more of an upset than what Cast or Holmes was planning for. Both teams are getting a little bit of a backup, slowing it down right now.
Holmes did a good job to bait out that paranoia as well, which didn't find value, which takes that out of their kit for the rest of this round. So they won't have that stun. They will have one Prowler to essentially serve that purpose. The Viper was on site. The constant screen will give them access to the top level here on this A side as Ardilla. We'll see if they can do Ardilla things. They're going to be holding it down for sure. Now you see this shifted around. The Omen, B site, was able to get the tides turned completely, flip this map. And now if you're the Astra on the other side of A, it's going to be a long time coming. This guy needs to be patient, be able to push it together. Otherwise, you got no chance in this 2v4.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's one of those situations where you can't slow it down too much. I mean, the Jedi Goku was sitting outside of sight right when that bomb got planted, so now it's just waiting for the teammate to get there. Verse gets taken out immedially on the way after one pick. Jedi Goku's able to take one onto Gluxy, so they're going to be looking for another one. Toxel sitting around this corner, spamming through the box, looking for classic kill and nothing looking out for them. Noodle's actually going to go ahead and close out that round, making this a Cast game still.
It was great. It was a good look there to try to play into that 1v3 after the initial trade from the 1v4 scenario that you were, right? And then unfortunately caught themselves chasing ghosts as the perfect job from the Omen to use the Shrouded Step to get out of dodge. So you're shooting at nothing at the box at the end of the day.
Yeah,
that's how you use it. Again, great reactions, right? You get to the finals for that reason.
100%. I mean, these kids, they react in a split second. I mean, things that I say my old man hands can't do. You know what I mean? Like,
Get out of my way.
I got the carpet tunnel hands, you know, so that's not for me anymore.
Understood. Blade Storm out here. Obadiah gives him the confidence to try and challenge into it. Although the updraft didn't really land, down to 6 HP, got away alive, but man, the damage was done there. And now very nervous. We'll have Rocco the jump pig to try to see if they stood fast, as they probably should. Nebula hide them temporarily. Verse, though, took that Ardilla drop personally. And will force Cast Tech now to make a decision. They do have mid, though, all things considered, once they clear into heaven, but they'll have that sky to try and deal with too. They'll certainly have numbers on it at the very least. Plus, they're going to let their guard down. They have presence at Babe Main as well. But Noodle picks the first one off. They've got access. The door opens. The swing from Jedi a little bit late. Also the Nebula. If they try to challenge into it, it will be difficult. Now you're dealing with just pistols too. Steel Garden will lock in their primary. Lock out their primary, rather. And Obadiah still holding on the Blade Storms. Blades here. Verse doing damage. In the garage as well. Giving them a shot. Now between them and the Blades, should have a good chance. The spike has been planted. Nebula to try and cover them as they walk in, but they, unfortunate timing, perfect there from Noodle to be able to challenge in that moment to be able to take them off of it. Nicely done.
Yeah, that was unfortunately just a little bit of poor timing right there. A little bit of, I mean, right in the smoke, right out of the smoke, things of that nature. Just ring around the rosy, if you would call it, you know what I mean? And that's just a little unfortunate because they were in a scenario where something like that, something could come out of that, but I mean, it's also just, it could go the other way so quickly, and that's exactly what happened in this scenario. When you're playing against a team like Cast, they will punish every mistake you make. And even if it's not necessarily a mistake, but it's just a missed time, they will punish you for it.
The only way that you go out of that smoke and leave them available to try and trade at that moment would be if you have the intel necessary to be able to know that they're farther away so that you have time to play outside of that smoke. So that caught him by surprise. Allow Cast attack now.
Wow.
To get to a 6-1 advantage. First, and the rest of Holmes not only draw first blood, but also have 4 ultimates on line. Somehow able to avoid that showstopper way up. Obadiah, they let their guard down for just a second. They get exposed here in this moment. And Holmes looking a whole lot better here. They'll actually be able to probably hold on to 3 ultimates plus maybe even flawless rounds if they win this one, but Noodle denies that at the very minimum. Otherwise, a methodical round, but they do need to close the job. In fact, the Boombot didn't do its purpose, but Obadiah does. Up top, it blocks, and they close out a much-needed round here for Holmes.
Very much so. I mean, like I had said earlier, this is a momentum-based game, and any bit of momentum that you can cut down from the enemy team is extremely beneficial to you. If you're a defender and you take out one attacker, you have so much momentum in that round. If you win a round, you have so much momentum going into the next, and vice versa. You win a half, you have so much more momentum, things of that nature, and being able to stop them in their tracks right there was huge for Holmes.
It was. Good thing, go. We saw, and it was a little bit earlier, that they started to make progress on Pearl, map number 1. It doesn't matter when, it's just whether or not you can. I don't think they've waited too late.
Ooh.
Noodle's got that early pick. It was just a quick.
Yeah, Noodle able to take one out very early on.
At mid, too, yeah.
Sorry. We are, I mean, the, slow right there is not going to move because Obadiah is able to get one. Rex is going to immediately trade it out first, take one out, so maybe the slow approach is going to work. Ardilla with the ult, finding nobody with it, unfortunately. That's 2 trades, wasted ults, but Verse actually finds one through the smoke. Wow. Linear systems down, and now we're looking at an advantage for Holmes right now. 3v2 going into this. Raka's in back sight for a bit, trying to find one. Unfortunately, not able to find the bullets. Noodle does, though, taking out Raka and making this a 2v2 quite a bit more evened out. Now that the defenders are rotating to B, it's going to be a little bit more tricky for Raka. They're trying to find somebody in mid, but little do they know that's not going to be the place to look.
In fact, yeah, I agree with you. And what I was going to mention was the higher percentage chance would be that they are coming for the defender spot. That Prowler is going to give them that info. They're going to go ahead and Nightfall just to be able to track them down. They have the extra Prowler, which will follow that same line. Here as Gluxy waits for Verse to try and peek to get that advantage, but when you do, you forgot about Heaven, and that's where Noodle will be. Perfect swings, methodical. Noodle gets the job done. 4-piece here from Cast Tech, and when your opponents were getting there, we're finding a little bit of momentum denied yet again.
That's crazy. That is, what a round for Noodle. 4K right there.
Yeah.
I mean, just, that's insane. 20 and 4 right now.
What a map, yeah.
Wow, what a round, what a map. Like, when nobody in the game even else has 10, you know, 20 and 4, wow.
That is outrageous.
That's a 5 KD right there.
What a solo performance.
What a game. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they're playing off a bunch of assists from others as well, but to have that mark is unbelievable. And to get it from your Cindy, like, talk about running the table as far as getting all sorts of value here too.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's just it's a beautiful thing to watch, especially in a finals match. You see performances like this a lot, where just somebody gets to frag out like it's a pub almost, you know. It's a lot of fun.
Usually it's like a arena, you know, but in this case it'll be nice, you know.
Yeah,
but yeah,
taking another one out right there. Wow.
Garage challenge to their dismay.
That's insane. What a heady.
Raka. Quick reaction is the name of the game, and had no idea that Gluxy was there. Was Obadiah. Caught with her knife out.
Yeah. Hey, with your knife in your hand.
That's right, man. Probably not the right time there. They track down. However, Ardilla gonna steal one back. Linear system. Try to get out. Was able to do so here. The defense shifted. They're very far up on B, but they've lost mid, so it's really where Cast Tech never comfortable until the rounds actually close down. Mark will be down.
30 seconds left.
Now it's just up to Linear System. Who can't quite find those to land. Ardilla with the 3-piece. And now a bit of momentum back, swinging in the other corner here.
Yeah, Ardilla heard us talking about Noodle and said, "I want some of that too. I want to be talking about it too in this game. I don't want to be on a low KD right now." And understandable, Ardilla is, I mean, they're all good players. So it's just, that's the one thing about coming in and commentating about these games, you know, once a month, is just I don't want any of these players to lose. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
I want all of them to win so bad. Like.
To be fair, it is a win to be here at the biggest stage, even if it goes your way or not. And yeah, but I get what you're saying for sure. You get this personal, just being able to see them as they develop. The players that they are, it's awesome. I hate to see one of them have to walk away empty-handed, especially when they're both performing it the way that they are right now.
100%.
Threefold. Boom body. Obadiah's like, no thanks, I'm all good. The pink shells will tag them pretty heavily though. So they utilize that very well. You're holding up on them too.
Yeah, looking for just something right here from the attacker side, trying to find some sort of opening. They're not trying to go aimlessly into a site right now. They're not trying to go aimlessly into mid or anything like that. They're not trying to give anything up after a couple round losses. They're trying to stay safe. They're trying to get any sort of quick picks they can. Mark Jason runs in. He doesn't quite see Raka sitting in the corner. Raka's able to take them out. Caught with the ability out, Noodle is going to be able to trade out Raka in that scenario. Oh, Ardilla taking one out as well. Ardilla finding another one, and Jedi Goku actually closing out the round right there, giving another round to the Holmes Huskies. Wow. Great round. Just over in a second. You blink and it's over.
Exactly. Take advantage of the little things that happen within a round. So you saw the Steel Garden come out, and they were so confident that they were going to walk in, rifles versus pistols in that moment. But the problem was they didn't get all of B. You had Cubby that had that little bit of space to utilize where you still had the rifle. That was the first pick that allowed them to stay relevant. Yes, they dropped immediately after, but that bought enough time for the rest of your team to swing in, be able to get the rest of the picks necessary to get another round on the board. And before you know it, again, it's Holmes sticking around here. Holmes back within 3 rounds. Right now.
That was almost a wall bang right there with that operator, and that would have not been good. But Raka actually takes out Mark Jason right after that. They've got Outlaws, they've got Marksmen, they've got Operators, they've got Vandals, they've got all sorts of money right now that they're able to play with. And give themselves a 4v5 scenario. Now it's 3v5 scenarios. Raka takes out another one through the box. Just headshot through the wall, headshot through the wall. I mean, you gotta love to see stuff like that. Just, that's the information, that's the level that these kids are at, is they just know where the enemies are gonna be. Right now, getting a reload onto that Outlaw right now. He's got 2 shots to make something happen, and one is missed, actually not missed at all, through the wall, and a hit marker on them, taking out about 140 health for them. So that's not gonna be good. They're gonna have to play quite a bit slower on their entry into site right now. Yeah, Noodle is not full of health right now. Heals coming down on Raka right now, leaving them in a very good spot. They've still got the ult as well, and the Outlaw. Noodle taken down by Jedi Goku. Raka gets taken by Jedi Goku, and Raka takes a 3rd pick to close out the round on a linear systems. Another beautiful round from the Holmes Huskies, and another reason why you never count somebody out in a game like this.
That's right. Flawless round. Holmes right now has been a relatively streaky team. I love that this is coming back. And when they string round after round, that's impressive because it means that you're riding those vibes. You're able to kind of swing in with that. However, we saw it fall a little bit apart here, but as far as that first half goes, they did a great job to be able to hang it. Because if they only have 3 rounds going to this half, you are not feeling good at all. You can basically say, hey, Castek at this point in time, very strong potential to be able to close out. Can't say that right now. However, Castek has been very strong on these pistols too. That first round, we're able to turn it around just a little bit to be able to make it interesting at the very minimum. But Castek still finding ways. We'll see if the reset helps, because it's a huge round. If the pistol wins, that will most likely push Castek up to a 9-5 situation, having the advantage in round 2 after the pistol. We'll see up close. Raka. The spraying down close as linear system. Drop 1-2. Toxel looking up, but that's not the line you want here at Ropes. Obadiah just waiting for them to peek here with Tailwind on the preparation side on deck. And everybody swings towards this B site, and that's where they will set up here for Holmes for their attack pistol round.
Yeah, and Getting them to set
Spike
up here
planted.
is a really good place for them because Cast was nowhere near at the time. They didn't have
Last
time to go
player
set up and
standing.
everything. Verse is actually able to take both of them out on their way up the stairs right now, closing out the round, giving them elite position in a scenario where, you know, maybe they didn't have as much momentum. Yeah,
Good.
raise the crowd,
Let's
raise the
go.
noise of the crowd a little bit. I mean, we're winning Valorant over here. We got a comeback going on. It's 6-7. I'm so sorry.
6-7.
Good.
On stage. Here we go. Oh man, maybe that was the motivation. Sometimes you just look for the little things. It's like you wanted to do that. The only way to do that is to win the round. So you know, it's find your own kind of motivation. You know
Yeah, 100%. I mean,
wouldn't be what I do.
else is it
but
all about? Have fun, right?
That's what you said. Yeah, and I totally agree with that completely. Hey, look at this look. Castek knows they'll be low on weaponry, so they punch their way down mid, but you're marching your way into a firing squad. Hello? Look at them get innovated too. They said, "What are you doing, man? We got outlaws. You know we got shares on lock. We got this locked down. Mode down 7-7."
They thought they could catch him off guard right there. They were like, they won't think we're gonna push. We don't have weapons.
Now we wait.
Unfortunately, not working out for them. But I love the game plan. I love the idea. I love the tactic. Just didn't work out that time. But 7-7 scoreline right now, and you love to see it. What was it previously? It was 4-1 at one
Need
point. I
back.
know it was 6-2 or something like that. And now we're looking at 7-7. Wow, that's heart. That's all heart right there.
Right. 5 out of the last 6 rounds go to home.
Well, all heart and a lot of skill, but you know.
This will be a much better look for Castek since they have the full buy here. Holmes with a chance for the bonus would be massive to take a lead and be able to be in the driver's seat and force a back and forth situation for the eco of Castek. Gluxy currently holding down from ramps, but doesn't have the sideline. It's just a peeker at this point in time. I mean, you have the advantage here. It's got to come to you, but Gluxy just wants buckets of really nothing to really, you know, at this point in time, risk, I guess, here. But A is where things will eventually go. The third Obadiah was prepared for that one. Also able to upgrade here with the fan zone, but couldn't get that second pick, which will stop them in their tracks. As they go heaven high, Ardilla sneaking through. Guxy sensed it, but there's nothing you can do at that point in time. And Holmes continues this streak here. So have the 4-3 advantage as they shift over to the A side.
Yeah, I mean, a 4-3 advantage, huge from the side of attacking point. One less defender is like 2 less attackers in a certain way. And so, I mean, having 2 less defenders versus 1 less attackers, they're at a huge disadvantage right now. Whatever they can do to get some sort of pick back right now, Noodle taking one, huge for Cast right now.
10
Very big
seconds
point
left.
for Cast right now, big ups. Noodle taking another one, wow, finding another one and looking for 3. Mark Jason taking the 3rd, Mark Jason taking the 4th, and that's just the round right there. Cast is gonna get that defuse with so much time left, and excellent execution from them in that round right there. Just taking it slow, waiting for the pick, playing off of it.
You always know, you can tell and sense when a team in the retake is feeling really strong because of how you can absolutely make Holmes feel like they have no idea where that next attack is going to come from. You see Heaven, so you're like, oh, I'm concerned about that. But then like the peaks come and the rotations in are so important because then you find yourself looking in 3 different directions if you're not coordinated as the attack side to try to hold off that retake. Unfortunately for Holmes, let their guard down, but it was more so a sign that Castek knew what they were doing in that situation, in my opinion.
100%. I mean, I don't think either team played bad. I mean, just the way they were coordinating together, moving together on the map, not together, but in synchronization on the map, it's just very clear to the point that you said where it's just they were so confident there. And that was the difference in that scenario. There's a lot of nerves on this stage, and like you said, just getting on this stage in general is a win. So.
It certainly is. Guiding Light, I believe, yeah, they gave him the cue that they're in mailroom, and Obadiah got a little bit nervy, but let yourself down. Utilize the top of Sheer to try and find the viewpoint, and it didn't work. Denied. As Obadiah took it by storm here, and Toxel left by themselves in a buy round where you thought Holmes would continue to try and find little wins in their gunfights. It was not available this time around, and this one will be a lost cause for Toxel. I would like to see a save here, but they're going to try to go off of this and challenge into Verse. So far, so good. They got the Guardian. Perhaps now you're upgrading. But you have to keep... Yeah, so you're seeing the Guiding Light.
Good look away from the flash.
Little things that you're picking up on here.
Gun
Little
here.
things.
Sometimes they go a long way. Listen, that's how it be. Oh, the knife.
Wow. And that's a little thing, but
Yep.
not for a little reason.
Man, listen, that is
I
a
need a
statement
weapon.
piece here. Like, they're already up. They're already animated. They're already yelling across stage. They're feeling it. Plus, you get the knife as well. Like, holy cow. That's something else, man. Holmes certainly not lost themselves after a loss in map 1, I'll tell you that.
Oh no, and if anything, invigorating their enemy to try harder, you know?
Yeah.
Like we don't need the guns. I'll put a little knife in there, and that's beautiful to see. We love
All
it.
set.
Does that bring Cass to life? Cass Tech took it personally
There.
to try to bounce back after that. Went awry.
No one way's coming out from the Viper, but that is okay. I don't know if you can put that one way up anymore. I'm pretty sure you can. But we've got lots of good abilities coming out. Ardilla running out with a shotgun. Not running out, blast backing out with a shotgun, and finding themselves an early on kill. Leading up, getting the nade up into heaven, and Verse finding the pig whenever they run out of position. That's just beautiful teamwork right there. Verse finding another one in heaven, and then, yeah, wow. Now we're looking at a 5v2 scenario with Holmes having so much advantage. They probably don't even know what to do with it, but Obadiah is sitting there staying calm, staying locked, not wavering. Same with Ardilla right here, getting information, but moving a little too early, getting them to move out of their position, and their teammates trading them out. This isn't Ardilla doing Ardilla things. This is Holmes doing Holmes things right now, and they are doing it well.
And against Cass Tech's defense, like, that's even bigger as well. And on an eco, you're hoping for a lot more if you're Cass Tech. They will take the timeout. Again, brought to you by the Army National Guard. The National Guard offers a pathway to gain military experience and discipline while still allowing for a full civilian life and income. Uncommon is calling, and right now, timeout called for these teams. You looked a little animated. What's in your mind? What's in your mind?
No, again, I don't want anybody here to lose. I'm so happy. Like, you know, I've like sat down and like had lunch with like almost all these teams at this point or something. You know what I mean? Or like half the teams. And like, it's just like, I know so many of these kids personally. It's like, I see them getting excited and getting all hyped up and stuff. And I just like, I'm so happy at the prospect of either team winning right now. You know what I mean? And it's just like, I feel like there's a controversial like battle going on in my head where like every time Cass wins around, I'm like, yes. And then like every time Holmes wins around, I'm like, yeah. You know, like, and I'm just like cheering for both teams like so hard that, yeah, like I'm so excited watching this game right now. It's like
a proud dad here for us, you know, at our age.
Yeah, like right.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
It's like I'm the cool uncle who like gets to see his nephew. You know what I mean? Like, come out and just ball out, and like it's really cool. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely. One thing that I did notice though, as we were kind of looking at the stage, Cass Tech, they looked a little bit nervous. Like there were some smiles, but it didn't feel convincing to me. So they might be a little bit nervous. They allow Holmes to get their first lead in this match between the first map and change that we've seen here. Obadiah opens up the kill feed with the first one. As Boombot to clear out ropes, 2 linear system gets out before, but now sees 3 members coming after them. Should have had that advantage. The shorty comes through, blocks the answers back with 3. Ready for them as they came through. The comms were there, but the damage is done before Verse was able to reverse it. And we'll have a 2v2 even grounds here for this round after the plan is done.
Yeah, 2v2 is exciting right here. We got at least an ult from Raze. We've got all sorts of magic happening right now on this field or on this game, and it's just it's mad exciting to watch. I mean,
one enemy remaining.
Look, Verse taking one out and having it on the Mark Jason right now, and then we've got the Odin looking for Verse. Will it find the Verse? The Odin will find Verse. Toxel will find it. Toxel looking for another one with that Odin. Will they break the box or will they find it? No, Jedi Goku's actually able to close out that round with a clean headshot. And beautiful round from the side of Holmes, actually going up 2 rounds now. Wow.
That's right. That Omen now, timeout for timeout here. This time taken by Holmes. Want to be able to make sure that they can close out here at this point in time. They probably know they're going up against 4 ultimates. Want to make sure that they have their I's dotted, T's crossed before coming to this next round.
100%. And I mean, like you had mentioned that you know, you see smiles or like don't see smiles on some of these players' faces. You got to remember that Cass did just come off of a loss for the semifinals for state. You know what I mean? So they've got a little bit something to prove here. You know what I mean? As well as maybe it's not the happiest environment for them if they're not doing that. You know what I mean? So they're doing something where they're trying to concoct a game plan where they can be on top, where they can dominate, and where that's where they feel comfortable, is being on top and dominating like that. And so it's if they're not in that position, it can be a little bit more uncomfortable for them.
Do you feel like Holmes then at this point in time, when you see Cast drop something like that and be like, hey, they're actually vulnerable after all?
100%. I mean, like I'd mentioned, I mean, Holmes has beat Cast this season before. You know what I mean? Like, it's not something that frequents. It's not something that happens every single week or every month or whatever, but they have beat them. So it's not impossible by any means. The Giant does fall, and when they do, they fall harder.
Will it be enough here with the timeout to not only keep the lead, be able to force a map number 3? That's what they're looking at. It would be at Haven if we get that far. Remember, Cast Tech had a convincing lead here early. The defense has been picked apart. They'll have 4 ultimates online. This this round in general can get very dicey. They'll send the Trailblazer out first before being able to convince themselves to spend in the ult economy. First one taking a showstopper, and that one doesn't find anything either. That wasn't even close. They were able to swing out. Noodle saw that all the way, able to get up ropes beforehand. Obadiah first to open up the scoring, and now for them, they're on B, on site. And this will be extremely tough again for Cast Tech. Clearly, Holmes looking pretty strong. Mark does get a little bit of ground game. Wants to be able to get there before the spike is planted, but he timed it correctly. And now with the Nightfall, trying to get back on, hiding in the Nebula, but that is a short and tight choke point that they can spam through. But Cast Tech still left to just Mark. One marked, by the way, but they're going to be chased down. Ardilla swings it well. 11 rounds in the book here for Holmes as they inch closer and closer.
Raze versus Raze on that 1v1 right there. Always fun to see a little character matchup like that. But yeah, no. 8 to 11 right now. Cast is not looking as good as they were looking about 5 or 6 rounds ago. And you know, timeouts have already come out for this half and everything. So what we're seeing is what we're seeing, and it's just they've either got to pull something together, they've got to pull it around and get back on top, get a little bit of the momentum back, or you know, Holmes is going to be taking this one. They're looking pretty good right now.
And balanced as well. Look, every single member above 10 kills currently. There is nobody else except for Noodle above 10 right now. Everybody below that mark. It can't be up to just Noodle to be able to win these fights. You have to find ways to get it done. Buy your util to be able to find more. Noodle is going to try to add to that count. Top fragger continues to go to work too. The shear was up, but it was baited out from the attack as they were able to bail out. So smart move here too. But first, right here in top of ropes, but knows what might be on the other side of them. So we see that hesitation as we approach a minute left here in this round.
Yeah, Noodle looking for something right here. As soon as Noodle heard you say, you know, it can't be just up to Noodle, he said, no, it can be. Hold on. And then took a little pick,
sure
ulted everything like that. Yeah, like he said, hold on, let me step back into my shoes real quick. And, I mean, it's beautiful. They're going to be looking for another one right here, but they're not going to be going around looking. They're going to be staying patient. Ardilla actually able to take the advantage and get that headshot off with the sky flash right there. Ardilla blast packing around, not taken out, avoiding all the gunshots. And Raka and Jedi Goku actually takes them out in return. Wow. Just dancing around the play, and wow. And then Linear Systems takes one out for Verse right there, trying to show the fight that Cast has left. Currently it's a 2v3. Nothing's impossible right now. Nothing is ever impossible. Gluxy takes one out, making this a 2v2 flash. Ardilla looks for one. Gluxy gets one. It's a 1v2 currently. Gluxy is all alone. It is all up to him. He's looking. He's waiting.
With the Guardian too.
Yeah. Not seeing anything so far, so just staying slow, staying quiet.
I would
creeping towards that bomb.
Absolutely. I would check it out. Weapons if you can find it right now. It's still going to be tough either way. They're going to be playing with time. Trailblazer out to try to find them. They did not, so they'll fake this defusal. Wanting to get the halfway, but no, they don't have the time for that. And you're looking at multiple levels here, playing vertically. Holmes continues to get there. It'll be map point looking to push into map number 3, and they've done just about everything right. A 12-8 count here for Cast, and by the way, it is going to be a rough buy for Cast Tech in this moment. Holmes a giant round to be able to close that one out.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Holmes has almost every advantage they could have right here. 12-8 scoreline and all the momentum in the world. versus on top of the world, 21-13. Obadiah looking, the entire team looking good. Only one person not positive, and it's a Sentinel who's sitting there with like assists and tons of information given out. So I mean, it's just a huge team effort from Holmes right now. Nobody doing their own thing, just Holmes doing Holmes things. It's great.
Love it. With this very iffy buy with Guardians, you had a Judge in there as well. Sprinkled in, you saw Obadiah is chasing them down too. Gluxy gonna let them come to him. I'm not sure if he knows there's two up there. One left, their guard down for a sec. First, yeah, I don't like that look either, Obadiah. I don't blame you. Right back out to mid.
Good look on mid right there. I mean, trying to find their way into the controlling mid right now, trying to find their way into maybe controlling B heaven, but nobody's committed anywhere yet. We're still a little spread from this home side right now on the attack. Are at a little bit of a disadvantage with the 4v5, but it's never stopped them. It's not going to stop them now by any means. But Ardilla finding one on the Toxel, actually making this a 4v4 and evening out the round. That's Ardilla doing, wow, look at Obadiah here. They have no clue. And that's just the difference right there. Holmes is on one right now. They are doing something special. And look at that. Look at that. Obadiah making the play.
That's how you do it.
What a play right there. Shorty coming out. Oh, but Noodle actually taking both of them out. Noodle's completely alone, but in a 1v2 scenario, maybe this was a little bit of a throw for the very last round right there, but it might not be the last round if Noodle's able to clutch something up right here. Jedi Goku towards backside with the bomb planted. Will they have time to get through and defuse? I don't know. I don't have the best game audio, but I believe with the amount of heart that they're playing with right now, they totally could have that time.
They got time. First is to take it out on Jedi. Looking to fake it though. The swing is good. Map number 2 and split belong to Holmes Esports, and we play on to a map number 3 as their attacking side seemed basically exactly what they needed. Insane work from them to just continue on, no quit attitude. How appropriate that these high schoolers are resilient enough to send us the distance. I know you're happy about that too.
Oh, I'm happy.
Nobody dropping here after the second map. We get a map 3.
No, 100%. I'm happy for a third game. I'm happy for Holmes, and I'm happy that we get to see Cass come battle back or maybe lose their title. You know, I'm happy to see what's going to happen here, and I'm so excited. I'm just so excited. It's excellent. Congrats to Holmes there. Great game, Holmes.
Fantastic. Well, we're going to take that quick break before we gear up for Haven, which will be our map number 3 decider between these two teams in the finals of the R20 Premier High School Esports League for Valorant at this amazing venue here as well. As Boeing Center and the rest here at the Scholastic Esports Championship continues on. We forge on as well, presented by the Army National Guard. Uncommon is calling. We'll be right back.
You'll still have common days. Forget someone's name mid-conversation. Count your tips at the end of your shift. Buy something disappointing off the internet. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Sunlight dances on the balcony as I wait for thee to come home. I fumble the words, yeah, my mind's a mess when you're in that dress. Glad you're home.
It goes on. It goes on. It goes on. It goes on. Switch it up, I'm in my reverie, solo in my energy, sensing all your jealousy, take it. I don't care enough, I let it be, nothing off my memories. If I ever hit it, I'ma do my thing. Fear of missing out is scared of me. Where the fuck you been? Always gotta keep 'em wondering. What's the reason in front end? They look better on paper, I look better in person. It all works in my favor. It goes on.
Move on here. Map number 3 is exactly what we're here for. Tanner rejoins me here in the booth as well for the Forge Scholastic Esports Championships. And it can only come down to this for the R20 Premier High School Esports League Finals for Valorant. We're hyped for it, man. Let's go.
Oh, we're so hyped for it. I mean, I'm here. I'm so ready to see this game. I mean, we didn't see Game 3 the first year that I did finals. We didn't see Game 3 the second year that I did finals. We're seeing Game 3 for my first time at R20. For my first time, especially doing one of these events with Rally Cry and all that stuff like that. And so, like, I'm super, with the National Guard, I'm super excited to be in this event. I'm super excited that we're at Game 3 right now.
It's fantastic, and listen, they've been certainly earned it. And here's why I am a big fan of what Holmes was able to accomplish. Not only because he forced that map 3, that's exciting enough, but the fact that I said that my measuring stick for them was to be able to manage to get through an entire map and ride that confidence versus it just kind of like wearing thin, you know, as you get excited on things. They proved us right that they are capable of this moving into our next map, which, by the way, is Haven. I've been told you're a big fan of Haven, by the way.
I love Haven. It's just the best. I'm sorry. It's been there since beta. It's 3 sites. I love it. I'm sorry. A is beautiful. B is beautiful. C is beautiful. It's a beautiful map. Defense, offense. It's fun to play both sides. It's fun to watch both sides, and it's fun to see what these kids come up with for a map like this, because there's just so much that you can do, especially if you're on the attack side. You got baits, you got switches, you got things that you can just completely trick, just tomfoolery that you can commit, and I love it. It's just the best.
It's fantastic, man. A is beautiful, B is beautiful, C is beautiful. This venue is beautiful as well, because we have local students competing in here every month in the R20 League, which you're seeing the finals right now. This weekend is kind of like a national stage built on top of the local scene. And every single one that I've seen so far, every player has their own story. Number one also has been able to create their own legacy in this one, and that's why we find ourselves in this map number 3. We see the agents getting in locked in right now. So what do you see across the board here for Cast Tech? They're the ones that lock in early, as we saw last time. We got the Jet from Noodle, who had one of the best rounds of Valorant that I've ever seen. But unfortunately, even with the 30 kills that they dropped, they still weren't able to manage a win in that last map.
I mean, and again, I don't play competitively, but when I play, I find that a lot of the games where I frag out like that and I'm 30-5 or 30-10 or something at the end of the game, it's like that, where you don't necessarily win the game, because like you had mentioned, it can't just all be on the shoulders of one player. It has to be how Holmes was last game, in the regard of every player had at least 10 kills. Almost every single player was positive. Like, that's huge. You never see that, but that's something that you see exclusively from winning teams a lot in these competitive scenarios.
One thing I'm going to be tracking for sure is Obadiah on this waylay coming into Haven, and was left untracked for a lot of the final rounds that we saw. We basically got to Marchdown, especially on the attack, which we'll have to wait until the second half for that. However, the way they're able to run free in the back line, Tech needs to do a better job of being able to recognize that early. If they do, that's why they won map 1, and that's how they're able to close out. That's their key to victory here in this map number 3. And if you're Holmes, it's being able to ride that momentum and still be animated. Keep your focus, keep that energy going through map number 3 rather, and see if you can't close out here. We're about to begin with the pistol, and I said Tech was strong on that, but the last pistol we saw actually belonged to Holmes.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, and like I said, the pistol round, it does carry a lot of momentum because, and you know, it usually means that second round a lot of the time too. But that first round is just so exciting. So, and here we see the Jet running into sight. Verse taking 1 out, Verse taking 2, Verse taking 3, Verse taking 4. Looking for the 5th. Can they get the ace? No, Gluxy's actually going to shut it down with a wall bang. Gluxy takes another one as well. Classic Demon right now. Gluxy looking for another one, but Ardilla's going to take them out with that nade. What a round. Wow.
That's what we want to see. Just
what a round.
Keep going with it. I'm telling you, you can, any player, like you have your ceiling, like it's like, oh, I can perform to this level, and there is an opportunity, there always is in the live environment to be able to break through that ceiling. Quite literally have a sunroof and just stick your head out. And right now that's what Verse did in that moment. Was ready for it, number 1, and it was an easy lineup to go 1, 2, 3 to get the first 3 picks, then got the 4th as well, set everybody else up for success in that pistol.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, just getting into this next round, look, having buys, having angles, having just so much momentum going into this next round, it's just huge for Holmes. And again, that doesn't mean anything for the entirety of the game. Cass started up on the last 2 games, but Ardilla gets a shotgun kill right there. Ardilla's looking for another one, but Mark Jason takes him out. Rocket gets 1. Jedi Goku trades 2 more out. This is a 4v1 scenario. And yeah, like I said, Holmes just has every advantage right now. Raka cleaning up that last round on the linear systems. And look, we've got the players hyped right now. We got to get the crowd a little more hyped right now because these players are hyped right now. Goodness gracious, we're in game 3, folks. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's see it. Tech find themselves with a couple of picks though, so in that round, considering the eco, not too terrible. All things considered, to be able to take out at least a couple and find a little bit of extra something here for this, which should be a buy around here as well. I'm wondering what they're doing here with the Sheriffs and Stinger currently. They should be able to buy up. Maybe they want to just conserve it for something even bigger for round number 4. That's the only thing I can think of.
They're playing it like a carryover.
Yeah.
They're playing it like a carryover because they know that that Holmes is on the carryover round right now, and they don't want to waste that much money for the sake of if it goes bad, I would think.
Don't miss me.
Which is interesting to me. I've always played with the mindset of, hey, full buy, give yourself an advantage, get your rounds, and then we'll have extra cuts in that fashion too. But either way, you're first.
Caution here.
100%.
You want a big one regardless.
Oh, yeah.
Rock doing a great job to track through and stood with it, even through the initial misses. And we'll draw the first blood too. Look at everybody here mid too. We're in trouble for Tech. Breaking through again, Rocka with the 3. Oh, but Dia follows it up as well. First, it was Outlaw, ran out of bullets, so I'll do it the classic and finish the job.
Yeah, no, I mean, just, what do they say? Swapping to your secondary is faster than reloading?
That's right.
It always is.
Yep.
It always is. And I always see when people do that, it works out well for them. Holmes, feeling on top of the world right now, 3-0 against Cast, who they have in the last 2 games been, you know, 3-0 in the opposite regard against. So, I mean, this has got to be a really good feeling. Like you said, sticking your head out the sunroof and going, whoa!
For Tech now, obviously you saved for a reason, so now you get those extra
Be right back.
Now you can put those to the test. So now this is a very pivotal round. If you drop this one, it might be difficult. It felt like they should have had that one, but Obadiah proves us wrong constantly. The Outlaw able to draw first blood to Cloudburst and Dash in, Tailwind, Noodle. But Obadiah found that one too. Swings around Boxer on the A side. Not going to find that one though, as they had dropped down. It'll be a 3-2 scenario here for Holmes. But that being said, on site, right, locked in, loaded, and planting as we speak. Tech.
Spike planted.
They'll have a crossfire coming in.
1 enemy remaining.
They should be able to set it up, but Raka denies that opportunity here. He's able to catch one out of heaven, tries to swing wide of one, but that'll give them the sound cues that they need, keeping their lives. But it feels like a temporary solution, a patch, if you will. We'll see how they handle on the tail end of this one. Nothing doing. Sure enough, Burst will clean up the loose change. And Tech, again, that's what I'm saying. You saved up for it. You almost felt like you guaranteed yourself a round here. They do not. It's Holmes again out to the 4-0 lead.
100%. And I mean, like, we had mentioned in previous games, Cass is not typically known as like a passive team in any way, shape, or form. They'll almost always take the aggressive play over the passive play. And I mean, that's just, it's particularly unusual to see them take a play where they're going to save in a scenario where, like you said, it's more common to just buy and like have an advantage.
Yep.
But you know, this is going to be the first round that we've seen both teams full buying. We do see an operator coming from Obadiah, which I'm extremely excited to see, considering how well they were doing with that outlaw. And I mean, it's just exciting game right now. 4-0 in favor of Homes. Wow.
Doing a thing.
Heck, it's not a comfortable buy, plus a lot of half shields too. You're gonna have to be choosing wisely their challenges. Just to their credit, they had no idea the operator was on this side. Wait, I thought that landed there.
Yeah,
but
that
looked a little weird, but
Sussy wussy.
We'll trust in Valorant here. Look at the spam through. Needle knew better, was wise to it. The plant will be able to be had here for Casteck as they pull on to A now, feeling a little bit better about where they are currently. But Obadiah, once again, has been a menace, and now drops down, gets another one out the back door, leaving it open for Ardilla. Although Noodle had a quick answer, Obadiah ends it where it stands. A 4-piece for Obadiah, popping off, feeling himself. This is the exact right stage to have these moments.
100%. Obadiah taking the operator shorty. That's a high-risk, high-reward loadout right there. And that was the high reward that you want to see from an 8-1 from Obadiah right now. From a 5-0 stat line, from a Holmes perspective. Wow. This is not by any means did I think Holmes didn't have it in him, but this is not what I expected to see by any means. And it's, I love to see a little upset right now. And goodness gracious, Obadiah is just doing something special right now. This is interesting. Raka, Verse, everybody on the team is playing so well together, just like last game. There's nobody in specific that's just completely popping off, but this duelist is doing duelist things, and I love to see it.
They're summoning something else, man. I'm telling you, this is on the defense on Haven as well, where they've gathered a 5-0 lead. And Casteck, dire situation. Red flags raised. They had to save. It's another eco round. Granted, Noodle will have the blades in the way they performed last map. Certainly don't count them out here in this round. Noodle will catch one look in there, but Ardilla was able to get back and tuck behind box. Much more defaulty here at Casteck. They're really having to reconsider a lot given what has happened over the last 5 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, this is something where you gotta really reevaluate how you're playing the game and be like, hey, this isn't working anymore. We got to formulate something else or switch to another strategy that we have that's going to work a little bit better. And, you know, unfortunately they haven't yet. Fortunately, they still can, and they most likely still will. But Raka right now, hiding, waiting for the first jump to pop out, taking 2 with the head, taking 3 right now, looking for a 4th to close out the round, not quite finding it. Mark Jason taking them out, but look at that Ardilla ult, just finding them perfectly. We see the players are hyped up. Is the crowd hyped up? Let's go. This is a fantastic game.
Getting out of hand. They had the eco too. And Casteck, I think it might be a little bit of tilt. I'll be honest. I really do think it is. One of the reasons I say that here, number one, as the timeout comes out from Casteck to probably talk this over currently, is because of, you know, for example, they use the run it back. Let's get some intel on site. But then when you do, you lost gunfights without those, you know, without those cloud bursts, within those dark covers. And then when you have the run it back, you get your light back, you're the only one left. And it's a 1v4 situation. It's about timing. They're losing it, and so that tilt is in full force. And I think part of that is Holmes and the way they've been animated, shouting across the stage. You want to be able to kind of shield that out if you're Casteck, but look at their faces. They need to be able to dial back in a serious conversation happening during this timeout.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, serious conversations need to happen right here. And, I mean, at the end of the day, you need to get a little bit more of that confidence back, a little bit more of that mentality that they had prior. I mean, because at the end of the day, there was a certain point in one of those games where they just looked like nothing could stop them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now it's not necessarily looking that way. So, I mean, there's obvious changes they could make, but it's at the end of the day completely up to them and completely up to the stage, you know, at the end of the day, because sometimes the stage can get the better of you.
That's right. I would argue we've seen that throughout the entirety of this year, in multiple years, honestly, from Casteck. Obviously, the roster has been changing over the past few years for this team. There's still 20 that have been there since the start of what has been a historic run for Casteck. But as it stands right now, it's feeling like closer and closer. Holmes had put themselves in a situation to deny it. Another operator continued to challenge and peek this, which is ill-advised. Toxel found one. Glock's able to answer back to it, but Burst will keep it in check. Linear system able to bring us to an even 2v2 scenario, but they're still going to have to find a way back on site as the spike gets planted.
Yeah, Linear and Gluxy looking for something right now, looking to get into the, looking to defend this bomb, obviously. They're trying to play post plant from pretty aggressive positions. Gluxy actually gets ahead with them. Jedi Goku trades it back. Gluxy is looking, Gluxy actually gets taken out. Jedi Goku is looking to find this last head right now, trying to close out this round, trying to be able to get a defuse on the spike right now, but not knowing that Linear Systems had passed around the corner. Linear Systems able to take that head. Beneficial timeout right there as we see the first scoreline come out for Cast this game.
And that was a 1v1 scenario that we saw them drop in the last few rounds. That's exactly right. Their mentality had to come back and be able to change it up. It felt like they were getting a lot more predictable than we've ever seen Cast Tech. And Holmes is taking advantage of that. The fact that Linear, just a simple switch up, literally go play underneath heaven. Like legit switch box, you know when they're gonna peak, that they're gonna have their attention all the way across on box. Swing at the right time, the timing, FPS timing was on point. And a much-needed round without saying for Cast Tech as they look to drive into and find that momentum here too. Early with B, they caught first, but it's a 1v1. But still, B is going to be difficult to try to hold off here for Cast Tech. But they'll plant regardless, it looks like. They faked it momentarily. Raka here on site. The first to cause a little bit of chaos. And Obadiah with a shorty. But we've shifted over to C where the spike will be planted, but they got their hands full here on this retake.
Yeah, Mark Jason getting over to C and getting that bomb down. Super big for Cast in that scenario because they needed that. Mark Jason taking one down right now. Ardilla actually running through with that Odin, praying and spraying and running through trying to get that pick, and they actually do. Noodle gets one on the way out, but unfortunately that's all they're going to be able to do. Holmes actually picks up one more round, making this a 7-1 game. I do want to mention something, though, in the regard of that confidence switch made a big difference. That was the same play that they made on whether it was the first or the second round, I don't remember. And Verse actually took 3 or 4 out right away. That was not the same scenario that just happened on that B push right there. And it was the exact same push, just with a completely different set of confidence and a completely different result. It still didn't work out for Cass, but it worked out a lot better than it did the last time. And that's just something to notate. That timeout helping them get a little bit of that confidence back and a little bit of that structure back into their team.
Yeah. For Holmes, despite any kind of circumstance, like we've seen, how many times we've seen Obadiah showcase themselves in the kill column with a shorty, for example. Doesn't matter like what they're bringing, plus they're able to switch in a moment's notice. They've been fantastic with this. And we'll see how they approach now. Here's a curveball in from the run it back. They had to rely on Noodle, but however you get it done, you get it done. Jedi does swing back and get one, but Toxel will be good for it too. Finally, time expires there on the run it back, but it gave him enough intel and access to see. And the spam coming through from the Odin to try to get back onto it. But all 3 members here on the offensive side, I'd like to see one potentially try and test Barrage to at least get them looking in multiple directions, and that's where you see the Waylay coming into hand. But first, front box 1, 2. Got the support as well. First is good for 3. Obadiah open it up 2 with a shot in between. Holmes, they cannot be stopped.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible to watch Holmes play like this. I mean, Holmes is an awesome team, and like I said, I mean, I've sat down and had lunch with some of these Holmes players like a couple times, you know what I mean? Like, and they're just awesome kids. Like, I love to see them doing so well. I mean, and like, I loved all the Cass kids too. I mean, they make jokes at me and tell me I'm pre-Malone with my braids and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, I love the Cass kids too. But it's something really special to see Holmes do this right now. And I would still love to see Cass make a comeback in some way, shape, or form. But it's really fun to see Holmes do this. They're executing extremely well.
They are. I mean, that's, yeah, absolutely. Cast Tech now again forcing. Another round goes by where they'll be forced into an eco in a situation in a round where they're not even going to feel good in the first place. It's hard to in these situations. Luckily denied first, but they're on site first, ready for it as well. And the pain continues to be brought. For the team first, also lined up for him. There's the 3-piece again. Ardilla gets another one too. And unfortunately, when it rains, it pours here for Cast Tech. Holmes has been all over them. No room to breathe whatsoever. They've been insanely dynamic.
Yeah, I blinked and that round was over. That's insane. I mean, 9-1 right now. Holmes is just, as we said, just doing something special. I mean, this is Extremely fun. Like Jedi Goku over here flexing the skin for us, giving us a few flex points. You know, keep showing us the skin. In fact, show us your knife. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, no, it's just, you can tell these kids are having fun right now.
Time to
This is something that I hardly ever see whenever I see these kids play on stage. It's just kids having fun, talking about it like it's they're talking smack like it's a pub, and they're just there. Ardilla just looking for 2, getting 2. Look for 3, you'll get 3. Like goodness gracious, an operator headshot. I mean, it's just blinking the rounds over, looking for
one enemy remaining.
a nice pick right there. Obadiah just running around. I mean, what is Cass supposed to do about this? The confidence is unmatched right now.
You ask for it, and you can't help but love the reactions every single round. For Cast Tech, they continue to just play into their palms, though, really. They're pulling out these Guardians from round to round with half Vies, half shields all across the board. They'll have Hunter's Fury and From the Shadows locked and loaded, but on the other side, you're dealing with Steel Garden. You're dealing with Showstopper. You've also got the Cosmic Divide, if you even need it, but for Homes right now, like, everything seems to be going right. For Cast Tech, gotta be able to pull something together, but looking less and less likely. As it is very likely this will be an 11-1 first half for Homes.
Wow, and that's just something that nobody here would have expected, but something that everybody here is so happy to see. I mean, it's just Noodle actually getting 1 onto Verse, Noodle getting 2 onto Obadiah. Cass is not going to go down without a fight, and I know that for a fact. Noodle's looking for whatever they can get out of this exchange right now. Ardilla looking for something from heaven right now, trying to get spams down with the Odin and getting the ult out as well. Actually getting a kill with the Odin and the ult as well. Noodle and Toxel getting 1. We're looking at a 1v2 scenario with Cast in favor right now. Cast is going to close out this half with a 10-2 right now scoreline, and they have a chance. Like we've said in this game, last game, and every game that I've casted in Valorant, it is never over until it's over, until that scoreline is until one team is 2 points ahead. And like that's what I love about this game, is even from this point right now, Cass can completely turn this game around.
It'll be a monumental comeback in this map in particular if they get it done. But to this Homes credit, they also had a comeback of their own. Drop map number 1, and we're down heavily in that first half. Both teams have that same resilience, but Cast Tech will be pushing it to its limits in that regards too. And they kind of caught a break there too, as Noodle had, the Blade Storm out as that Steel Garden came out, so they didn't have to worry about their primary being locked, and was able to finish it off despite a few misses there. But a round is a round, and you need to at least see a round go on the board before, sometimes before you see that spark come to life. And before you see them get going, they're also get the pistol too, which will play into their hands. They've also drawn the first one here in this round number 13.
Yeah, the attacking side here needs to be a little bit more aggressive, I would say, but not doing bad. I mean, obviously Homes has a huge advantage. They can play however they want to, but the aggression was working out very, very well for them. Ardilla picking 1 up, Toxel trading 1 out, Jedi Goku trading another 1 out, Noodle trading another, Fluxy finding 1, and Toxel finding the last one as well, actually to close out that round and give Cast the pistol round, which makes this a 10-3 game. And we've got no curses, we've got no nothing. It's just all heart right now. And these kids are trying to make a comeback as hard as they can. This is match point. In the finale, in the finals. Like, we are at the end of the season, and this is it right here. Like, this is what it's all boiled down to all season. All the matchups against each other, all the wins, all the upsets throughout the brackets in the season. It's just been, it's led up to this. And now we're looking at Cast unable to give Homes a victory. Like, they are just fighting tooth and nail until the very end, and honestly, good for them. I want to see this game go into overtime. And
how do they get it done? It's a cliche. The entire arena can say it with me, 1 round at a time, quite literally. You got to focus on what's ahead of you, right? And that's certainly the point of emphasis. They won the pistol. Check mark. One of the check boxes off the table. And got caught in that, like, half-buy, funk, if you will, from the last half. So being able to set the tone from an eco standpoint, because we've seen them string together round 1. Sure, it's been in the last couple of maps the early rounds where they've been able to put 5-6 rounds in a row, but we definitely know it's possible for this team to execute to that degree.
Yeah, they are big. Both teams are big on execution here. They're big on planning. They're big on getting out and doing what they are trying to do. Noodle actually takes 2 out with his Guardian. Toxel takes another one out. Noodle takes 3. Noodle's looking for 4, but Linear Systems finds the 5th, and that's going to close out the round. Cast looking like a completely different team this half. It's like, you know, it's like they had a 5-hour energy or something. You know what I mean? Like,
not a sponsor, by the way. But yeah, they dialed in from the get-go, and obviously going to ride the momentum from that pistol round win and that extra weaponry to get them going as well. And but I think being able to only drop 1 in that process to a Bucky there a little bit later on in that round will help them too to build it, so that way they don't get stuck in a situation like we saw last time. We'll see if they make wiser choices along the way should a round or 2 go in favor of this Holmes team, but you only have a couple of rounds to give here at this point.
yeah, 100%. It's so hard because each round feels like a dagger going in. You know what I mean? It's like you can't give up too many of these if you want to keep the advantage that you have. If you want to keep this momentum, but at the end of the day, it's hard. Cast is one of the best teams in the state, and you're going up against them. You've got a huge advantage of them, and they do not want to lose. This is going to be a tough one for Holmes to finish out. Obadiah going up and out. Oh my goodness, Ardilla finding one. Noodle trading out Ardilla. Verse finding another one as well. Verse is coming back to finding those headshots. Let's see if Verse can find more. Looking to the Vise. Linear Systems actually able to take out Raka with a little bit of a funny exchange. Bulldog through the wall. Droning out, trying to get some information. Obadiah gets 1, but Mark Jason trades it back almost immediately. We're looking at an honest 2v2 right now. 10-4. Jedi Goku is looking. gets 1 as well right there. It is a 2v1. Holmes does have the advantage here, and Jedi Goku's going to be able to close out the round, getting themselves a headshot right there. Good round from Holmes. Wow. And just almost from Cast. It was so close. Wow. Good round. Those are the rounds we love to see in finals.
That's right. The back and forth exchange. Off that full buy advantage will be Holmes an inch closer, and you felt like that in Valorant, generally speaking, Castech kind of knew that was going to be the case, so that's part of their plan anyway. So whether or not that's going to affect them to a higher level degree, we'll see just a moment. But they'll be able to buy themselves here off of this one as well. So we'll see.
Get out of my way!
Yeah, full buys on everybody except for Noodle, which has the shorty and the knives. And I'm happy to see what they'll do with the knives, as Noodle has been popping off with the knives.
Has been. They've taken Garage. Only able to pick up 1 was Castech in this defensive swing, but it's enough to get the Omen over to test that. Look how far up the Waylays behind them as Ardilla took the first one with the Judge. But they found them. They located them too in the plant going down here.
Spike planted.
For Holmes. It'll need to have a big run here with the Blade Storm, as well as have some support from everybody else here on this retake. Definitely possible in this 4v4 scenario. Ardilla lined up though here with the shorty, only gets 1 here. And Castech gets back-to-back ones, but back-to-back here in the Blade Storm! The 3-piece!
Wow.
Low-case swings, tracks them down. My goodness, what a round.
Like I said, you can never count out Noodle with those knives. They are.
Wasn't even trying.
Wow, that's something to see
Huge,
right there.
Man, yes. That clutch was unbelievable and exactly what you needed there too, because that could have easily gotten away from you. 1v3, swung it.
And 19 and 12 now. 19 and 12 now for Noodle. I mean, 18 and 9 from Ardilla, 15-11 from Verse, 10-15 from Toxel, 14-8 from Obadiah. I mean, the home stat lines are looking better, but those Cast stat lines are catching up. You know what I mean? And that's something that you need to worry about if you're on the home side.
We saw it last map. Then Noodle can certainly be comfortable at the top with that feed. Bracket will get rid of the recon bolt. The classic lineup from Silva from A has been located. And they didn't want anything to do with that. They've got 2 going through Garage. Meanwhile, C-Long should be the play here from this Holmes team. Glugsy, I'm not sure they knew. They have 1 on literally on top of the cage to get out. Glugsy going to call out the rest. Wait for them. Noodle will open it up, try to catch their attention. The boom bot will give them Glugsy away. The Trailblazer didn't find anything though, so they will try to play into it. 1-2.
Spike down.
Back and forth, keeps it close here. In the front, the shadow should give them an opportunity. But the curveball didn't help in this instance as Ardilla was on the other side. They'll do a good job to shift around 2. Showstopper out, does not land one though. But now Holmes on site, able to get the spike planted. They'll have Cosmic Divide as well.
Wow, and having the Cosmic Divide here, Sova drone coming out for info right here, huge for them. But will they be able to peek through this wall and have success? Linear Systems says yes. Linear Systems looking for another. Mark Jason defusing. Is first going to be able to stop them here, stopping the plant, or the defuse, I'm so sorry. Mark Jason trying to find somebody, taking out Mark Jason, but Linear Systems is able to close that out, giving Cast another round and a lot more of a chance at this game. Wow.
Man, even with the gravity well to pull them off, you know, which was the only thing that you really had in your repertoire, you knew that you were waiting for you whenever you went through the Cosmic Divide. And sure enough, that was the case. And even with that still, you only buy a little bit of time. The unfortunate nature of that was the spike had just recently been planted, so a lot on the clock to try to kill that time. But when you peek, you got the wrong end of that exchange. So Cast Tech now inching closer and closer. They surrounded around that. On paper, they should have surrendered based on like just simple eco at the beginning of the half. So otherwise, Cast Tech has taken the rounds that they needed to, and are really starting to make me nervous. I'm not a believer though yet. I want to see at least 8 go on the board, 11-8, before I'm really calling it for Cast Tech on this comeback, before it becomes real, you know.
Oh, 100%. Obadiah taking one out right there. Obadiah is not going to let this happen, by the way. And they shouldn't. Ardilla taking one out and good, because those were some missed shots from those people right there. Obadiah getting another one. Wow, go off, Obadiah. Tell me what it's like. Mark Jason with the outlaw pick right there, shutting him down on Obadiah. And that's a big shutdown. Is it enough to stop them? I don't know. It's a 4v2 right now. Holmes has a lot of advantage coming into that round. That dog is crucial. This team is like a train on track at the moment, and that is something to be spectacularly happy about. Look at Holmes right now. Knuckles coming from the coach. That's a good coach right there. All the coaches, all the players. We love all y'all.
Did you see him as well? He's like, one more round.
One more round.
Here we go.
He just needs one more. He just needs that one more round.
Our 20 Premier High School Esports League. One more round for Holmes to look to close out. So a timeout, naturally, if you don't use it, you lose it. It's up to this Cast Tech team to try to discuss how they can come back. And right now, I'm not sure what the buy situation looks like, but it's a long road there. It felt like they needed at least 2 more to be able to give themselves a spot where they could really make that comeback come to life. But you got to use this timeout. You got to figure it out. What are you saying to your team?
What I'm saying to my team right now is don't lose focus of the big picture. Don't lose focus of the plan that we've made before the game. Don't lose sight of what we talked about during our timeouts and what we've talked about in our practices, you know, because that's what's been getting them here through this game. It's planning, it's preparation, and it's execution. And just the plain fact that they are doing what they intend to do. And if they keep doing that, this game is theirs.
Got to dial in. Man, it's very dire. They took map 1. They were feeling good. They were like, this is the time. We can shine now. But they will have to be very coordinated here. They've got From the Shadows in Hunter's Fury. And that's it.
One round and it's all over.
Versus the Convergent Path on the other side. That's right. Exactly right. Now we get to take a look at the buy, and it's not great. I did not like what I saw there. Lots of stingers on the board here. It's going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes uphill is the strongest fights, though, you know? Sometimes you got to fight harder getting up the steep hill.
Make it even more desperate here in this moment. They chase Mark off at the very minimum. It took no time here for Holmes to jump onto the site and get it rolling. Obadiah now will wait for this one. 200's Fury out. It does tag 1 on the way in. Mark was able to finish the job on them. They also locate another one in Mark, just playing right off that 100's Fury to perfection. And I believe they held on to at least 1 curveball in the process. So that was a lot of efficiency from what they were able to showcase themselves. Ardilla, that's just a running back, but now they've gotten a couple off the board. Still a long way to go. Toxin will take out 1 and not 2. Whew. Wipe the sweat off, boys. We keep playing.
Yeah, I know. I'm over here sweating, and I'm not even playing. Like, they got hand warmers and stuff. I'm over here like, I'd need a towel if I was playing. Goodness gracious, I'm sweating up a storm up here, and I ain't even in the game. But goodness gracious, what a round there from Cast. What a round from Holmes as well. Ardilla, everybody getting into sight, getting some picks, opening up the sight for them. Unfortunately, just did not work out that time. But the advantage of being a 12 to any scoreline that's not 11 or that's not 12 is that you only have to win 1 more round, and if you keep playing like that, you're gonna win another round before they get to 12. So it's it's not over until it's over. It never is. But goodness gracious, Holmes is looking good, Cass is looking good, and this is a wonderful game to play. A wonderful game to watch, sorry. Wonderful game to play, I'd assume, as well.
Hashtag, and the way they had to be perfect, and they were, right? It's not just about using the Hunter's Fury, it's about playing off it as well. And Mark was able to use that intel, get out those early picks, and then hold strong, hold their ground as things develop forward. What is it about Mark late into these maps that make them so dynamic? Another one down, flawless round from this Gastech team. If you weren't convinced before that a comeback might be imminent, that's a big round to win, man. That's a good way to win it.
I mean, hey, it's this cast team. I mean, both of these teams, but this cast team is something special. You know what I mean? They've gone to state the past 2 or 3 years in a row. They've been playing. Again, the team has changed up a little bit, but they've been playing together for the most part for the past few years, coordinating, practicing, and you know, I mean, obviously they're like ranked in the state and stuff like that. They're signed at Tier 4 orgs, things of that nature. So they're a pretty good team, you know. Like it's, I mean, like in the grand scheme of things, not just for a tournament. So like, wow, I mean, it's incredible to see the probability of a comeback, but also Holmes trying to lock it down. Holmes trying to get their first championship at the 2026.
Doing a thing.
And whenever Obadiah's always at their best whenever they are this far up. They will get the spike planted here early, but on Haven, not the end of the world at all for Gastech. Got a 5-person retake. You got them swinging in, but Obadiah was able to take you out first. Even across the board. Mark through garage, knows 2 of them are here. That means the curveball should be good. We're missing the mark early. Down to just 2 left, and they're down now to just 1, plus the showstopper pulled as well. Linear needs to get to work. A huge moment here. Showstopper at the very end! A 3-piece closes it out! And it's Holmes, your champions for our 20 Premier High School Esports League.
The Holmes Huskies, 2026 R20 Premier Champions. Let's go. Good job, guys. That was a wonderful game and a wonderful showcase, and we all love to see it. Oh my goodness.
What a moment for these players as they dialed in from map 2 on. Like they rode it towards the tail end, able to close out that map 2. And when we talked about Haven, we knew that it might be a little bit of a struggle early, and yet they took those early rounds and held on what was a hot and oncoming Gastech team who just couldn't quite find it at the tail end there. An incredible performance from both of those. You have to be proud when we talk about this team, R20 as a whole. Both of these teams certainly deserve to be here and put on a show for everybody in this arena here.
Oh, 100%. Like, I mean, as far as like my casting career and everything, I give everything to R20, and I know a lot of these kids do too. And like, I'm so happy. Like I said, it's so hard for me because I want every team to win. I want both of these teams to win. But like, I'm so happy that Holmes created this upset. Like I said, Cass has won the last couple of years. Holmes gets to come in. I know they've been trying. They've been a top 4 contender these last couple of years, and they've been in these free play tournaments. They've been in the regular Boeing Center tournaments. They've also been in the R20 tournaments all the time and stuff too. And so it's a lot of fun to come out here and just see them just style out and win a tournament like that. And just the whole thing for the whole year. And again, a lot of these players are seniors graduating. It's just I'm overfilled with joy. I'm so happy.
That's right. I mean, this was the prime example. If you're watching this and you wonder what emotions can do to push a team forward, to know that story that you just pointed out, and you saw them react every single round, round after round, we cut to it, because that's how important it can be to have that whole mindset throughout the entirety of the team. I think that's how they got the job done here. It wasn't just about execution, which was also pretty strong. With that being said, Gastech had the same thing. The thing that they were missing, in my opinion, was that belief, was that story.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's a situation as well where, like, I mean, Cast, like, in our regular tournaments, they're big trash talkers, you know? Like, whenever we're streaming normally, like, even with the headset on, like, we can hear them, like, yeah, get wrecked, stuff like that, you know? Like, whenever they win rounds, because they are winning a lot. And then, I mean, not that Holmes doesn't talk their trash or something, you know, but it's definitely like we're not hearing them through our headsets and stuff. So
all respectively, by the way, all respectively.
Yeah, of course, respectively. I mean, I love to see these kids talk trash and like be as excited as they are and things like that.
Non-toxic, exactly.
But to see them like get up and like get so excited after every round, like Bear was mentioning, it's amazing to see. I'm overfilled with joy. I'm happy for Holmes. I'm so happy for Holmes right now.
Holmes, congratulations for the victory. Let's head down stage side with Jen as she's got the winning team now. Give it up for them.
Let's give it up one more time for the Holmes Huskies! What an incredible first match of the day. And to award them with their trophy and to say a few words is the commissioner of R20. So say hello to Josh Martinez.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you guys for coming out and witnessing the best team in the city of San Antonio, the Holmes Huskies. This was a rematch from last year, and they were able to do it this year, and we're proud of them. And I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart to our sponsors who make R20 possible. We live in this beautiful building on a regular basis. Our players are spoiled for riches. We can only do that because of funders like Port San Antonio, like Boeing, and like DoD STEM. So I want to thank my sponsors from the bottom of my heart and for these students here on stage who've had an opportunity that they may never get again. So let's let them live it up. One more time. Come on, guys.
And here is their trophy. Amazing, amazing. All right, let's give it a hoist, the Holmes Huskies! All right, don't break it. I want to say hello to Obadiah, so let me scoot over here. I know. How heavy is that? Is it heavy?
It's pretty light. It's pretty light.
Pretty light, all right. Light workout there too. Duelist extraordinaire right here. I mean, this was a long match, a grudge match between you and your opponent. What does this win mean to you, the team, and the school?
It means a lot, honestly. I know the guys have always been practicing day and night. Today, I know they were pretty nervous, but I'm glad we were able to pull it through, at least, so. Yeah.
I'm glad, you were nervous, but you locked in at the end, and you found your flow state, especially there at the end on Haven. And what clicked for you and the whole team before getting into map 3? Because it got down to the wire.
Yeah, we saw after map 2, they were getting a little impatient, so I kind of told them to just slow down and just play our game, pretty much.
Well, you played a good game. You won it at the end, so how are you and the boys going to go celebrate?
Maybe go out to eat, honestly. I know last year we went to go out to eat, so, I mean, it's our last year as a team, too, so better make the best out of it, you know?
Yeah, and you went out with a bang, and congratulations once again to the Holmes Huskies! I'll let you guys go and eat and celebrate with Josh. And, well, the action continues for R20. We have the grand finals of Rocket League coming up next, so don't go anywhere.
Look at me, I go, ay.
You'll still have common days. Forget someone's name mid-conversation. Count your tips at the end of your shift. Buy something disappointing off the internet. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
my crew, what's up? Just wanna party, ain't nobody looking for love. The music's popping, this beat has got me feeling alive. Head to the strip, these wheels gon' light up the night. I'm living in a fantasy, come on and take a ride with me. I'm tryna put your mind at ease, let me know that you're feeling me. I'm living in a fantasy, come on and take a ride with me. I'm tryna put your mind at ease, come on and get down with me. Rolling down, grooving to the sound, rolling downtown. The weekend's here and it feels so right. I think I'll put the skins on tonight. I'm gonna go out and have a good time. Ain't nothing gonna stop me tonight. We're cruising by the city lights. Can't wait to put the skins on tonight. I'm gonna go out and have a good time. Ain't nothing gonna stop me tonight. It feels so right. Gonna stop me Morning lights, new dawn, yeah, we ready for more. Breaking out newborns, driven by the allure. Facing life head on, blowing fresh at the door. No limits, all in it, yeah, we ready to soar. Every step that I take, every move that I make. Anticipating, no more waiting, elevating the stakes. I'm full stride, eyes open, captivating the scene. True life, my time, liberating my dreams. Every challenge that I'm seeking to meet, I'm overcoming, steady grinding, keep my beat to the street. I keep my mind thinking wise, hoping better to keep. Rising high, go get it with the vision I see. I'm getting clever, yeah. Special deliveries out. Special deliveries out on the way. I'm on that midday hustle and I'm hitting my stride. Clock ticking, never missing, no reason to hide. City passing while I'm moving and I'm taking it in. Hitting every door, crashing and I'm wearing a grin. Through those alleyways, tucking, navigating the wake. Every package is a hustle, I'm wide and awake. No slowing, improving, making these cakes moving. Through gotta give it away, give it away, give it away to the ones you love. It feels like sunshine the way that it warms up my cold heart. Sweet as sugar and a light that leads you through the dark. A friend to pick you up in brokenness and pain. Lord, let your love and kindness fall on us like rain. Affection, honey, healing magic, goodness from above. Affection, we gotta give it away, give it away, give it away to the ones you love. Where would the world be if we offered this gift freely? Tender devotion to the weak, the poor, the tired, the needy. A helping hand you know that you can always trust. Lord, let your love and kindness grow in each of us. Honey, healing magic, goodness from above. Affection, we gotta give it away, give it away, give it away to the ones you love. Honey, healing magic, goodness from above.
Hello and welcome here, everyone. We are excited to dive more into R20. We just saw the amazing grand finals for the Valorant side of things, and now we bring a little bit of car action. Obviously, a few new faces. My name is Orbital. With me is Vaudible. You've seen him on the main stage, of course, throughout the last few days. Vaudible, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. I mean, we've had some great action so far. That one going such a long distance that we got to see so much competitive Valorant action before. Now we have some Rocket League. I mean, I had my fill of it yesterday. Now we get some of it for R20. It's going to be a great show, regardless of how these teams prepared for this. They're ready to showcase their skills on the final stage. This is the last series for these two teams.
It's a scary thought, but also a thrilling thought at the same time. And for myself, I know that playing on a main stage specifically, directly behind us, you can see him getting set up. It's a thrill like none other to not only represent your school, represent yourself, but to show off your skills on the best stage possible. When we take a look at this, I believe it is a BO7, just like standard. My eyes are drawn to opening rounds and all, but what are you looking forward to in this matchup?
I mean, I just want to see the skill, of these high school players. There's been so many pros that are around their age as well, so there's varying degrees of success that we've seen at that level, and being able to play with your peers so early on in your career. Even some of the pros that are out there, they didn't play at high school. A lot of them, came up just playing with some friends online and all that as well. So we'll have to see, what these teams can do once they're actually on the stage, when they're getting ready for the match, on the pitch as well. And I'm just excited to see, what kind of skill level we can expect from this.
Absolutely. 35 schools across 17 districts, monthly events hosted at the Boeing Center, season starting. R20 has been so pivotal in making sure these schools can get active. But of course, with the SWL Titans going up against CCHS Snakebites, I believe, are the two teams here. Awesome names, by the way.
Great names,
I love them so much. Very, very excited to see what they can throw down. I've you know, you've throughout the day also been covering the national side for the NECC.
That's true.
And what is something that you see and can take away from some of the best out there?
That's true. That's true. Yeah, like trying to emulate, you know, the best teams that are in collegiate. If you're one of those high school rosters, I mean, I think communication's like a big thing, right? Especially in the LAN stage. Don't be quiet. You know, talk to your team as much as you can. I mean, even the pro level for Rocket League specifically, you typically see them, you know, yapping as much as they can, having comms like go crazy. Like if you listen to any of those comms videos, I definitely recommend it if no one has before. Just seeing like how fast they're like, okay, I'm up. They're awkward, faking and going for boost and all this other stuff. It's like really short comms and just keeping it concise. I think it's like a big thing so you don't get overwhelmed with what's happening like in the rotation and, you know, the basics of Rocket League itself. So I think that's a big thing too, and just having confidence in yourself. You're on a stage, you're in these national environments. I mean, this is a great place to be, and you made it here for a reason.
Of course, and not only that, you know, keeping with your own status quo, I guess is the best way to put it. You talk about the fact about rotations, keeping comms short. It's about playing your playbook and not getting kind of, I want to say, bullied around.
Yeah,
I guess is the best way to put it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
When you take a look at some of these opponents, which I really, really like, I'm always a big fan of the mental game that comes down to playing on a stage versus playing online. It's this idea of you don't want to fall into the opponent's tempo. You don't want to fall into the opponent's strategies, their momentum gains, and how they like to run the pitch. If you do, you lose out on a lot of your own personality,
true.
and it causes so many problems. And for these two teams, obviously, they have their style, but you're playing against them on LAN.
Exactly.
Are you going to fall into their own style? And if they do, watch what they do. Are they excited that you do that? Like, that's the other side is if you see them getting excited, you kind of know something went wrong.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see, you know, what we can expect, you know, skill level as I was talking about, the comms as well. Aerials, you know, if we're going to be seeing a ton of those from these teams, passing plays. I mean, I think that's a big struggle for like a lot of players too. Typically at the high school level, you sometimes have, you know, one player like is kind of above the rest in terms of ranks.
Right.
So they are usually the one who like leads the charge on offense. But the best teams in my mind are the ones that work together, right? It's not just one player that's the star of the show doing everything for your squad. It's everyone actually having their own role. One being, you know, that sweeper in the rotation, trying to get those saves as best they can, and then going from there on out to try and get the victory for your team and building off that strong foundation. So we'll see, you know, what we can expect from these squads, but I mean, both of them are going to give it their all. That's the big thing to note.
Absolutely, and I want to go back and I want to give them their due rewards for Snake Bites. They are Central Catholic High School, and for the Titans, it is Southwest Legacy. Amazing squads coming in here, history of performance, and we want to make sure that they are given their chances to show their stuff once more, and also maybe take a look at the collegiate side. We literally just talked about a lot of this action around the side, but they're seeing these players firsthand. You saw them on the stage earlier, you know, a lot of these collegiate sides. So what do you think they have to look forward to if they compete on the collegiate side after?
The great thing is there's so many competitions, right? I mean, we've had like so many different ones competing here
Valorant,
specifically. Like even if they don't do Rocket League, if they find another game that they're a fan of, they can be a part of that as well. But Orbital, I mean, we got to talk about the players on stage on this end too.
Absolutely, and there's someone else that wants to bring them on in, so let's throw it down to the main stage for the walkouts for these two teams.
It's time for another grand final, this time featuring Rocket League, and we got another shiny trophy on the stage, and I have two talented teams ready to also hit the field. So please join me in welcoming Central Catholic High School Snake Bites. Oh, they look locked in. I'm liking the jerseys, and their competition is just as serious. So let's get hype, let's get loud for Southwest Legacy Titans. I'm liking the shades, I'm liking the vibes, and these are the best high schools in the nation when it comes to Rocket League. They're ready to hit the field, and so are our casters, so I'm sending it back over to Vaudable and Orbital.
One of the amazing parts and the learning experience is being able to stand on a stage and show a little bit of a face to the names that we've seen grace a lot of these pitches. Have you ever stood on a stage like that?
I mean, unfortunately, I've not competed on the stage myself. I'm not good enough at these games, but that's why we have the players there and why we're in the booth instead. So, you know, I can talk about it. I can see them there, and I'm sure they're feeling pretty confident, you know, on top of the world and on top of everything that they can be. But the big thing is they want to be the best of the best. They have to get this win in this best of 7, raise that trophy afterwards, and the trophy looks sick.
They really do. And if you've been able to tour the facility, we're here at the Boeing Center in Techport here, and it's awesome. Right down below us, you can see a lot of the venue booths, but also around the 5v5 stage, which is directly below us, I believe, they actually have a lot of the trophies that these teams will be competing for, whether across their own titles, whether across the different leagues and actions that they have. It's very, very fun. Not only that, if you're here as a viewer, as someone just kind of spectating, there's actually a raffle going on that the drawing will be done at 1 p.m., and we will be able to kind of give a little bit of a viewer experience.
There's a lot of like prizes out there for people to take part in too. I saw some like Switch lights that are available as well. So like, definitely recommend signing up for those raffles.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I needed to sign up. Now I'm in trouble. I also saw, I think, a few others.
You got, like, if this goes fast enough, then you could maybe make it, but still.
You heard it here first. Whoever's playing, please 4-0. I need to go get my entry in. Okay.
No, we want all the games. We want all the games that we can.
We want all 7. We want all 7. So diving on into it, you get to see your opponent. You get to really push the envelope. Thoughts for game number 1? I always like to say, for me, even in a grand finals, even though you played quite a bit, it is a testing out phase. You always want to kind of feel your way around and see what the opponent's going to do. Do you expect to see that here, even on a grand stage where you already probably face them down?
Yeah, it's interesting to think about that too, right? Because likely these teams have already played some matches today, right? Or at least some sort of a warm-up. So I think, yes, game 1 is typically where we see like the testing phase for where you want to position yourself throughout the rest of it, where the like pace of play will be established in Rocket League in general. But I kind of like when teams don't do that. I like when they go full throttle from the gate, from the get-go, and saying like, hey, I'm going to score as many goals as I can, see what their reactions and answers are going to be, and put all the shots on as possible. And we'll see if that strategy works out or if they're just going to be a little passive waiting. And I mean, you see both sides of it, right? If the teams are confident, if they are like, know that they're the best team in the region, then they're just going to be like, okay, I'm just going to go in and do my thing. But if it's a team that's more hesitant, you know, hasn't played against this roster before, or maybe just once or twice, then we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, there's so much to look forward to, and I love the idea that there are so many different ways to start the series off. Like you said, go kind of ham into the game number 1, go a little bit crazy, and the other side for me is, hey, go super slow, mess with the opponent, get in their heads, hey, we're going to take things slow, we got a different strategy book to come on out, maybe you can mind game them a little bit. That is a far harder strategy to pull off, by the way, fully changing the tempo. But you can take a look here all the way down the line. These players are actively beside each other. They are going to continuously have to see each other on each side. Also their teammates, though, getting that kind of in-person amp up, that goes amazingly well. But we've seen pop-offs as well. That's the fun part. Do we expect to see pop-offs, and do you get excited for goals? Like, come on, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have to. I mean, we saw in Valorant specifically that they were getting super hype. I mean, you saw the coach hyping up the players behind them every time whenever they, you know, won a round. So it's just similar in Rocket League, right? Instead of rounds, it's goals. It's very similar to like soccer or hockey. I think it's closer to hockey because it's in an arena instead, kind of more contained that way. But you don't have any of the fights. I mean, demos are technically that, I guess, in Rocket League, but, you know, it's a little different.
Yeah. Listen, I really, really, really love watching fast rounds in Rocket League, where we see a goal scored, kickoff, hey, go answer it back. Because also there is that mental game of if the opponent scores, you don't want to sit on the goose egg for far too long. It gets a little bit scary. I will say, though, if we see an all-out war of 7, 8, 9 goals, I'm going to be very, very worried for the rest of the series. We got such a long pace of play to play, and I'm excited to see what they can do. It looks like we're getting the last few checks going in here, and it will be all set. So, looking at it further as well, with these teams, do we expect to go all 7 in a great fashion, or are we expecting a little bit slower in the OTs? What would you hope to see from them?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good on that one, too. So we'll see what, you know, these teams can do.
Oh,
they're trying to hype up the class.
Let's go.
Against each other, too. I'd love to see it. You know, rooting each other on, and you can see the crowd that's actually like right in front of them.
Yeah.
Pretty full for this too. I mean, so many people have shown up for this event here at the Boeing
Yes.
Center at Techport. It's pretty great that they've been able to enjoy, you know, the amenities, enjoy everything else as well. And you know, as these teams are getting all set up, I love those keyboards, by the way. Shout out to the peripherals that these players have, but most of them use a controller, of course. Shout out to Patty if he's anywhere in the building too. One of the main mouse and keyboard players. I think he's just a keyboard player though, if I remember correctly.
That
Could be
is
mistaken.
wild to think about.
Yeah.
That is really interesting because I do also feel when it comes to Rocket League, it is the one esport, in my opinion, that there can be that strong variety without losing a lot of the technical expertise behind it. When you go into the comfort levels, how do you like to turn, how do you like to move around when it comes to Rocket League? If you look at something like League of Legends, you've seen things that get a little bit weird. Yes, people have tried control, yes, people have tried accessibility, and they just recently introduced WASDA. Let's hold off on that one. When it comes to things like Overwatch, when it comes to things like Marvel Rivals, we've seen keyboard and mouse as well as controller. With Rocket League, it's just, there is no comparison. It's all about the person piloting behind it, and that's what we're excited to see. Players are very much getting excited, and I'm hoping that they are ready to ramp into this game one. Full series of Bound. Things are going to get hot very, very quickly.
Yeah, these teams, you know, getting all warmed up and ready and just making sure that all of their tech is working properly before we get started. And I think that's a big thing too, right? What's interesting too, I mean, we've talked about this, I'm sure, a lot with LAN environments. It's different than your typical setup either at your high school or at your own house where you have your comfortability, you have multiple monitors, or you have, you know, a certain chair that you like or angle that you like to go for. So we'll have to see what they can do, but we're just waiting for these teams, you know, get all properly set up because it's not the same as they're used to playing at home, right? So they want to be as comfortable as possible. They want to have, you know, everything working properly. They got to make sure the headset's connected and that they have their controllers connected and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of hardware going on for these matchups to even work, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I will always say I like playing my own setup, but I've never been super crazy about it because I've seen some people, they get the tape measure out, they're getting everything adjusted. That's mostly Counter-Strike. I'm so sorry, everyone that has to really make sure that they're inches away. But it does make a very big difference in learning how to adjust, learning how to play on the fly, whether the height of the desk or anything of the sort. It is important because you want to play your best. You want to bring your best to the table, to the pitch, to the field. And we have game number one for your viewing pleasure. It is the grand finals of the Rocket League R20 season.
Yeah, we have the Titans on the orange side looking to see what they can do already with the initiative off the kickoff. We saw some early pressure from them as well. Great looks on their side of things too. I think it's Tomic going for an attack, but unfortunately couldn't get it just yet. So Sokorla might have a chance here on the backboard just to clear this one away. We saw a Demo on their own end in the midfield line, trying to hold on to possession as best as possible and see how far they can take this forward.
I like it. Solo roll with 40 seconds. As we said, a little bit of a test, making sure that, hey, we go ahead and take a look. Are we going to go fast? Are we going to go slow? How do we want to inflict as much as we can? That will be Atomic taking a very strong one. Or Atomic, I do apologize. Great shot from the middle. I love that play and the wings to go flying high here for the Titans. Strong start in the opening minutes. Snakebites, they're the ones that are going to have to try and bounce back. And it gets rough. Whenever we look at a single goal, I always like to see an answer right away. Because if you can answer right away, it goes back to a net zero position, and you're going, okay, look, we don't have to fight as hard. As time winds down, though, you're in a position of we are chasing a goal, and to chase a goal is so dangerous, so I'm glad to see Inky scoring one back yet again, only about 20 seconds after. Great equalizer.
Huge equalizer here as well. Love to see it on their side of things too, and having the way that they've been able to react to this other team. I mean, this SWL team, they put a lot of pressure on. They got that first goal, and now the other side we see for the blue side doing the best that they can as well. So Charge, I really look out for them on this defensive end just to keep their team sustained. Inky, you know, getting that first goal for their team is huge.
was a very powerful one, and they're looking for a little bit more as the ball flies in front of the net, and it is going to be Justina rocking with yet another. This game number 1 is starting to become electric. Hey, listen, I said I wanted to go a little bit slower. I wanted to see it, you know, figure things out. Both teams are saying no dice. We know how we want to play. We will play our game of offense, and if you are not ready, we will take advantage. Beautiful job by Justina right there.
Great work from them. Got to see some good looks from Atomic here too. They got the first goal for their team, so already have a bit of a lead before the second half of game number 1. And this being a best of 7, I mean, game 1, it sets the pace for the series, right? So they want to start out strong. I know in the 5v5 stage yesterday we saw, you know, a lot of teams win one game and then the rest of it was a bit of a struggle, but the Titans now in the orange half versus the Snake Bites on the other side. The Snake Bites, they have a chance that they can get this away, but they got to be careful leaving their net open that wide.
I mean, some of these 50-50s that land in front of the net are so scary. Good clear coming out on the side by Electric. They'll try and bounce back, but they only have 1 boost in their bank. They're able to grab a max, but you're unable to round out. Instead, it's Scarola will hold on to that front. Great flip. Atomic blocks on the net by high flying by Electric. They try and set it up for a teammate, and they will. 2-tap off the back gives Inky the striker position. 2-2 is where we stand.
That's the second one from Inky here as well. So consistent for this team, and I love to see, you know, the action between these two, right? Fighting back and forth, tooth and nail for this game 1 victory, as competitive as can be here for R20. And so many schools that come down to these final 2, and they want to prove that they are the best of the best.
I love that idea, Electric trying to position it to the top left goal line, but unfortunately the demos and the bumps have started to get in the way, so the setup for the teammate was not there. Scarola now getting bumped to midfield, as well as a chase down the side, very heavily in your favor, but it's off to the side. You can't get in front of the net. Atomic tried their best, but Justina picks it up in mid, so it's constant aggression coming out from the side of the Titans, crossing in front of the net once more. Ball goes high, defense is in their favor, and Electric digs it out.
Well, less than 2 minutes remaining now. See what this team can do of the Snake Bites on the blue side again, and the Titans on the orange side as well. Scarola might have a chance to get possession of the ball for a goal. Justina dropping it down. There's the angle, so close, but off the post and out.
I have to give credit. We saw such fierce offense earlier, and now we're seeing excellent defense. This idea of we've let them score 1 too many times, the quick shift of the mental. How do we fix these issues that are currently arising in this game plan? And you can feel the tension between these teams. 1 minute currently remaining. It is 2-2. It's a great way to start this R20 Grand Finals for Rocket League. Ball in front of the net against Snake Bites. They're trying to force it out. Minute left. Let's see where this lands. So instead he brings it out. Electric. Hey, okay. Atomic's like, I got this, guys. Don't worry. I can fight.
Fight with the best of them. Unfortunately, though, Snake Bites trying to see what they can do here. A good potential counterattack from Electric Fire. Great name, by the way. I love the names for these teams.
Yeah.
Also the schools, too. Snake Bites versus Titans is pretty sick. But the Titans themselves, they looked really strong in the first half, but in this last bit, after that Inky goal, they've been struggling to find a purchase for another one to close out this game before overtime.
I'm so scared. I'm seeing 6 in the corner, and I really am getting scared about it. But so far, it's a great dig once more. Nobody wants to send, but there it is. Good follow. Atomic able to close on in for their second. 6 shots, 2 converted. And in a scramble, they make it happen.
Great from Atomic there. This time off the crossbar and in. So we'll see what the Snake Bites have to answer. I mean, every time we've seen a goal from the orange half, the blue half has also had their own goal to answer right afterwards. But not much time remaining. 5 seconds now and counting. Justina with the shot, though, trying to close things out. Great defensive effort, but no possession for the blue side. Inky tries to keep it up, but can't go anywhere with it. Still in the corner, it is Electric Fire towards the midfield. Inky tries to do something. Charge, waited for the boost and has it, but can they get there in time? Someone needs to touch as it goes down, and Titans will win this one by just so close of a matchup.
by the hairs on their chinny chin chin. We see them hold on. I mean, there were at least 3 moments in the last minute and a half where we saw a scramble either on the goal line, in the goal line, or just outside. And in those 3 positions, I don't like any of them. My heart rate will not maintain. It was so well done of defense, offense, and the responses. I will say this once and only once. I liken good, strong Rocket League to chess. You are answering your opponent's moves on the board and constantly adjusting to their play style. The player that is able to read an opponent's moves first will generally win out on top. That's what we saw here. Second half, very quick adjustment to defense, and then the filter. How do we balance?
I mean, I think the big thing is not getting too overzealous on offense, right? If you're trying to find a balance, like overextending is the bane of so many Rocket League teams' existence, right? So I think we need to see some sort of adjustment in that capacity. It's like, okay, we got the goal, and we want to keep going, getting more goals, but you got to take a step back and say, hey, we have the lead. Let's try and lock it down. That's the big difference here. And unfortunately, you know, for the side of the Snake Bites, they had it tied. You know, they came back. They were down by 1 and were able to bring it to 2-2. But there wasn't enough time after that last goal was scored for them to even have a sort of comeback strategy like they did before. So worked out well for the Titans. I'm sure they're happy about it. But for the Snake Bites, I mean, again, if they can get those goals earlier on, it'll be much easier. But they had to play a bit more reactive this time.
Well, the reaction is good with a quick demo off the side. Atomic goes high, lobbing it into the center, but Inky very okay with picking that one up. Good diversion on both ends. So, very quick responses between the two, saying, let's go ahead and play for a little bit of fun. Let's send the ball high, let's send the ball low. Let's see what you do not respond to. Of course, if you're just demoed, you can't respond at all. Great tactic overall.
Yeah, I mean, the Titans are doing, you know, a great job here to keep some pressure up, and I love the chasing down of the demos just to get rid of anyone on the field as best as they can. But the Snake Bites, I mean, they've had their work cut out for them, especially with how we saw that last game, right? Having to play from behind, tied things up, but then couldn't find purchase afterwards. We're stuck in their own side for such a long time. So Titans themselves, they just got to keep playing their game, and they'll look pretty solid in this second one. Again, this being a best of 7, first to 4 wins the series and that lovely trophy on the stage that both of them are vying for.
Off the corner pocket. Just playing on the sides of the field. Good interference of Scarola. Rolling along a little bit on the wings. Still challenges and the steals. A couple clears that just aren't hitting as neatly as you would like, and that's why Inky's trying to aggress against. I love this idea of, hey, if you're gonna slow roll it, you better be careful about these steals. Charge looking, not gonna happen. Great force out by Titans saying, okay, the ball's sitting in front of our net for a little bit too long. We need to find a way to kind of punt it out of here.
Yeah, we'll see what Snake Bites can do on this one, right? I think the big thing is for them specifically, like getting possession of the ball in the midfield, holding on to it as long as possible, getting some infield passing plays, because the high-flying action that Titans are going for, and this was a little worried about into this matchup, is very difficult to go toe-to-toe with unless you're feeling super confident on the sticks. And right now, Electric Fire, you know, doing a great job locking down that midfield line, but they need a little bit more backup from the rest of their teammates on this one. So Titans themselves doing a great job here to keep the pressure going, and there's the first goal from Atomic.
Once again, solid off that ramp, and Atomic steps up big to go ahead and break on it. You take a look at this position, it was a bounce pass off the corner, and you saw Charge just in front. Great redirect to the lower ground. Makes it so simple, and for Titans, they once again step up to the lead. They are now able to breathe a little bit easier in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Titans doing a great job for themselves, especially, well, I was going to say on the other side of things, though, Electric Fire getting on board for the first time. It was Inky who got the last 2 goals in game 1, but a great read from them.
Would you say that was an electric goal? Or that it was
Pretty
on fire?
Yeah,
hey,
I'd say
there we go, there we go. Looking at the goal, though, that is what we want. And once again, it mirrors a lot of that game 1 scenario. Very fast on the retake, very fast on the answering, and that's what we want to see. And we want to see punishments of mistakes as well. As we get further and further, some of these balls that are dropping from the net, I need to see them aggressed upon and punished, meaning, hey, if you're going to drop it in front of your net, we will take advantage and see that kind of pin to the top of their minds.
Well, Snake Bites, I mean, they are able to answer back. That's kind of the consistency we've seen from them, but need a little bit more is the big thing. Titans themselves, looking on their side, they have a couple of chances here. And we saw a lot more in the last game specifically. They had 11 shots to the 8 that the Snakebites had, but even then, you know, the Titans have been a little bit more passive this time because Snakebites had so much more room to work with on the field, but the problem is they were pushed up too far. That's the overzealousness that I was talking about. Great goal by Justina.
I love it. Justina, also the secondary striker for the team, it feels like. And watch this, just in time. Very, very well done. In a position that for the Titans, you are going to sit on for quite a few moments. Snakebites, will you answer back? Double charge, Charge takes it in front, and will now round out to the left side. Electric spins it in front of the net, and it is able to be cleared. Titans have shored up their defense and don't allow a regal.
Great for the Titans to lock things down after they get the lead once again, but there's still so much time remaining, so there is a chance for Snakebites to try their best and bounce back. But even then, Charge with a chance to at least send this into the corner. Didn't have enough power behind it though, so made it easy for Maine to keep that one at bay. Chance off the backboard, great deflection though, and Scalora Maine will do whatever they can on this one to keep the pressure away from their backboard. And Justina, a great defensive effort too.
Or Justina. Maybe following the patterns here of a great midfield challenge. Inky once again trying to round out to the right side. Say, please give me this chance with a minute left. We really need to bring some sort of offensive into our own favor. Justina slow rolling it and starting to burn a little bit of time. Good flick over Electric, but there's a steal off the crossbar. Unfortunately, the ball rolls a little bit too far to the left. Electric able to punch it back out, but Snakebites, they're struggling a little bit, and Titans playing with their food a little bit. They know they just have to burn down time. As long as they don't let the ball fall in front of their net, they are in a comfortable position. Great clear off to the left. And for the Titans, you just kind of breathe easy.
Less than a minute remaining now for Snakebites to keep this out of their net and go on the counterattack. Charge has a chance. Nobody's home. 30 seconds. They might be able to save it, but it's a little too late. Charge gets it through to tie things up.
And sometimes you just gotta take charge. I don't know what else to say about it. Straight down the midfield, and that's the best way to do so. Now here's the deal. Titans have been in this position before, same as Snakebites last time we saw it. Titans just reaggress, stole a goal off the kickoff as well. Will it happen one more time?
They can do it. They've showcased it before, but will Snakebites let them have it this go around? The demo's not going to make it easy for Sagesville. Electric Fire and Inky are in position to stop things out and at least clear it to the midfield. Less than 10 seconds to go though off the backboard. Electric Fire is here and has the fire in their hearts to take it down the field if they can get possession for long enough, but we might have our first overtime, and yes we do.
Hey, sometimes you got to give the heart a little bit of a break. Okay, listen, I don't want to be looking at that number ticking out. I don't want to see the zeros in front. The problem is, once you go to OT, anything can happen. We've seen 8-second OTs. We've seen 17-minute OTs. And it's going to end right here. Inky gets some revenge against the Titans. And we'll push Snakebites to 1 as well.
Was waiting for Inky to be activated yet again, but that was a full team effort once they got that kickoff. 8 seconds into overtime, and the Snakebites able to tie things up. And this is what we're talking about. It's not going to be so easy for teams to get just a sweep in these final matchups. And, you know, so many shots from both of these teams, pretty even for the most part. But the Titans obviously had more aggression, 3 more shots than the Snakebites themselves. And I think that was a big difference maker for them, is that they were able to keep that pressure going. Unfortunately, they overextended themselves, and that's where we saw it bite them in the butt.
I mean, especially in OT, it's a little bit hard to call, I think, because you are so determined on, well, it's kind of a reset, but we have to choose one. We have to choose offense, defense. There's no way to really set yourself into a beautiful, like, deep variety. There's no way to equalize all parts of that triangle. What you can do is you can guess, and the guess just went awry. And again, they did it earlier too, where they were the ones that got away with that third goal, so no surprise. The good news is you're now tied once more. It's down to a BO5 instead of a BO7.
That's true. That's true. But still a lot of games to play. Still a lot more that they have ahead of them. I mean, 3 games for either of these teams to be crowned the R20 champions here at the Forge Scholastic Esports Championship, powered by Army National Guard. And I mean, both these teams doing what they can to prove their worth in this series. We saw one time from the side of the Titans in game 1. They were able to get that last-minute goal and prove it so much more worthy for them that they could come out on top. And unfortunately for them in that last game, it just felt like things were slipping away from them for a bit. So we'll see how things continue in this next one.
I love that you can actually see Snakebites, who we saw on your screen first. Listen, that coach in the back's got some muscles. They are powering through and making sure that the team is very comfortable. And we saw on the flip side, looking at the side of the Titans, they're also very calm and collected. Neither team in any dire straits of any sort, meaning even though they're on land, they are comfortable. They're in their element. They are here to compete. Game number 3, of course, 15 seconds in. Demos flying all over the place. Teams are ready to activate in more ways than one and get down and dirty here in the pitch.
Electric Fire, nice pressuring shot against Scarola Main. They will keep this in possession for now, and I like the patience play that we're seeing from the Titans so far, making sure that they are able to keep up with the pressure, but the problem is they left it wide open for Inky, and they'll capitalize.
Well played, Inky. The ender of Game 2, and now the opener for Game 3. And it's just so good. I love that we are seeing, and I can see it inside, a little bit of fun with the faking. Nah, listen, we're all real here. Just seen against Revenge, though, and saying, listen, we are going to deal. That's a double demo, by the way. Very impressive to take 2 off the rip and saying, we are not allowing you an offensive of any sort because we've seen what you can do. Very, very good.
Great work being put in by both of these teams, but there's Scarola Main able to tie things up a little bit on their own end. Titans will be on the board this go around.
Audible. My wings are coming back. My wings are coming back. You and I cast so much Rocket League yesterday over for a different league, and I felt my wings. I don't know if I'm an angel or not, but I need to be careful about what I say. We're looking at a tied game right now, 4 minutes on the clock. Good kickoff, it goes split. I like that natural setup. Neither team is really chasing, and you are allowed to kind of start from step 1 instead of step -2.
Electric Fire, though. I mean, I'm loving this more aggressive play style that we're seeing from them on offense. Keeping the pressure up, but also setting it up into awkward positions away from the Titans players on defense, making it that much more difficult for them to go for any comfortable angles to clear it out, and how to go for wacky plays like that off the backboard towards the midfield. The demo comes out onto charge, and Titans still desperate for another angle, another answer. This is the first time that we have seen them down like this, and then eventually we're able to tie things up. So Scarola Main will see what they can do to keep the pressure going. There's a great centering shot, but Inky right in the way of the plans of the Titans, and see if they can get a counterattack of their own.
A counterattack, unsure. An attack, absolutely. You are moving that ball around the field as best you can. Charge looking to interfere with Scarola as well. Inky on 10, not exactly enough boost to really get crazy, but you pick up a max later on. You're also stealing away from the side of the Titans, who are not kind of juggling themselves. 2 in the corner, weren't able to really get some movement. And I will say, for their defense, it's good, but they hold the ball a little bit too long for my personal liking, which leaves them open to opportunities like this. Ball flies sideways, trying to move the defense out and around, but it does not happen. Great stalwart tactics from the Titans, but it's still this issue. The ball's still on your side of the field, and now the relentless pressure from Inky grants a second to Snakebites.
Huge from Inky on that one. Snakebites, I mean, they've been taking the advantage since that last game, right? We saw Inky get the final goal for their squad, able to close things out in OT very quickly, and then it's been a different story here for the Titans. They've been having to play from behind where they were feeling a lot more comfortable in Game 1, but Inky again going for a dagger for the hat trick here.
Just that easy. Just that easy. Calligraphy in motion here. Inky, top left, middle, bottom right. It does not matter where you draw. And Snakebites really falling into their element in this game number 3. But the warm-up might not be over as Atomic tried to streak away with the kickoff. It ain't gonna land too easily. It was off to the left side, but it's still Titans' chance to play. They've been on defense for so long. Can they mount an offensive? Pass to the backside. Justina now needs to get back on defense. The offensive is cut short. Inky back in possession. A little bit of a pass. Justina on the right flank. Electric rolling on in, tries to dribble a little bit, gets away from him, and actually takes that time to pick up a max. They'll flip up off the ceiling, sends it down to the ground. Inky, can you punch it? Ah, just too little of a gap. Well done by Titans, but Snakebites getting closer and closer to those extra goals.
Justina will see what they can do with this pressure that they're putting on offense with Scarola main as well. Have to go back to home base though for some extra boost, so Atomic will be there to try and clear the way for the Titans. They still have time for a bounce back and a chance at redemption in game 3, but the problem is that the pressure is still there on the defensive end. So close to getting it in, nobody can touch it. Finally, Atomic pushes it through.
That's that VLR replay that you always gotta have. You gotta be like, dude, did it really go in? Well, yes, this time it did. However, for Titans, it was a little bit of a struggle. That was a very rough position to be in a chaos and a scramble ball. You don't want to be so close and still be wondering if you're going to get the goal. For the Titans, they're trying to regain some of their momentum. And with a minute remaining, you can still close the gap of 1. I think it's very doable, but you need to mount an offensive like what Snakebite threw down earlier, which is constant, relentless, never-ending against your defensive rotations.
43 seconds now. We'll see what these teams can do with Snakebites still wanting to hold on to their lead for now. Even if they gave up that 1 goal, they still at least have a bit of a cushion, but there's still time on the side of the Titans to send us to yet another OT. The Snakebites with the potential demo to try and clear the way. They want to make sure they can secure at least another cushion goal for them on the way home, but Justina on the counterattack. Great stop by Charge in the middle of the field. Scarola main has to go toe-to-toe with them on the backboard. Drop down with the waterfall. Electric Fire was so close, but here's Atomic on one last-ditch effort. 4 seconds denied from the side, and it will touch down. Titans, well, they won't get the win this time, or the OT. It'll be Snakebites getting that one instead.
And for Snakebites, just far more consistent this time around. We were wondering, with the levels of aggression, with the levels of offense, they were consistently firing, but Inky really stepping up there. You can see the multiple assists coming in from Electric Fire and Charge. Very impressive, but 5 shots on their own. That is what we like to see. When taking a look at this squad, I think you have to be impressed. Once again, neutral, not getting too antsy or anything, keeping a level head. We got more games to play. We are not going to get too excited until we finish the series.
That's the big thing, like seeing, you know, those pop-off moments is great for a LAN, but you still need 2 more game wins to congratulate yourselves at the end of it as the champions for this and have the crowd all cheering your names. But the big thing here is that what wasn't working in game 1 for the Snakebites is now working in game 2 and 3, right? And I think the big thing is them taking that initiative. They're getting those early goals and forcing their opponents in the Titans to bounce back. And there's the trophy that they are competing for. Again, shout out to our presenting sponsor, Army National Guard, here for the Forge Scholastic Esports Championship. This is the R20 Nationals that are at it as well. And well, we'll see what these teams can show us, but it's been close matches every time, like a 1-goal differential. So, like, you flip a coin and that'll show who's going to win. The big thing, though, is that Titans, unfortunately, they've been having to play catch-up themselves in the second and third games, similar to what we saw from Snakebites in the first.
Yes, and that comes in the form of them maybe getting that first goal, and then it's just responded to. So we do see them sitting on the lower ground a lot, and with that chase, it brings a little bit more desperation that you see in the second half more often than not. So for the Titans, I do want to see them bring that first goal energy once more, but also follow through. Do not let up. You can hear the crowd in the background because we are in the center of the stadium. It's so much fun to hear them getting it behind us as that's electric to bring us right on in. Snakebites are leaving nothing to chance. They do not wait for the Titans to rev up their engine. Instead, they snipe the first for themselves.
Great for the Snakebites. They want the momentum to carry over into a 3rd game in a row. They'd be on championship point if they do manage to win this one. That's just one rung in the road that they need to travel all the way to that path to victory. And the Titans themselves, again, have to play from behind, but they got to be careful. These counterattacks from Inky are deadly.
Oh! A fake slides the ball to the outside, and you watch this poor defender go, that ain't the way you're going. Bye-bye, Inky. Solid outplay. Snakebites up to 0 for Titans. Rough position as they are yet again chasing the backs of Snakebites in this marathon. Snakebites pretty well in ahead.
Snakebites, I mean, looking on their side as well. We'll see what they can do here to keep this momentum going into the next 4 minutes. They don't want to get ahead of themselves is the big thing, but they are feeling on top of the world. This is the fastest they've gotten a 2-goal lead against their opponents. It's been pretty much back and forth for the most part. So the Titans, they are having to also put the pedal to the metal, but got to be careful again on these counters.
Nice little bumps. Slowing things down, ball in front though, and Atomic. I saw that opportunity, but I thought the defender was going to get there. Solid play. And that is a 73-mile-per-hour burner that Charge was not ready for. Great job by the Titans to fight back, but there's still a few more steps to take.
3:41 here. Snake bites themselves. They have been in this position before, right, where the Titans have been able to bounce back pretty quickly with a goal, but cool, calm, and collected is what we've seen for the most part, especially Electric Fire. I feel like they've stepped up the most out of this team in terms of like the defense and the midfield posturing from this Snakebites roster. And the Titans on the other end, I mean, they've had a lot of star performers. We saw, you know, Atomic putting some good work in, Scarola main as well, Justine. So they're all doing what's necessary to keep the pressure going against Snakebites and not making an easy victory for them at any intents of purposes.
Slow fight in the center. Well, not the center, center of the left side. Cena taking that high though. Another great score that just hasn't gone off the ground for this game. The Titans, they haven't been able to activate them, and it's a problem. A bit of a roll though. Electric once again aiming for the net. It will be kicked away. Inky to pick it up in the aerial territory. Attempt by Atomic once more. An overextension leaves the net a little bit unguarded. Inky rolls it onto a teammate, and Atomic with that respawn will be once again okay. First half is done in this game, for it is time for the second.
And the Titans just trying to hold on to the lead only being this far away. It seems like they're so close they can grasp at least another goal in their hands and tie things up. But the problem is Snakebites have turned up the pressure, especially at the midfield line. Justina desperately tries to dash this away into the corner. Does flip it up, but Charge is there again. Great save by Scarola main, but no boost for anyone on the side of the Titans. So that will be an easy follow through by Electric Fire for an even stronger lead.
And this one you could almost feel coming half a mile away. Inky with the love tap and then Electric to bank it away. You could see Titans slowly getting drawn out of their defensive position. Didn't have the boost. And it's just Snakebites to take it away. Solid, solid play. And now they're in that same position that they were in the previous. 2 goals up. A very solid lead for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Snakebites specifically, this is the best performance we've seen from them so far. They continue to ramp up throughout the series, and Titans, unfortunately, on their end of things, we haven't seen enough of them on offense because they've been stuck in their half for such a long time. No boost, no chances, and Snakebites have really been able to just suffocate the defense and make it so that there's relatively no offense. There's been like chances of counterattacks, of course. We saw the 1 goal that did go through, but apart from that, it's been some perfect Rocket League being played, especially from Electric Fire with the hat trick.
Everyone's getting a piece of the action right now. Snakebites saying, okay, first it's Inky, now it's Electric. Who's next on that tour? Well, whoever decides the spotlight is theirs. Well done. 2 Snakebites who are now 4-1. And that feels like the Titans are once again kind of faltering here. The momentum might not be in their favor. So they need to kind of rally back here. We'll be looking at the next game. As you said, though, Snakebites win. They're on series point.
That'll be a huge thing for the Snakebites roster. They want to close this thing out and go enjoy the rest of the festivities with their friends and family. And, well, with a minute remaining, they are 1 step closer to it. Titans, 3 goals have to be scored to at least send us to an overtime at minimum. And they need to put the pedal to the metal here and now. Atomic trying to do just that, but it goes into the corner. Charge has a chance, but the midfield is calling the ball's name from the Snakebite side. And Electric Fire can't keep the ball in play, but it does get centered by Justina. Tried to be cleared out by the Titans, and they do hold on for now.
They're fighting hard, but for Snakebites, it's all about just grounding that ball. 30 seconds left. Feels like they're ready for the raffle a little bit, which we talked about earlier. It's getting closer and closer. They want to enter their name in as well, whether the prize is the coveted cup, the trophy It's all about getting that action in and firing on all cylinders here. 10 seconds left, and with that being said, I do not believe the Titans have any room to breathe. Snake Bites will close out this game number 4 and look for just one more. A powerful spot here in the R20 Rocket League Grand Finals.
Great look from Snake Bites. Electric Fire really the one who stepped up to the plate big for this team, especially seeing 10 shots from them. Titans, the least amount of shots we've seen from them the entire series, kept to only 5. They're typically somewhere around like 10 shots or 11 from what we've seen in previous games. So I think that's a big difference maker here, Orbital, is that the overwhelming offense, but also the midfield presence, right? We didn't see a chance for a counterattack. It's at the one goal that came out from the Titans. So it's a tough spot to find yourselves in when you're down, you're stuck in your side, you don't have any boost, and you're trying to go for these saves that you can, but there's only so much you can do when you don't have boost to work with.
And that also comes from the fact that not just on the offensive, not just for the Titans, they struggle to find shots. It's the fact that there's so much running interference in them as well, not just in the midfield pressure, but every time in front of their own goal, we're watching as Inky, as everyone is just kind of battering them. There was one point where I think I saw Inky slide by, grab 2 fulls, and just run off. And you look at the Titans, you're just like, I don't know what I can do about that. Like, there's not much you can do. It's a starvation tactic that works well even in the higher level when you keep track of those boosts. So for Snake Bites, you're slowly poisoning your opponent to take the victory. I can see where they got their namesake.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's such a tough spot, too, because they don't have the anti-venom, unfortunately, for the Titans. And it's rough on that end, right? Because you saw how good they did in game 1, right? They were able to get those goals. They had some comebacks from the Snakebite side, but even then, it's unfortunate for their end because they just haven't been able to find their footing because they haven't gotten the first goal in a while.
Right.
So maybe getting that first goal will be the difference maker here for the Titans if they can't get it as we go into championship point for the Snakebites here for R20.
We will get the scores on the top side. It is 3 so far to Snakebite's side, and I want to see if they can put one more, make it 4. Titans, though, Justina, as well as Atomic. They say we are Atomic, and we will show you what the name means. Good flip to try and keep the ball up and away from the opponents, but Scarola, who's also been fairly quiet, like you said, not being able to reach a lot of those positions. They're going to try and do it for themselves. Justina watching as the teammate comes in, and Atomic, there it is! We wish for the Titans to bring it back with an early goal, and this time they do it in just 37 seconds. Solid, right past Snakebites.
No, this is huge, actually, for the Snakebite side specifically, especially, oh, not Snakebite, excuse me, the Titans side, because they got that early goal. That's what they've been missing in these previous games. So Snakebite specifically, I think they just need a quick answer back. We saw it in game 1. We've seen some good looks from the Titans as well, and if they can keep this pressure going, get a second goal, that will be the difference maker for the Titans here.
The Titans are taking their first step. They've identified the venom.
Yes.
They've identified the venom. Now it's time to figure out the anti-venom. What is the chemical reaction? Is it, hey, we got to look for more demos. We just got to bully them out of our side. Is it about the bumps? Hey, are they passing a little bit more? Are they interfering with our passes? Third, develop that strategy and then inject it. Put them at arm's length. Deny them any further aggression. Good attempt by Titans. This time, one of the more cohesive 2-shot attempts, I believe.
And Titans, I feel like they're on top of the world at this point, too, with Justina with the air dribble, bump, an amazing mechanical play for the goal.
That is the first time, I believe, we've seen a solo aerial. Look at this, back tap to bump out, fully body blocking. And it's one of those techniques that normally we see a runner in front of the striker. It is so well done by Justina, who has shown such excellence in these motivational goals. For the first time, Titans up 2-0.
Yeah, great work from them. Scarola main trying to set up Atomic as well with the answer, but it's not going to be so easy for this Titans team to get a third goal. Snakebites trying desperately to hold on to any semblance of hope that they can to prolong this series, right? Again, they're up 3-1. They just need one game win, but the demo's not going to make it easy. And Charter can't get the touch. Justina credited with another goal.
We were too distracted. We were distracted by the chasing demo on our screen that we forgot. Look at this. Charge tried to flip, and Justina's like, guys, I got it. What an opportunity, and this is what we're talking about, these moments of lapses in their concentration. You have to always be aware of what's going on in the map on the field, or else an opponent will take advantage. 3-0 for the Titans right now.
Time ticking it down for Snake Bites. Again, they at least have, you know, one more mulligan or two if they really need it. So they have a couple of extra lives at this point, even if they do go down here. But half a game is a long time, and Snake Bites, we've seen them be able to bounce back before, at least bring it close into these scenarios. But Titans really took their time between the game, right? You know, talk amongst each other, see exactly what the best strategy will be to get the victory here. And they've made the adjustments. That's the big thing to note for this Titans roster. So keep up what they've been doing, and they'll look strong to close out this game and potentially force a Game 7 for our first Rocket League match in the mainstream. If this is the first series, I can't imagine how the rest of them will be.
No matter how it goes, though, everyone will remember the Titans. Of course, for Snakebite, still trying to do the exact same as they shove that goose egg in. They were so close to getting a goal behind, but again, Titans, as you said, they've ramped it up. They started to find their footing in this game, whether by given opportunities, the confidence is back as the defense has been shored up in more ways than one. With a minute and a half, it's Snakebites that are looking a little bit desperate in this position to start getting scores, and it's just not gonna happen. Inky, great diversion, but it's a scary tone to take.
Justina, star of the show in this game, you gotta say. I mean, kind of an awkward goal for their second one, but they'll take it either way. And I mean, keeping that pressure up is the big thing, right? Atomic set the pace. Justina was the one to put the final nails, you could say, in the coffin of Snakebites for this game. And with no goals yet on the board and still a minute looming ahead of them and stuck in their half, it looks like they're more just trying to position, you know, what can we figure out from here into the next game, the next time we're in this scenario. And time's ticking down, so are the chances that they can come back, but still technically possible.
It truly is, but you can also see that for the Titans. Well, that's an opportunity. Electric's done it before. Great defense. I was about to say, Titans have done this before, where, and most teams usually do, if you're up quite a bit, by about a minute to a minute and a half, you actually transition into a much softer defense, as Electric says, we're still going to look at a score. And as I was talking, I think the little black wing come out. I cast a cursor a little bit too quickly. And Electric says, yeah, you better listen to Audible. We're still more games in. However, 30 seconds, you got to get 2 in here.
Yeah, at least to send us to overtime and have a chance to close things out early. A bit of an awkward kickoff between these teams, but still goes the orange half. Atomic, a great challenge, but Inky's there so quick to the punch on this play. So they've been the main scorer for this team on the side of Snakebite. So if Inky can get activated and at least get a goal, they'll have some semblance of hope in this game number 5. But less than 10 seconds and 2 goals to overcome. Electric Fire needs to score here and now, and not enough time now for them to come back, unfortunately. So it will be the Titans taking one back and needing at least another to force a Game 7.
Heavy respect to the Titans side, though. Very, very well done in bouncing back. And again, calm, cool, collected. Until we see either the defeat or the finish line, we will continue to play our game. I do love that one of the players looks like they actually play standing up. They feel a bit more comfortable in this position, maybe where they can move around. I respect it.
Actually, it looks, I think it's them just actually being further away from the monitor itself. So that's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, they like to be far away. You know, that's respectable. I feel like most of us are playing too close to our monitors nowadays. I mean, that's why we have glasses probably too.
Listen. We don't talk about how thick my glasses are. I've had these specially
protect
made.
your eyesight. Use some blue light glasses or something like that if you don't have them already. But yeah, I mean, I respect that. You know, you have good enough eyesight that you can see the game in front of you, and also you can see your teammates, right? Because you're right next to them, so you have a little bit more of an idea of like, okay, I can see the field in front of me. I can see my teammates beside me where they're positioning as well, and I kind of like that style, honestly. I'm surprised more people don't do that, but maybe a bit too distracting. Either way, though, that was a great bounce back from the Titans, right? Justina did a great job getting those last 2 goals to secure the victory. Made it so even the one from Electric Fire didn't really matter towards the end, but momentum-wise it does, and we'll see if Snakebites can carry that momentum here. Still on championship point, but Titans are fighting back for that Game 7.
They want it as bad as anyone else, and I can see it coming to fruition for the Titans. They will fight to the bitter end, but for Snakebites, they want to sink their fangs into a win once more. Nobody wants to go up to a third and then watch as the opponent claws back. It means you are entering that seventh in weird position. So Electric lights up that scoreboard to start, brings one to their name in 26 seconds. Well done. On the end for Titans, though, it's no big deal. Again, with how fast these teams have scored and been able to retaliate in some fashion, I feel like the early scores, until we see it bypass a minute, they're like, hey, it's okay, it's no big deal.
Yeah. I mean, if it's the opening moments, it doesn't matter, especially with Scarola Main able to tie things up so quickly into this one and not wasting a single moment. A great attack initially, though, by Justina.
And I think that's just, at this point, you're kind of seeing who can showboat better. I feel like you're like, look, we've all done this. We've done really, really well. Who's got the better goal? Come on, let's see who can carry it. At the same time, you want the victory. So looking at Scarola coming out on the front side, a huge boom and kick as Inky makes up for last game and gives themselves one.
Massive from Inky, but a bit of a mishap in the midfield for the rotation of the Titans. They had the communication error there that I was talking about before. We got to see them actually work as best as possible, but the problem is that they got a little ahead of themselves, and that's where you got to lock in, especially if you are the Titans here. You are so close to turning things around, but Snakebites, they got those 3 games in a row for a reason.
It's only going to get better from here, though. Snakebites, once again, seeing victory in their eyes. Nothing along that problematic state of, hey, we're chasing 2 or 3 goal situations. And for Central Catholic High School, a squad coming into this, making a name for their high school itself and a name for themselves, maybe to put themselves on the radar for some collegiate action maybe down the line. This is a great treat overall. We have now burned through a minute and a half for the Titans and Snakebites. They're still challenging out one of our lower scoring games, if I dare say so, at a 1-2 stance. Snakebites, are they going to carry it in? Charge on the ground, denied by a bump by the Titans. Scarola goes up, Electric Fire fighting between 2. Justina rolls in front of the net, able to clear ever so gently, but Charge steals away yet another boost and keeps the offensive going. Inky right in front of the net, that's Electric trying punch, but it's off the crossbar. And Titans are dug out of their own net by their 4th teammate.
Great look from the Titans on that one. Keep the momentum going on the counterattack afterwards as well, but the problem is they don't have much boost to work with. Inky, though, a bit of a whiff, kind of baited out by Justina. They saw that they were going to go for the challenge, but Justina just let them flip away from the ball and carried it into the loving arms of their teammates. But even then, Titans still need a shot towards the net to go their way to tie things up, or else this will be the end of the road for them in the R20 Nationals. And right now, Southwest Legacy Titans, they want to do everything that they can to at least force an OT and get ever closer to that Game 7.
Do that, you have to fight just as hard. You take a look at Snakebites, they're starting to build a momentum. Same with Titans though, ball in the air currently on Snakebites' side. Scarola picks it up in the middle, punches it to the left side, tries to rebound, gets that tap. A Charge reads it neatly. Midfield will be the battle for Atomic, rolls into Electric Fire's hands and rounds out to the left side. Ball picking up a little bit of speed here as Electric misses that touch, so Scarola will bring it right back into their own main form. Around the corner they go, Charge unable to touch it, Justina's right there, but they bounce it back to the 3rd member, and it's over the last defender. Atomic will seal the deal for that goal and bring us to a tied game.
Huge from Atomic. Justina, that was a massive flip reset back pass. I've never seen that here at the high school level. Able to set them up perfectly for the tying goal. And now we are less than 2 minutes remaining here for the Snakebites that want to close things out and not go to that fateful Game 7. Electric Fire into the air it goes. Has the follow through, but no, it's Atomic instead as they'll get the air dribble into the corner again. Charge there to save the day for Snakebites, but Scarola Main is heating up.
Love it. Another ball in front of the net. Oh, Justina, I think ran out of boost. I think Justina ran out of boost, tried to go up for it. That's a problem. A little bit of diversion, but Atomic takes that opportunity to swing it right by. Another pass on the side. Is it a fake? Is it the goal? Is it in the corner? The corner holds it down. Are you kidding me, my man? A minute and a half left and both teams tied up. We can't go to OT like this, can we?
we might go to OT on this one, Orbital. Snakebites doing everything that they can to keep this away from their own side. Atomic into the heavens and downwards they go with the ball. Scarola main in the midfield just to keep them at bay. Justina has full boost, but is getting bumped and disrupted by Electric Fire. Less than a minute remains now, and nobody's really had confident possession of the ball, it feels like.
I feel the confidence comes from the touch, definitely not from the maintaining of the ball. You are 100% correct, Vaudable, and that's what makes it scary. If you lose control in front of your net, you're going to run into problems. If you lose control of it in the midfield, you're going to run into problems. Anytime you lose control of the ball, you're going to run into problems. I think that's obvious enough. Looking at the high ground, Justina looking for the 1v1. Charge meets him in the air, and it will be a diversion with 30 seconds left. Charge is looking for their rock. Still zeros across the board, but they can make some magic happen here.
Touch from Justina, but Charge is in the way. They have no boost, but they have a dream of getting a victory here on the main stage for the Forge Scholastic Esports Championship presented by Army National Guard. This is the R20 Nationals. This is less than 10 seconds. And Snakebites, they have an opportunity. Inky was there with a save comes through from Atomic. Time is ticking down, explosions in the background, and it does go to overtime.
I am Atomic. That is how you make a statement with your name. However, now we got to talk about OT. We've seen this end before. It was 12 seconds, maybe max. Are you going to take a breath? Are you going to step back? Are you going to collect yourself? Are you going to amp it up to 60? Are you going to force an opportunity? Inky sees an open net. You're going to roll it in. Inky puts it away. Central Catholic High School. The Snakebites are your R20 champions.
What a victory at that. All smiles around, but we see the great sportsmanship between these teams as well. You will see the congratulations amongst each other, but they'll eventually go to the other side too. I mean, Inky, MVP performance in my mind for this team,
Easily.
But everyone put in all of the work necessary for that victory. It got close to that Game 7 and the overtime as we were talking about it, but they were able to close things out and prove that they were the stronger team throughout this series. And I'd say like the 3 games in a row, you know, that momentum is so hard to overcome. And shout out to the Titans. I mean, they gave it their all towards the end. We're so close to that Game 7 comeback.
Yes, we talked about the steps and what we wanted to see emulated from maybe those in the collegiate scene, maybe at a higher level of play. And one of those is resilience. How do you keep fighting back? How do you deal with the fact that maybe you're up against a very stiff opponent in there? That's what you did. You fought, you fought, you fought. We were literally in OT. A goal either way was the deciding factor. You would have either gone to Game 7, you would have had the momentum when you game over, and it's those types of moments that either make or break an opponent or a team, and I feel everyone rose up. Like you said, it is going to be the Titans unfortunately falling here, but in my words, you will remember them. Looking on the other side for Snakebites, I hope that we get to see more of these players, though. It was so impressive, like you said, when we
Everyone
also talked
did
about—
a great job.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But I want to say for Inky, I love what you said about them, Vaudable.
Yeah.
Because when it comes to a collegiate section, you do need that star power.
You do need that star power, yeah. And I wouldn't be surprised if they get recruited in the future as well from, you know, this field into the collegiate scene itself. But again, congratulations to the Snakebites here for the victory that they had. I mean, pretty great performance across the board. On the other end, too, I mean, the Titans, we saw some great looks from them, too. Scarola main, Justina, and then we also had, on their side of things as well, we had Atomic, that was doing really great work on the offensive side. The problem was that they got down so early in so many of these games. And hopefully, you know, they can take, you know, some words of wisdom from this game. It's like, hey, just keep things going as best as you can for this matchup, and then, you know, in the future, get that early goal as much as you can. Lock down your defensive end and don't overcommit, because we saw a lot of counterattack goals towards the end, and I feel like the excitement gets to you on the stage, right? You have the goal. You see it in your sights. You're potentially going to get the lead, but then the other team is able to bounce back, and that's the big thing, is like knowing when to lock it and knowing when to let loose.
And when we talk about that as well, it's the other factor of, it goes back to the game plan. It really does, but I love the fact that you were pointing out, hey, it is about the stage presence. How do you draw yourself back? And it does come down to also coaching factor. I think if you have a coach, it helps. I'm not saying it's the end-all, be-all, but to have a coach in your background that is also able to kind of get, guys, you're doing great. Let's keep that momentum. Let's keep it steady. It rallies your head a little bit. It rallies the mental, rallies the troops, so to say, in a position where you're able to play together as a cohesive unit and go from common to maybe a little bit of an uncommon status in there, which I love
true.
every so much of it. Again, it was a beautiful grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, congrats again to, the Central Catholic High School Snakebites as our R20 national champions here at the Forge Scholastic Esports Championship presented by Army National Guard. And I mean, we're at the Boeing Center at Techport, which is pretty great to see, all of the festivities in the background, people playing in different free play tournaments, and then we also see everything else as well. But yeah, that's the entire series that we have for that one. So it went the distance. We went, for the 4-1 victory from Snakebites, and not the 4-1, excuse me, 4-2 that we saw that as well. But they wanted it to be 4-1. They were hoping that they could have more of a statement. You saw them talking smack between each other. I mean, I love the good sportsmanship too, but it's also fun to have some competitiveness as well, as long as it's metered to a certain level.
Well, the thing is now you get to have a little bit of an ego.
Yeah.
Okay, let's be honest here. Number one, both teams deserve an ego because you made
it here. Yeah.
Over what was it? Over 20 to 30 teams. You have
I think it was 35 teams or something like that.
Yeah, you competed so hard against everyone in your region across a multiple season, and I don't often get to say this because I don't get given the space. Normally we're like, hey, we're good. We don't want to see these guys. We want to see the competitors. But I want to take a moment to anyone tuning in to this high school scene. These are the best of the best. In their region, in their current division, they are the best. And even if it looks a little bit lopsided, even if things go awry, these are players that have played their hearts out throughout the entirety of their season, and they deserve to be here on the grand stage. They have overcome trials and tribulations. So to those that have gained the crown, it's amazing. To those that are runner-ups, you deserve to still say, I made the stage. I made it to this grand finals. That is a very big prize as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, getting that 4-2 victory towards the end was massive here for the Catholic High School, or Central Catholic High School Snakebites there. But also on the other end, I mean, the Southwest Legacy Titans, they did everything that they could. As a team, as players, it's just the other team was better at the end of the day, right? And if you play this again, I mean, we could easily have seen the Titans come out on top, I think, as well, on their thing too. So. I mean, we'll see what the future is for these competitors as well. For R20 and for these high schools. I mean, I'm sure they'll keep competition going for Rocket League. I feel like Rocket League is such a good entry point in terms of esports because it's like soccer, right? I mean, people know soccer; they've been watching that, or hockey a little bit there too, just because the arena doesn't have the ball going off sides, or you don't have penalty kicks or anything like that. But you do have the cool overtime shootouts, and the demos are a little bit different with the boost and all that. But even then, I think it's a good entry level esport for fans or friends and family to watch and understand in comparison to a League of Legends or even the Marvel Rivals.
You don't got to dunk on my game
I'm
like
saying
this,
Marvel
man.
Rivals too.
Right,
Marvel Rivals
good.
too is pretty hard to understand for those who don't know what's going on with all the lights and colors, and it's a little overwhelming. But I mean, it's so great because it brings people together, right?
Yes.
It lets you know, hey, it's easy to see a car hit a ball into a goal and understand what's happening, right? I hope so, at least. So, and that's what makes it easier for family and friends to understand. Oh, this is something you're really good at, and you're putting this effort into, and you're seeing results, and you're having practices and meeting with your coaches, and maybe talking to some professional players at some point too. They offer some coaching services, which is pretty awesome too. So. You can watch the content creators out there have their own guides as well. So there's a lot of great stuff there, but. We are going to be setting up the trophy ceremony in a little bit here as well, but we are going to be sending it to a quick break. So we'll be back after that with the trophy winner ceremony for Central Catholic High School Snakebites after this.
And here are your champions of the R20 Rocket League Championship. It's CCHS Snakebites! And to give them their trophy and to share some words is Josh Martinez, once again, the R20 Commissioner.
Thank you guys, and congratulations to Central Catholic Snakebites on back-to-back Rocket League championships. One last time is our last event on stage. I want to shout out our sponsors that make this event possible. Port San Antonio, DoD STEM, and Boeing. Thank you for your contributions. You guys have impacted these students in more ways than you understand, and we're looking forward to doing this event for a long time. And without further ado, I'm going to hand the trophy to you guys, and let's get some pictures.
All right, give it up one more time to your Snakebites! Let me grab before all the photo ops keep happening. We'll get some photo ops going. I want to get a couple questions with Electric Fire. Man, you're holding that smile. Are you blinking?
Oh, no.
You're not blinking?
We good or no?
You guys can keep photos after the interview. Don't worry, guys. I got to get through the emotions. Oh, don't break it, please. We're good? We're good? It'll stay. All right. Wow. What a series. I'm here with Electric Fire, by the way. You guys know him now. I mean, hat trick in game 4. Like, you guys popped off across the board. And bring me through the emotions of what is such an incredible final for you and the school.
We knew we had nerves coming in game 1. I think y'all could definitely see it. But we just had to keep our composure, and we went on a 3-game winning streak and tried to close it out. You know, we were confident going in, lost game 5, but we just had to finish the series. So we felt pretty confident throughout the rest of the series, but game 1, we were nervous. It's Inky's first time being on stage, and then myself in charge. We were here last year, so still the nerves, but we felt good about it.
And you guys found such a good flow. I mean, the passing game was flawless in game 4. How were you guys able to work so well together, even with someone's first time on stage?
We just had to work on our positioning. We felt very jumbled up together, and so we kind of figured it out, like trying to stay more spread out and communicating everywhere where we are, our boost, everything, and just knowing where each other are. We know what to do with the ball and where to place it, and being in the right positions. We just had to fix our mistakes and do our best to pull through.
And you pulled out a win at the end, and I just can't believe these guys are just in high school. How does a win like this inspire your Rocket League future? Are we seeing CRL, RLCS in the future for you guys?
I'm definitely hopeful. I'm a senior right now, so it's Charged, and we're both going to UTSA, so we might be able to join the Rocket League team there. And I know for the rest of my team, we've worked so much, and I know that they want to come back here and do their best. So this hopefully will inspire them to work their best in the following years and be able to come back here and win again.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, and congratulations once again to CCHS Snakebites. You guys can go and do your photo ops now with the trophy, and that is it for Rocket League. But we still have so many more tournaments around the corner, guys. ECAC, I believe, is up next, so you won't want to miss it.
You'll still have common days. Put off your term papers till the last minute. Eat cold pizza right out of the fridge. Update your fantasy roster. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
been thinking, I've 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 been thinking, thinking about you. 아무리 고개 흔들어도 난 네 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 내 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you, 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 you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 설렘이 좀 나. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is 나만 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 나만 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover.
There we go. Now we can hear.
Good to go.
You can hear me?
Good to go, yes, sir. Sure can.
Oh, let me take my badge off.
Ah, sure. Lock it in. Lock it in. ECAC.
There's more that they want us to do, right, for those? From what I remember seeing posted somewhere.
Like the content pieces, that's right.
It was
somewhere, dude, I forget which. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Forge Scholastic Esports Championships presented by Army National Guard. Uncommon is calling. I've got Vodable next to me. We just crowned the high school champion for
That's
R20, and now we move to the collegiate side where we'll see the ECAC finals right here and now.
I'm excited for this one because this is a grudge match, a rematch of epic proportions. If you were tuning into the 5v5 stage yesterday, you were in for a treat. We finally had a series go the distance to 7 games. Unfortunately for Akron, though, they could not turn it around. It was OC Esports who got the victory there. So now they're rematching here on the grandest of stages, the main stage itself here at the Forge Scholastic Esports Championship, presented, of course, by Army National Guard. And here at the Boeing Center at Techport, I mean, couldn't be an even grander stage for, Jonathan to potentially have one of his final championship moments if they can get the win that they couldn't in the group stages.
I've been following his story for a very long time, and this is 100% exactly where he thrives and where he's been too. So this is the moment to shine for sure. For OC Esports, it's business as usual. I've seen them over a couple of different circuits over the course of their time together. When you want to talk about a unit that's got some chemistry, how about G-Man, North, and Chili? Those three have been getting it done from the mid. When they are clicking, man, there is nothing more dynamic to watch.
The biggest thing is that clutch factor, right? We saw it yesterday, and I had to credit them on it, right? Because earlier this semester, it's been a bit of a struggle in certain leagues, right? Where they've struggled to qualify for some or get the victories that they were hoping to in others. But now they are locking in for one last time, and who knows if they can get it done here in ECAC. They were also competing, I believe, in NECC at the other end of things too, but I believe they did fall to Northwood in that matchup. So looking on the other side of things here, I mean, the performance that we're seeing from OC Esports, I think is reminiscent of the early days of OC Esports, where they were one of the best in the West when we had, the conferences and all that kind of stuff. And they are looking really solid. I love North on this roster. I feel like he's really grown as a player throughout the history of, this roster being together at OC Esports.
Yeah, exactly. That growth goes a long way, especially when you have a duo of wonders there with G-Man Chili have been getting it done. And Chili's been that goal scorer for an extremely long time. Continues to be that presence for this team that's much needed at the end of the day for these two. And on the other side for Akron Gold, Akron has its own, history of these are two teams that have been doing it for a very long time, but Akron, you could argue, has been doing it for even longer. They bring in Oxy recently as well, the most recent addition to this team.
Great addition.
Really strong, been following since high school. He's a Connecticut-born player where esports, Rocket League in particular, is growing like crazy. So Oxy, stay plugged in Coca-Cola All-Star back in the day and bringing that. So that means you don't only just have the mechanics, you got the brains as well to go along with it.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, it's always important to focus on academics as well. I mean, Jonathan graduating, I believe, with honors here as well. So he's got a lot in his future ahead of him outside of just collegiate Rocket League and Rocket League in general. So I know he's happy about that, but he wants one more for the road is the big thing here. So we do have Lemon Kiwi on the stage with the teams. Take it away.
Welcome back, everyone, to the main stage. We have another grand final cooked up for you, and this time it's the ECAC Rocket League Finals, and our teams are ready to hit the field. So everyone, get up and get loud for Akron Gold! All smiles in the Akron Gold camp fighting for this big trophy, but they got a pretty tough opponent. So everyone say hello to the OC Eagles. All right, these guys are smiling too. I'm hearing some boos from these players, but they're gonna have to show up and show out on the field. And to send it back over to your casters, let's go and see Bearlight and Vaudable.
Thank you so much, Jen. They look stoked and always funny to see them come out and put on a face, put on a show. Like, I'm here, I'm ready to go. Like, let's get to our setups, man. Like, and rightfully so. It's been a long weekend, and they wanted to make sure they get the job done. It's business right now.
Exactly.
Vaudable.
Business as usual, I would say, for both these teams,
it is.
right?
Yeah.
Top-level collegiate players in their own respective rights, and they've had, highs and lows throughout their careers, but it all comes down to this for the ECAC Esports National Championship on the main stage. Again, as I mentioned before, went the distance speaking of Chile, I mean, he was the clutch factor in
Telling
that
you,
game
man.
7.
Yeah.
He was the main reason why they got the lead that was so overwhelming that Akron Gold had nothing they could answer for at the end of it. So I feel if Chile gets going, it'll be great. G-Man, though, throughout the majority of the series, was the one to look at because he was getting goal after goal after goal, hat-trick after hat-trick, and it was just kind of crazy to see exactly how well he was popping off for his team. Of course, facilitated by North and Chile. So I think if they can rally behind, you know, G-Man or if Chile, either of them feeling hot on the day, I think it's the big thing, right? Having 2 players you can rely on for that. And as we see the rosters here, I mean, Akron Gold on the other end of things, Jonathan, Patty, and Oxy. Jonathan, again, retiring from old age, but no, it's just he's graduating from the collegiate scene itself and from Akron University as well. And, I mean, he's had such a storied career as a competitor in Collegiate Rocket League. So great to see him on the stage here, maybe one last time as well.
I think what's fun about this Akron Gold team in my eyes is the fact that, well, first of all, let's talk about Jonathan. I mean, even as a freshman going, he was in Shenandoah, for example, just a super mature individual coming in. So you know that over time only becomes more and more polished and becomes a leader of the squad and has been. Meanwhile, Patty, super fun guy. Just he has the biggest sense of humor. Like me and him used to hang out all the time, and he's always got something to say. And Oxy's just locking it in too. But to go up against Chile, G-Man, and North is a whole different ball game. You mentioned how G-Man tended to be the one scoring goals. Really, the threat about Oklahoma Christian is the fact that it's any given player stepping up any given time.
Yeah, I mean, seeing that OC Eagles team, any of them can pop off on that squad. Usually it was Jonathan on Akron Gold. We saw Patty a little bit there as well. Oxley getting involved too here and there on their side of things. But for the most part, Jonathan's like that go-getter for the squad. Goes and does whatever he needs to score a goal, and we'll see if that'll be enough for Akron Gold to get the victory and another trophy in the case here as well. I mean, OC Eagles, they've had a couple here and there, right? I remember talking to Bass before. He's like, yeah, NECC was like one of those competitions that they did pretty well in the past and won something. And, well, maybe in a similar stage here for ECAC, they can get a chip as well. But already starting off strong is OC Eagles on the defensive end, trying to come back off of that kickoff. Akron Gold, the one on the orange half, expecting big things from them as well.
And you already see like the vision of this OC Eagles team as they find one another, and they will rarely give away possession too. They'll slow play before you'll find them clearing the ball from their defensive zone in a way that's just not beneficial to them. A shot taken, a bit of a double commit there for Akron. They look to jump onto it, and now it's left for G-Man. The backside. Chile will rotate back around, has North there for support, but that's about as far as they'll get. North able to track it. This one will waterfall down instead. Works perfectly there for Jonathan. He'll also be able to get it up to Patty, and out they go.
Nice look for Patty here as well. I like the flick forward, and they can't even stop it on the defensive end. OC Eagles, nowhere to be found.
What, I don't know what happened, Patty. Up in an instance there, and of course the flip reset to push you past the last player too. But that's pretty staple. That's what you're expected to do at that point in time. You're right. The fence broke down here in a 1-0 lead now for Akron Gold.
Great look for Patty on that side of things as well. I mean, they are doing the best that they can for this team, right? I was saying Jonathan was the main striker the last time that they played, and well, that's not how you want things to go. Oxy with an own goal on their own side, and Chile will get credited with this one.
Yeah, Oxy just trying to play on the backtrack.
That's a crazy double tap,
It
though.
was, man. If we're playing pinball, that's a lot of points right there. That's all I'm saying. No. Not only is it an own goal, but it's also a quick equalizer, too. You wanted to kind of hold on to a lead for a longer time, but Jonathan right there, right place, right time again. And that's twice now that the OC Eagles have been out of place. This time, a kickoff play basically drawn out. Demo, you're out of the way. Make it 2-1 now for Akron.
Akron Gold doing what they have to get this first game victory. I mean, kind of looking back at the history of these two teams, last time it was OC Eagles who took game 1, and that one game, I was thinking at the beginning of the series, could have been the reason why OC Eagles were able to eventually get the edge over Akron Gold, because Akron Gold had to play from behind so much to force that game 7. It was a 3-1 lead, mind you, before it even got to that point in time. So Akron Gold trying to change their fate, realize, hey, if we get game 1, we'll at least be in a better position than we were in the last time we faced off against each other.
Giving yourself the lead in the series in one that we expect and anticipate wholeheartedly to go at least close to the distance. That does yourself huge favors. You see Jonathan wanted to go out and get the bump there too. Oxy must have called them off because it felt like they had a good position here. As it goes back out to mid, you'll see Jonathan try to tap it down. The aimed target was Patty. They swung by, weren't able to find it. Patty back out to midfield. We'll hear find Jonathan. Play a bit of chase into the zone, but G-Man is easily going to hold this back line. Still up to Oxy. No real support here from the rest of the team. You saw them try to just kind of buy some time. Now in transition, here's G-Man looking back wall presence, but Akron's there to shut it down. North to try to chop at it too, but no real threatening thing develops.
I mean, OC Eagles right now, we're not really seeing the best performance I would like from them, right? It's been a long day. They've had to play a lot of matches for different leagues leading up to this one, so could be a fatigue that they're experiencing before their matchup on the main stage. It's also game 1 too, so just trying to feel things out against Akron Gold, but for now, seeing on their end of things, OC Eagles doing the best that they can to at least keep the pressure going and eventually try to catch Akron Gold off guard.
Patty using the positioning prime way to be able to stand in the way of that passing lane. Oxy will play it in, and after having 3 goals develop within, what, the first minute or so, it's really started to calm down. I feel like that's going to help the Eagles also when they can set that pace. Just G-Man for it. Crafty touch. Oxy had a boost, but managed to get up and get the 50. Patty back down to Oxy very low. The boost control clearly favoring this Oklahoma Christian team as they go back to work. You've got North up for it, but he ran out of boost. And Patty back down. So when you have the 2-1 lead, minute 30 left. Now goals are coming at a premium. Akron Gold happy to just kind of play this game of back and forth pong that we're seeing in front of us.
And Akron Gold, specifically on their end of things, they're content, you know, to keep the stalemate between these two teams. No goals going through. They're fine by that because they got the lead, and they just want to lock it down as best they can, keep that pressure going as much as possible, and stealing the boost along the way is the name of the game. They were the ones getting boost starved by OC Eagles in the final series last time, in the final game 7 against these two competitors in the group stages. So with a minute remaining, they just want to keep that pressure up, keep some shots going, and make it so that OC Eagles have to use all of their resources to get downfield.
It's a way to play with the lead, right? You want to continuously pressure, play the way that got you the lead in the first place. That's what we're seeing here. Akron all the way back down, more time off this clock. Patty now looking at the wrong can of G-Man as he rolls down this pitch. She's got Chili. Jonathan tracks it all the way, and from the corner will look to shield it on North. Not as successful as they would like it to be. The flick to the other side. Chili low on boost, wants to hand it off to G-Man. By the time that play developed, it's Patty right back on it too. OC Eagles finding trouble, finding some open lanes. Akron's been doing a great job to shut him down. As time continues to tick, we're certainly running out of it. 14 seconds left here. As Patty now leaves it too. 10 seconds left on this clock. Will find its way to Chili. And up he goes. One last opportunity. Looking for the back wall. Able to waterfall down. G-Man was there too, but nothing available. North will keep it alive. It's up. And Oxy, awkward. Not a lot of boost, but managed to handle it. For now, it does hit the ground. And Akron Gold will take game 1.
Akron Gold, I mean, for that one, look at how many cars Jonathan bumped out of the way. 24 enforcement bumps. I mean, the aggressive style from Akron Gold, I like it better positioned this way, right? We didn't see as much of it last time. We saw, you know, some bumps and demos here and there they tried to go for, and we're focusing too much on the demo play, less of the, like, dispossessing Akron, or OC Eagles specifically, on the play itself. So the ball was always, like, in their favor when they could, and even after they got demoed, they'd still be able to get full boost back on their side. So it wasn't really a true full hold strategy, but now we got to see it this time fully activated. So you can tell that Akron Gold have studied, you know, what their mistakes were in that last series, improved it pretty much, and now they have all of the emotion, as you can see on the camera, finger guns galore. So great looks on their end. But OC Eagles, I mean, not too much that they really need to improve. I think the big thing is just being able to break out of your side, and also maybe dodging some of those bumps from Jonathan a little bit better.
That's all it is. You have to be aware of it. Now that it's happened to you in game number 1, and sometimes the reset just happens when a game ends, right? You're like, okay, those bumps were certainly frustrating, but the last thing you want to do is in the finals, let it get to your head. And I've never seen that from OC Eagles. I think they're going to be calm. I think they have this bounce back. Just 1-0 lead here for Akron. They did a good job on the tail end of that game 1 to make sure that no chances. I mean, there's been realistically one good look, and it was a goal for OC Eagles. Like, that's how dominant their defense has been, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, OC Eagles specifically, they got that goal so long ago in this game that I feel like it barely happened, you know?
Yeah.
So looking ahead of things, if they can get on the board early and change their fate since last time where they had 3 goals to start off the series, it's a completely different change of pace, and the slow pace style is not fitting for OC Eagles. They like to go all out, full throttle from the gate, and we saw a little bit of that off the kickoff, right? But we haven't seen too much since then, because Akron Gold, again, in the driver's seat, have control of the ball and keep the pressure going. Jonathan, again, though, perfect read from them to get the first goal.
This is just suffocating, right? North out of boost, Patty right at you, all the way on the top wall. And that's just knowing an intuition, knowing what the boost count is on the other side. When you get that boost control, you have control in your mind as far as what they're capable of being able to put together. And for OC Eagles, it wasn't a whole lot. You said it best, 2 grade A chances, but since then it's been very quiet in this first minute.
Speaking of this first minute, I mean, OC Eagles, I think this is the first time these two have faced that. They haven't gotten a goal in the first minute as well, so they're not used to having to play from behind this early and this long as they had in that last game. Jonathan with a double demo as well. Nobody can escape this menace on the field.
Oh, good inlet pass though. North shot it wide. Couldn't quite get around it. Able to find the angle they wanted to. Patty right back down and right back to her. Chili trying to track this one back with a shadow on the wall. Had plenty of boost this time around, but look at that redirect on for Jonathan. Nobody available to punch it home, but still a good look and still getting them backwards. North there, but another good answer defensively here for Akron Gold.
Akron Gold doing what they can on this one as well, seeing if they can keep the pressure going on their side. But the problem is that Jonathan not able to get that away as cleanly as he would have liked to. Oxy does get possession, but even then, OC Eagles keeping the pressure up. The most shots we've seen from them so far just in the last minute and some change. Eventually something has to give in their favor.
What a good read there from Oxy as well. Found a way to get into that lane. They managed to do so. It was much better look here defensively. You got North. He will send it out this to midfield. Lots of space to work with too. We'll actually dance past Patty. But sends it all the way across. That is an extra touch, but Jonathan was able to just kind of look behind himself to find it. Toxie and G-Man look to play catch. Here's Chili. Lots of space again. Looking to play it on the low side, but the challenge is coming a little bit too quickly for them to manage. So Akron once again get away unharmed by the Eagles. Really, it doesn't look like they've broken a sweat in the first couple of games.
Akron Gold looking on their side of things now with 2 minutes remaining to keep the pressure up. OC Eagles, Chili back to their end, keeps it away from the box and just trying to play keep away from Akron Gold, even with this 1-goal lead that we saw Jonathan, who got it in the first minute. You would have think that with all these shots from OC Eagles, we would have seen something.
I'm excited to see the count there for sure. He's still got a minute 48 though. Chili patiently trying to work past Oxy. You just need a little touch to direct it over the corner, and that's what you got from him. G-Man now back out to Chili, fires a shot. Finally, OC Eagles. It felt like a matter of time that they were going to break through, and there it is.
Exactly what they have been waiting for. This was promised to them eons ago, and what a crazy second touch by G-Man off the ground. It gets the read for the setup perfectly to Chili. That's the dynamic duo we expect from OC Eagles.
No doubt, that's the speed we come to realize that they are capable of, and we've seen so many times. That extra speedy, and maybe that's what you need for this Akron Gold team. They've had a really, really strong day and look to continue that same fight. They've much needed gold. G-Man now tries to find corner, but only finds Oxy instead. Plenty of boost, gold back Oxy down, but nothing doing there. I don't know where he thought he was going with that.
Yeah, I mean, interesting from Oxy on that play. He was just trying to get tricky with it, it felt like, for a second there. But even then, Akron Gold on their side of things, keeping the pressure up. They know that they need to get this out of their side as quickly as possible. They're trying not to be overwhelmed by the offensive attacks of OC Eagles. And yes, the 1-goal went through, but defensively, they've been doing a stellar job. And a great read from Jonathan, potential from Patty. Oxy, kind of awkward positioning-wise, but they're just being caught off guard, it feels like, with a lot of these challenges.
Good midfield rotation for sure. Locked and loaded for Akron. They never anybody away from the ball when they need to be. That one, the 50, looked a little bit dangerous, but it will be directed wide. Oxy now with the musty will launch one, but G-Man's good for the read. Finding for Chili, and Oxy does jump up, even without boost. as they stay in this play. Now Patty finds Jonathan, but North shuts it down yet again. Here's Patty from the ceiling. He'll look to try to find some space back wall, but Chili's got it all the way. Now down to 10 seconds. There's a demo out in front. Akron getting that physicality rolling yet again. Couldn't quite find it. Now the pass looking to transition back out. Oxy wants it, but the shot's gonna fall well short of the target. And we go to overtime here in game 2.
Crazy overtime scenario that OC Eagles are hoping to have like 5 goals at least by this point based on the number of shots that they have put on the net. But even then, patience will make them potential champions if they can take their time on this one. Not get overzealous on offense and go for a slow approach. And Patty took their time for the read. North has a chance for a drop down, but Jonathan has their own read and pulse to the play. Oxy, the 4 shots so far and still keeping a defensive mind for this team. Just needs that demo to clear the way. Nobody's in front of them, but there is North to stop it one last time in front of the box. And this OT continuing, Akron Gold, I feel like their chances of winning this game dwindle even further because those Eagles are just one shot on target, honestly, away from winning it.
It has been a snowball. It really has been. And funny enough, that Dave Chili has been a big part of that, laying on the mini shots we have. But look at his Oxy. Sets up Patty. Shot taken. Read well by G-Man. As North now finds G-Man, and they're going to try to transition play it too. As Chili was sitting and swinging by, his third man realized they had to fall out of the play. And it's left on the table. Now another demo as Jonathan looks to set it up. Chili with low boost. Just needs to be able to buy some time as the rest of this team looks to rotate around. But they're still in the driver's seat. They find Jonathan. That shot denied as well.
Great denial by the defense of OC Eagles, right? I feel like they have improved on all fronts that they needed to since that first game. And it's crazy to say that we've only had 1 game so far. It feels like it's been an eternity here for Akron Gold, but even then, OC Eagles maintain their composure is the big thing. Akron Gold, they just need possession and something to go their way, and thankfully enough that did, but still in the clutches of OC Eagles. North not going to give them any time to breathe. Oxy actually bumps his own teammate, somehow still gets the save. North keeps the pressure going, and another works from Jonathan. Continuing the pressure though is G-Man.
0 boost saves continuously here. That's back-to-back ones. Oxy bailed him out first. It was Jonathan afterwards, finally diving desperately for 100 boost. There hasn't been a lot of it. Now in the box, great denial yet again. Oxy stands tall. And now plays out, looking to get past North, but honestly, mission accomplished for Akron to get it out temporarily. Now you gotta dial back in.
Both these teams having to make sure that they can lock and load in as much as possible, especially with the crazy heroics on 0 boost from Akron Gold. I'm surprised they're able to reach from within and grab enough heart out to get to the ball time and time again defensively. And even with these mishaps that are happening, OC Eagles are not biting for anything. They don't want to overextend because one counterattack could ruin them. And you see the ball going the other direction, but G-Man, full boost, not worried.
Lots of space. He lost his intended target though. He was running out of boost and he was looking towards North, but North was actually bumped away, I believe. If not, he was definitely had his boost taken. As Oxy tried to maneuver past Chili, nothing doing, but Patty will extend this play in for Akron and try to find offensive possession time, but this is going to be cut short and well earned by North. Leaves for Chili. And yet again, even though Chili you feel like he's in the right spot, but Oxy did enough to deny. Akron has given them nothing, and they continue this bump physicality play.
Almost a full game in OT, but doesn't matter. G-Man saves the day for OC Eagles. It seemed like Akron Gold were able to close things out before, but no, it will be them winning it in overtime.
Breaking through, you felt like it's a matter of time too. So, you know, that being said, here in game 2, you needed a quick answer, and that's what you got, not only in the game, but also when you talk about getting on the board there too. So, with that many shots, it feels like justice as usual here, Vaudable. In my opinion, I think, you know, they certainly did everything. They put in the hard work. Sometimes the hard work doesn't always pay off. When we talk about Rocket League this time, they were able to accomplish that.
So many shots, so many saves though also from Akron Gold.
Without
I mean,
boost,
I don't
without
think
boost.
I could even count on 2 hands how many saves that we saw from Akron Gold, even in overtime. I mean, the amount of score that they probably had towards the end there would have been nuts. But even then, it just did not prove to be enough for them to come out on top for Akron Gold because they're stuck in their side. And even with save after save after save, as you mentioned, without boost, it just did not prove to be enough because they could not get the initiative. OC Esports, even though it went to OT, it felt like they controlled it since they had scored that one goal. So a tough spot to be in for Akron Gold. This is reminiscent of the series we saw last time where OC Eagles typically controlled the pace. So now we go into the next game here as it's tied 1-1. Another 5 minutes on the clock, and well, that was almost 5 minutes in the OT, but right before the 4-minute mark.
But, you know, bend but don't break. That type of attitude is great when you're not bending consistently. Really, they did bend things here. North will have a quick strike. It felt like it took everything to find anything at all until Oklahoma Christian come out here and just 17 seconds in, able to find their first.
Huge for North on that play. I mean, Chili and G-Man typically the ones who have been the strikers for this squad, but now we get to see, you know, the third man in the rotation getting involved, and that just goes to show the contingency plans that OC Eagles have developed throughout this series so far. And getting on the board that early, they got to have a sigh of relief, right? Especially after the way the last two games went. Akron Gold took the initiative and almost took the game in game 2, so we'll see what they can do at this go-around, but Akron Gold on their end of things, they need a quick answer because they saw how long it took to even get anything going, and it's been almost 2 games. Well, there's a great answer back from Patty.
That's right, and again, it's the bumps. We've been talking about it all series long. That continues. This time it's Oxy getting out in front, not allowing G-Man to get to it. And when you put North in that awkward situation, you do yourself favors and find an open cage on the other side when you chase them up that back wall. Well done, as they find the equalizer. Less than a minute played here in this game number 3. If you're just joining us, 1-1 in this game 3. It's a 1-1 in the series. And now you got North right back at it. Double touch is good. Boost or not, North will hit that every single time. And OC Eagles will take that lead directly back.
This is the OC Eagles we kind of expected going into this series. Game 1 felt like an adjustment, especially towards like the beginning, I would say, of game 2. Now they're locked in, they're loaded, they're ready for the championship trophy to hoist at the end of things here for the ECAC National Championships. But Jonathan, the veteran on this Akron Gold roster, has had so many accolades under his own belt before. What, like 5-time CCS champions or something like that now? So they have a lot of conference experience against top competitors out there, but even then, this is one of the toughest face-offs that they've had, and Patty makes one of the toughest saves I've ever seen.
That was unbelievable how he's able to get across. I mean, talk about recovery speed. Patty wants to use that same speed on the other side, even without boost. They trip over one another, and a mistake, a clear one there for Oklahoma Christian. One that you don't see very often, and of course, Akron Gold was ready for it. Oh, North just came across, unfortunately swatted away from his own teammate. Unfortunate mistake.
A tough spot to be in, right? We saw, you know, Patty get the first goal, Jonathan getting this one here, and the mishaps on defense, I mean, they happen in the high-pressure situations that are grand finals, right?
No.
You can tell that you have to play perfect Rocket League. The pressure eventually does start to build, especially, you know, it being 1-1. They know how important getting this game advantage is going to be for either team, just to set the stage for them. So, Jonathan, see some great work from them all the time, able to clutch when it matters most. And OC Eagles, we saw Chili be that member of their team, the clutch in the end of that game 7 during the group stages. But even then, 3 minutes left on the clock is still anybody's game.
An extra touch there from Oxy. That foot reset too, the arrow roll that kind of extended that play a little bit, but it was well read. Bring back out to Oxy. Get a slow play this one instead. Try to draw out members of the OC Eagles. They stood their ground. It's G-Man right back out. 1v1 situation. Does direct it to North, and North will tuck it in on that short side post. A 3-2 lead now for the Eagles.
That's a hat trick for North at this rate. They are doing great on the follow-ups. I think that's what was missing from OC Eagles in the previous game. Right? We saw shot after shot after shot, but they were a little bit further back, right? Because they weren't wanting to overcommit because it was tied 1-1 for such a long time. They didn't want to be a counterattack as the reason as they would lose. And we actually saw, you know, in some of the collegiate Rocket League qualifiers, the developer league itself, that was the issue, right? They would overcommit, and they would just go all out on offense and didn't really have an answer on defense. So nice to see the maturity of this roster throughout the semester.
I mean, lesser teams would collapse under that pressure, right? Yeah. So that's why they got away with it for so long. But then when you match up with a team that just has this prowess, it's a completely different ball game. So for them to adjust, I agree. I think it does show a lot about this team, their growth as they continue on. So with 2:05 left on the clock, they're looking for more. But again, you have to jump to the occasion because of the physicality of Akron Gold. And right now, it's the only thing keeping them alive. Chile will direct it back in. More time off this clock here for OC Eagles. But the way goals are going in on this one, no lead is safe, especially with this much time left.
Jonathan, I mean, even with so much time left, it just doesn't feel like they have anything working for them, right? We've seen a couple of chances where they've gone for the ball and they just haven't gotten anything from it. So looking towards the future for this Akron Gold roster, I think the big thing for them is like working together as a team. We're seeing individual efforts from Jonathan and Oxy, and Patty's playing more of that defensive style, where typically he and Jonathan are the ones on offense going together to try and get the ball in. So I want to see a little bit more from those two if they can actually get some teamwork going together, right? We saw a lot of that during the last series. We haven't seen too much during this one, so Akron Gold, if they can just communicate, is the big thing. Oxy's going for solo plays, which are great, but they need to go in, and maybe some of those passing plays leading up to it would be a better way for it.
And now you see North trying for the same here, but you're right. Oxy, to be fair though, it was a good play.
Oh no, it was great. I mean, like, highlight if it went in, but unfortunately it didn't, so that's the big thing on that one. But even then, I mean, OC Eagles, stellar defense, right? I mean, this is like the best defense I've seen from them, aside from the other series, of course. They looked pretty great on that one too, but mainly offensive pressure. They had so many goals. It's more of like a defensive-minded thing here as well, so. Akron Gold, I mean, they're doing what they can, but it just feels like they're grasping at straws. It's slipping through their fingers, and so is the series.
Yeah, time running thin. You're at 17 seconds left. Need to find something instead. Chile will play it past the midfield, which was their struggle a little bit earlier in this series. We talked about how Akron was polished as far as their midfield presence goes. They will have a great opportunity. Here's Oxy. Looking across, flip reset yet again, going for one of those solo plays. Patty was up for it. Now Jonathan with the patience. The 0-second goal to tie us up.
0-second heroics here from Jonathan, and who else is going to be the one to get it? North was tripped up at the end there as well. The juke comes out, and so does the goal. Overtime activated in game number 3. This is for the lead in the series.
It almost guaranteed that there's going to be multiple overtimes the way the series is gone.
For real.
Not only just this weekend, there's every time these two teams line up, and I promise you that. Put it on a show here. One of the biggest stages here at the Forge Scholastic Esports Championships. Great environment for such a great series. Early here in overtime, and you sort of see the more conservative approach from both teams. Right, developing, they learned from last overtime, we'll say. Things got a little bit crazy. A little less tense in this moment. Patty needs to be surgical with that move. Had low boost, went across his own net. It was the right play because nobody was there for the Eagles, but it's still a little bit scary.
A little scary, for sure. What also scares me is another 3+ minute overtime between these two, right? We almost got to the 4-minute mark. Will we get it this time? I mean, we basically have a full game of OT that's been played so far. So Akron Gold, they want to end things early. I think the longer it goes on, the more that OC Eagles start to snowball with the presence that they have on the orange half. That's what we saw be the issue last time in OT. So Akron Gold, if they can break out, get possession, and just hold on to it at least for a little bit, they'll be looking that much better. The problem is the midfield is owned by OC Eagles.
Uh-oh, Norton's got space. Past one, looking for a teammate in G-Man, but pre-chumped it. Jonathan stands tall in the way. Chile off the back wall. Patty was good for the challenge as well. Jonathan is going to swing around and let Oxy get to it. Have boost for this next challenge. Almost anticipated that 50-50. I like creative play. Patty late to the party. Able to punch it past Chile. It's Oxy now will punch it off the back wall, but G-Man will find it and launch it the length of the pitch just to relieve a little bit of pressure and allow the rest of his team to regroup and get some boost.
Almost 2 minutes gone in overtime so far here, and Akron Gold no closer to getting one back from the last one. OC Eagles, they valiantly fought pretty hard in game 2 to get their first win, but Akron Gold, they want their lead back that they earned tooth and nail in the first game of this series. Flip reset from G-Man, not really going to lead to anything, but trying to see if they can catch Akron Gold's defense lacking. And well, speaking of what's lacking, they get tripped up by the rotation back from G-Man, and they need possession of the ball, but the shot is coming in from Jonathan just off the mark. So keep the pressure up for Akron Gold and seeing if there's also any way that they have an entry into the net. The box was there, but Chile's on the counterattack.
Yeah, they're poking and prying and trying to find any kind of space given up there defensively. Fine Oxy. Corner. But cheat dashing on the wall. He's been really trying to be stylish there too. It was a good look there from OC as well, but Read all the way and defended well by Akron Gold. How many times have we said that in this series? But you got Jonathan.
So many.
Yeah, they continue that same trend as well. But Chile, now lots of space. Oxy back wall, but Chile couldn't quite get around it. Plays it down to the ground, so another opportunity down the field, but nothing to show for.
3 minutes already gone. I think it was like 3:40 something in the last one. This is such a tough spot to be in for both these teams because fatigue starts to set in once you're past, like, I'd say 7 minutes in an individual game being played. Your hands start to cramp a little bit, and then you're just sweating and saying, will it end? But for Akron Gold, they're happy at this point in time. They seem a little bit more calm compared to the last game when they were in OT, and OC Eagles were having shot after shot after shot. They've been able to secure their boost and conserve it a lot better than last time, and I think that's been a big difference maker for Akron Gold. They have every piece necessary to put the puzzle together to get a goal. It's just they haven't been able to deliver it to its final destination just yet.
Here we are, just about 4 played into overtime. It's what you feared, Inevitable. We found our way to it. Here's G-Man, lots of boost. Oxy needs to get up. He's up late, and now they're behind them. Leaves the door open, but North is gonna miss it. That is not something I'm used to seeing there, too. OC Eagles had a perfect chance, but unfortunately it's botched.
That's the pressure of the main stage and the crowd cheering in the stadium and at home. You have to activate when you have those minuscule opportunities, and unfortunately that one goes by the wayside. This one almost own goal for a second. Thankfully they dodged just enough out of the way from that one, but G-Man sealing to maybe save the day for their squad yet again. Bail them out from some awkward positioning in the midfield, and speaking of that, they've been doing a great job of just scooping up the ball from mid, see if they can go for another challenge. Follow-throughs, I think that's been the biggest thing that's been lackluster from both these teams in OT.
Exactly, the ideas are there. Be able to finish. They can find it. That's the way to move yourself into a favorable position at this point in time. Jonathan will test the grounds. North there, an extra touch. Will make it dangerous. Chile kind of tripped over himself too. That's an interesting way to get around some pressure.
We saw a little bit of that floundering happening during the 5v5 stage. That's that sweat, that's that grit that comes out in 5 minutes. Entire game of OT that's been played. It does drop down, but G-Man wisely holds on to their boost as much as they can. Same for North picking it up in the corner. Even the demo does relieve a little bit of pressure, make it that much more difficult for anyone to follow up. Chile, though, speaking of follow-ups, does have it downfield. Patty's just been waiting in the net patiently. They know they can only send 2 forward. They do not want to overcommit, and that's why we've been at the stalemate for such a long time. But Jonathan does at least break the mold for now. Oxy into the air, flip reset. Chile gets the read, though.
Looked good. Jonathan back to it too, but look out for the counterattack. You know that the Eagles can strike quickly. The back and forth, the give and go, but just out of the reach of Chile. Jonathan, back at you, sir. Here's Oxy. Ran out of boost in the process, and G-Man from the back wall will relieve more pressure as we take up to now 6 minutes in overtime.
Time keeps ticking, but more so do the chances for both these teams, right?
Yeah,
solid opportunities, but the defense is just a little bit smarter on these challenges. Eventually, something has to give. One trip up from either side will lead us to a victor and someone having to lead in this series once again. And it looks like it'll be OC, but it's not, no! It even pitches with G-Man, who's falling off the backboard. Jonathan on the counterattack, goes as fast as he can, gets the centering shot, but nobody's there in time, does drop down, and Chile will take it away once again.
Well, you're right, no lack of chances, that's for sure. They send it yet again. North finds G-Man. They'll punch it past Patty. Jonathan already back. Back wall pinches are getting a little old. Over and over again. You feel like a psycho might have to be the way to end it, the way things are trending.
Have to go for some sort of psycho play. I mean, not even just a psycho itself, just something that's unorthodox between these two players, because they have the read of every single angle that has come out so far, and just goes to show how much they have mastered the game of Rocket League to know what is coming before it even happens. The premonition that gives them the vision for the future to take the victory in stride. But 7 minutes of overtime, the longest we have had so far in this entire event for the ECAC in any of the championships for Rocket League so far.
Yeah, it's awesome. And I said there's the tension's low in this overtime, like earlier on. Yeah, forget that. Oh, there's a double touch. A chance there, back wall. G-Man found it. Now Patty looks to drop it down there for Moxie, but that one read as well. And Jonathan has Oxy's demo. Will they be able to respawn in time? They should be able to too. Jonathan found himself just trying to put something on target. I don't blame him at this point in overtime, but that one was easily read by the Eagles, and we play on.
Almost 8 minutes now. OC Eagles looking to close it out, but Chili misses the touch, doesn't have any more boost to go forward and have enough trajectory into the tank to take them to the promised land of a victory. Jonathan just carries it with an air dribble. Bit of a miss as well on the offense, and Oxy forcing themselves to go back and misses the touch.
There it
It's gonna
is.
go through, and there's the mistake. I was talking about G-Man capitalizing 8 minutes into OT.
One was all it took. Oxy got the 100 boost and thought he had enough time to be able to drive up the wall, be able to get that touch, as we saw so many times in that overtime. So game number 3 goes the way of the Eagles, and it feels good on that side. You flip the coin, though, and you play that deep into an overtime. That hurts a little bit.
8
for Akron
shots
Gold.
from North, 4 from G-Man, and 3 from their side of things is crazy to think about. And then we also see 5 from Jonathan and Patty, and 3 from Oxy. I mean, that just goes to show the pressure of these players. I'm surprised none of them had 1,000 score. We typically see that in even quicker overtimes, so that just goes to show how much the neutral was where we saw a lot of it too. So it's a tough spot to be for this, because we saw, you know, North and G-Man going in as much as they could defensively to pull from within to save those shots. So we'll see what they can do on this one. But Akron Gold, I mean, they've been doing a great job for this as well. So kudos to OC Esports ending, you know, their team and probably the other team's misery of such a long overtime. But it was so competitive from the gate all the way to the end of it.
There, I mean, this is, yes, back and forth was insane. We're just into game number 4 momentarily, but we do want to check something on the tech end, so we are going to take a quick break to make sure everything's working properly. If we're going to go to another 8-minute overtime, you have to make sure it's good to go. But we'll be right back here with the ECAC Rocket League Finals at the Forge Scholastic Esports Championships. We'll be right back. Vaudeville and Bearlight back with you here at the Forge Scholastic Esports Championships, presented by Army National Guard. Of course, Army National Guard is one of those organizations that allows you to stay rooted in your place, being able to live and work from home while also being ready to serve both your state and your country. And whether you're watching from home or here in this beautiful arena, we welcome you back in to talk about what was a crazy game number 3 that went over 8 minutes in overtime, but breaking through were the Eagles.
I think that's one of the longest OTs that I've casted in a while. I remember like in CRL League play, probably like an 11-minute one at some point, but like the way that this one was so close between these two teams, right? One mistake was all that costed it. It wasn't like one team just having the initiative, the advantage. In the last OT that we had before, right, where it was like almost 4 minutes, we've had, I think it's like 11 minutes of overtime so far, somewhere around there. So it's been a lot of action between these two teams in OT, and as close as possible, and as close as you would want it to be, right, for a final up to this point. So OC Eagles, they're looking for 2 more wins in a row to close this matchup out early. And North is the one leading the charge. Yet again, 8 shots in the last game, mind you, and a hat trick as well.
It's a way to start it. Finding just a lot more efficiency. Some would say 1-for-1 shooting. And it was just about being able to pull it back down to the chest before and then flicking it past the last member. I think both teams get into the zone. They like to play quickly, and that's why you see the backboard to backboard that we saw many times in the last one. But this time around, it's about slowing the pace down a little bit. The Eagles, that's what made them successful in their second game, game 2, where they were able to pull off the win. Now they've got back-to-back ones looking to do it again.
Well, first 30 seconds. Did have a goal, but the rest relatively uneventful compared to, we had that OT with shot after shot after shot after shot. But as I say that, Oxy with a crazy redirect into the net. Amazing angle for them. Perfect setup too from Jonathan. We see a great read on the challenge from midfield, and then the follow-up afterwards. That's textbook.
That's exactly what you want to do and find, especially if Jonathan's going to put in the work there on that sidewall as well to send it in the exact right place. Or what was a crazy redirect? Sit yourself upside down, launch it like a psycho. Hit the back of the net, by the way. And we're even.
That was about 20 seconds afterwards, too. Probably one of the fastest comebacks in terms of evening up that we've seen in this series so far between these teams. So OC Eagles, they're not happy about that one, right? They wanted to build up a lead and at least have something to write home about in this game early on and not have to be threatened with another potential OT if things stand for now. But Jonathan's not going to give them any chance to worry about that. They'll get the lead back for Akron Gold.
Nice and good patience yet again. Patty forced the hand of North there in the corner where he couldn't get himself settled. And then once you get Chili the bite from that back wall positioning, there's not much you can do. Found that the far side was the best place, perfectly placed shot. And a 2-1 lead now. Akron steal it away from the Eagles, who got that early goal. Now 2 in a row. Want more, too, as that one directed back down. Jonathan, bar down, baby. 3-1 now for Akron Gold.
It's a massive play there from Jonathan as well. I mean, Patty getting involved, too, having their own success here is on their side, too. So I love the angles, the choices that are being made by Akron Gold and the passing plays that were missing before, right?
Yeah,
now we actually get to see that come to par. And OC Eagles, unfortunately for them, they're just getting caught not really as aware as they were in that overtime, and I think it's just showing the fatigue that we saw from it.
Yeah, it took a lot of elbow grease to find one, real stellar opportunity. And, we talk about how they were able to find a mistake there from Oxy, but they bounce directly back. Patty leaves it on a tee here, and Oxy threads the needle there, but most of the work had already been done with what Patty was able to set up. That's the second time in a row with a crazy assist. He's been great.
Oxy's been amazing as well, just with the awareness, right? To know where to be at the right time. I think that's the biggest, benefit you can have is kind of that follow-up to try and get the goal here, essentially. Like, Patty sets it up perfectly, tees it up for his team, being like, okay, he puts the tee-ball on, like, the stand or whatever for their kid and all that, but that's essentially what they're doing here, as Patty is just going to be leading them to a potential victory if things continue this way. The most goals we've seen one-sided for a single team in this series so far.
I imagine with the name Patty. Oh, that shot actually going to sneak by, so there you go. Okay. You got another one here for G-Man in the pocket, so Eagle's not dead here. But yeah, I go back to just the way that Patty's able to set up. With that name, listen, I picture him more as like a caddy, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense,
Here's the 3
yeah.
iron, yeah, they give you the, it's going to be about this distance type of situation. 100% what that is, in my eyes.
At least an advisor for this team, the assistant playmaker that they needed and had been lacking in the last 2, and why they did drop those 2 OTs. But again, getting to OT in the first place, massive for them. So OC Eagles, yes, they have the initiative in the series, but Agrigold, with the way that they're playing so far, could easily turn things up a notch and tie it up again. But you can't, you know, talk too little about OC Eagles, of course, right? They were able to at least get a goal, so they're whipping 2. Almost were about to be whipping 1 if they could have succeeded with that goal. And North was really the big difference maker to me in that last game, right? They got the hat trick, they got the final goal for their team, and now we got to really just see like what they can do to answer back when being down by 2 now.
They feel like, I wouldn't call it one-dimensional because there's so many ways the Eagles can strike, but they are very much, they have less options. They're cut off immensely from Agrigold recently. But you're right, not only can the Eagles strike fast, but it's extremely fast before you can even take notice. And this might be one of those opportunities as well. G-Man, huge dunk. Jonathan just happened to be right place, right time as he saw that ball hit the hood of his car. Say thank you very much, because that was very scary. But they're able to dig out regardless.
Yeah, I mean, Jonathan is that constant force for this team, right? He's the one that's the glue for this squad. And we see it on offense, we see it on defense, wherever he needs to be, he will be there to save the day time and time again. Call him Superman or something. But Oxy is able to get the read and bait out G-Man at the midfield. Still following Dell, trying to go toe-to-toe with Jonathan. That's a great hit from G-Man, right? Goes deep into their own half after missing the initial challenge, and again goes for another shot and just keeps the pressure going for the Eagles to make it so that there's always the opportunity, especially to take advantage. Double fake, and Oxy is gonna get a backflip to save the day. What's happening? Is this a cloud circus?
I don't believe that. Like, you had no engage. That's just a clinical, or that is a very prime example of overthinking, because you had it dead to rights. Quite literally, all you had to do was punch it in. And they took their time, they tried to bait out the last man. They might have it here, though. Yes, they do.
Okay.
North. You gotta make up for it, man.
I take it back.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a show that was put on for sure, and it was a bit silly, but eventually they got to where they needed to, and North will put it into the back of the net, bring us within 1, and I feel like both teams just didn't know what to do with the ball at that moment. They all panicked, and nobody got the touches that they needed to side for the defense initially. So Akron Gold, they know that this is their time to shine. They have to get at least 1 more cushion goal to feel comfortable against OC Eagles, because so many overtimes that we've had so far. What's 1 more that OC Eagles are saying?
Sign me up. I agree. And listen, sometimes you have to take the scenic route, right? It's not just A to B. This might be a little bit more straightforward if Akron was able to get over, but they do. It's North right back to it. Fakes the flip reset. Actually, has the flip reset. Fake that, though. Chili wants to play it back down, but right in the hands of Oxy. Down to 10 seconds left. We'll direct it into the box, but Jonathan's there to stand tall and be able to try to direct it outwards. It's the G-Man instead. That one, North needs to keep it alive. Oh, well, here's Chili, no boost in the tank, and that will be the death of you in this game at least. And Akron's able to get one back, and are you surprised? We're back even in the series.
I'm not surprised. I mean, this couldn't have gone any other way in my mind. Like, they faced off against each other last time in the group stages, and it was OC Eagles who took the initiative. They were up 3-1. Akron forced it to be a game 7. Now Akron are fighting tooth and nail for every individual game, every individual goal. They somehow were able to get 100 shooting percent efficiency from the 2 goal scorers in Jonathan and Oxy.
Crazy.
Where on the other side, we saw shot after shot after shot from OC Eagles, and I feel like that's much to their own demise, right? They exhausted themselves where they weren't able to get anything going, and because of the goals that were so consistent from Akron Gold, OC Eagles were just playing catch-up from such an early starting point in this game. So going into game number 5, I think the big thing to like note here is just take a breather, you know, for OC Eagles. You got time, you know, you don't have to rush things. There's still at least guaranteed 2 more games, right? So we'll have to see how things progress from here on out, but I couldn't have asked for anything better for these finals.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. But I really do think that deep breath is a huge part of it, because the thing that Akron did for me here. Akron Gold was able to dial back in, and after a long, devastating overtime loss, a lot of teams would lose that focus. That was my talking point after that game. They proved us wrong, or they proved me wrong. Sorry, I'm not gonna bank you
I
into
was
that
also
too.
thinking the same thing.
Good.
So yeah,
they proved us wrong.
You were just thinking what I was going to say as well, so it's okay. It's okay.
And they're able to get the job done regardless in Akron. All right, draw even. Just finding ways, even with the pressure OC Eagles are known to bring, the efficiency of Akron is what stands out to me.
Yeah, I mean, that efficiency was the difference maker in that last game, right? Goal after goal after goal. They seemed to just not stop once they started going through, and that's typically what we've known this Akron Gold roster to be for, right? Against some of even the top competitors in CRL League play, they were one of those teams to look out for, even better than the Akron Blue roster, which typically has been the A-team, but they've proven that they've been deserving of an A-team moniker, and maybe that's why the gold color is there, because they want the gold at the end of the day, but Jilly is going to be the one to potentially send them home with a silver, especially if they keep up the goals like that.
North uses the ceiling in a great way. G-Man, the fact that he read that was actually incredibly impressive. And all three members very tight. I mean, that's the tightest I've seen the rotation from Oklahoma Christian, and it happened to work out this time, but they better watch their back and their own sides, right? Because Akron can come back in a hurry. You take your wins, though, in a 1-0 early here for the Eagles.
I think that was an all or nothing attack, really. They knew if that didn't go in, that they were going to get scored on a counterattack. And speaking of counterattacks, we almost saw an amazing one there. But here's an even better from G-Man. Can't get there in time. And speaking of all or nothing, Akron went all in and busted. So it's a tough one for them. They have nothing to go home with. And it will be OC Eagles that do take the initiative yet again for a 2-0 lead.
That'll be the first time in this series that I've said a questionable decision for sure. Third man was back, but like everybody pushed forward, and it seemed clear to me, but it might have just been a breakdown in communication. Either way, Akron Gold will want to forget about that one and get back to it. The good news for them is very early in this game. They were able to equalize the series in the last one, but still haven't really gotten their feet under them since. The Eagles, that pressure early kind of surmounted to it to give up the first goal, and the second one doesn't feel much better. It's the Eagles on the doorstep yet again. That's North. Gonna shoot it wide, have the follow from Chile, but no boost in the tank, so Jonathan swipes it away. Leaving some pressure with the shot again. Pinpoint accuracy there from G-Man.
Oklahoma Christian are locked in and loaded for this game number 5. I mean, if this was the best of 5, they would have been going home happy with this, but just goes to show, like, you can't write off a whole series based off of individual games, right? Like last game, going into this one, you would have thought, oh, you know, Akron Gold, if they get the first goal, they'll be pretty solid and can just go from there and win the whole thing. But OC Eagles just showcase their accuracy, showcase that, like, you can only put up so much resistance on defense, and eventually we'll break down the mental just enough so that you're second-guessing every challenge you're going for. And that seems to be what's been happening to Akron Gold, is they aren't as confident as they used to be and don't have as much coordination as we saw in the last game, and going for individual plays and some double commits here and there. And after the first one bit them in the butt, they've just doubled down and it hasn't worked.
Right, it's like a continuation. It's a snowball effect for, like, because then you're making questionable decisions because you're not sure, you're unsure. You end up double committing like we saw in the second goal, and ever since then, they haven't been able to find any kind of room, any space, or coordination. We said the passing plays, you know, being able to find one another, allowing Patty to really set up the rest of their team. That's a huge part of their win last time around. They've been silenced. I've been forced again backwards to shadow this one. There's a lot of boost in the tank and more time on the clock here for the Eagles. And maybe that's what they need. They need a little wake-up call they got from Akron in that last one. This 3-0 mark is going to feel insurmountable as time ticks away, almost 2 minutes left.
Potential for Jonathan there, but unfortunately didn't get the angle that they wanted. So instead, OC Eagles doing such a great job suffocating this Akron Gold offense and even the defense, right? They can't get the boost, they can't get the angles, they can't find the answer, and they don't have enough time really as it is ticking down. I mean, a minute 43 seconds normally would be plenty for this Akron Gold roster, but the problem is that they have just coming up empty every time they go in for an opportunity, and these counterattacks are so lethal for most Eagles, and they barely have to give up any resources for them.
I'm wondering, because Akron Gold is noticeably late to challenges, and whether I can attribute to that for the speed increasing for OC Eagles, whether or not just Akron Gold is not reading the play as well as they have been. It seems like a collapse job here. I think the only thing that you can really bring a positive here for Akron Gold is that it's going to be likely just one loss in the column here as far as the series is concerned, and it won't be over because you lose this one. But a 4-0 and a pause here on this one, a minute 16 left in a 4-0 lead. The exact answer, though, that you wanted here for OC Eagles, and here we are, Vaudeville, in the driver's seat, at least for this game, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's rough too, right? If you're having tech issues, that might actually explain the issues. As what we've seen from Akron could be some like jitteriness or something like that. You were talking about, how they were late to some of the plays, and that could be what is attributing to it as well. So that makes a lot of sense for why they seem uncharacteristically slow to some of these plays and the ball itself. So hopefully whatever the issue is, it gets resolved so we can get back into the game, especially this being, the grand finals, the national championship here for ECAC. We want it to be, as competitive as can be between these teams.
Yes.
So shout out to the production crew and the admin staff too for, taking the time to try and troubleshoot what these issues are, right? Not every competition will do that, so it's good to see that there is that competitive integrity, that they are going to be focusing on that. I mean, I've worked as an RLCS admin myself, so I've known that there are issues like this that you do have to take as much measures as you can about them. So sometimes you get a full lobby reset, you do a test lobby, then you go into the next one. Sometimes you just have to power through it and then ask for a lobby remake afterwards. So we'll hear some updates a little bit later on exactly what the plan is for that in terms of fixing those issues if they can in this moment, or at least taking it some time after this game as well, like we saw before for that one. But even then, I mean, this game as competitive as can be, right? Even with Akron being down these goals, they've still kept it close. They've gotten a lot of good chances. It's just, maybe because of the issues might be part of the reason why they haven't been able to succeed on them just yet.
Rising, exactly. And if it's not like literally, messing with you a little bit, whether it be like connection,
mentally for sure.
Yes, exactly, because you're waiting and things like that. So you want to be able to kind of test the waters as you come in. So that's kind of a concern, because if it does linger a little bit in the back of your mind, it can get a little bit testy at the end of the day, Vaughn.
Well, it sounds like they're going to be resetting the lobby, so we have a little bit more time for them to get into it, make sure that all of the connections are good for these players, right? And it is still going to be 4-0, so of course, they've played all these games. The pause was called partway through because it became unbearable, right? When 4 goals are scored against you, a little bit different on that side of things. So we'll see what they can do once they get into it. But I think the big thing here is that, maintaining that momentum for OC Eagles, right? They have the 4 goals. If they can get another one here, they'll be looking really solid going forward there as well. But still, we do have, I think, like 160 or 106 left in the match. So we're going to be going to the exact time and the exact goals that we were at the end of it there. So just want to keep this as competitive as possible, maintain that integrity, which is great to see that the staff on the back end is doing that.
Absolutely. And shout out Rocket League for putting the admin.
I mean, I'm glad that's available just for like everyone to be able to use too. Like, it is annoying when you're running tournaments and people are just like pausing the game all the time and trying to like reset stuff, and you're like, guys, don't add that mutator, because it's a mutator in the game, mind you. But no, it's great for like an admin tool to actually be able to do that. I mean, Rocket League in general have been doing such a great job with like some of the changes that they've been having. I saw they like are helping sponsor like Buckets Mod now.
That's right.
So that you can actually use that for broadcasts again, which is great.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, the auto replay uploader is so useful for that kind of stuff too. I mean, there's so many tools out there the Rocket League community has built that are amazing that you can take a part of. I mean, through, I think, Baki's Mod, you can use, like, Carl, I think it's called.
Barl, yeah.
Well, Barl, but there's also, like,
Carl,
I think Carl is another one that's just for, like, analysis, of, like, replays and stuff like that for coaches.
Oh, nice.
So you can use that as, like, another tool. So there's so many different things out there that are available for it. But sounds like we're getting into the game in moments now. You can, take a break from me yapping about Rocket League. I'm pretty passionate about the game. Almost been 10 years doing this, but we could go all day about it.
Legit. We could go back and forth. About that, we have, it's across the board, whether it be organizing or whatnot. So we get back in, like we mentioned, it'll be 4-0. Well, actually, strike that. It'll be 5-0 as North will put another one on the board. So it almost kind of feels like a technicality that we can bring. But you have to be fair and square. Obviously, like we mentioned, the finals. So just insane work here from the Eagles to be able to bounce back. Not only that, but make a statement piece. An exclamation point, dare I say?
Yeah, I would say that's an exclamation point, but I also think that's a maintaining of the momentum, right? Even after the tech pause and going back into the game, you might worry, you know, that they wouldn't be as locked in as they were before just because of the issues that have been happening. But Akron Gold, you know, I think the big thing for them, can they get a goal? That'll be the big stalemate break for them. And the mold, unfortunately, seems to be too powerful against them that they can't break through it just yet. So a little less than 40 seconds remain for Akron Gold. If they can get on the board, that was a good chance if they got that bump, but North was just a tank there on the field.
Yep. I mean, you're going to push just as hard, right? Push back from the Eagles to deny that, because the reason we want that goal so much is to swing that momentum in this way. And that was a grand opportunity here. Oxy follows it up, but another big save there, too. And apparently it is just illegal to get a goal here on the Eagles here in this game. That's just what it is, right?
Yeah, that is the case. I mean,
yeah.
This is OC Eagles' game. They own it, and maybe they'll own goal. No, they're going for the psycho play potentially. The redirect, it's not as crazy as a psycho, unfortunately. There wasn't enough power behind it, but even then, I do love these players still keeping it up at 0 seconds. Rule 0 here as well, and OC Eagles, they will be the ones to take the advantage to be on a championship point for the ECAC Nationals. And, well, of course, it only shows a couple of shots here and there, but that's just because we reset the lobby. So it doesn't really matter too much on the stats here. But I think the big thing is North keeping that efficiency up. We didn't really see North do as much in the last series between these two teams. So I think he's been like that secret weapon they've been honing and waiting to unleash against the competition.
And that's well put, because we talked about it earlier, his emergence within this team that's made it so so much more competitive of a team like OC Eagles have been for a long time. To be able to have that is something exquisite for this team. So ready, set, and now that we get into the next game, we're going to head and hang in there from a mentality standpoint. Now it's completely of a reset from all of those things, but the thought still lingers about maybe those upsets.
Yeah.
But those Eagles, you know that emotion is certainly getting to them right now. They seemed a little bit chill whenever we watch the walkouts.
Yeah.
But now that you're in this moment where it's just like one game away, one more, baby, I think they're going to be at least a little bit more animated.
Yeah, I think they'll be a bit more animated, but they are just like stone-faced the entire time. They will not celebrate until they actually are raising that trophy, and I feel like I respect it, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't want to get ahead of yourself. You don't want to celebrate and pop off too early, and maybe we saw a little bit of that from Akron yesterday and earlier on as well, where they were doing like the finger guns towards the camera. But, you know, you love to see that spirit from these players. So I think Akron Gold, that's what they need to find, is that spirit, is that joy in the game that is a Rocket League. Yes, they've been playing so much of it. I mean, we've already played more than Game 7's worth, basically because of the OT right that we've had up to this point. So OC Eagles look to close out the ECAC National Championship as winners, or will Akron Gold get one more accolade for their historic careers?
Win or go home. We've seen so many Game 7s, I don't want to jinx it, but it's very possible. It's in the realm of possibilities, no doubt. But it's OC Eagles with the first chance here. Patty able to recover with plenty of boost to swipe that one away. Chili with the bump up high. G-Man going for the double two, but Patty, the right time to jump up the back wall to challenge.
Smart on Jonathan to also mirror that play, get the boost on the back line, and force the OC Eagles team to retreat just towards the midfield, and at least relieve a little bit of pressure as well. So it goes to show how important securing your own boost is, so that there isn't just a maintained offensive attack so easily executed by OC Eagles. And part of the reason why we saw Akron Gold struggle was because of those kind of attacks. And we see the transition play now come through. Perfect setup, and there's G-Man with the finish.
It's just by the book here. You know, the quick transition back down, but the way Chili flipped it over, the give and go. Very nicely done. Well executed here by the Eagles. And a 1-0 lead on their chance to close out. Puts you in the driver's seat. You catch Akron Gold. Now they're chasing in their brains. So they're certainly after that quick answer to make sure that they can stay relevant in this one, because all things considered, last game got away from them. They weren't able to find that gold, and that might be lingering here, not being able to find that gold late in that last game.
Chili up to the heavens, dropped it down, had the angle, but it was a little bit off target. Jonathan barely saving that one away. Again, North potential. They could have kept the ball in play on the orange half, and even with these challenges coming out from Akron, they are met every time in the air with a 50-50 from Oklahoma Christian. So this 3-2 lead that they have essentially going to be all that they need with this one goal to get the victory and hoist that trophy at the end of the day. And multiple members having to overcommit for Akron Gold just to hold on to the ball. And Jonathan, unfortunately, a simple shot's not going to be enough.
Yoxi was looking out for that bump, but had to swing around. Was able to get there in time. So even though it was a 2-on-1, it felt like just a little bit more coordination would have gone a long way. G-Man wants to fake it off the corner. Oxy got a little bit of it, but it goes right back to Chili. And now North up, low boost, still managed to put that on target. And now Oxy right back out of the zone. G-Man in an awkward spot there too, but will have to recover. And now they've got space. Now it's their time. And a great spot here to try to challenge into Patty, but maybe wait a little bit too long as the rest were able to swing around. Right back in, Oxy. Backflips, I think, wanted to keep possession, gives it away instead, and Patty has to dig him out for the goal line.
Chile, awesome opportunity here if they can set it up in the midfield, but no, the box is not going to be so easily passed through by this offensive attack, and even with the counter, great stop at the halfway point by Oxy there. Good chip up as well for Akron Gold, but unfortunately for them, nobody's home, and it's moving with another shot. Disruption and forced own goal. The error comes through, but it's Chile who's going to be the one credited with the goal here.
Patty was being bullied there too. North turned back into the play and just stood in the way. Just a distraction there. Didn't even need the bump, man. He was able to swing it in, feeling more and more stellar here for the Eagles. They got their 2-0 lead on match point, looking for more as well. As they've got that touch off the back wall, and they've managed to score the last 7 goals here in this series for the Eagles. That's how dominant they've been as of late.
That's reminiscent of what we saw at the end of the last series, right? That these two played in the group stages. It was OC Eagles who got early goals and kind of broke away from the mold. And unfortunately for Akron Gold, they haven't found any answer so far in the last game into this one. They had a chip up, but no follow through. And I feel like those falters have been the struggle for this team. The fatigue is definitely building up, and unfortunately, they don't have any stress relief anytime soon, especially when playing against such a top squad like OC Eagles.
Gotta push. As win or go home, they know this. There's a demo. Jonathan and all 3 committed forward. Last time you did this, they're exposed on the back end, but you have to press in. Time ticking down so fast in their heads as well. You know that you're playing from behind. You're in a game to try to keep you relevant. Here's Oxy to the ceiling. Got past G-Man. Waits and finds just a little hole. And they are staying close. They'll cut the lead in half with 42 seconds left.
Massive from Oxy. I mean, we've been waiting for him to pop off for this team. And yes, an orthodox play. They drop down and it hits like the back of their car and flips in. But even then, they are still able to take the initiative, and that could be enough to swing things in their favor, especially with 40 seconds left.
Yeah, you're creative sometimes. It's the epitome of that, but Chile's low on boost here. And the way he was looking to wave dash, I felt like he kind of gave away his hand there. As far as this is concerned, though, a breakdown defensively, and all that progress and everything that you were looking to do to get back in this game, it feels nullified after they just stand there in the box and get yet another one. It's a 3-1 lead for the Eagles late in game number 6 to try and close out.
I hate to talk about consolations, right? But Akron Gold, they at least have another championship for the NECC against Northwood after this. I mean, later on, either today or tomorrow. But OC Eagles, this is their one shot, right? They're already out of the running for that one. They need this accolade to feel even more important because they have struggled throughout last semester into this one to make some progress with this team. And Patty's trying to get in the way of that. 10 seconds left. We'll see if they can do it.
Hey, stand tall. Hey, listen, you're after 2 of the titles here. And error 404, no Eagles found. So hopefully this isn't their collapse. We don't want that to be the start of the story. But 10 seconds left, gear up. See if Akron can pull something out of a hat. And right now, the demo play off the kickoff might do that. Patty launches one, but it's denied. Now Jonathan back to it. Down to 2 seconds. Look at Jonathan's got Patty. It's past him though, hits the ground. And Oklahoma Christian and the Eagles able to take the title for ECAC 2026.
GG's across the board between these two, but Oklahoma Christian looked like the stronger team at the end of the day. In both OTs throughout this series and the last time that they faced off against each other, they just proved that they were stronger together. It wasn't an individual effort. They all worked in tandem and proved, hey, if one of our players not feeling as confident, let's send someone else in and see what they can do. And we even saw North more effective than I think he's been in any of the tournaments before. Yeah. So if this is the team that we see in the fall semester for OC Eagles, I can easily expect them to make league play for CRL and easily make them have another run of this proportion, continuing it through just the record books of ECAC.
They've got, I mean, they continuously have been this team that has done so much, and they still will have the opportunity, be able to continue together as well to press in. You're right. North did a fantastic job, but when you have that chemistry in these games that are tight, that'll break you through, man. I'm telling you, the dynamic duo, but of course, with North joining in and then his improvements too. You never know where a shot's going to come from. And that when you keep guessing as a defense, man, that's such a tough thing to go up against for sure.
I mean, seeing like those 8 shots, right, when we had that super long overtime with North, getting the hat trick to even lead us to that as well. Yeah. It was just an insane change of pace, I'd say, for OC Eagles, and also Akron Gold. They weren't prepared for North, right? They're used to like dealing with Chile and G-Man. They saw that they were the ones scoring and having the most initiative before, and they didn't have any plans afterwards. It's like, okay, we focus, we have the man-to-man coverage, we go for the bumps and demos, Jonathan leads the charge on that, and we'll create some space that way. The problem was, I hate to say it, I feel like Oxy was a little bit too awkward at the end there too, right? Sure. I mean, the pressure got to them at the biggest stage, but that's what happens when, you know, you're younger in your collegiate career. Jonathan's been there for a while, Patty's been there just as long as well. So, like, there's time to adapt, there's time to grow, and we saw the growth the most from OC Eagles throughout the semester. I'm excited to see, you know, what Oxy's career and Patty and whoever else joins them in the fall is going to look like as well, because there's more potential behind them. And again, they have so many accolades, they have so many achievements. Unfortunately, they didn't get this one, but they still have another chance against Northwood later on for NECC.
Here's why I agree to the fullest extent, because I saw Oxy. He's no stranger as far as winning lands, and so I love to see his future. He's been there, done that, and even more is going to be incredible as well. So I love Oxy, what he's been able to accomplish, but you're right, fell off a little bit, but that's not an area of concern.
And
I'm excited
it's not
to see
like harping on him too much, right?
Correct.
That's like one moment in an entire series.
Sure.
Did a great job, too, to even get them towards a lot of these game wins. So full team effort from Akron Gold. We'll see them later on in other competitions. We'll see the school always in Collegiate Rocket League, right? Like since the inception that we saw for it. But we do have our champions here, OC Esports. It's Chile, it's G-Man, it's North. Take it away, Lemon Kiwi.
Welcome back, everyone, to the main stage. I am here with the OC Eagles. Give it up one more time. And I gotta get Chili here for the interview. Congratulations once again, and what a series you guys took over in the end. And bring me through the emotions of a win like this.
We were just very excited to be up here and play, come out here San Antonio. So really just excited and having a good time the whole way through.
You look like you had a great time out there. You guys hit your flow state, and you defeated a pretty well-respected team when it comes to Rocket League. So how did you pull it off?
We have a long history with versing Akron. We versed them 3 times this weekend already, and we just knew that if we focus, play our game, we're the better team. So that's how we
Awesome. And with this trophy, I hear that you're going to get some Chipotle after this. And, you know, that's a pretty great way to celebrate. So what's your Chipotle order?
I'm going to get the biggest possible bowl of steak.
Yo, some steak sounds really, really good. And give it up one more time to the OC Eagles as they take their Rocket League trophy. And we have more esports around the corner here for Forge Scholastic Esports Championship, so we'll see you after this.
You'll still have common days. Put off your term papers till the last minute. Eat cold pizza right out of the fridge. Update your fantasy roster. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life. You'll still have common days. Get caught in traffic during your commute. Overthink a text message. Get a song stuck in your head. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life. You'll still have common days. Forget someone's name mid-conversation. Count your tips at the end of your shift. Buy something disappointing off the internet. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Forge Scholastic Esports Championship main stage. We have so many trophies to give out. There's been so many tournaments going on. And up first, for our first trophy, is, of course, the P1 Overwatch Champions. You're looking at NC State. And of course, to give them their trophy and to share some lovely words is the director of NECC, Jacob Van Ryn.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to congratulate you guys on a great weekend. Obviously thrilled to have you here, and it's my distinct pleasure now to present you officially the trophy for our Project 1 Championship. Congratulations, guys.
Woo! All right, I mean, that is such a good-looking trophy. And of course, Overwatch, we all know that's a grind. And you are tall. Bunkachonko, is that how I say it?
Bunkachonko.
Okay, Bunkachonko. Wow, what a grind. I mean, Overwatch is adding heroes all the time. You guys just grinded through an incredible tournament. So what does this mean to you to go all the way to the end and be a champion?
It really means a lot to us. We didn't know each other before coming to state, and we kind of grinded together as a team to really improve, and we really put our effort to make it here, and this is sort of our breakout year, so we're really proud of ourselves.
It was a breakout year, and you're champions at the end of that road. That is incredible. And I mean, tell me all the work that you did to get to this point. I mean, there's so many of you on this team, everyone at your school helping you out. What did it take to be winners here today?
It took a lot, not just this year, but in years prior as well. We had a lot of help from alumni, both from Overwatch and not Overwatch, just came in for coaching, like mental coaching. We also put in a lot of effort ourselves to sort of learn the new heroes that came out and sort of switch roles here and there for whenever new players are in. And we got a lot of help from outside coaching as well to sort of hammer in our comps and our fundamentals.
I mean, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears it took to get this trophy. So congratulations once again to your P1 Overwatch champions, NC State! All right, guys, you guys can go and celebrate with your trophy. We'll get your photo ops done another time. We got a lot of trophies to give out, so thank you again for joining us on the stage. And up next, we have our Valorant champions of P1. So, University of Oklahoma, let's take the stage. All right, everyone, gather up. Not as many players as Overwatch, but Jacob, our NECC director, show him some love.
Yeah, obviously a great weekend, guys. We're really proud to be working with you. I know it's been a long grind, a lot of fun, great run. Congratulations on a championship trophy.
All right, give it up one more time to the University of Oklahoma. And I'm just gonna steal Qua while you hold that heavy trophy over there, because, man, yeah, you know, you got to have the aura with the interview, right, Qua? Oh, my God. So you're a winner. You stand above the rest. How does that feel, Qua?
It feels absolutely amazing for these guys. I want to do it for these guys as well, and my coach. It's such an amazing feeling. The adrenaline was so high.
Absolutely. There's so much going on. I wish I had time to go watch it. I mean, I heard you guys yelling, so that was so fun. And I mean, now you're a champion. What is next for you, the team, the school? Are you celebrating?
we're gonna go eat some good food after this. Was it kind of K-barbecue? Was that the plan? Yeah, that's what we're doing. Right after this, and then after summer, I'm not sure yet. We'll have to see.
The future is uncertain, but right now you're a champion, and you guys are hungry too, so go and celebrate. Give it up one more time to the University of Oklahoma! All right, go and celebrate. Hold on to that trophy. Do not drop it. And last but certainly not least, we have one more trophy to give out. Jacob's gonna help me out. And up next, we have our Marvel Rivals P1 champions. Take it to the stage, Texas A&M. All right, Jacob, you know the drill.
Yeah, we've done it. Guys, great weekend. It was awesome watching you compete, getting to know you, obviously, throughout the course. And today, we cap it off with the official presentation of the championship trophy. Congratulations.
Give it up one more time to Texas A&M. What's up, Zorium? So you won a trophy. Pretty good. How does it feel to represent Texas?
You know, in our home state, it's nice to come in here, win, show out. Yeah, it feels good.
Yeah, it's been a long day. You guys keeping the vibes up? How was it just grinding through the whole weekend of matches?
I mean, honestly, like, it was kind of light. You know, I was pretty confident going in. Our team's pretty good. We even had some subs, but like one of our other DPS, or not DPS, our support, we got last minute, or we had 2 people drop out. I'm really proud of how she played and how we played together.
Wow, with a substitute, and apparently it's light work. Okay, but what's the celebration gonna be looking like? What food are you looking for?
I think we're going to Chick-fil-A. Shit. Later tonight too, you know, maybe some like 21 plus stuff, you know, like some drinking. Just having a good time while we're here.
I could tell you're media trained. All right, great job, Sorry. Congratulations once again to Texas A&M, your P1 Marvel Rivals champions. All right, go enjoy all your funny business over there. And Jacob, you keep them in line. And we're going to go set up our next set of tournaments, everyone, so don't go anywhere.
You'll still have common days. Put off your term papers till the last minute. Eat cold pizza right out of the fridge. Update your fantasy roster. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life. You'll still have common days. Get caught in traffic during your commute. Overthink a text message. Get a song stuck in your head. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Hey guys, it's Lemon Kiwi. Before we get our next tournament set up, I wanted to visit some of the cool booths that we have here. I have Snackless, aka Shannon, here at Twitch University. Tell me, what is this about?
So Twitch University is Twitch's newest program. It is for students who attend post-secondary institutions of any kind, so whether that's college, university, trade school, we welcome you to join Twitch University if you are streaming on Twitch and you would like education, connection to other students, unique giveaways, special opportunities, in person, online, we have it all. So scan that QR code to join our program and learn a little bit more.
Yeah, and tell me about these opportunities because I know all about university, but not Twitch. I want to go to Twitch University. That sounds really cool.
Listen, Twitch University is Twitch's newest program, and it is awesome. We have everything from mentorship to opportunities to be on front page, connect directly with Twitch staff, learn how to make media kits, pitch yourself, get sponsorships, creator programs, game keys. We have it all. We have great connections, and we're ready to get to know you and invite you to our program.
This sounds like an amazing platform for creators to not only just learn the whole, branding is so important, and you're teaching all about this, and it's not just about learning, you have some goodies for everybody.
Absolutely. If you are a member already of Twitch University, or you are already streaming on Twitch and you are in post-secondary institutions, swing by that booth and you too might get some of our special swag.
Ooh, guys, there's pillows, there's bags. You're gonna wanna come by the Twitch University booth if you're here in the venue, or you could scan the QR code if you are watching on stream. I'm only gonna give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're cooked. Twitch University, though, is an amazing opportunity to grow as a creator, and Shannon, aka Snackless, can bring you all through it if you guys wanna stop by. And, well, that's all I have for you right now. I'll see you after the break.
Welcome back, everybody. Still here at the Forge Scholastic Esports Championships as we're switching titles over to Rainbow Six Siege. Myself, Llama77, joined up in the booth by Time to Light. What do we got on the docket today?
It's Akron Fisher, a tale as old as time, as the kids say, but it's one that's about as old as 2 weeks ago for the most recent iteration, and 2 weeks and a day ago for the second most iteration. It's about as recent as it gets between these two squads.
They know each other. Some of them love each other on the other side.
I wouldn't say that.
They know each other very well. They've played across so many different collegiate championships, and they get to meet here again today. What's different about this one?
Well, for starters, it's the most recent. You go with bragging rights, obviously. You have the most recent game is always the one everybody talks about. They played 2 weeks ago, twice over in the Play versus Championships. They've played 2 more times this semester. This is the 5th total meeting between these two teams in this semester alone. Add that to this academic year, and these two teams are basically either best friends or best foes, depending on how the time in the server is gone.
It's kind of interesting as you get to learn about your opponents on the other side of the field. You get to learn about their map pool and everything that they want to bring into this one. But Akron's got some specialties about them. They spent some time in the Tier 2 and Tier 1 scene, gaining some valuable information. What does that do for this series here today?
For obvious reasons, it makes you feel a lot more comfortable. If you're comfortable, you can do everything you need to because you always have those jitters. You're playing PUBG or some Battle Royale, you're in the Final 5, and you're like getting cold sweats and shaking. If you've played in Tier 2, this is just another collegiate championship. Walk in the park, man.
Hoping to see these teams compete, and I'm honestly hoping to see as many maps as possible between these two because this is really the last hurrah for them as they get a chance to look forward to and look back at the season that they've put together. I'm excited to see who takes it because it's been Akron with their dominance over the last couple of matches, but Fisher's taken some serious maps off of that.
Yeah, last 4 matches total in this semester alone, it has been dominance in its entirety for Akron. But any given Sunday, in this case, any given Saturday, let's get specific here. I feel like Akron could probably pull this off again. Recency would tell you that, but don't count Fisher out ever.
Well, let's meet our teams here. Send it on down to Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you, casters. For our last grand final of the day, we have the best looking trophy that I have seen all weekend for the UCC Rainbow Six Grand Final. So now it is time to introduce our 2 teams and the 2 biggest schools that we have here in esports. So up first, give it up to Fisher College. Ooh, I always love the Fisher jerseys, looking so good. They're looking locked in and ready to win. But how will they do against their opponent? It's time to get excited for Akron! Okay, they can walk the walk, but can they talk the talk? It is time to get into the game for our UCC Rainbow Six Grand Final. They're fighting for this trophy, and our casters are ready to take you through it. So let's send it back over to Llama and Time to Light.
Thanks, Jen. Really good walkout from both teams and looking stylish here in a big one. And you know, for Fisher, as we talked about, even though they've got the worst end of this matchup over the course of the past couple of championships, Fisher has a prestige that they've set over the course of the weekend. They brought 12 teams out to our event here.
Honestly, I'm surprised it's that few. With the notoriety that this school has and the amount of amazing rostered players they have across so many titles, Rainbow Six Siege being, I think, the most forefront for myself with my experience in R6 before this and in the collegiate sphere for so long. I'd point out that this is probably the one they have the most dominance in, yet they still have lost to Akron 4 times in the last 4 months.
It's been dominance from the Zips as they've been able to control the series and be able to control the kind of reverse sweep nature. It feels like Akron is always losing that map number 1 and then finding ways to bounce back and pulling off back-to-back map sweeps. And we'll have to wonder if they can get it done today, because for Akron and for Fisher, this is the last chance in the year. This is the last statement.
Yeah, for a few of these players, it's their last collegiate event. Now, there are some chances. I've always wondered how this would turn out for some schools or some teams that try to go Tier 1 or Tier 2, is if you graduate from the collegiate roster, do you continue to play with your semi-professional or professional roster? There's obviously the argument that you've had so much success, you've qualified, you should. But there's also the conversation, if you're going to end up playing collegiate, like a lot of these players have or continually will in the near future, shouldn't you stick with the same players between different competitions?
That's the big question. Getting to look at the rosters here on this one. Obviously, a lot of really big names on both sides. What sticks out to you?
Kosa. Kosa's the name on the Akron side. Same with Aimkey. Aimkey with his success as of late and as of, well, I mean, the most recent event that we saw not only play versus, but the major most recently. On the Fisher side, Marm's the name to go to, but so too is Scoob, who has been the consistent factor for the Fisher Falcons.
I feel like I'm looking for Rushy to step up today as well. I've seen some really big moments, especially go back to that play versus championship and winning on that first map. But again, these are 2 very stacked rosters,
Absolutely.
2 very talented rosters, and as well as that 2 very experienced rosters, not only in playing each other, but when you talk about, okay, LAN jitters, teams have them all the time. These teams have played infinite LANs. They know exactly what it's like.
Not only that, but you get into the later stages of regulation, maybe even into overtime. There are some players who have nerves. I think I will have more nerves when we get into a close game than the players will, because not only have they done it so often in totality, they've done it often on LAN. Recently, they've done it often on LAN against each other multiple times. There's not a whole lot of inexperience across the board for these players individually, much less for the names they represent on their jersey.
And again, that's what makes it so big for Akron. They take away all that Tier 2, Tier 1 experience. They're able to bring so many players again from the championship title. But Fisher, I think, has just had that bad taste in their mouth for so long. They would love to strike back here today, fight themselves through this best of series, and be able to find the win. For you and what you've seen, what does Fisher have to do today to pick up the win?
I would say start off well, but even when they have started off well, Akron's been able to bring it back. I think sticking with their game plan between maps, there are some teams who will find something that works in game 1 or map 1 or in a previous series against a team, even in a loss, and they'll say, let's try and over-dedicate ourselves to that. We've seen it from teams against Akron. They've had some success, tried to basically put all their cards or all their eggs in one basket. I'm trying to mix my idioms here. And then Akron finds one weakness, snips the bottom of the wicker basket, and down go the team they're playing, which has happened very often, by the way. They haven't lost a game since February. Not a match, a game. At this point, I don't know if there's a team that could beat them. If there is, they're sitting maybe right there. I don't know which side of the stage they're on. I think it's this one.
I would tend to agree. And I think as well for Fisher, you have to be able to work off momentum really well, because I think for Akron, when you look at this team as a whole, when you look at Rainbow Six Siege and kind of the landscape across, they usually have players that are playing certain roles, that are playing roamers, that are more able to pick up kills. But it just feels like you walk into this Akron team, and not only do they have that experience to back it up, but they are so skilled and feel like they know the map knowledge down to a T.
I think Siege is the game of variety. There are some players you look and say, this is a support operator or a support player who's playing this operator at any given time. But importantly, if you're playing that role and you're expected to play that role, you throw your wild card in if you're an Uno fan, and magically you're playing a completely different role, and they're not looking for you in that position. There's so many opportunities to change so many things between every single round. It is my favorite part about Siege, the destructibility of the map. Battlefield is the only one that has replicated anything near it recently. It gives you so much more flexibility as a roster, as an individual, as an operator.
And we go back to talking some of the good graces of Akron, and kind of what that experience does is from learning from better teams. I know, crazy to say that there's better teams than Akron, but from the pro level and learning some of their strategies that they're able to take to here, it just adds so much more to your wheelhouse. You unlock more scenarios that you're familiar with. Instead of going to your regular defaults, you're ready to go on all these different pathways.
I think the thing I've always said, at any level of any esport, or sport for that matter, is A, you win, B, you learn. There's one of those two opportunities. If you're losing a game, if you're Akron, you are learning. They're not losing many games, but when they do, they're gaining something with it. They've got the analysis, they've got everything they need to work with, importantly, as a team, much less along their support staff. And in a game of R6, that's what you're looking for, is support staff and information, and trying to work with more info on teams that you've played, in Fisher's case, many times on stream.
I mean, both these two teams, when it comes down to it, it'll be interesting to see where they go for this one. And we had an interesting scenario with Akron actually dropping down to a lower seed. Fisher actually earned the #1 seed, so they actually get first pick going here into this championship. Is that going to affect anything? I know we got a little bit of a prelude on the map pool.
I think notably, if you have that selection, you're playing on what you're comfortable with. If I'm Fisher, I would have rather had the second opportunity to pick map 2, because Akron, as an individual roster, has always had success once they gain the information. There are some teams that have beaten them in map 1. Again, albeit not recently, but they have. If you have that recency bias, maybe you try and take map 2 and pick map 2. You will also end up getting to pick the decider. In best of 7 or best of 9 full map pools, if you pick map 2, that means you also technically pick map 3 because you're chopping off the last ban. Not the case for Fisher. Technically, Akron gets 2 bans in this, despite the fact they are the lower seed. That's why I always pick Team B.
Okay, well, if you have that choice, you get that extra information. You get to work off that end of the map selection. And let's talk a little bit about where we're going. First and foremost, we're going to Fortress. That is the Fisher selection. That's where they want to stake their claim on. And honestly, it's probably a must-win, like you said. You want to go where you're most comfortable, and you have to start out quick against this Akron team.
Notably, you need to work with the space you have, whether you're on the attack or on the defensive side. If you don't work with the space you have on a map the size of Fortress, which few in esports replicate, much less competitive shooting esports like Rainbow Six, you need to work with the space you have. If you're not taking space early on the attacking side or holding space early on the defensive side, I mean, obviously it's not going to help you, but in this case, Akron's just going to see it. They're going to play the information game early, and they're going to wipe you off the map, because the less they have to take late, the more they walk away with early.
Well, and I hate to be a pun master here, but Fortress, it is literally a fortress. It's one of the hardest maps, I feel like, to break open some of those different pathways. And I think that Akron is so good that even on these tougher maps, they're able to find really different pathways into the site, be able to execute. And honestly, at the end of the day, it's going to be a tough challenge, I think, for both these two teams, starting in this map #1 after all they've learned from the entire season to generate new strategies.
I'll be honest, I only paid attention a little bit in grade school English, but the one thing I took is the road less traveled by is always the most important, and the one that people aren't expecting you to walk away with. If you're taking that road less traveled or the awkward back door into Fortress and then just kind of scurrying your way around the map in a crouch, sure, good for you. It may work, but importantly, a team may not expect it. Now granted, these two teams have played each other. They've played each other on this map recently. This is not an abnormal position for either of them to be in, something we'll say a lot today. But if you take that information, you take this first map, and you try and pull something different, either A, it's going to help you walk away with this game very quickly, or B, it'll end up shooting you in the foot, and this may be a very quick Akron wipe.
Well, let's do it. It's Rainbow Six at the biggest level here, Akron versus Fisher. We are into bans here to start things off on Fortress. Map pool here for today, Fortress, Border, Chalet, if necessary.
And the emphasis is on the if necessary on that front. Blackbeard, the first ban out for Akron. Not too surprising. You don't want to have to face Blackbeard early. But the double electricity ban. Bandit Cade off the board immediately. Apparently Fisher does not want to have to deal with that because of the Akron roam.
Don't want to deal with those claws, and I think the Solid Snake is an interesting on the other side. You get to deal with some of that information removal, but also the Blackbeard's an interesting one for me because usually when you see teams ban away a shield operator, they ban away all three.
I've seen a lot of times you'll ban a shield that is usually Montane and then try and remove something that can completely counter that off the bat. In this case, I don't hate the Solid Snake. It's a little surprising that it's their first ban. You usually wait to see if it's used and then see if you can ban that later on in this half or in this quarter, if you will. Doesn't seem like that's the case.
Well, Akron will start on their defensive side, Fisher on their attacking side. It's a big one here for map number 1 to stake your claim. And early on, it looks like a pretty big roaming composition here from Akron as they bring out the Fenrir. They have those Azami barricades to make things tough, but also Thorn has been such a useful tool to their arsenal. What they've been able to do is slow down teams, and that helps them out so much to roam, cut you off from behind.
I talked about this being the biggest map. If you're Fisher, you have to play the information. You have to clear out these roams early. Even if you're not doing it with weapons, even if you're not doing it with utility, it has to be with drones. We just saw one get found out there by Tristan. The drone economy is going to be a big conversation. I'll venture you to take a look at the top right of your screen right now. You see the fact there are 3 drones remaining right now? Fortunately, that's a bug. But if it wasn't, I'd really be concerned.
Got to have that information game, and I think especially for Fisher, what they're looking for here is to mobilize the Flores, then be able to bounce things back with the Thermite on the backside, break into some of those harder breaching areas. You see for Scoobs, it's going to break in outer side windows to try and get some looks inside, maybe find an early pick.
Rushdie's, especially with this Twitch, if you're looking for early information removal for Akron, you pull out one of those bulletproof cameras for Tristan. You remove that roam information especially, you don't allow Akron to get a ventured out first pick they would otherwise be able to find out. And Rushdie now with the Twitch, just eliminating all the utility they can find, and Annika actually picks up the first frag.
AMQ's going to be the first one to fall here in our server. However, that being said, already has a lot of the Denari lasers laid down on the ground. That's Twitch is trying to take care of. For Rushdie, we'll follow things up here. Tristan watching the outside too. Both Kosa and Annika taking some chip damage though on the backside. Kosa does have that deadly shotgun at the hip, and it's going to be Rushdie who actually makes it a +2 scenario in favor of Fisher.
At this point, this is where Fisher just needs to start their movement in, start the vice grip on the zips if they can, and Rushdie does exactly that. Watch out for Annika with the thermobaric charge if needed. They may not even pull out their main abilities if they don't need them.
2 players left here from Akron, but somehow seems like a winnable round. Their ability to clutch, we know it. Nice headshot comes through from Rushdie. They'll find the triple kill, and it's all down to Kosa. A flawless round possibly on the cards for Fisher to start things off, and Kosa will die. It's the Falcons who find themselves flawless after round 1.
That's what you're looking for. If you're the Falcons, this is the walk-in you need. Quickly clear out information, quickly clear out the roam, and apparently do so with maybe some tech issues. You just saw Annika put in that P in the tech pause here for Fisher. They've got the map pick. They're looking for the map win, albeit it's round 1. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, or I'll not get ahead of myself. If you're looking at this for Fisher, that's the start you need, but you can't get comfortable. Talked about it 2 weeks ago. Akron lost map 1, quickly walked away with the series. Don't get comfortable.
And I think that's exactly the type of round that you like from Fisher as well, where they do everything right, they play together, they don't get isolated by that Fenrir roam, and they find a way to fully break into Fortress. And most importantly, I think, I know as easy as it sounds is getting that first blood, but finding those first bloods is going to be vastly important here for Fisher today.
There's always the conversation of who you want to have be the first blood.
Yeah.
Obviously the roamer's the #1, but if you can clear out an anchor player who may be caught out of position, who still has utility in their back pocket, that's stuff you don't have to deal with later. Obviously you can't pick and choose who you're going to kill. Let's not just go, oh hey, there's a Cade sitting in the middle of the site, let's try and go after them, for 2 reasons. #1, probably not the greatest of ideas to start with. #2, in this map, Cade's banned, so it's irrelevant.
I do want to go back to those bans. You talked about both the Bandit and the Cade taken off the board. That's a lot of stoppage utility to slow teams down and make sure they don't go as aggressive as they want to. And I think for Fisher, when you're talking about a confidence play and what they want to do today, I think the bans exactly match that.
There's also the debate on whether you'd pair that with a mute or something similar later on in this map, or if you go for something completely different because you've already removed the electricity, you can get most of the hard walls as you need, even if you have to pull out the Thatcher for it. But the fact they ban out the Cade and the band immediately means I don't think they want to dedicate a whole operator to just clearing out some reinforcements. Understandably so. Take the ban, avoid the operator later, and give yourself a little bit more flexibility in this map.
And I think on the other side, if you look at what Akron wanted to take off the board, I think for Fisher to actually gather some intel, that Solid Snake is really good. But I guess they don't need intel if they're playing as fast as they have been. And, you know, going in that round number 1, if they can match that throughout this map number 1, it's good. But like we said, Akron scales up. As they go over the course of a series, they get better and better and better. They learn from every single round. So you can't start to give them anything for free.
This is also heavily map dependent. I'd venture to guess that 3 of these 4 bans that we're seeing in this map probably are not being banned in map 2. Blackbeard, I think, is the only exception to that, but it also depends on who picks sides in map 2. That's TBD. At this stage, I'm looking at this for Fisher and saying, understandable first ban, understandable second ban, probably not something you're going to have to replicate in a later map. This is the map pick they wanted. These are the operator bans they wanted early. Work with what you know. Unknown variables are never fun. I was decent at algebra, not good enough.
I was not good at math, but science and English were my strong suit. And it feels like this is another storybook matchup between these two teams that would like to pick up another championship. At the end of their spring semester, you talked about even some players that this is their final matchup, graduating after this, that they might go on to pro, but this one just means more.
I think it's always interesting to say they might go on to pro, when in this case there are a couple of players who have already gone on to pro or are coming from professional play. In Marmalade's case, I mean, Mirage player before I started casting Rainbow Six Siege, or at least before I started casting around the Tier 2, Tier 3 scene. It's really history for players who are in the midst of getting an education, and it's always nice to go, hey, I'm pretty good at esports. I might as well use it to not have to pay for college.
Well, the pause is over. Let's hop back in game here. Round 1 done. Fisher was able to take it. But we got everything ready to go. It looks like not too many changes over on the Akron side. Pretty much bringing that Thorn combination again. Trying to trust in that Fenrir once as well.
Need to locate. If Fenrir's what you're going for early, I also want to see it paired with the mute early in the round. If you're trying to extend, even if you're not going to do it with utility, those are the 2 of the operators you could do it with. Even if you're not using the C4, even if you're not pulling out the mute jammers themselves, you don't want to give up the Thorn early. Gun alone is worth it. And Silo, especially on the Azami, those barricades are more important to use late when you can find places to use them, rather than dedicating them to early positions. I would not be surprised, again, if Silo just kind of keeps them in their back pocket for a roam, for a venture out into the darkness. I'd like to see them do that at least. Wishful thinking.
Reloading. There's some interesting places you can put them early on, but like you said, just shoot them, destroy them if you're on the other team, and that makes an easy and entry pathway. Fisher up 1-0 here on their attacking side. A few more rounds away from our next round of bans as well, as you talked about. So trying to gather some info and where they want to go. Rushy, we've also got to talk about that clutch. 3 kills in round number 1 has got to feel good.
And playing on the Twitch, you're doing it while gaining information, while removing utility in the process. You're basically checking every box. You've got a DMR, good fire, good fire rate, and importantly, good damage. DMRs are always going to be useful on that front, but you can play from distance, you can play around your Twitch drones or your traditional drones, and bringing the Flores here to combine with that, you just took out, what, 3 pieces of utility? That may have extended the mute jammer.
Man, so much value from this Flores. We didn't get to really see it in that round number 1, but incredible. It's going to keep on searching. Only a few seconds left to go on this one. 2 minutes left to go here in this round, as Fisher still holding on to a 5 everybody. Nice pre-fire here from Bomb, but doesn't find the kill. Those zombie barricades once again, isolating some beautiful different angles from Akron. The question is, can they hold this wall, and especially that Azami barricade?
When you travel, you throw off somebody's circadian rhythm. It's just a different look. When you swing that, you're expecting to pre-fire the corner. You pull out the Azami barricade, it's a different angle. They're not actively pre-firing. That's how you can play with whether it's shields or having to worry about the deployable. Here's a swing with a flash. They've got 2 players holding this angle. Aimkey's actually the one to get the kill. Follow-up from Tristan. Blink and you miss it. It's a 5-on-2.
Oh, Akron, that was perfectly played. They're just covering each other on the bodies. And that's sometimes what it takes. Just a game of numbers. Rushy, Scoob, the only 2 left alive here for Fisher. 70 seconds left to go on the execute. Need to get this kill here from Scoob, and does take down Silo on the other side of the map. So they're winning isolated duels. as they get the full finish onto Inky. This is technically a 2v2 now. All of a sudden, Rushy, does he have it in him? Double kill from Scoobs. They'll die on the outside trade. Kosa good for 1 on the headshot. Scoob, once again, set back here with only 50 seconds left to go. And Fisher College trying to find the angles to find it.
I don't know if you saw the shotgun there, though. He's got both flashbangs, but he's made so much noise. They can see the red dot. They're well aware of his position. Flash and a swing. Perfect timing for Kosa. Plays the sound cue from a teammate. Even though the fight wasn't initiated with him, the flash initiated him to swing. It seemed as though Scoob was aware he was going to get swung from the other door frame. Even with that information, the shotgun's enough to end it.
Another pause here after round number 2, 1-1
That's
as
funny
we
from
tie
Kosa.
things up.
Kosa goes, tech pause. Again.
Again.
Our turn. At least it's funny.
Gets to call it out, gets a good angle on that, but also, I think for both teams, they had a couple good things go well for them there in that round. Although Akron wins, the mid-round started to fall apart where they were up 5v2.
You had 3 kills in the same kill feed. You didn't have the quad feed, but you had a 5-on-2 to start. Fisher's trying to bring that one back. Valiant effort to do so. 1v2 for Scoob, probably not going to go your way. At a lot of times, at this high of a level in collegiate play, or really any level of play that's high enough to where they know how to take a 2-on-1, when you have time to set up the 2v1, you should never lose it. In that case, even with the utility thrown to one player to basically remove them from the fight, the response was there immediately, and Scoob, knowing he had to look in the correct direction, just didn't get the shot. Obviously, the Mossberg a little not available for him that time, but if Silo, now with the Mossberg, that kind of spoke into existence actually, could insert himself into this conversation, wouldn't really surprise me for him to play the same room, especially with the SMG-12.
Hate this operator selection though from Fisher. They're going to go Deimos for Rushy, who is already 5-1. Incredible scoreline so far, best in the lobby by far. Scoob's going to swap things over to the Ram to try and go top-bottom is what it looks like. Again, with these lower bomb sites, you can do that here on Fortress, but you do have to be mindful of your time. If you go too slow, if you get caught out by too many of these roams, it can fall flat on its face. Plexios going back to the Fenrir. It won't be Tristan, but they'll swap things up.
Importantly, they're keeping the same general operator theme even through success. Had the same conversation with Fisher. If you're finding a win, don't change too much and don't over-dedicate yourself to what may or may not have worked. In this case, Silo making the swap over to Vigil tells me they want to extend a little further than they just were. They're not doing so as much with Silo on that Asami. Again, would not surprise me if they combine 2 on the same angle. In your case, in my case, we're both comm students. The department, redundancy department, doesn't need to be used in broadcasting. However, it very much does in Rainbow Six Siege.
Got to protect your bases, got to protect each other here. And down to it. 2v1s and what you can generate from a plus player scenario side of things. Marmalade trying to break in through the outside here. Rushy grabbing some extra intel here in the courtyard corridor with that drone. Silo going in a little bit more mobility-based throw. And for Scoob, again, is that range. He needs to take control of these higher floors to get those ramps activated.
Couple already pulled off. And how about the days of old versus the days of new? Twitch would never be used with a 417 in my time. Now, F2 is the most rarely used weapon in Rainbow Six Siege, it seems. Got the call out from Dokebi. They just want to try to extend and remove the possible extension. Rushy misses 2 separate sprays. At least pulls 1 to try and find the frag, but doesn't get the finish. How in the world is Silo alive? How is Tristan still alive? Neither of them are going to live at the end of the day. It's bomb on a rotate that takes them both out. It's somehow a 2-for-1 exchange for Fisher after whatever that was.
Rushy is at 6 kills. We'll give a little bit of slack
That's
there,
true.
but Fisher up in a player count. The question is, with those rain floorboards opened up, do they have enough spatial to work from top to bottom, or do they need to go for the stairs execute? With Plexios still on a opportune angle. Kosa looks outside here of this B-bomb site and looks to see if they can just find a freebie. Doesn't find the pixel angle. They get it for free. Fisher's got the walk up now. They've got 2 isolated 1v1s, or they can play it together. C4 goes wide. Window has to be watched for. Aim key. Holding on the laptop, trying to hold their breath. Plexios finds a massive headshot.
The fact that Plexios is still holding that cross alongside Kosa on the right side and Aim Key working between 2 separate angles near the window, playing the hard cover. This is not destructible no matter how fragile it may seem. Aim Key with the SMG-12, maybe looking for another one.
Marmalade needed that kill as well. 20 seconds to go here. Big round for somebody to get the lead. AIMKey fights it! Oh, just a shotgun shot straight to the body will put the Zips up by 1.
Oh, look at the flick, despite the fact it is a full spray from the MS. And at this point, if you're Akron, that's the win you're looking for. That's the fact that you hold the round through despite an early setback. Awkward fight, probably the most awkward fight we may see in this best of 3, and it happened in round 3. And yet Akron responds well. They hold off the multi-peak angles they needed to, and Fisher, despite the fact they still found an extra frag in that, weren't able to pull off a couple of kills. And I think the more understandable of round 3 bans here, Akron wanting to remove the thermite. That's what Fisher's tried to use to clear out a lot of this roam and a lot of the off-site direct pressure. Azami, I mean, we saw it coming.
Both those two very stock standard here. It's going to be the switch over to the Mira, which still has similar effect. Gets you a lot of safer intel on off angles. For Akron, they lead 2-1 after the second round of ban phases. Just a few more rounds until we swap sides as well. And I'm really excited to see what the Akron offense looks like when we switch.
I'm also interested to see what AIMKey tries to do with this Azami, given the fact that now you're working on fixed positions. Azami gives you so much more flexibility. You basically create an extra half wall with a good Kiba barricade. If you're working with the Mira, it's kind of telegraphed. It's not the most extremely creative operator, only because of the direct nature of the utility. In this case, you're putting it on a reinforced wall.
10 seconds left.
I've been doing that since I was a mid-gold. Albeit, I was a lot less skilled at hitting the shots, but I was still able to put the Mira down in the right spot.
Less skilled than AIMKey?
I know, blasphemous.
It's going to be a shield comp here for Fisher as they walk behind the blitz this time around, but it's going to be the same for Akron. They actually pull out the Clash for some interesting play. I think you can play the Clash a lot of ways in this map, but that especially movable shield is a good one to give you outside pressure. Armalade just going to go up the ladder here.
Importantly, if you're playing Kosa on the shield, you're playing the defensive shield, you're playing it for an intentional goal. That's the goal you're looking for immediately, where you have a second player with you. That's what we've seen already from Akron. This is not too out of what would be ordinary, apart from the whole fact that Flash is picked to start with.
So much intel, though, for free. Get to check those uppers here, check the ceiling, and make sure there's no rats trying to sneak in. And there is. Kosa working back to the team here, trying to play off of more number scenario. Rushy on the backside of Bomb here. They're trying to do the same thing, just work as a crew. The shields beat each other.
Though not too close to one another, Kosa knows that's a losing fight. You don't have that same flexibility as the Blitz on the other side. Kosa has some company. C4 in the back pocket of Silo has already been thrown out. An awkward fight now for AIMKey with the Vector. At this stage, Akron can't afford to lose positioning around the Clash, much less the British operator themselves.
Still up 1 round here in overall score. But at the baseline, Akron still 5v5 here. 90 seconds left. Scoob, only 1 kill so far in the 3 rounds played. Trying to bounce back off of that KD. Here comes a flash. Here's the entry from Bomb. It's going to be C4 away. They'll lose half their health bar on that setup, and it's going to be Scoob who also loses half HP.
How in the world does Scoob live through that?
Not sure. I'm not sure. It's a lot to cover here. It'll actually go down.
Down for the time being, the swing off the flash from the shield of the Blitz finds an extra. It's the finish that originally finds that first kill on the feed itself. Kosa now in a 1v3 make it on the front side of the Octagon. Plants down, at least fakes the plant down to the shield. Blitz still lives through this fight, but too many angles to deal with. Make it a 1 versus 1. Scoob's damage is entirely taken off of the Vector of AIMKey. It's a fight that AIMKey should have won to start with, but a missed headshot could very well cost him the round at the end of the day. Shotgun out could be enough. Does Scoob have the headshot? That needs to be a requirement. He does it. It's Silo with the shotgun in pocket, and Akron a 3-1 lead.
I mean, Silo wearing Superman capes after that round, being able to generate that triple kill and then get the 1 additional. That was an awkward round with the Clash, and they were just not able to play around it, but they were able to find those backside rotation kills. And Fisher, although started nice, 3 rounds unanswered.
Despite the fact it's killless for Kosa, that is the best Clash play you could pull out because you're doing it in the vicinity of so many players and they're looking at themselves going, oh, that's a massive shield. I should probably pay attention to this. And nobody's looking at the mirror window. Everybody's making so much noise with their own weapons they can't hear a footstep behind them. Add that to the fact that you're on a stage with a headset you probably don't traditionally play with. This is how you take advantage of your environment. And if you're the Clash there, how you take advantage of just a giant shield in front of you without having to win a gunfight, you let your teammates do that for you. Because that's a losing scenario if you have any other operator.
And it's a losing scenario if you don't have a player named Silo on your team to be able to back you up. Nice teammate. Get you some ranked teammates like Silo that can clutch up like that, man. They're going back to the Clash again.
I should stop saying that's a good point.
Crew up with some of the Akron crew.
5 seconds to insertion.
Seems like they're pretty good.
I don't know. I mean,
attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
They want a different tournament. That one doesn't matter now.
This also isn't their map pick. It's a big reminder for Fisher. Not necessarily a must-win to live in the series, but if you want the early advantage, trying to find some rounds here on the attacking side of Fortress. Scoob going back to the Blitz. Bomb is going to trade it away. Rushy, 7 kills here, has slowed down a little bit. Had a few really big rounds to start off this map, but it's going to need some more. It's not really much change from Akron. They're going to go for the exact same game plan on a different bomb side.
There's no reason to change this, especially on the Fisher side where you've already worked with the Flores. It was mostly successful. A lot of these rounds have come down to either a 1v1 or a 2v1, and by nature the 2v1 turns into 2 separate 1v1s with how skilled these players are. Kosa finds the roaming info they need on the Lion. No EE1D originally. They've pulled this out a lot just to clear out the Clash or just scope out where the Clash is. Even if you know you're not going to take that fight, you know you're not going to try and capitalize on the position of the Clash originally, you might as well find out where they are and either A, avoid that position, or B, swarm it with utility. That could be the case here. What a C4 from Silo, straight through the breach at the top of a 2 reinforcement wall. Free frag out.
When Silo dies, and taking down the Warden is good. Rushy's going to open up again. Without Tristan, lose a bit of roaming potential, and it does fall to Kosa to generate some intel for this Akron team and what they want to do. Get caught here, the Clash inside is gonna get the stun. It's gonna be Annika and Scoob both going down. Akron turns the tide, they've got the plus scenario, and Kosa lands the flick of the sentry.
Importantly, Rushy now alone, a 1v2 with the Clash in tow. Has to pull out the pistol just to try and initiate the fight. Wins the first one, could swing for the second. They're too focused on Scoob down below. At that point, you could have seen Marm win the fight. Instead avoids it. Rushy finds the frag grenade kill to finish off the down smoke. But at that stage, it's still a 3v2, and maybe dedicating yourself to Scoob if you're Marm there is good enough.
Fisher also getting that res. 3v2 in their favor. Still the health bars not too good. Kosa though can grab some extra intel. Shield versus Shield still alive. And Plexios playing on this half barricade to try and work only a single kill throughout 4 rounds of play. Marmalade gonna try and go with the flash, try and get that entry here. Once again, they're just gonna stare each other down. The problem being, once again, there's so many crossfire angles for Akron to deal with. They're just gonna walk at him. Kosa, that's big to take control. Rushies though, can't find it. Plexios gets the kill.
Scoob's planning. Could get this out.
Finish, no he can. It's Kosa who takes him down, and off the shield, Plexios clutches.
That's all you need from Kosa. Plexios plays around the utility of the Clash. Even with Clash not taking the active fight there, you still have the essenced hard cover in front of you without having to work around an extra wall. You basically play it as a one-way mirror in the middle of sight. It works because they're over-dedicating themselves to the plant. If you're the Blitz there, you have to either plant or stick out the fight, force the Clash to do one or the other, especially with your third teammate taking a duel elsewhere. You lose the first fight, it kind of just snowballs into the second. There's only 15 or so seconds left in that round. You had to get the plant down at some point. In that case, you missed the opportunity.
Defuse as many bombs as they can.
We've said it. This map has been decided by so many 1v1, 1v2 scenarios. But the scoreboard says 4-1. Akron has been delivering on the clutching side. And they have control here on the defense. Again, Fisher's map pick on Fortress. Number 2 will be Border as a guarantee. Chalet waits in the wings if necessary.
That's the important part about how the scoring system is bare nature works in a lot of first-person shooters. There's no pictures on the scorecard. There's no, hey, how many operators did you have alive when you won this round? You could win 5 consecutive flawless rounds or 5 consecutive 1v1s. You're up 5-0 in either case. In this case, 4-1.
We'll get to switch sides here after this round, and we'll get to see truly what this Fisher defense looks like, and especially what the Akron offense looks like as well. Not much changes from Akron either. The big one is going to be that Goyo to try and delay the site even further. I don't think they've liked the space that Fisher is getting, especially in those late rounds.
Even though they're winning rounds, they're still making adjustments. That's what the best teams do. It is adjust while keeping the same general theme. Silo exiting stage left, has the extra movement ability with the impact grenade. At a bare minimum, gets out of what was a trapped position as the Vigil. That's where you have to just play hide and seek, and Fisher did a pretty good job of seeking.
Seek and find game here for the Falcons, who are trying to search for their second round of this first map. Bomb once again playing on that blitz. They've been swapping around that operator between different players and keeping everybody active. Rushy still leading the lobby in kills with 9. Crazy to say, again with Fisher only on 1 round win because of how close things have been.
Setting up a breaching sequence. Question that first fight. Rushy makes it double digits in the first half. Still not around victory, and that's how you pop a Goyo canister to get out of dodge. Second time we've seen them do that on the Akron side just to force the extra rotation, but Annika follows up, AK-12 in pocket. And now with the Selmas, may have an extra fight on the Warden, who just gets out of dodge on that front in time. But watch the creep forward on multiple different fronts. No space for Aimkey to move, still hits the flick. Maybe looking for a second as he trails back towards the bathroom. So much space to work with, but a missed opportunity for the Warden. Keeps it at a 3v4.
Having Aimkey, having that Warden still alive. Double kill from Rushies. Does he find this outside? Oh no, he doesn't! It's Scoob who finds the get back, and Kosa's all left alone, flashed away, and dead. Fisher will find their second.
Even with the evolution of the defense from Akron, Fisher kept moving. That's the fact that shuts down the Akron roam. Even with Goyo canisters down, even with the extra roam on the Vigil, you can walk away with the fight if you have the utility and, importantly, the movement speed, which we saw.
Get to see our leaderboard here at halftime. It is Rushy, like we said, double-digit kills, 11 for them. Much more spread out from the Akron side as their kill leader is Silo. And Silo had a lot of really big plays playing behind that clash, working together. And so far, I think that's what Akron would have asked for, but this is kind of a stock standard score for Fortress.
You know, there are 2 numbers I'm looking at right now in this scoreboard. Number 1 is the assist number for Aimkey. Just the fact that he's been playing so widespread with the team. Exactly what you need out of Akron. 4-2 splits, the one they're looking for. Number 2, the ping on the right side. Gotta love land, man. There's still a ping difference. Hey, Scoob just popped up to 10. He may have some ping issues. Call for a tech pause? Maybe not. But you're looking at everybody and saying, this is the ideal playing scenario. You're playing with most of your own peripherals on a stage in a grand final against players you've seen many times in the last few months, much less the last couple weeks.
And I like that again for both these two teams, still playing adaptable, as you mentioned, especially for Akron, building up on that defensive side, still tweaking and changing certain things. And I'm really interested to see how the bans go when we get into this second half, because both teams have a very unique play style, and it's very unique on both sides of which they play.
I wouldn't be surprised if in this set of bans we see similar bans to what was actively played post-ban phase. That's what I'm looking for, especially out of Akron. As they switch this attacking side, we may very well see them ban out Fenrir, or look especially for the Clash, because there's always those instances where you say, wow, I wish I tried that recently. And in Siege, you can do that in the second half. We could very well see Marm or Scoob, for that matter, pull out one of those 2, if not both of those operators in the second half.
I think the Fenrir, it gives you so much value. I don't think Akron was actually able to get it because of the speed of what Fisher wanted to do. We will get into our ban phase here. Second half, Akron move into their attacking side and Fisher to their defense. It is going to be Bandit and Solid Snake taken off the board.
Wow. I'm getting deja vu, Llama. First
I am
half.
too. Weird.
Is that what happened in the first half?
I think we're Bandit first, Solid Snake second, so they're switching things up a little bit.
That's true. Still impactful. There is the Azami ban. That's the one I was really expecting. wasn't sure if it would be a Cade or a Mute or something similar. We already saw the Cade banned out in the first half, not needed. The Azami's the one that you want to shut down early and often. And with Fisher having that opportunity to bring things back, there's that Clash, there's that Cade, there's the Vigil. Basically a replication of the first half with an extra ability of using Cade because he's not banned to start things off.
Well, this is going to be a really interesting comp as well for Fisher. This is a keep you out comp, especially with those castle barricades. You have Rushy who can play the mobile shield, and then like you said, those Cade claws to give you even more denial on the entry. On the other side, you've got a guy with a sledgehammer.
And importantly, you have Thatcher. That combination alone is enough to threaten most militaries around the world of the Brits. But importantly, you're looking to walk forward and remove the extra utility of Rushy's shield, or maybe Annika on that Vigil. If you can find and clear them out with the extra info, that's all you need. Also spoke too soon. Plexios did go back over to Zofia.
Oh, the classic. Tristan, I will say, I love the gridlock. I think because you talk about the size of this map and being able to close things off with the tracks, as soon as you win a gunfight, you move in, you take that space, and you cut it off to make sure there is no flank there. For Fisher, their first start, their first look here on the defensive side. The #1 seed entering today's grand finals.
So the differences we saw in the first half ban phase versus the second are immediately illustrated by both teams in the offense and defense. Silo doesn't have the Blackbeard ban and thus plays the Blackbeard. Same thing for Bomb on the Cade. They pull that one out. Can't imagine we get past round 4 of this second half without seeing one, if not both of those operators removed. Also depending on how effective they end up.
Grabbing some intel on the drones here. Once again, Silo going to be playing that Blackbeard, one of the other things that was banned away from Akron in that first side half. That's a lot of defensive utility. It's a bunker up combination here from Fisher as they play their patient time. Silo's going to break on through into the gaming room and grab some extra pings and intel here. There's so many open walls that I feel like Silo can do a ton of damage.
Especially with the fact they have help behind them. AimKey lands the headshot onto Bomb from the opposite angle. They were trying to play alongside the Clash as if it was a Mira, but didn't evaluate for the second opportunity of Akron on the opening frag, and that could be the difference maker right now. Make it 2 now for AimKey. Get him on the attacking side, he already activates. 6 assists in the first half, make it now 7 kills in totality. It's already a 5-on-2, maybe 25 seconds since the first frag.
And again, we talk about those split kills between everybody. Both AimKey and Silo now on double digits, or 7, excuse me. AimKey finds the triple kill. And at this point, Marmalade is just got to get hunted down from every angle. Maybe can clutch up, but Kosta's already planting the diffuser, gets the utility out, and they will bring the shield. Marmalade finds the headshot over top of it, but the pistol, only a few bullets left to go on it. And inside this one, they're trying to play it smart, send him off to the ground, and put him in the dirt.
No. Marm getting BM'd in the first round of our second half. In the 5v1, you had to imagine something similar was coming. I'm surprised it wasn't a melee for the finish, much less a melee to send her down to a prone position. And Akron, at this stage, that's the start you're looking for. That's the opening to this second half that you probably didn't need, but you certainly want going into your own map pick when we get there. Don't get ahead of yourself too much, myself. But if you're Fisher, what went wrong?
I think the entry was just a little bit discombobulated for them, where they couldn't fight off of that shield. They couldn't fight off what Akron was bringing on the power force. And once again, it's going to be this Silo Blackbeard that'll work as a frontline. Akron find the first round of this second half and are just 2 rounds away from closing out map #1 in the first map of the series.
And again, we're seeing ever so slight adjustments from the Fisher defense. Pull out the Ella here. Extra information. Fire rate for Rushy, something we saw from them already in the first half. If it's not something that's effective here in the second, we're going to map 2 pretty quickly. There's not a whole lot of mulligans left over for Fisher. PGA Championships going on, maybe not a whole lot of golfers on the stage, but a couple that could certainly use a mulligan or 2 is the Fisher defense. And they don't have all that much time to learn what does or doesn't work. That's the beauty of switching to the attack in the second half. You've got some time to flesh it out, and if it goes well, well, there's not a whole lot of time it needs to go well.
For AimKey as well, bringing out the Capital. That crossbow could do a ton of damage to this composition that wants to play a little bit more rooted in the ground. For Rushy is going to put some of those mines out of the map. You've got to watch for those. And the droning has to be phenomenal from Akron to make sure the areas they're entering are safe, but also finding those specific fights to get Silo in and have that protection on the top of things. I do wonder for Fish, if you lose this round, you give over Akron guaranteed overtime. This is almost as close to a must-win as possible.
One thing I've looked at with the recent changes, or recent-ish changes, you get that halftime timeout. I think that would be much better utilized as a round 3 timeout of each half. You've already spent a couple rounds on that side. You can evaluate what does or does not work. Scoop finds that pick, but look out for the blitz behind him. He needs to just evacuate if he can. Red alert for the smoke. He's blinded full, but fortunately for him, that Gershmont mine blinds out the band or the blitz on the other side. Tristan does find the finish onto Bomb, and at this point, it's a 4-on-3 and Rushsy, who's on maybe 5 HP.
Scoop is down 2. You would love to get that res, but Annika's already down low as
goodness.
well. Alvars are in the worst spot they've been. Marmalade might have to be on the back of them for this clutch. And Aimkey with a Capitao, that makes the Firebolt even more useful as they go for the plant. Plexios goes down. 1 for 1 is the finish of Rushy. Marmalade's HP is low, but they'll still find a kill. We're back into a 2v2. Scoop is down, and so is Fisher. Akron puts themselves on map point.
That's the way to take advantage of information. Even with Scoob down in the close corner, Marm was walking forward despite the fact she was in a technical 1-on-4 at that stage. She basically had a sitting drone in the corner. Sure, it's helpful. Yeah, you'd like to have those comms, but you need to have the extra firearm. 3 separate players take about 95 damage in that round without going down. Yeah, you'd like the opening pick. Yeah, you'd like a kill. You'd like to be able to take a fight without being a bullet from a breeze of death.
I'd also like to note, with how the scoreline is sitting, there's a chance that Fisher don't get to ban again. If they don't win this next round, this map is over, and Akron has been playing their aggression to full 10s.
Importantly, who would they ban? Everything has been really going against them. I'd say the Blitz would be the #1, but I will very quietly say Akron's not currently picking a Blitz. What is or is not going to be the ban for Fisher? Every time you see a couple rounds go a specific direction, you look and say, oh, this has been the individual that have driven them in this direction. Silo, sure, but Silo could probably do that on any operator. The Blackbeard's probably just helpful for the fire rate and for the shield. He'd probably just end up switching out for a Blitz anyway if the Blackbeard is banned. And if Blackbeard isn't, then the Blitz is banned and you stick with it.
That's why I said we've been seeing more and more, especially competitive play. A lot of teams ban away all 3 shields, make sure on that attacking side that you don't have anything to work off of. Especially the Blackbeard and the Blitz, which are 2 I feel like of the most annoying, but some prefer the Monty. Fisher, it's a must-win from here on out. Rushy has been phenomenal here in this map. 11 kills so far, leading still the lobby in terms of that kill credit. But you need to find this round.
Nobody else is above 5 on the team, though. 4 for Scoob, Annika, and Bomb. Marm just recently got inside the kill column, was 0 for to start this game off, or if not all of the entirety of the first half. And even with the operator she's been picking, we've seen her in a 1v separate times, and those are the opportunities you have to take advantage of. A couple exit frags if you were on the previous round, but it's still just a W key. Kosa, when we went into operator pick phase, basically just said rush. I wouldn't say he's exposing the play call, but at this stage, it wouldn't surprise me if that was just what the call was for the team. Good melee, but TCSG just is not going to win a fight against 3 separate players in 4 separate positions. Feels like one player's replicated themselves, much less their team, as Akron already has a 5v3 and is a couple, make it 2 now. Closing this match.
MK has found double digits here, and it feels like Akron is on a warpath to do it here. And map #1, Marmalade and Scoob, the only 2 left alive, and realistically isolated from each other. They've got to find wins and find a way to regroup. Silo has the diffuser, and Kosa's found the headshot. Fisher down to just 1. Scoob must do it all. An ace or nothing. Has a nade in the pocket. Silo gets the diffuser. Goya Mine's going! It's a flawless round to end it as the Zips close out map 1.
Akron's a scary team when they lose map 1. I wouldn't have to say imagine what happens if they win it, because they just did 7-2 to close out map 1, and it seemed like their attack was better than their defense on a large map like Fortress, we're heading on to Border, a smaller, more constricted map, a little bit closer and similar to the climate of San Antonio that we're in right now, although it's very nice and comfortable here inside the tech port.
Oh, it's so nice. The Boeing Center, of course, right next to Lackland Air Force Base, where all of the new recruits go to get their first look at the Air Force Base as well. And
by the way, it's hilarious to walk into the food court and see members of the Air Force standing next to high school players in Esports jerseys. It's amazing.
It's very cool.
Tells us what's amazing about this location. There's so many people that all gather to play esports or fly in the same, square mile?
Yeah, it's pretty insane, building some incredible stuff up. And Akron building up themselves a first map win. We'll have to see, though, if they can close out the series after this short break.
You'll still have common days. Put off your term papers till the last minute. Eat cold pizza right out of the fridge. Update your fantasy roster. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life. You'll still have common days. Get caught in traffic during your commute. Overthink a text message. Get a song stuck in your head. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Welcome back, everybody. The Forge Scholastic Esports Championships presented by the Army National Guard. Rainbow Six at the highest level. Myself, Llama77, time to light. After map number 1, Akron wins it 7-2. What'd you see?
Importantly, I didn't see a Fisher team with confidence in early gunfights. A couple times in the first half, we saw them get an opening pick and just snowball that. Despite the fact it was on the desert map of Fortress, there was still some snow apparently on the ground. Not for long, it seemed. If you're Fisher, that has to be a little bit more of a consistent factor. Good news for them, if you're sticking with the pun, Chalet's map 3, but they have to win Border, another bit of a desert storm going into map 2 if they want to pull that one off.
And I feel like even though Border, you've got a few less floors to deal with, it feels like the longevity of the map and how big it is, once again, caused Fisher problems in map number 1. We'll have to see if it can cause them problems here in map number 2, because for Akron, this is a chance to sweep the series, to bring a 2-0. We said they get better and better and better every single map. They already won map number 1 in 2-7 fashion, which you can't really get much better than that.
No, and importantly, they did so well evaluating their own performance upon success. The best teams get better when they get better, and I guess that's a cyclical way of saying when they win, they realize what works and then develop past that position. The teams that, when you lose, I said earlier, you learn. Fisher, in that case, did a couple times, but both of their round wins individually came in round 1 and round 6 to open and close the first half. Didn't develop from there. And that has to happen. Good news, it's a little bit more of a restrictive map like Border. That roam from the first half we saw from Akron is not going to play as much of a factor, but it still will be a factor.
And I think that for Akron, finding some of their tap-in nature for them, finding some really fun strategies that they were able to build off of, and then their bands also following perfectly with what those strategies were. It felt like they had the game plan to get it done. And, you know, maybe you're sitting at home and thinking you don't have a game plan. You want to find what's next for yourself. Well, make sure to check out the Army National Guard. They can help you find uncommon traits in yourself. You can check them out today at nationalguard.com.
They say if it ain't broke, don't fix it, though. If you have those uncommon traits, there's always the opportunity to stick with what does work as you develop your play. We saw that actually from Fisher in the second half, where they tried to ban out the Deimos. Solid Snake was already banned in the first half. That development was kind of hindered because they tried to go too far out of the ordinary. Find what works for you. That's the importance for Fisher, at least in this map, too. If they don't, well, we're going to have a very short best of 3.
And I think for Fisher, obviously would love to fight back here in this map number 2. I think what it takes is a lot of pressure on their shoulders that they've got to alleviate here in the first couple rounds. We saw it early from Rushy. The clutches were there. They found some momentum, but they've got to find more than just momentum. They need to find rounds on the board, even if they were so close in that map 1.
See, Fisher apparently in high spirits. There's always the question of how excited you are for a second or third map after not having the result you're looking for in map number 1 or 2. Marmalade apparently perfectly fine here on the close side of the camera, but Scoob trying to maybe avoid it, hiding behind 3 or 4 players. Marm knows I'm talking about her. Hi, Marm. She knows.
Everybody excited. It feels like from the Akron side of things.
Oh, they were looking at the screen.
All smiles from them, and as they should be. Map number 1 victory feels good. I mean, tell me a little bit about this second map and what Akron can do to even go further on the improvement factor from that map number 1.
I would say develop out your roam, but at this stage, your roam is always a door frame or 2 door frames away from the site. Maybe a floor or 2, depending on how you set your site up. At this stage, if you are the Zips, if you're on either side, attack or defense, you need to importantly look for the roam that works for you. The attack obviously has to shut down the roam, the outside in, but with every site being a door or a wall away from the outside, don't overextend yourself. It's already a small map, so trailing back to the site will be helpful. You overextend yourself, you're losing, period.
And that's the way that Fisher gets back in, right? If they start to find those isolated kills, if they start to build out the rest of the map, and then can move towards the inner sides. And for Fisher, we've said it, this is a must-win. This is a really big game for them. Game number 2, they have to win it, they have to do it, and they have to pull off the reverse sweep, actually, if they want to pull off the championship.
Now, great news. It's a best of 3. Reverse sweep is not the most Herculean of efforts, but doing so against an Akron team that, going back, has not lost a best of anything more than 1, I believe, this academic year. outside of collegiate play.
Yeah.
Or inside of collegiate play, that is. It's not an easy feat. Combine that with the fact that you're now doing it on Akron's map pick. You're doing it as a school that has not had success recently against Akron. It is 4-0 in this semester in favor of Akron in this direct head-to-head. And it doesn't seem like all that much is changing, despite the fact the size of the map is, the bans in this map, maybe not. The only difference, really, the order, and actually the Mira.
So there's one ways taken off the board, a solid stake Deimos, a lot of information and exploitative gathering tools taken off the board on the other side. Akron will start on their attack. Fisher choosing defense here is the regulatory for most maps. I feel like in the Rainbow Six collegiate scene, everybody matched up, same border frames. Let's get into map number 2.
They're all matched up in the first game, too. It's impressive. Hey, there is some synchronicity in this squad, and it has to happen here on border. Not a whole lot has changed about this map really since its inception. They've adjusted a breachable wall or two, but it's same old, same old. And while it may get old for some players, it gets consistent. That's what you're looking for if you're a player like this. There have been some adjustments in these rosters. Annika, the most recent of the additions on the Fisher side, and she's been arguably the most comfortable on the roster in that extra supporting role.
10 seconds left.
Tristan swapping from Nomad to Nomad.
A real developmental big brain play here.
Could be the difference
I
maker.
don't know what he's seeing, but it's something.
I love this composition. When we talk about seeing this buck from Aim Key get to blow up and through multiple of these soft-sided walls, you have Silo back in the Capital to push them out of these positions. And for Fisher, it's more of the same from what they tried back in their defensive side of map 1.
Talked about putting all your eggs in one basket, though. Aim Key's the only soft breach ability on the team. You don't see any extra soft breach charges. You don't have the extra shotgun in the back pocket. I believe of any of the operators here, haven't seen every secondary, but as of right now, that's what it seems. Aim Key cannot be a first death. He's the one who will walk in and find an early kill, but don't overextend yourself. Don't put yourself out of position, especially without an immediate trade. If you go 1-for-1, not the end of the world. Worse things have happened in the world of Siege. You don't go 1-for-1. You get a 5v4 with no soft breach ability on a map that has some of the most soft breaches on a tiny map such as Border. It may just be a spiral down.
Questions here on the entry with the drone. Tristan's going to see a lot here, but Annika's going to rotate out. Lamine trying to find value. Invaluable world here for Fisher. Again, they started that last map with a round 1 victory, but then just weren't able to corral it together. This defensive side is important to string rounds together. They have yet to win a defensive round here in the series. Silo taken down to half.
Importantly, doesn't die, though, and they haven't cleared immediately Annika out of position, but she has been seen hiding in the back corner of this break room. Watch out for the flank from behind. We saw Silo walking down the long hallway. Smoke just to create a little bit more space, allow her to retreat. She does so without taking further damage. A miracle, if you will, in what was a 3-on-2 in a single door frame. And now, putting all your eggs. Akron, 4 players at the end of a single hallway. They all kind of realize they're in the same spot and disperse.
Kosa takes some chip damage as well. 60 to go here in round number 1. Everybody full HP from Fisher. They've been playing this very patient. No overextensions.
They still have a player downstairs as well. Oh, they did. Whoops.
Could have been huge. Instead, they want to play on the same floor. Defend those bomb sites, but Annika dies through the wall. Silo finds the headshot here on the minimal HP. What happens from surviving earlier on from that damage? Kosa on the outlook here. 4 players left alive from Fisher, but they've got a tough execute to go on this defensive side to try and stop all the Capital. That's a nice shot of feet, though. Bob finds 1, Bob finds 2.
Clean free angle for Bomb because of the Selma put down, and those 2 frags may be the difference maker here. Tristan walking back towards the site, 15 seconds, limited time to work with, and as they re-swing once more, Marmalade finds her second. 2 frags already in round number 1, but it could be stories of old turning into stories of new. We saw it in map 1. Fisher wins round 1. Can they develop from there? Bomb cleans it out. It's a full house between himself and Marmalade. That's the open you're looking for, but like in map 1, can they develop past 1-0?
Good hand to the poker table here for Fisher. They win their first defensive round here in the series. They need more of that. as Akron. We'll see what they swap to. You talk about those minimal change and what they've been able to develop to. I like the Fisher bringing the Valkyrie for more information, for more cut down from those cameras, but they're going to go back to this gridlock. If Akron hold on to this, I love the ability that they've showed to cut down from behind.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
I also
being
like
defused by
that
attackers.
Fisher, while adjusting sight, doesn't adjust too much of the principle of their composition. Obviously, operator changes nearly across the board. I think the exception of that is Enika pulling out the Wamai. That's not surprising. The important stage here is seeing what you can do with the difference of information. You saw it in the previous round, how you had the Mira, you play through walls rather than around them. In this case, the Valkyrie could be the difference maker. That info's always so important. Isolated maps, the smaller they are, the more every empty room matters. If a room's empty, process elimination, either the outside is occupied or the room next to it is.
It's also interesting they blind the Oryx, but it's actually going to give them some value here. I'm interested to see what Kosa wants to do with the Sens setup, because like you talked about, a lot of different corners, a lot of different pathways. Usually when you're bringing the Sens, you have a dedicated game plan on where you want to send those wheel walls. And it's going to be Silo sending in.
Would they walk straight through Square and just ROU themselves into sight? You have the Monte.
Yeah.
I don't see the smoke. There's a C4, make it 2 C4s, but you'd expect either Rush C or Marm, if not both, to be on a roam of some kind. This could be one of those, I told you overextending could be the difference maker. If there's too many players off site and you see that immediately if you're Akron, it is a, hey, Kosa typed it in all chat in the last round of last game. It could just be a rush.
See what you did there. Rushy yet to find a kill though here in that first round, trying to work off the back of their teammates that found that 3-2 multi-kill performance. For Silo and Tristan playing kind of off of each other and these off angles from the Spider-Man looks. Rushy going for a roam between rooms. It's going to be Enki that finds the first blood. Castle not the worst player to lose, but those first bloods continuing to haunt Fisher.
Well, the problem is you lose a Castle who was already in the vicinity of the site, and the extent of your roam is now really what? Annika? Annika's now been seen walking down the back construction stairs, and Rusty trying to hold the extent of the top floor roam at this stage. One of now 2 C4s for the team, and it's already a development past the site. You can't hold offices anymore. You're already forced back, probably past, if not at least to the fountain. There's not a whole lot of space to work with here if you're Fisher, and you're looking for a whole lot of space. Don't manifest destiny yourself out of this round.
The tough part too is you're, again, playing into the shield composition where Silo can just take all this free space down the construction side staircase. Annika will have to do a lot of work here in this round if she wants to clutch up for Fisher. It's 70 seconds to go, so not the most time in the world, but AMQ's gonna go in. Kosa's found the headshot here on Annika. With that roamer down, it's all down really to Marmalade on the Warden, who has to do it all inside of sight. Double kill from AMQ. There's the first from Marmalade, but Silo's gonna trade for the defuse.
Here's where you could go with that Warden. C4 lobbed, finds the kill, but an overextension around the ROUs means Kosa follows up on his own utility. 1 versus 3 for Marm. She's already showed up in this game, much less this round. 4-1 as she stands, but she needs to stand tall. Playing from distance with a shotgun primary means SMG-12 is going to have to pick up the frag, and she does in the corner. This would be an ace clutch. Maybe not the 1v5, but the round regardless. No C4 means no shutdown on the plant, but could find the kill into Kosa. Low HP as she swings, with still ammo left over, goes for the shotgun. 1 versus 1, can't find it. The iron sights are her downfall. Aim Key is the one who stands tall from a prone position, and it's Akron who find their first.
And that was such a good round from Fisher too, and Marmalade from dicing them up, from shutting down that diffuser plant. But Akron is just able to do it with 1v1 clutches. How many times have we said it? I mean, going back to that map number 1, rounds that looked so close that were winnable in 1v1 scenarios, falling Akron's way.
And that's winnable in a 1v1 where she was down from a 1v4, shut down the plant as the kill comes through, so maybe a 1v3. It's a difference between a 1v3 and a 1v4. Take it as specific as you want. In either case, that's what you're looking from Marm all day. Make it maybe all semester, or in her case, maybe just map 1. Wasn't the case back then, has to be now in map 2. Also, holy lag spike on a LAN game.
Silo and crew, we'll see what they want to do with this one. And for Fisher, all tied up 1-1. This is, I feel like, an important turning point in this half specifically to see what their defense can go to, what they could build up off of. They're still kind of playing the similar scenario that they had from that last round, but they're adding in some capabilities for Rushies to get on the board with some kills.
I'd also say if
5
Kosa
seconds to
sticks
go.
with the Sens, there's a decent chance that Sens ends up being the ban for Fisher if they want to go back to Bathroom here. Bathroom's arguably the only site on this map where you could reasonably see the ROUs be impacted. And they haven't won it yet. They're going back to it for a second consecutive time. They probably know where Kosa's headed with this. There's really no changes whatsoever. Plexios on the Nomad could be the only difference maker here for Akron, but Fisher's adjustments, the pulse.
Proceed slowly. They want extra information to play off of. They've clearly showed that with bringing the Valve on that backside. My question is for Akron. What does the speed look like for them? Because this is a little bit slower of compositions that you have to work with the mods. You don't want to get that out of position, but also with Plexios on the Nomad, you have those air bursts that can slide through a lot of those different angles, especially on a map that sometimes feels smaller than it is. Connection here from Rushy on the outside.
That pulse should be heard. In fact, the heartbeat monitor's in the back pocket's really only a consolation prize. Annika downed initially, could get picked up as there's a hard wall between her and the outside. You have to dedicate a whole extra player to that. You don't want to do too much, and they won't. Silo will finish off the kill. C4 thrown up, not for a kill. Make it a 1v1 with themselves, and the Pulse now at the bottom of the stairs. It's a melee kill for the Pulse of the two. Not the one you'd probably have on your bingo card of melee fraggers to start off this map, but it's the 1-for-1 in response. Make it a 4-on-3 overall.
You pointed out Aimkey at the start, and Aimkey has been stellar here in this map number 2 for
what a ping! That's the Valkyrie difference.
The information finds Plexios in a graveyard. It's Fisher. Alert another skull here. Tristan and Aimkey both low as well. They've got to be careful in these outside swings. As Scoob pulls out the pistol for a little bit of extra mobility here. Bomb, Marmalade still alive, and having that Warden alive at a time like this is huge.
Especially with the flashes now up, swing through, 1-for-1. Not a bad scenario if you're Scoob there on the top floor. Scoob loses the Valk, they've already thrown down their C4, they've put down their utility. Job is done, plus a kill. That's a win if you're Scoob. You force a couple more seconds out, and you have more information to work with. It's another yellow ping. That's a free pickoff, and Tristan's in a 1 versus 2. An EE1D and a frag grenade in their back pocket. That's really the extent of what lies in the hands of Akron on this swing through.
Has the diffuser. Maybe a chance for Bomb, just holding with the teammate, knowing don't give him the isolation. Tristan just gonna go for the free spray. It is Tristan that will die from Bomb. And all of a sudden, Fisher gets back their lead. After going 1-for-1, Fisher finds their answers, and they're able to do it off of some of those topside trades, really slowing down the round.
I'm also looking at the development where you're realizing you don't have to actively take a 1v2. I don't remember when it was in the Siege eco where somebody started saying phantom pressure and it became just a consistent vocabularic phrase for everybody and their mother. I'm going to say it here. Sorry in advance. The phantom pressure of a 2v1, hiding in the back corner of a site, making no noise, moving not at all, with no drone on you. The fact that you exist as a possibility is the difference maker in that 1v2. You dedicate an EE1D, you throw a frag just to try and create some space. The castle on the far side of the map does nothing other than kind of just stand there and watch the cross. Because your teammate, if you lose that fight, can just swing a softball and win a duel in what would be a 1v1, but would be a traded 1v2. That's how you play the 1v2. Same conversation we had in map 1, executed there by Fisher.
They finally pick up some rounds here on their defensive side, which they struggled with in map number 1. They pull out the pulse to give themselves a little bit more information, but I'm loving how they're playing off of the information. You talked about the Valcams and so much of the different positionings that they're able to reveal from it. I don't know what our bans will be, because now we get to go into the second round of ban phase, and I think there's a lot of good choices for Akron.
Importantly, if you're Akron here, you also don't know what your adjustments would have been. Right. We now do, as we saw the Ace banned out by Fisher and the Valk banned out by Akron. I think the Valk is a difficult one to identify how effective it is until you see somebody just start spraying you through a wall. We saw the same swing from the Pulse in the previous round. If you know where information is, or you're thinking, wow, how did they know I was there? The answer is probably a yellow ping, and if there's a Valk, it's probably because of the Valkyrie. That's good at identifying what your issue is without being told what your problem is. If you get red pinged, you kind of know there's going to be a camera on you. You can look for it, or you can ban out the Valkyrie later. That's how you can identify what is going wrong, despite the fact it's not up there in your face.
Is this adjustment enough here, though, for Akron? 1 round so far on map number 2. It is important to note they still lead the series. Just a best of 3. If they win 2 maps, they are victorious. For Fisher, they have to pull off this reverse sweep. Chalet waits in the wings if we need it as a decider. But Akron, this is their map selection. This is what they felt most comfortable on after those bans came in.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Akron's dropped now both of maps singular in the 2 best of 3s they've played against Fisher in the last couple weeks. Both in that play versus finals and group stage in reverse chronological order, but 2-1 wins and 2-1 win. You get the exact same prize pool and trophy, and a 2-1 win as a 2-0 and 14-0 victory.
That would be funny. We give you half the trophy if you only win 2-1.
Now you get 2/3 of the trophy. You dedicate the top third, the part that looks the coolest. By the way, Jen said this on the stage. That's a sick trophy. Oh. Sledgehammer is nothing on that.
Somebody's going to hoist it here at the end of today. Fisher wants to try and find that comeback to hold it in their grasp. Right now, holding on to some pressure here. Coast and the rest of the crew throwing in some of those flame balls.
They use the Thatcher secondary EMPs. Not Thatcher's secondary EMPs, but the secondary EMPs to eliminate what was going to be a Wamai disc sitting on the top of that reinforced wall, and then you put in that X-Kairos bolt.
Those Wamai discs are going to be a problem if you don't clear them, but it's going to be bomb and rush. You actually find double headshots on the entry. Is the shutdown there? No, aim key only finds just 1 back. With Rushy dead, that actually gives you a little bit more space to go for these executes. The question is going to be, it's just a walkout from Scoob. I mean, that's incredible. They still get the trade from Plexios, but Silo down low with only a little bit of support trying to play just a phalanx formation.
This is an awkward 2 versus 3 as well. Scoob's mostly isolated from the 2 in front of him. And Annika now isolated herself. You could find this as 3 separate 2v1s if you play this right, if you're Akron. Question is, where are the drones right now? You've only got 1 movable drone in anybody's back pocket. It's Plexios. Where do you go with this? You've got a minute, which in Siege time is forever. However, in 1v2 with limited information, if you don't take advantage of the time early, you're not going to have it later. And there's some free info in the rotation from Silo. You'd have to anticipate Plexios is going the same direction, even if they're not doing it the same way.
You have the Monty front line. You have some bullets coming in here. Fisher trying to close out their 3rd round. And Plexios is going to head up the stairway. They're just going to raw dog the balcony here, try and enter with only 30 seconds left to go.
They're not going to clear this.
No, they're not. And they've just got to play it together, and Silo just dies. Marmalade fights the first. Plexios, that's a massive kill. But the health bar's gone. Diffusers in Narnia. Annika, Scoob trying to work together here to make sure they can take down this last kill. Plexios, what does it have? A couple flashes, sure. Entrance, kill, Annika clutches it.
Marm even saying that sound was horrible. She was the one who won the first gunfight, but an awkward position between her and the Surya gate. It means enough of an issue for Akron where they don't have the drones. They don't clear it out, even with an extra 20 or 30 seconds. You don't want to dedicate yourself down to the final 10 because either you plant or you know you're taking the fight. You take the question mark out of the equation. In this case, they don't drone. They walk away with a round loss, and they call their timeout here in the first half of Border.
Smart time to do it. I think for Akron trying to find the changes after what came through off of their ban, it still feels like Fisher's just playing the map a little bit better. On the outside rotation, sticking players where Akron are unable to find them. Marmalade also having a phenomenal map number 2 here. 7 kills so far through and throughout, leading the entire lobby. And Akron just has not had as many of those clutch scenarios as possible as that map 1.
I also told you about the developments in minutia. You have Marm, who is playing the same operators in the exact same role, just on a smaller map. That's really the only thing that has changed. You take an extra floor away and you play on a smaller map. The same general theme of walking between rooms is there. However, you condense your defense a whole lot more, which means Marm can get involved a lot earlier in these fights, which she wasn't back in map number 1. That difference maker here for her, allowing her to play that same support role while getting involved more often without the associated risk of doing so back on Fortress. She's 7-3. Now again, you had what was a 4K in a round loss, take that as you will, but those aren't exits you toss them away and have free 3 kills just for the sake of argument. In her case, she was a singular gunfight or a slightly larger iron sight away from winning it because she had the shotgun in hand.
Let me ask you this then. How many rounds do you think Akron need to be comfortable going into the second half?
Border's probably 2 to be comfortable, 3 to be happy. The bare minimum right now is 2. I think if you don't get 2, Akron's not going to even have a conversation about Border in the second half, and we're moving on to Chalet. Next answer. If you get this 2, maybe the 3, you give yourself the question of how developed is our defense against Fisher? On Fisher's offensive side that we already saw had some shines of light in map number 1.
Fisher up here 3-1. Looks like coming back to us for just a second here. Get to see our beautiful faces as Akron again struggling here map number 2, winning map number 1, and I think it'd be kind of a funny result. All year long, Akron's beating Fisher in these reverse sweeps, 2-1, finding their map reverse sweeps. This is a chance for Fisher to build some momentum, find a reverse sweep of their own.
And we're going into the summer where you're going to see these 2 teams more than likely compete in some tier 2 of a level. And going into next semester, seeing what the adjustment is between the teams. By the way, just while you're saying this, you can see everybody kind of locked in on their screen behind me. That's the stage. Welcome, by the way, to the Boeing Center at Techport. They're still playing. We're developing an issue on our real production side just to make sure that everything looks pretty for all of you. So that's why you get to see our pretty faces. But they are still playing. We'll give you the score updates as we get them. But yeah.
Yeah, and having some fun up here. I mean, talk about a jam-packed day as well. Didn't get to mention so many amazing games coming through on stage from the high school to the collegiate level. So many different conferences meeting here as well.
Yeah, and importantly, not only the conferences, but the different levels.
Yeah.
You've separate conferences that compete at separate levels of individual play, and then you have separate scholastic sizes where you're looking at ECAC and ECC working in tandem with one another on the stage that I was producing on like 2 hours ago. Yeah. And then you have R20, EGFH, League OS. Everybody's here even for high school, between collegiate play, and I think next step is bringing in professional opportunities.
Ooh.
That's it wouldn't really be the Scholastic Esports Championship or the Scholastic Esports Championships if you brought in tier 2 teams, but I think you should, right?
I mean, why not?
Is that the next logical step?
Why not? I heard we're adding stages every year, getting bigger and bigger, so if you haven't booked your tickets out for next year, make sure you're already set and ready to go. But again, so many of our amazing partners out here today. Have to give a shout out to all the many of hands that actually helped build this facility, make it what it was. What you see behind you didn't just happen overnight. This is months, years of planning coming together, and then many hands to make sure they build it.
Yeah, months of planning and then hours of planning and then developing. You always have the different stages of how the stages themselves are created. We always see how the change is there. And at this stage, we walked into this arena and there was a video board built, another video board built. You can see, actually you can't see, it's just above, but that help desk video board was here when we showed up. And everything was here minus the PCs, minus the banners, minus the people. And I think the people are the real innovators here.
I mean, we've got some amazing people, and you know, not only from the help desk. I know we got to watch some of the Twitch University stuff that's going on as well for some of the learning opportunities that go in with Twitch. Just a quick update: Fisher did win that last round. They're going to be up 4-1, still dealing with just figuring out some of the tech pause stuff. But either way, I mean, Timelight, it has been amazing. I know. What has it been like down there on the bottom stage, running some production down there?
So to give you a peek behind the curtain, or behind, I think, what is 2 curtains down there? I've been producing the 5v5 stage. We've had a bunch of different esports, not all of them ironically 5v5, despite the fact it's called a 5v5 stage. We've had a lot of Rocket League back there. Overwatch is probably on right now. Looks like it is. There's a whole lot going on down below us. You can see the different computer monitors. I think that's Rocket League right behind my thumb. But you've got a whole lot of esports all going on at the same time, all between different conferences, and everybody kind of intermingling with one another. It's a great networking opportunity, as we kind of talked about with Twitch University and as Lemon Kiwi saw with the setup down there. I'd like to see something very similar as tomorrow moves on, because this is only day 2 of a 3-day event.
Yeah, I think as well when you talk about not only the people that are here, but also some of the different esports titles that are coming. I know we got Marvel Rivals added to a lot of our different Scholastic levels. Very new title that a lot of these kids are getting a chance to play, but also on the backside of that, getting to just network in the factor of okay, you get to learn so much from how different places, different opportunities run, and from these different collegiate programs, learning from each other is how we build each other up.
As a production fan, it's one of my favorite things of seeing how other people develop. You always take small things of the other workflows of different people, whether it comes from setting up a stage or working around a stage or running the stage, in our case, producing and casting around a stage. You always find something that you can take back with you back home, wherever home is. There are some teams from all over the country. Akron, just north of Columbus, in the case of this guy went to Ohio State, so that's why he fist pumped. Fisher around Boston. But you've got teams, some international individuals. We've got Smash and some 1v1 stages down there. There's so many people and so many opportunities to do whatever you want, because we've had, I think I did a count, I think there's 9 esports here. Ooh. I think. And then you got arcade games set up, but those don't count.
We got all the arcade games set up. We've got our Smash 1v1 stages. We have everything going on. And of course, all of this thanks to our friends over at the Army National Guard. If you guys want to check out some opportunities that they have in career pathways, you can go to nationalguard.com and figure things out. It was also cool earlier today talking about some of our speakers. The mayor of San Antonio came down to visit.
And the former undersecretary of the Air Force just kind of casually showed up at an esports event. All of these, you say this 5 years ago, 7 years ago, and somebody's looking at you like you have 4 heads. Now you have 2 of the biggest talking heads in San Antonio here in person at arguably the esports event of the Scholastic year.
It's a big one, and for Fisher, this is a big map as we hop back on in here to the collegiate finals. UCC trying to figure out a victor. Akron up 1-0. The question is what they bring here after the timeout and after some of our bands go through. We talk about the Valkyrie coming through, but I love the Habana change.
Saw Habana earlier on for Akron, didn't really find the efficacy they needed. And ironically, as it may be, Fisher right now with the Bandit, with the Cade, they're responding in kind after what is a lengthy tech pause. And Akron not going for the attacker repick on that front. They have the Thatcher. They do have the soft breach ability if they want to go for verticality. But back to bathroom tellers, this is something that worked originally for Fisher, or didn't work, then did, and they're looking for their second instance of success.
Talked about the rounds needed to be happy or okay here on this map for Akron. This one feels like a must-win. If they want to find this map, try and find the second round here, and then snowball onto their own defensive side. However, Fisher are just going to run a denial composition.
He hit that? Oh no, just moving too quickly. That would have been a close angle with the bricks. Despite the fact that's a soft wall, there are bricks that hang over top of the outside of jail. I don't think that would have landed regardless of the movement from the Nomad, but now you've got that swarm in on Rushzy, who's still isolated and just has to retreat.
Like this is Rushy's favorite position though. Just stay isolated, find the positional 1v1s, and do what you can with the gunplay. Maybe second favorite position. Aimkey rocking the sledge here. Has that lower floorboard broken open and sees the kill, misses the timing. Fisher with lots of time to hold on here, though, especially with Akron encroaching from a lot of different angles. It's actually going to be Plexios falling first. And look at this, Annika dies on the outbound jump out. So no more Wamai unless they can get that res.
I think they will, though. The Cade making their way over. Annika looks like they'll get picked up. They will. HP is available. Importantly, it's a primary weapon. One-shot headshots, really the difference that Siege has compared to nearly every other first-person shooter of an esport. Regardless of your health, you get tapped one time over. Annika, even with basically 1 HP, could be the change. Bandit wins that fight. There's the headshot I was talking about. Silo does get the return, but it should have been an initial kill, and I don't think he got it because he was using the Buck skeleton key in the process of trying to find the kill.
Broke open through some of the soft breach, though, and only 60 seconds left to go here. Annika fell a little bit low from getting dropped earlier on, but finding that res, another body here in this round is so invaluable. From Akron, what they need to do is deliver, get Aimkey and Silo on a same flank watch to be able to encroach on different positions and to be able to blow up in different parts of this soft breach, but Fisher's just holding them out.
Oh, Tristan missed a timing. Could have been the kill to set them back into this round. 30 seconds, time's continually ticking away. Bomb's got a cross angle all the way from custody if needed, and now has a rotate. The beauty of the TCSG, it's a slug shotgun, but it's still a slug. massive outcome for him to just move. That movement ability could be the difference maker, or Marm holding true in the corner of Tellers. Finds the kill. It's actually the Workshop Crossfire that was that one to turn it around. Aim Key gets in, gets one, but can't do anything more. And Silo on a top-down angle is running out of time, has run out of time. I told you one could be the difference maker. It is. 1 round for Akron and nothing more to show the first half of Border.
The timing from Fisher was played so perfectly there. They were going to hold him out, drain down the time, and then on the backside of that, you look at how well they were able to play from the clutch positions, from each of their individual 1v1s that they were able to win, everything working against Akron. And we said it, not finding 2 rounds feels tough. At the same time, their defense did look very good in map 1.
Talk about a story of 2 different maps playing the same roles at the end of the first, or the end of second half of map 1. Fortress, they win 3 consecutive rounds in the attack. They have no issues, no problems. Kosa was calling out basic plays they were running in-game. Yeah. They ran those plays and then won anyway. 3-0. They won 7-2, didn't sweat the second half whatsoever. We play the first half of Border, and with the exception of 1 round that they won, and maybe a second that they had issues in closing out, Fisher did not have problems in winning overall gunfights and exchanges. Again, smaller map, but the same sides on the same general theme of development from the outside in.
And as we hit halftime here, some of those developments are going to have to change for Akron. We know this is a map where you can have 5-1 halves. We just saw Fisher do it, but you have to have better than that. I mean, that's the tough thing. If you give Fisher even 1 round, they're already guaranteed overtime, and then it's even more in the back of your shoulder. So like you said, I don't think the chats just yet are, okay, let's go next map, because you're still in this one with still a chance to close it, but realistically, it's going to take a Herculean effort from Akron to come back in this map.
I think the evaluation of this for Akron has to be, remember, we're playing the same 6 rounds. On the same side, they just won 5 of 6 rounds. Anything that one team can do in the first half, the other team can respond with in the second. That's applicable to sports. It's applicable maybe with life, and especially now applicable to Rainbow Six Siege. You're playing the same 6 rounds. You've had 2 minutes to talk about it, rather than maybe 7 that Fisher had at the beginning of this map. But I'm not looking at Fisher and saying anything individually special they did is something that Akron can't do. It's the same now that has given Fisher a 5-1 lead compared to the map 1 drubbing we saw of a 7-2 loss.
Be interested in these bands.
Ying and Turbo. What?
Did we watch a different first half?
I think we're watching a different map. I didn't know we swapped maps between the first and second half. Glaz is even kind of out there. I wouldn't say the most of the 4, but 3 of the 4 bans, if you told me to pick 24 operators I thought would be banned, they wouldn't be in the top 24.
I don't think so either. It'll be interesting to see what the response is from Akron with these bans taking away a lot of versatility to enter and really punish the long angles that are inside this map. But from Fisher, we get to finally look at what their attacking side fully formed looks like. They've had a lot of time. They played attacking side most recently the first half of map number 1. It's been a while.
And it wasn't particularly successful. Better than the second half of map number 1, but not by a whole lot. They lost 4-2 in the first half, meant a fairly short-lived second. But again, that's the past, and especially for Fisher, they should be looking at that as it's inconsequential. It's the same case as how inconsequential the first half is to how every individual round will now go in the second half. Sure, as a collective, it's a little easier for them to close this match. But you're playing against a team that has had little issues on this map in their career, much less in the program's career or these individuals' career. And for Fisher, kill at a time. You can't even go round at a time at this stage. It is frag by frag.
I want to see a little bit more from Silo here in the second half as well. Playing the Wamai gives you a little bit more freedom. Those discs for Bomb, they're playing the Solid Snake, so this one actually slipped through the ban phase. Will give Fisher a ton of information to work off of. And the question is, what can they do to execute off of that? Because, especially for Marmalade, you've got these Flores drones. You have to make use of that Solid Snake Flores combination, or else the rest of your composition just falls apart.
Correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first round that Solid Snake's been available to play. Because banned to start the ban phase of each of map 1 and 2, first half and second of map 1, and first half now of map 2. you might as well take advantage of it while you've got it. And this Flores, trying to do the same thing, will pop open a barricade and allow a little bit more quick egress in. Won't find the open on that barricade. Actually leaves Bomb isolated. The loss of the Flores drone kills Bomb, and now the swing out from Aimkey. He will go for the BM. Once more, it's Rush Z to fall, but it is a 1-for-1 trade as they drop Silo elsewhere.
At the same time, Silo's an okay drop target, and you still have not only the Azami, but the Tachanka to force them away from any position on entry.
There's one.
There it is. Push him off. Keep the fire going. Keep it lit here for Fisher. It's not a ton of time, but it's not the littlest amount of time either. They need to work off of what remains from them, and they're one Flores drone, but Kosa's gonna find another. Oh, it's just abysmal on the entry. Kosa finds the double, and Akron's found their first defensive round.
This is the open, especially to the round that Akron needed, and they didn't overcommit themselves. A little bit of BM is mentioned from Aimkey. That exudes confidence. There's a fine line between confidence and arrogance. And while Aimkey likes to play hopscotch sometimes, I don't think it's with that line. He finds the open, finds the help, especially on what was a broken, or what should have been a broken castle barricade, and especially doesn't then overcommit from the kill he ever so quickly earned. Played around the help he had, the Tachanka, and it's the round that Akron needed to start the second half. But I told you, round by round. Same case for Akron is the same case for Fisher. They are one and the same as it stands, where they can't put all that much into each individual round until it comes to a totality.
And Akron actually going for a call to change a large majority of what they're bringing up. They're bringing the Thorn, which I like. Again, slows things down. Pre-predicting the shield with that Oryx to try and get some value here from Tristan. Tristan Aimkey, by the way, combined 15 kills here in this map so far.
I'd look at map one and go, that's it. But as a team, there wasn't really an individual other than Aimkey for a couple extra kills at the tail end of things to say, is there one player stepping up compared to the rest? And the same case is for Fisher right now. It feels like the opposite of map one, not only in terms of score as it currently stands, but in terms of individual dragging ability. Plexios at 2 and 6 right now.
Right.
Silo hasn't had the most difficulties, but go back to the previous round, was just caught out to start things off before the round was a foregone conclusion. And Fisher's going into the second half saying, hey, this could be a foregone conclusion of a map, but we still need to find an opening pick that can swarm into a player advantage, that can then turn into a round, and then you think about finding the map victory. By the way, Marm just casually tossed a Selma into an electrified wall.
That'll happen. That'll happen to the best of us. For Fisher, I feel like there's always the thought in the back of the mind, too, of, okay, you lose one round, then you lose another, then all of a sudden Akron is back into this thing.
That just leads to the confidence. Although, it doesn't help when Silo goes down.
One here to start things off. I'll get the phone calls out at least, as Rushy trying to make the most use of their operator selection. Rushy has had a really good day as well. 6 kills here in this one. Scoop's gonna find their own double. That's a really good extension here as Aimkey. Oh, all left to their lonesome here in the construction side staircase. They'll need to find multiple kills from that angler, or else they're just going to be isolated, and Annika's dead to the C4.
That's how you can play help from distance. They know that the existence alone of Aimkey on the stairs is going to force the exit back to what is a soft floor, and Koso working their way back up main stairs means it's a 3v1. Aimkey works from pressure in the opposite direction. Diffuser down on an island, and you're lucky if you escape with a diffuser in tow, much less all your HP. Rushy just sprinting around corners. SMG-12 in hand, somehow has enough bullets to win the fight. Kosa's got to be thinking, how many bullets does that thing have? The answer, a lot more than you'd think.
32 bullets left in the secondary here, 1v2. Phone call's going to ring out once more, as the Zips have still a lot of time to hold this one. Shots through the wall. Oh, it's good from Aimkey.
Watch this from Aimkey. Because the phone's in front of his face, he can't see what's in front of him. It's like a teenager driving on a road, not realizing, hey, there's a whole opportunity of a kill right in front of me. I need to pick this up and turn around and look at what's around me. Obviously, the Dokebi helps with that in terms of finding information, but it also removes information of just having to sit with your phone in front of your face.
I think the moral of the story, get off your phones, kids.
Yeah, that's a pretty good way of putting it.
Fisher needs to find some momentum back here in this half. They still, again, it's a momentum thing for me where You're looking at Akron build up these rounds in a row, and you're not getting chances to ban things away. Their defense has been so solid, and Fisher's still searching for that one round to guarantee them overtime.
It's always that biggest step is the last step, though. Fisher's got a big step stool in front of them of you're playing on stage, you're playing up against a team you haven't had a whole lot of success with outside of individual maps. And now with losing the first map, you're questioning whether that's an opportunity past where you currently stand. Obviously, the adjustments are going to be made between sites here. This is the first time we've seen the opportunity of Akron to go down to the bottom floor. We didn't see a whole lot of success for them earlier on the attacking side. But if you're Fisher, if you have the offense on a small map like Border, the attack has to be the difference maker. It was for them on the defense in the first half. They've adjusted to the cap it down. They've moved on again to the grid lock, and Rushdie is sticking with what honestly worked pretty well in that round, minus the lack of help they had early on in the Dokebi. You just have to win your gunfights. Sometimes I think it was put best by a couple of Valorant analysts who I don't think the names are all that relevant for our Rainbow Six Siege here. It's a first-person shooter. You shoot them in the face, they die.
Well, the other thing too is 2 words for these 2 teams that they're searching for today is just win. At the end of the day, one will lift the trophy, one will walk home second. So close again from finding the victory over each other. Similar foes, another chapter of the story that seems to repeat itself over and over. And for Tristan, really want to find that first kill here. A lot of stacked players. If you can find one, you probably find multiple.
Question is, do you find multiple, and it's more of an Achilles heel of the trade potential, if not the multi-frag potential of multiple players. Aimkey's been seen, kind of isolated there, but you still have the Solus backside of the opposite site, or what is the traditional second site there. And Silo on the top floor as well. There's so much space to work with here for Akron on what is such a small map, and Silo's the one that picks up the opening frag. On a run out, no less, if not the follow-up on a run out. In any case, it's an opening pick. Rushdie's info's gone, Dokebi gone, DMR gone, and importantly, just a player. Make it 2.
Oh, Bonk dies, Aimkey finds another. It is just falling apart here for Fisher as they've only got one left to go. Marmalade forced into a clutch or kick scenario, and Tristan will kick him down to the ground. Akron's won 3 rounds straight here on the defensive side.
That's how you can over-dedicate yourself to a single position. You see one player out of position. You see a second player out of position. You see a third player, and suddenly those first 2 aren't out of position. They're playing around trade potential. And in that case, you don't need the trade potential if you just barely die. Marm stuck in a 4v1 with her help downed on the ground. And Akron at this stage, well, they've got an extra band to remove. The answer? The ace. So they basically just kneecap Annika there, as they've already done while she was playing the ace. I'd be surprised if it's anything other than a Hibana here to just kind of replace that distance hard breach potential. And even then, you're putting a band-aid on what is many bullet wounds. Many bullet wounds.
Akron, it feels like the momentum's starting to fall their way. It feels like that Fisher just going back to the similar composition. I don't know if their read is. It worked enough where we were gathering enough intel. We go back to the solid snake that it was that close for us to winning. At the same time, Akron very okay to go back to what they did. These castle barricades have actually provided them some problems because when you talk about getting a little bit tunnel vision on getting those Flores drones stuck to every castle wall, getting yourself entries, it allows Akron to escape more to the edges of the map and have those runouts.
I'd also say for Akron at this stage, you're no longer looking at this half as one where you have to bring back 5 rounds. You're not in the midst of bringing back 5 rounds. You're around from time to game. You're around from guaranteeing, at minimum, all of regulation. And doing the same thing for yourself that Fisher should have been doing the last couple of playing to see what falls into your hands rather than trying to grab things off the top shelf when you can't reach it.
This is a big one. I feel like we deserve every round of regulation for these 2 teams and how often they've played. I feel like we deserve a map 3.
I feel like, if anything, we were kind of hamstrung in game number 1. Where was the rest of Fortress? I love that map.
Reloading.
Too short-lived.
Too short-lived. Fortress. Miss him.
We were Fortress.
Fisher trying to fort up here on this attacking side. Find the push here and just find a hole-in-one entry, but it's Aimkey that brings a shotgun to Annika. It's a huge first blood to get.
It's Anika on the striker, who's basically just playing for the secondary utility there. You don't have much to work with from that opportunity gone. Fortunately, you still have the Solid Snake, which was an early kill a couple rounds ago that basically just shut down the entirety of your top floor take. But Akron's got to be looking at this and saying, Tristan only lost about 30 HP. This isn't even a fight we have to take right now. Somehow Silo still will. Still wants to duel with Scoob, who is, by the way, on that Hibana.
It's a bad fight for sure. Akron 1 round away from tying this one up. You feel like with the utility that Fisher's got, they have so many pieces that can push and prod away Akron, but it feels like they have themselves in their other side heads. Fisher trying to work here off of this information that the Solid Snake provides, but Silo's position is so tough to clear out, and there's already only half the time left in this round timer.
I'm really surprised that Silo didn't swing that as soon as the Hibana pellets came out, and they've actually shot him down. The mute jammer sitting behind that reinforced wall has been the difference maker. Watch for Silo to swing. Audio cue for a swing if they need it. Could be audio cue back themselves. Flash through. Silo would be surprised if they did now at this stage, but they will. Maybe even twice over. Shotgun in their back pocket, staring at the surface of the sun, but still hasn't been swung too quickly. Now, finally, they will. 2v3 is a flurry of kills. Ends with Aimkey finding his 13th of this map. Could be the most important is the next one. C4 over top. Won't be the finish he needed on the down player, but could be what sets up Kosa on the far side of the site with full HP.
65 bullets in the magazine seems unfair. Bomb's HP, Aimkey's HP, neither good. Still a chance to do the damage and need to find that trade. They will. We'll go to a 1v1. Fisher, no access yet to the diffuser.
Both players 2-shot.
Said you predict the angle. Can Bomb find the workaround? Here's the nade to push him out. He's got him just off the headshot flow out. Fisher will guarantee themselves overtime.
That's the setup you need. You have the grenade in hand, force them into either direction. You don't want to fall yourself back into the site when you're already on low-ish HP. You don't know exactly where that grenade is going to land, so you want to swing, but you have to do so slowly. You have to do so ADS'd. If you do so ADS'd, you have a chance at winning a fight. If you just sprint, like I said, you're 2 shots away from death, even to the F2. You're going to die in that engagement, especially in Tachanka, who unfortunately is not the fastest of the operators of the Rolodex they have accessed on the defensive side. You had a chance, but it's well played with the availability of utility and knowing that you still have one in your back pocket that late in the game. That's good comms. Somebody's got to be looking for that.
And I got to give Fisher a lot of credit for the early round as well, not putting them down in a bad scenario, finding those kills and putting Aimkey in a really tough clutch scenario. The question now is for Akron. We will play at least one more round here in regulation. Is it enough for them to go back-to-back rounds, to go on to overdrive and try and close out this map here in regulation? Or do we need all three? Deimos is going to be the swap at the last moment here from Fisher. I'm interested to see where they put these Denaris, to be honest. And with the down-low pressure that can come from Fisher, that can be something that completely stops them in their tracks.
Again, the developments of what is rounds prior, what you're learning from those previous rounds. Again, Anika going with just the striker, which I like. Figure out what works for you with the ace stand out.
Anika here again on the striker. Had an early death in that last round, was well traded. 2 players on double-digit kills.
If you remember, because she was the first death in the previous round, she had the pocket DMPs that would have dealt with the mute. You didn't have the Thatcher in that round. Something I didn't see originally was what she had as her secondary, or technically secondary utility. Now she has available. They just pulled out that kill with the Deimos. And looking for now a second on the top floor. Tristan already gone. If you're going to lose an operator early, that's going to be the one.
No shield on the other side too from Fisher, so the Orcs on the speed. Aimkey. Oh, he's got him. Aimkey finds that shot. Kosa finds another, and all of a sudden Fisher is down to 2. Marmalade, Anika trying to work off each other. The problem is Anika down low on server. Needs to find this right side long angle, clear out a 1v1. But Aimkey is just playing safe, and Aimkey's timing has been phenomenal. Doesn't quite see the edge of that one.
What goes around comes around for Aimkey. I told you the bad timing in the previous round that got him killed and ended up being the 1v2 to cost him. Here, it's the timing that gets him the follow-up and just turns it to a 4 versus 2. I think this one's the more important because it sets Akron up with some momentum going into what would be the overtime forcing round. Not saying we're getting there just yet. There's very much a chance if you're the Zips.
Hard breach charge coming through. He's got one more of those.
Plexios. Okay, you got away in time. I was a little concerned.
4 kills for Plexios here. Low fragging here for Akron. Maybe this is the round where Plexios does step up. 60 seconds left to go, and Marmalade gets the clearance off the stairs. That gives them a lot of flexibility to move around.
In fact, they're making this call this stage of the round. You clear out some of that roam on the bottom floor and then move up. But at the same time, Akron joins you. Silo gets cleared straight through the wall. R4C finds one. Make it a second as Annika steps up on the striker. Could be the difference in this round 11. Could we need all of regulation? The hatch is open. That's the reminder that you need if you're on this defensive side. No toxic babes available, but you do have a C4 if you're the Cade. Both flashes go down. Here's the drop through from Aimkey from behind. It's Plexios with the TCSG to find one. But again, Aimkey falls, makes it a 1 versus 1. Marm has been the difference maker before. Couldn't clutch up in this same site on the defensive side. Pulls out the 44. No, it's not! She goes for the opposite secondary, and that's how Fisher close out map 2. We are headed to Chalet.
Every single time they play, they need a third map, it feels like. And we get blessed with one here today to decide the championship. Chalet will be the trophy contender. And honestly, for Fisher, coming back at the end after losing a couple rounds in a row at the start of their attacking side, well done and well-oiled machine.
I feel like we'd be cheated if we didn't send it to Chalet and talk about how different these two maps were. Map 1 of Fortress developed through and through for Akron. No problems in the first half. You lose the 2 rounds, but you move on. You flawless out the entirety of the second half. You move on, you play border. And we're thinking to ourselves, okay, regardless of whose choice this is, you'd have to move on and clean things out. They don't have issues early, lose the opening couple rounds, try to bring it back in the second. Valiant effort to do so, but a 7-4 loss is indeed a 7-4 loss, and we're headed to Chalet.
One more map to decide it all. Someone is going to lift a trophy. We've got one more to decide it, but before that, we're going to head to a short break. Don't go too far.
You'll still have common days. Put off your term papers till the last minute. Eat cold pizza right out of the fridge. Update your fantasy roster. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life. You'll still have common days. Get caught in traffic during your commute. Overthink a text message. Get a song stuck in your head. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Welcome back, everybody. Still here at the Forge Scholastic Esports Championships. Llama 77, time to light up here for a banger of a Rainbow Six series. We'd expect it went to all 3 maps. With how Akron performed on map number 1, thought they might have had the sweep, but not today. We are going the distance.
And we talked about this series. It's already been delegated in the past in best of 1 and best of 3 formats. Best of 3 most recently twice over, take it back to play versus. But in that grand finals, they've only played 1 map that we have played thus far. And actually, it's not even one we've played thus far. It will be one we have played in about an hour. It was Chalet. It was map 2 of that best of 3 series. It's what got Akron back into that grand final. It's what could end this one, or what will, just not sure which side.
That's like you talk about with how things went. Because Fisher did get that number 1 seed, Akron had the final selection in terms of that ban, so they technically got a map selection, even though it does go towards this decider. So Akron has had a lot of success on this map in the past, and they're very good at improving in and throughout a series. But this is kind of a weird scenario, because in series past, they always lose that map number 1, and then they come back to win the next 2. Their last map win was in map number 1.
And importantly, it's onto a map that they've already played. You can look at this and look at it in one of 2 ways. There's the one that says, hey, this is what's already happened. We've seen Akron play this map. We've seen them win this map in this specific engagement between Akron and Fisher. That would be the one to say, if we go into Chalet, they should win it again. The opposite is Fisher's had time to watch back their own replays of that game alongside the streamed replays of that game and say what did or didn't work. Talked about the support staff of Akron. It is equal to, if not overmatched by, that of Fisher. Where's the analysis from Fisher? What have they seen on Chalet to make them select it as our 3rd and deciding map?
And the question now becomes, who's got it in him? I mean, it's a late day as well. You can see that these teams have been practicing, preparing for this moment right here, the biggest collegiate event in the world, and an opportunity to play amongst the best of the best. I know for at least Akron and Fisher, they've got the NECC championships tomorrow, so even more R6 for them, and they might just get to do it again. But at the exact same time, this is a big one. The trophy, the prestige that comes with it, and for Fisher, trying to dismantle a giant that has held them at bay for so long.
It's also the debate of how much does it come down to individuals, how much does it come down to the trade potential of individuals. There's the mesh of that even balance. What is it Thanos said, perfectly even as all things should be, as he held what basically looked like a construction level on an index finger. That's what this one has been. Level into unlevel maps. 7-2 map 1 for Akron. We're thinking to ourselves, their map selection, map 2. What do we move on from here? The answer, map 3 somehow.
The great part, too, for both these 2 teams, obviously, we would usually be talking about, okay, they're coming in with a little bit of jitters. They're coming in from different parts of the world. Obviously, from Akron, they're coming in on a different time zone. I know some of the Fisher players as well. It doesn't matter for them. They've had the experience on land. They know what it's like to play in a scenario like this. And especially going into a game number 3, they played so many of them, that this one all becomes just win one single map. That's what they've said for so many times in their career, but this is the last chance for some of them to say that for their entire collegiate career.
You also look at it as something between group stage to now pool play and then into bracket play, whether it's group stage played online or here on LAN. You're playing 2 separate events at the same time. And I'd look at this from Fisher's perspective and say, we've played them before. We've played them in this position before. We've played them on LAN before, on a streamed LAN before, on main stage before. This is all something that has been previously delegated, but no 2 things happen the same way. It's like trying to ask lightning strike twice over.
Well, either way, it looks like we are ready to go for map number 3. A champion will be crowned. Akron versus Fisher. Map number 3, Chalet. Let's find a winner.
All of regulation nearly required in map 2. Barely any of regulation required to decide map 1. Solid Snake will not be an operator played here in the first half. And for Fisher on the defensive side, that once more is the call. But for them, when we switched in map 2, where's the change here in map 3, especially now with the Solus banned out by Akron, something that very well could have ended the series for them on their own defensive side. They don't even want to see it as we move on to Chalet.
Solid Snake and the Deimos banned off the board from Fisher. And I don't hate it. It's so much information that we talk about and the ability to work fast. That's what Akron does so well, is play off the information that they gain and then just turn on a light switch, explode onto the site here for Fisher.
Attackers have
Bring the
discovered the
Kafka
location
here
of
to
a
try
bomb.
and find somebody with those traps on the outer side windows. There's a lot of doorways that you think are just harmless, that you run through very fast, and that's what Kapkan does best.
I'd also look at this and say, I talked about all the soft breachability in map number 2 of Border. This is a larger map with more soft flooring and soft walls. Would not be surprised if we see a lot of Buck, a lot of similar playstyle from Akron, because they viewed that as trying to find early success. Fisher did the same thing when they swapped over in the second half, especially with the striker. Could have seen that from Inky. They swapped.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Akron will lock in here. Aurora will bring the Capitao as well, but it's mainly a composition built behind this silo shield, which has really worked out for Akron. When they can play those do-si-dos with Silo and a member behind them, it feels real good for Fisher. The question is, with all these shotguns and delayability, not only do they have the Warden, but these frost mats actually make this map a little bit complicated for Akron to traverse.
So you got the explosives in terms of the EEDs from Kapkan. That is the extent of explosives other than impact grenades brought by Annika, which is a stark contrast to what we saw in what was a very explosive, both in terms of literal explosives and the explosivity of both teams in map 2. Why is that change coming through if you're Bomb who's pulling out deployable shield, or importantly, Marm who's going to the smoke instead of what could have been a mute?
Made their bed now, though, and will have to lay in it. Annika lose a little bit of chip damage here as Tristan and crew work up the staircase. Tristan is a tough player to give so much of this space as well, and you wonder for Silo, after they clear out Bathtub, the question is they have a drone walking straight in front of them. They've cleared basically all of this floor except Rushies.
I don't think that drone originally saw Rushy around the corner through the double door, but forced to retreat regardless with the 9x9 in hand. And Akron basically just a slow chip away at the extent of this roam. Chip damage mentioned on Annika, but that's the extent of note, apart from Fisher turning tail and backing away. That could just be the strat early. The importance here is still no explosives for them. It's basically primary weapons and what they already have in their back pockets.
And Silo has already garnered so much space here in this round. The real question is going to be on timing here. Silo is the diffuser carrier, so if Silo dies too far forward, that can cause a bad scenario, and there it is. Silo dying, dropping the diffuser here from Akron. Fisher really putting the hold onto this deployable barricade, and it is giving them so much pressure because of it.
Llama, you're a better man than me. I would have just yelled, called it, as soon as that happened. Plexios finds at least a response to the bottom of the stairs. This is still an awkward position to be in with what is a deployable barricade in front of you. Bomb finds an awkward angle, but does get traded before the final blow is landed. Plexios is in hard flooring. He's perfectly fine to be retrieved, and Akron's in a comfortable position right now. You'd like to see some development on towards the extension of Scoob. First time we've seen him as he holds down the fireplace stairs. Have they cleared this? He's got the red dot right in front of him. I don't know if that's been seen on the laser on the far wall. Yes, it has.
Less to go. Aimkey does have that kill. Marmalade finds the trade away. Tristan will not get the diffuser planted, and the shotgun is no good. Oh, the double kill comes through from Aimkey, but a 1v1 hold is good enough. Fisher plays the timing and wins round 1.
It comes down to timing in the middle of the site, the swing of bar, and somehow the fight doesn't get won by the shotgun at point blank range. That's a slam your desk moment if you lose it. Fortunately, it's not a round to finding. But if you're Fisher, I'd say Akron nearly wins that round for you by taking so long just to target the Frost.
We said it would complicate the map, and for Akron, just trying to find some of the entrances here. And I'm interested to see what they change up, because although it's come down to once again some of those isolated picks, it feels like momentum. Such a big word here for Fisher, who won that last map. Now coming to this map with so much on the plate for them, it feels like Akron needs to stop putting themselves in those 1v1 scenarios, even though how good they are.
You and I both come from sports as of late. You always look at an opponent that you've played before and either A, don't prepare correctly, or maybe prepare as in-depth depending on how many times you're going to see them on the weekend. There's a very likely a chance that this is a repeatable matchup this weekend alone, much less as we've mentioned multiple times over in the last couple weeks.
10 seconds to
If you look at this for Akron, you could say, hey, we've already played them. We've already kind of fleshed this
5
one out.
seconds left.
Let's try and see what happens in one series and move on to the next with that information.
Attackers are moving
There's
to
no
defuse the
way
bomb.
to prepare too much, but at some stage you could second guess yourself, second guess development from a previous series, and Fisher just hasn't done that. Sometimes flying by the seat of your pants, as you do in that fight, Marv walks straight through Bar, a smoke that she could see through, and says, hey, I'll take some free information and a kill onto the diffuser. No reason to extend myself past here.
Interesting thing too is for Akron, talk about already winning so many championships over top of this Fisher crew. It's not a matter of complacency, but you talk about the creativity where Fisher has been punched in the jaw so many times. Eventually, they're going to learn to punch back. Trying to fight here through map number 3, and a victory would mean everything for this program on the biggest of stages. From Silo and crew, they're going to go back to this Blackbeard composition to try and spearhead it. But once again, there's so much roaming potential from not only Rushies, but Tristan as well. And it's a takedown. Scoob gets the headshot.
Going back for more. Over aggressive, overzealous, make himself and Rush Z, and Scoob says all shucks in chat. I think Rush Z may be echoing that sentiment. I like and admire the opportunity to try and go for a refrag there on a teammate who had found free info, despite the fact they were, in all reality, overzealous. But it's not the kill that turns into an outcome of the round win. And here Bomb awkwardly stuck between a Blackbeard, a grenade, and 2 other players. Annika finds a refrag, maybe now 2 onto the Blackbeard, make it 2 onto the Blackbeard, at least around him. It's Marm in a 1 versus 1. Talk about a tale as old as time. She's done this now 3 times and finds the shotgun through the floor.
The patience here from Fisher once again pays off. They've learned a lot of this series about how to play around Akron's Blackbeard and the set of resources that they put behind him. Multi-kill performances coming back to back. And from Fisher, their defensive side here on Chalet, so far, perfection.
Especially with the Blackbeard, you have to force them to keep that shield up. You tap away at the shield of the Blackbeard while realizing there's going to be another fight. That's really how you play any 1 versus 2. Taking the fight that's in front of you while evaluating your surroundings. And that's what Annika did. That's how you find at least one of those 2 picks, even if it's a response from Silo. Even if you do end up getting killed, you're probably dead in that scenario anyway. Take 1 down with you. If I'm going down, you're going down with me. And it turns Marm into an opportunity at the 1v1. She capitalizes through the floorboards.
I mean, Marmalade in these last 2 maps has been surgical. Doctoral here for Fischl so far as they lead 2-0 in a series-defining map, by the way. Winner of this one is the victor of the series. Nothing left after.
10 seconds
Goyos, Frost, they've got everything to try and play this defense. And we're going to get some late swaps. I thought we were going to get to see the Sens, which actually worked so well for Akron.
Attackers are moving to
Not the case here. Maybe with the Cade, that could be the difference. Bomb goes for a spawn peek. This could be the call with the 9mm in hand. This is the shot. Just the pre-fire forced him off the angle, and that should be the time to turn and walk away. Aimkey talked about his prowess in the previous round, and really the prowess of the individual for so long here in the Siege scene. But this individual is only as strong as the team around him. We've seen how up to the task they've been for such a storied program. This right now is where they have fallen flat for really the first time this semester, if not, again, this academic year.
Akron will still get a chance guaranteed on their defensive side. But we've talked time and time again, the attacking side, throughout the year, especially in the speed that Akron's able to generate, has been impeccable. Also switching over to the Ram and giving them a lot of information. It's this Blackbeard composition again, but they want to play from top down. Fisher's okay with that. With the resources they have, with the Cade, with the Goyos, they can just wait.
Like you're completely circumventing the main wall here. Run the Ram and the Sledge. More than likely dedicate yourself to opening up main lobby. But Bomb is there for that specific task. An interesting decision to put that frost mat behind a reinforced wall. I can't say that's a first, but it may very well be a second or a third. There's no reason for Bomb to swing anything here. You are waiting to see what falls right in your lap from this spot. And here's why. the further you move forward, the more angles you're susceptible to. So you see a melee into this softball. That could be the case. Did he make enough noise to be heard? Seemed like there was a shot there, not enough. Silo just barely alive and gets saved by Tristan. Saved by the bell, more like saved by the shield if you're the Blackbeard.
Well, that puts him in a great spot too. You're not only a player up, Silo survives that, so you have the shield composition to keep going top down. Rushy's only a single kill so far. Trying to expand on that from Fisher. Playing this defense, they still have Lagoyo alive, but they are sequestered here into the site alone. Akron picking up the diffuser as Silo takes a little bit more damage overall. The question is, where does the entry come through? That nice takedown on Silo may be a pickup, but that's the diffuser as well. Aimkey finds the kill on Annika as they start to explode out of the site. Aimkey has to do a lot here to make sure Rushy doesn't get the free swing out. And is the barrel sticking out? Yes, sir, it is. Aimkey's dead.
3v4, and the only difference between these two teams right now is some HP. Silo, a shade over death as it stands. We saw him cheated earlier, may not be able to do it again, but may not have to. Rushy flashed to see once more the surface, and Tristan finds his third. Kosa finds the final, and that's how Akron gets on the board here on Chalet. It is the full development top-down of the soft breachability and sticking what was the operator selection at the start of the round.
I wonder if they'll actually go for a ram ban for how much actual space it gave them on the top down, but Akron, that's a good round to get.
Gotta be.
I mean, you'd assume so.
I don't know if there's any other ban that you could find, but the issue is, do you see the ram ban, like you said, instead of the Blackbeard, it's the Capitao. Capitao's been played in, what, one of the 3 rounds we've played thus far. It was effective, wasn't round defining. In that round, you at least nearly guarantee yourself the ability to go back to the bottom floor, assuming again you win bar gaming, maybe go to the top floor, play that again, or head over to kitchen once more. In any case, can you guarantee yourself that first round? Or can you guarantee yourself that third round to complete the rotation? Answer here, they go for
Need to locate
what
and defuse
was
as many
already
bombs
working,
as they can.
make sure it works a little better.
I think for Akron, though, you kind of steal away to the night. You're like, okay, Blackbeard's still available.
I don't know how that doesn't go unbanned. I mean, Silo's only got 2 kills, but
the pressure that it's provided.
that alone, and you should get assists for a teammate getting a kill off of your shield blocking bullets. Can that be a thing? I don't know if we can code that into the game where you can get an assist for just kind of existing there. If so, Montaigne's going to be the most important operator the world has ever seen for people who are farming points in my ranked games.
Juicing his stats, waiting for all his teammates to cluster around him to try and enter into the site. I love it.
I will sit in a door frame until I get enough assists to complete a challenge.
5 seconds
And then the rest of your team dies on the opposite side of the map, and then you get nothing.
Yeah, but then it's an opportunity to get 5
Attacker's
kills.
objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Hype up the ace, get yourself 5, all 5.
Never an opportunity I take advantage of, but it's an opportunity.
Drone activated. Fisher hoping this opportunity here in this round. Oh, I love it from Scoob.
Is this another one?
Oh, doesn't commit on the garage door play. Akron, though, will be a one. Walk away, and Scoob should be dead, but survives with just a minuscule amount of HP.
Oh, he's going to switch. Oh, try and take full advantage. He's back to full HP.
The benefit, knowing your operators here, knowing your angles better than anything. That survivability down low. Frame Key on the Twitch actually has a lot of ability to break open what Fisher wants to do on the defensive side this round. They've got a ton of reach as well, and they've brought back the Sands.
And you chuck this nade to the far corner of the library. One from one side, a flash maybe from the other. Talk about timing. He avoids both, but Annika doesn't. One nade to take out one side of library. Bomb stuck in that far corner of the other. And somehow, I don't know, Scoob avoids both of those, despite the fact both fell at his feet. And Rushy's going to go back out to the peak that we've seen Scoob nearly die to.
We'll be outside. Scoob is going to still find a kill on Kosa, so.
Back-to-back walkouts at the same time.
That's fun. Fisher experimenting here with this map. This is the decider. Both teams actually took the opposite team's map pick to make things 1-1. And for Scoob, this staircase defense is important. As pushed forward from the nade, their own impact will blow open, and nobody expecting it. Scoob just walks through, finds the double kill as Silo's able to get the trade with a headshot. Now the question is 70 seconds left to go. Akron has a lot of choices to make, and that's a good one. Aimkey finds the kill.
Timing on Scoob. He was busy trying to shoot a drone, and as soon as he does, Aimkey's toes appear from around the corner, and so does his primary weapon. Akron's now got the 3v2. We can start the vice grip further on the site, but are they aware of Rushdie just waiting inside check? There's no reason for him to be here. Is there a drone that sees him? Yes, there is, and it takes some chip damage as the twitch. Funny, effective maybe as well, but aim key drops. Make it a 2 versus 2. Rushdie's taking some damage. There's a second player behind him. Out go the ROUs, and that's enough to envelop the site and make it a 1 versus 1. Marm has hit one. Does she see the second? The Blackbeard? She does! How in the world does Silo's shield fall there? He ADS'd, and it ended up being his undoing.
Marmalade, if there was an MVP choice right now, would go their way for sure. Infinite 1v1 clutches and putting Fisher up in a 3-1 position. A lot of these rounds have come down to just minuscule details, small 1v1s, and clutch potentials.
And the fact that she's been put in the 1v1 scenarios while already assisting earlier on in the rounds. We saw one Toxic Babe go out before that engagement started. The awkward ROU there as it was thrown from the far side of the stairs actually just kind of blocked off the 2 players walking onto site. That first kill was a blind shot from Marm.
Wow.
As the ROU was dropping, or as it was in the midst of possibly dropping, you find 1 kill, and it basically turns into the round-defining kill because it meant the Blackbeard couldn't just hold shield and set up for the 1v2. That's how Fisher holds their lead and then extends their lead. If that kill doesn't come through the ROU, it's 2-2.
10 seconds left.
A very big difference right now in scoreline. Fisher holding the 2-round advantage. Somebody's going to find a win here in this map. Somebody is going to hoist that trophy. And Fisher wants it to be them. We talked about it feels like the first time in this academic year.
Same case as what was map number 2. If I'm Akron, I'm not looking at this as a how can we get back into this? They've come back from the brink, at least it feels like so many times. It's really just been a map down. They have not been a map down in this series. They have been rounds down. That's the difference maker that Fisher has brought to this series. And if I'm looking at this from the perspective of Fisher, I'm also saying we're not out of the woods just yet. This is the attacking side of Chalet, a map that was historically attacker-sided, and one of the few maps that was for a large portion of Siege's competitive career. Now it's fallen more towards the favor of defender-sided, if not a true neutral. But I'd say this could be how Fisher sets themselves apart, moving Akron to the second half, and we're still 2 rounds.
Akron can just get a few more rounds here before we switch. The upside-down player swinging in. Silo's just going to get caught. Rushing a perfect position. Just all alone, doesn't matter. Rushing might find a second even. There's on the inbound look. Nade doesn't connect. How about a second? And you got Hockey. Feels infinite. Rushy could find 3 kills here. Realistically, though, on a crossfire and that timing, Flash goes in here, is just going to full eat it. Annika's as well. 2 players here that are vastly important to the Fisher defense. There goes Rushy. AMQ finds another 2. Annika stays alive, though, and that means a 3v3 with utility left from Fisher.
And despite the fact her position's well known, Bomb I don't think has been revealed yet, sitting in the far corner of Master Bedroom. There's no reason for them to reveal themselves, but Scoob, with the Mark 14, has proned their way back into the site. Is AimKey aware that the positions now above and below them are more than occupied? The only safe haven for AimKey right now is outside. With 60 seconds, that's not the position you want to go.
Scoob on this kill could change everything.
There's a nade out too.
Oh, Tristan as well needs to help crunch this. Fisher, 45 seconds left to defend. They've already won one of these rounds on time, and Annika knows it. Watch outside, looks the wrong way in the timing! And it's all back to Akron, who they'll go for the trade. Plexios finds that kill, but Bomb gets their first kill of this map, and Bomb finds a double. All of a sudden, Plexios on an island, Volcanic, trying to exude their effort here with Fisher in a great position to close out this round. The downside look from Plexios. Can't find anything for free. Bomb and Scoob just playing this smart. Sure has the diffuser. Realistically, this drop down is going to be watched for. Isolate, no. Bomb finds the triple. Their first 3 kills are the 3 kills that clutch it.
And very reasonably so, Akron calls their timeout. Second map in a row, they've pulled it in the first half. And for that map alone, it's because of Bomb. As soon as you clear Annika out of the top floor, which they did very well, by the way, a sprint rush across the top of Solarium Stairs just to force out the look in that direction, and then you swing from the bathroom window. That alone, great call. The issue, as soon as they thought they had cleared master bedroom, they didn't further themselves into that position with information gathering utility. That ended up being their undoing, and once more, it's Akron getting a little too comfortable in a round that was about as back and forth as it could have been. No more than 1 kill was the difference between either team at any point in that round, and now Akron, understandably, calls a timeout, and all they've got the last few seconds of this to, we'll say, differentiate what they have been doing successfully and what they could be doing better. When they played this 2 weeks ago on Chalet, Akron won 7-4. 5 of those 7 rounds were won on their attack.
They've got 1.
Yeah, I can see that. That's not great.
It's 20% or something like that. Not a great mathematician, but that is not good, and I don't think the bans are helping them out actually too much. You talk about Shiryuzami takes out some of those angles, but realistically, Fisher has been able to shut them down for free, even without things like the Solus and the Cade.
Also think about how much Akron is thinking about this final round of the half. You've got the halftime timeout coming through. They're well aware they could just kind of move on even if they do lose this round in the second half. We saw them do it back on border. But you want to give yourself more than 1 round of leeway between yourself and, at best, OT. Fisher is now that possibility from a round away from, at worst, OT.
10 seconds to go.
If Fisher can find it here, the upper hand in a gauntlet of the century here that has led them to San Antonio, Texas, to play on the stage.
Attackers must locate
Akron
and defuse
trying
the bomb.
to fight through the resilience nature of the Falcons on the other side. And I love the adaptation from Rushy, bringing back the Denari to even more shut down what Akron wants to do. The question becomes, what can Kosa find on these Twitch drones?
It's there, not a whole lot. Zit, 0, zilch, however you wanted to find a whole lot of nothing. And the information I told you in the previous round was at a premium for Akron. Despite the fact they still had a couple players alive sometime to drone if they needed to, they were focused so much on the couple fights that they were required to take that they couldn't develop themselves into the fights they needed to duel with. By the way, what a laser setup across the entire site. That covers 2 doorways and 2 windows, or a window and 2 doorways.
They've got the setups and they've got not only players alive here for Fisher, but you also talk about every single player starting to step up. Marmalade clutched up a lot of rounds in that starter. You talk about Bomb with that 3K in the last round. Make it happen.
Shot from the roof.
Kosa's in there. Tristan actually finds a headshot on a scoop, so there goes 1. I guess that stairs control. Silo wants to explode quickly here and accelerate this team comp.
Bomb in an awkward spot, the AR-15 in pocket. Tristan falls down. The lone Ella SMG. As Rushy pulls it out with the Denari. Yankee, as much as he thought he was going to have now 2 kills right in front of his face, they've both gone flying by without so much as damage done. Question now on the retreat for Fisher is, how much do you give up in exchange for the HP you hold so near and dear? And the answer is a lot, and understandably so. We've seen them pull out clutches with low health, low numbers before. In a 4-1 game, in a 4-on-4 scenario here, you don't have to dedicate yourself to any individual fight, much less any fights at all right now.
Fisher can play passive, especially with those Denari setups on site. Silo and the rest of the crew trying to find enough soft breach entry that'll give them diversified angles, good looks at 1v1s. Rushy Bomb might be a little bit low, but it doesn't matter if Akron can't get the entry that they want in Silo on his crossfire. It's gonna be smoked away, won't find the free fire. It's gonna be Silo who has to really clutch it all. Flashed away, the pistol's no good. Rushy's found the headshot, and Fisher is mauling them down. Double kill from Kosa, though, will put Akron back in a great position. Long-range shots are good to take down Bomb. And Marmalade, once again, must clutch.
1 player outside, 1 on the site that has now exited stage left. No, they haven't. The ace stuck on site. The rush here from Marm, knowing this fight could define the round. They have the soft breach right next to them. 1 Selma gone. Need to shoot the second they will with 1 bullet left in the chamber. This is a 1v2 that's very reasonable. Even with a teammate down, you want to go for the defuse. You didn't know Aimkey had walked back up the main stairs. Aimkey was just camping his way on the far side, didn't have to move. No reason to show yourself when your teammate is close enough to hear the defuse. He does, and they do. 9 kills for Aimkey, 2 rounds for Akron. 1 was the difference in our previous. Fisher's got 4 here through the first half.
Now we get to see what their attacking side looks like. We get to swap things up here. This will be our final half of regulation no matter what. For these two teams, though, very doable. I think 4-2, like you said, pretty stock standard. For Akron, they have a little bit more work to do on that defensive side. But for Fisher, I mean, Marmalade, a monster there in half number 1, so many clutches. But on the backside of that, the way they were able to bend and mold this map to their favor continues to follow up with even more. And now they get to sit and talk for a minute and a half before they move on to what could be their final setup before the championship trophy.
Akron's defense, this is where we see what they've learned from the matchup they played. Reminder, Akron started the attack. They won 5 rounds on the attacking side, but they gave up 3 on the defense before winning the last remaining 2 required. Their defense was not superior. It wasn't even arguably up to snuff. It was similar to what we saw from Fisher and their second half back on map number 2. Bad? No. Needing some development? Absolutely. And now Akron's developmentally required defense now needs to find 4 rounds at minimum. Now, I believe they get to choose OT side, and I'd anticipate that they choose the attack. But there's no guarantee for them there, and you don't want to try and leave yourself up to overtime, if not side selection on overtime. At that point, you know there's lack of confidence. I don't know if there is there.
Well, the other thing, too, I mean, Akron, you talked about that last round. They wanted to call the timeout, get that round, put themselves in a position that wasn't 5-1. How important is that timeout still sitting on the Fisher side?
It gives you some leeway. I think you call it if you lose back-to-back. If you give up the 4th round, even if you're up 5-4 at that stage, that's when you call the timeout. You don't want to be in a tied scenario. You don't want to give up 5-5. If at any point in this second half, Akron reaches 4 without Fisher being on match and series point, that timeout should be called.
Well, let's see what the bans are. Setting up Solid Snake, Bandit on either side. Again, that information denial. Solid Snake has been such an interesting addition, and especially on a map that is small but has a lot of those floors together. It'll be the Ace and Cade banned away, so that double denial ban, it's what we've been seeing kind of all day from Fisher.
And you and I have spent a good portion of the regular season. I've been on the production side, but we've spent a long time during the regular season seeing Solid Snake built towards info and unbanned through the regular season. 3 maps, 6 total halves. Solid Snake is eligible for play in a total of 5 rounds. It's the second half of Border in our previous map. That's it. Gotta say, very surprising. It's been banned as often as it is, but it shows you at how much of a premium information is put and how important the Solid Snake info can be to a team's attack that Fisher's attack isn't afforded the opportunity to play him.
Well, this is it. Final half of regulation in map number 3. The Zips and the Falcons dueling it out once again, and another must-win map. Similar story. Again, 2 weeks ago, they did this same old song and dance, and Akron was able to defeat Fisher in that 3rd map. But this time around, they're bringing a lot of similar utility towards those previous 2. I love the Thorn. I love how it's been able to slow down Fisher. The question is, can Aimkey use it while still activating themselves? Because they are the lead frag. They are the name that you pointed out since the beginning that needs to step up if this team wants to deliver.
Looks like Fisher's trap ops in the first half were a jump scare. Even the Thorn here, the presence alone threatening enough. Fisher's got enough info to find this. It'd be really hysterical if a Brava hacked out one of those gadgets and turned it back on the defensive side. We've seen information gathered on the bottom floor with this full extension. Always interesting to see what pieces of defensive utility a Brava targets. In this case, a couple default cameras. And if you're on the defensive side, you really don't look at the default cameras. It's not something you actively think about, not something you look for, especially if they're flashing the opposite color. You're like, oh, okay. The defense is looking at the cameras. Not the case.
And adds another layer to an already long day here for these two teams, who again have been playing, grinding their way to the main stage through the playoff bracket. Akron dropped down to a lower seed. Fisher, the #1 seed here, Is that enough with their map selection? They were able to win it back in map number 1. I mean, look at this together play from Tristan and Kosa.
Danica, well aware verticality played either for or against her. Forces the Tubarão to back away, but does give away the main wall on this top floor. Silo no longer able to play the verticality, at least not outside of the lower floor. And gives the freedom of movement. Danica, all importantly, to give themselves a direct entrance into the site. Silo now has an extra, you guessed it, opportunity to play with the AR-15 above if needed. Limited bullets in the magazine, only 11 in a default mag. Does mean you don't get as many opportunities through the floor.
I also wonder for Fisher, you talk about Marmalade out of air jabs here, so how they actually clear out some of these positions is going to be interesting. So a real chance to ruin things, but Plexios is the first blood. First to die here, second to die is Aimkey. Rushy's already found the double. Bomb's going to try and play low and slow, wait for them to walk into the crossfire. Annika's got the plant, and Akron may just play for the retake at this point. It's a walk into the fire, and it's gonna be Bomb finding the extra. Very patient, very good. Fisher one away from a flawless.
Shot alone from Tristan through the window, not enough to do it. Over-dedicate yourself to the top floor, and the bottom floor is just gonna be swept like a rug right out from under you. No flawless round, but in essence it was. Bomb on the top floor. Their presence alone was enough to overcommit 2 full players inside of the bedroom and around the offices. And it meant that Tristan is only now ready remotely to drop through the hatch and more than likely to their demise. Flick onto Rushy. At this point, it's inconsequential exit frags. A couple stat patters, if you will. Bomb will find the final frag. And Bomb's play in that round is the difference maker to allow Fisher to hold through the top floor, not be pushed from top floor egress, and importantly, just sit in a corner and wait for the over-rotation.
That's a tough one too, because for Akron, it felt like you spent so much time building up this kind of dual setup upstairs, and you invested so much into protecting it, and Fisher just break it apart there in a few seconds. A double kill from Rushies is all it takes. And it's going to be the changeup, bringing back the Denari, bringing back the Tachanka, things that will slow down this Fisher crew. On the other side, this is one of the first shields we've seen from Fisher.
I don't know if the Blackbeard's been available for play for them all that many times, especially during the regular season and through a lot of the games they've played. We saw that back on Fortress, as Annika's making me hold my breath. I don't know if is Tristan doing something wrong?
I mean, all players playing a Rooney is wrong, let's be honest.
I will not accept that because I played a Rooney for
10 seconds left.
time. Yeah, I was one of those with the Mark 14.
Okay, I can't hate on that game.
Yeah, I won't talk about it. It's not a time in my life.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
But
Akron trying to be proud of this one. This round here, this build-up, Aimkey still not only leading the team in kills, but also the lobby. One away from double digits. The namesake of this program, trying to find themselves on this castle win for Fisher. What they've got is a lot of clearance tools. They've also got these Flores drones back.
At this point, you scout it, start to work your way forward and clear out the extra secondary utility that you don't want to otherwise have to worry about. Rushy, excuse me, through 2 door frames and what looked like a rotate hole, snipes out Kosa, who was playing with the DP-27, and importantly, had used a single piece of defensive utility at this stage. Free opener, and in a 5-2 game, that's not an opening pick you can afford to lose if it's anybody, much less if it's your Tachanka who's supposed to be anchoring site. He didn't even reveal himself. You can play a perfect game and still die. Welcome to Rainbow Six Siege.
And welcome to the era of Fisher Esports, leading by 3 here. Aimkey still trying to play off this deployable. They've got a lot of different small angles to work off. That if they can find the 1v1s, boy, it could be beautiful. But they've got to play off these kind of isolated 2v2s as well that they've built up upstairs. Phones are ringing once again from Aimkey. We'll turn off that cell phone.
Ridiculous swoop on the top floor. The every single fight means a whole lot more than the previous if you're Fisher. It's one step closer to lifting the glass trophy, currently sitting on a podium between these two rosters. Every single fight taken with the utmost care, and more importantly, with the utmost utility. Call goes out from Dokebi. They throw the firebolt to the far side of the blue stairs, and there's no reason to rush this if you're Fisher. A minute's forever in a 5-on-4.
Two for Silo, an awkward position. Tristan's gonna find that kill. It's a follow-up from Rushies. We're back into a 3v3. Rushies has been insane. A triple kill here in this round alone. And the timing is pretty awkward from Fisher, but they have so much space here on this upstairs that they can delve around, they can dig for as long as they want. Plexios and AimKey will try and find it. The drone's got the location.
Info, again, such a difference maker. And even with Rushies having the info on AimKey, it's the fight alone that turns this one over. 15 seconds remaining. Now Fisher's a little bit more concerned. Diffuser not found. It's dropped by Marm, as a matter of fact. Bombs down 1 versus 2. Has to drop through an open hatch, is in the middle of a nightmare. One player behind him as he drops the diffuser has no clue that the stock room's occupied. Should have been able to get it down, and the presence alone of the castle. Talk about phantom pressure. You didn't have to shoot at him.
Just stares over him as they are able to secure that round based on timing. That's a big one to win, especially. Get things back to within 2. And for Fisher, as we talk about moving back to an opportunity to get to that series point. Just put up that number 6 and guarantee yourself at least the overtime, but also so much to work off of. I think Akron does a really good job to bounce back after losing that first round, because things could have gotten out of hand very quickly.
If you lose that first round, you look at basically what is post-round 1 of map 2, where they were down 5-1 at the half, they won the first round. You're still not a great scenario trying to bring that one back. You're now still 2 rounds behind. By no means a confirmed scenario. I'm still in the same spot if I'm Fisher here. Even with this tech pause here, depending on how the rules are specifically for UCC, some players can't talk to each other during tech pauses. Usually the case is you can't talk to your coach, but on occasion they'll restrict even communication between players in tech pauses. I don't think that's the case here. This serves, even though it's an Akron tech pause, as a tactical timeout for Fisher on a round loss. They could even develop this into a second tactical timeout, their first of the game officially. If they lose this next round, I think that would be the best time to do it. If not, if this game gets tied up at 5 apiece.
They've still got that powerful timeout in their back pocket, but I also think for Akron, as we talk about as a scaling team and how they start to build up, I like that they're able to play together. I like that they're still able to play off of each other with how many big names they have in this team. What has surprised me over the years is they've still gone back to the fundamentals of playing as a team.
I've always seen communication as the most important part of any first-person shooter. Unless you're playing a solo squads game of PUBG. I'll go back to that game. It's where I started playing computer video games. Yes, I'm that age or so. 2018, 2017, that was the time. If you're not communicating properly, you're not doing your job as a player. Regardless of whether you're entry fragging and just saying, I'm going to walk in and try and get 3 kills, at least your team knows to either A, work around you, or B, just kind of plan on your death, depending on your skill. Unfortunately for me, it's probably the latter. In most cases, that communication can be the difference maker, where we just saw. You know you're not going to have that opportunity if you're Marm to drop down alone, tries to take a fight on the top floor, dies, and just leaves the Brav in a 1 versus 2. It's a diffuser plant or a death. In that case, it just happened to be death by time.
And for Akron as well, when you talk about the communication that's been able to develop over the course of multiple years, and again, getting to play in multiple different lands with multiple different rules, and being comfortable in a scenario like this, I still feel like that there's a tinge bit of uncomfortability in how late we have gone today. For these two teams, they are our last match on the schedule. They are the finality, and they want to be the ones that lift a trophy at the end of the day. But who knows how much is left in the juice tank?
When I started this series, and we started this series on this broadcast, I turned around.
Attackers need to locate
every seat on the stage was occupied. Every seat on our secondary and tertiary stages were occupied, and most seats inside the core part of the venue were occupied. It's currently 7:02 p.m. Central Time. Most players have exited stage left, or maybe venue left, if you will. In any case, it started to empty out in terms of the players elsewhere. These players showed up somewhere around 8 or 9 a.m. If they didn't have media day, they had games, and it's a long one. This is going on a 10-hour day for more than likely all of these players. and they're also playing another
10
tournament.
seconds remaining.
They also played pre-championship round games today. There's a whole lot riding on these couple rounds, and they are not the first, nor are they anywhere close to the first rounds or maps they played here on this Saturday evening.
And you know what the funny part about it is? History's not going to remember how many hours you put in, how many opportunities that you had to close it out. History is going to remember the victors of this one. And for Fisher, they are closer than ever, 2 rounds away from trying to close this map in the series out. But Akron has something to say about it. They brought the Goyo, a great change here to really staunch the Fisher offense from getting things for free.
Also curious to see how much this Goyo kind of gets nullified by the operator selection on the attacking side. A couple ROEs go through. Scoob finds one of the canisters at the bottom of the exterior stairs. But Fisher's attack at this point in the game just comes down to early finding information. We saw it in the previous map, just spraying on yellow pings if you can find them, like we just saw through the main lobby. And Akron's defense trying to hold off what is match point in front of them, and then match point to face.
Rushy did take a decent chunk of damage on that early engagement. To about a third of their HP bar left to go. Rushy's aim key, 22 kills between the two of them. They have been the standout stars on both sides of the field. But as you talked about, you need to see more from the rest of the team, that communication, and it's nice from Bomb to take down Tristan. There goes the Goyo. There goes a chance to shut things down late. Sure, you've activated some of those canisters, and the team will have to work around them.
As ironic as it may seem, our game-leading fraggers in both maps 1 and 2 has been on the team that has lost more rounds. For a large portion of this, Aimkey was leading the map, and then Fisher's Rushzy, until right about now, had met him. Kosa and Plexios respond with a couple frags, and Rushzy is none the wiser as to how in the world it happened. Silo's still alive, as is Akron's man advantage, but it is a man singular advantage. 4 on 3 as time continues to dwindle.
Oh, that's a nice thermite charge there. The health bars are just decimated here from Akron. How are you supposed to play this one and stay alive where the throw goes in? It's Bomb that gets the impact. Triple kill! Oh, Silo! All left alone. Fisher pushing them to the brink, and the Deimos has the target as well. Sure, you pop the glasses, but all you could do is run. All you could do is fight it. That's exactly what Silo will do! Marmalade has put Fisher on series point!
First time that these two teams have met in this semester that Fisher has been around from closing it. Akron has had their number, all of their numbers, all semester. This is match 60 at minimum for Akron since the middle of February. They have played a gauntlet of a season, and yet at the end of the season, at the end of the semester, they're the final step on Fisher's gauntlet. Dokebi understandably removed. Warden, as ironic as it may be, the final death of the previous round, he too banned out, will not be seen for the remainder of regulation. Question is, how long is regulation going to span with Akron facing match and series point?
They can't win in regulation, but they sure can lose. One single round will do it if Fisher can find it on any of the next 3. The change-up going back to the mirror, trying to find more stability in some of those one-way angles. But look at what Fisher is bringing. Golly gee.
Grim Glaz Ying. The 3 horsemen of, I haven't seen them all that many times, and as soon as I bring at least 2 of them, nope, make it 2.5 of them up. We see 4 attacker repicks, 1 ironically onto the Glaz. Discussed, but a whole lot of wholesale changes. Now Akron on the defensive side, you need to win 3 consecutive rounds.
True.
They've won a single round at this stage of the defense.
5 seconds left.
They have to complete a rotation successfully. You'd imagine it goes in order,
Attacker's
kitchen, bathroom,
objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
then send it over to Bar Gaming, then down to the bottom floor. We already saw them do that without success. Good news, they've got information on all 3 sites. Bad news, they've only won 1 of the 3 sites.
The question becomes as well, I mean, Fisher still has that timeout lingering. Even if you win 2 in a row, they probably call that and build up some dangerous strategies. Another must-win round, though, here from Akron as they start to build up some of these zombie barricades. I like this one specifically. A lot of space that you give yourself here on the staircase to play around and stay safe while the rest of the team keeps exploring.
Bomb on the Blackbeard. Seem to be so pivotal as an operator, much less depending on who picks it, much more on the operator and the shield alongside the extra primary. By nature, you get regardless. Anik pops there first from the barrack. Finds a way in if needed. Silo's got a coverage here. Takes so much damage, but doesn't die. The nade will only take out the barricade, will not find the frag.
Tristan's gonna double bubble barricade. Amy's found the first blood, and how about Kosa? Back-to-back kills here. Blackbeard alone finds the kill. It's Bomb. Brings it back, +1 scenario.
That's fine if you're Silo, though. You knew you were gonna go down. You actually set up aim key to swing that and help Kosa do the same on the top floor.
Also with the power.
Missed opportunity.
Can't find the kill. Akron here, 4-3 on player count, but the time is starting to dwindle for Fisher. And where they want to go with this diffuser, Bomb's got it in hand. 9 kills to their namesake. Kosa can't find the kill, and 2 working off that bathtub. Bomb's actually going to extend here even further. The worry is, though, that you get wrapped away and you're able to destroy at least that mirror and put it back in place.
1 air jab, 3 Candelas remaining in the attacking side. That is what could close out this series. But Aimkey finds a lob of a C4. The Spurs are in the playoffs, and Aimkey's trying to join the team. The tail end of this NBA season. Scoob tucked down. It's Tristan to find the kill onto the shield wielder, and it leaves Scoob in a 1 versus 4. No opportunity for Fisher to close it out here, but maybe an opportunity for some exit kills, some momentum, if you will, despite a round loss. He'll find a flick, and a clean one at that. But it really is inconsequential for him to walk down the stairs here. It's Akron who's going to stay alive, barring a miracle.
See what the Mystery Machine has in store here for Scoob, and it's gonna be a ruh-roh Raggy as Plexios finds the kill and keeps Akron alive. They fight to live another day. Really clean round on how they played it together, and their space taking was phenomenal off those Azami barricades.
Not only that, phenomenal around the exit. I'm disappointed. I had a whole point I was going to say. I don't even know if it's worth it anymore. And Scoob makes a really good point. Nah, but imagine I one-tapped all 3 of you, though.
Ashamed.
Disappointment.
Yeah.
You know there's a chance this game has a scoreline of 6-7.
Don't
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Okay, sorry. After all that, the point I was trying to
Bomb
make before
located by
I
attackers.
was so childishly interrupted, I think is a good way of phrasing it. If you're playing around the thermobaric charge and you have Thermite open up a wall and create so much space, you're relying as the attack that that position's not going to be occupied anymore. The fact that you took so much damage if you're Silo was seen twice over. They know that's a position they need to take on the outside of Piano. So you throw a nade at a castle barricade. You then try and flash into that position while you're also occupied in tunnel visioning on an individual that's already low HP. That's when Kosa re-enters the conversation and finds the all-important frag to give a player advantage and
Attackers
thus
are heading out to defuse
the
a
follow-up round.
Shouldn't you be protecting Buckingham Palace or something?
This round, though, another important one. And you talk about how Akron's been able to play it. Their reserve nature, and now going to this round. We know Fisher still has that timeout. We'll probably call it if they lose this round. But the question is the changes. They bring back in this Grim, along with the Capitao, to force Akron out of positions. The question, I think, is the X factor of Aimkey and what they can find from the clash.
Ever so poetic that the lobby leader in frags at this stage of the game does not have a primary weapon. Sometimes you don't need your best fragger to have the best weapon in hand. What is it? The best offense is a great defense. At this stage, if he can just hold true with the shock shield in hand, there's no reason for him to be overzealous, over-aggressive. Play around the team that you've held so close all semester long. Play around just free information. information down a hallway if they can't shoot at you.
Oh, Kosa, nice takedown of Marmalade.
And look at the HP on Bomb with that, too.
Completely silenced here in the second half. And that upwards position, that outer-facing window, is such a big one to get access to for Fisher. Sure, you can blow this one open. It's going to give yourself a little bit more space, but now Aimkey will know everything of where they're coming from. 90 seconds left to go in the round. And Fisher, I don't think, has an idea where they want to attack from.
No real good options either. You're missing Marm, who can clear out so much space with the Capitao, or open up so much space with the smoke in pocket. Grim Out finds the most obvious information the world has ever seen in a very tall Clash just hanging out at the end of the hallway. But with the Fisher info that they haven't cleared on the back of Library, and the fact that Tristan's still very much alive, add that to Kosa's second on the round, I think with 60 seconds, this one may already be over. We could be looking at match point or overtime point, and it's closer to overtime than it was 4 seconds ago.
I mean, the health bars are terrible, too, from Scoob. Has to do it all, unless Bomb can find something. No, it's going to be down to Bomb. 4v1 here. Very clean round from Akron, holding their ground, playing off the Clash, and that'll be Kosa finding another. We're going the max distance. Zips to the 12th round of regulation.
They were so close yet so far, forcing all of regulation the round prior. Now all of regulation required in round 3. We were already going the distance in terms of maps. We may still have a distance to go in this map 3. Akron knows they are very far from winning this series, but they're a lot closer to stopping Fisher from winning the series and prolonging what is no longer what we thought of the inevitable.
Fisher was up 6-3 at one point. Akron has been able to drag it back.
No timeout called, by the way.
No timeout. Trust the process. I think trusting the Grims as well. And you can kind of chalk that round up to, okay, Marmalade dies early, we lose all that utility. But at the same time, Akron is going to go to an even tougher defensive setup to break through. I mean, these Goyos can give them so much time, and it's worked out so well in the past to not only force Fisher off of the site, but also to survive some of the members on those upper floors and get them into a safer position.
Saw the alibi earlier. Somehow we're going to see the Maestro. Italians out in full force in this series. And as ironic as it may be, the most impactful of them may only be shown in one total round. I think a good reason for Fisher not to call a timeout there is you can view every round of Rainbow Six Siege as their own set.
Yeah.
We've gone to the bottom floor one time. Fisher won it. Not too much of a sweat. They cleared a lot of the site itself with a whole lot of time remaining. They feel confident on this site, despite the fact the last 2 rounds have gone against them. We're going onto a site they've already had success on, against a team they've had success on the attack against, and who hasn't had success on the defense against them. There's a whole lot of layers to this 3 or 4 pound cake that is a stellar grand final we've had thus far. There's still 1 or 2 that may be either peeled off or added on, depending on what side of the game you're currently facing.
Fisher just need 1. That's all it takes. Akron would love to force it to overtime here. Bring it to another storybook performance. Bomb trying to be the hero of said story. On this Deimos, you can't die early, and you have to work off the information that you gather to find kills, or else this operator pick was for nothing.
Combine the EE1D and the ever so nuisanced drone. Find some free info if you're the Twitch, and Marm has found a yellow ping. It's actually not the wide open smoke that goes down. Kosa's still alive, but Aimkey finds a frag well elsewhere on this map. Kosa finally drops a pursuant yellow ping on a drop on the outside stairs is how he falls for what may very well be their final time in UCC.
Scoob's health bar decimated. Akron playing off the 3v2, make it a 2v4. Marmalade the headshot, silenced in that last round. What a story would be if they could step up in this one. Silo, Tristan, all that will hold the line. The need to force him out. Bomb's got the find. 1 more kill is all it takes for Fisher.
Oh, and to add insult to injury, you still have Deimos alive, a 1v4, and they know exactly where you are. It's like having walls in a game that's ever so tightly guarded. Silo, maybe fat fingers, he goes onto his phone. It may very well be his undoing if his team falling behind wasn't already. Fisher College finally steps over the gauntlet. They're your unified collegiate champions in the spring of 26.
They will burn the history books. They will lift the trophy here. The #1 seed finds the third map and delivers it in style. It went the distance as it should have went. All 3 maps, all 12 rounds of regulation. But for Fisher to say, we're not calling a timeout. We are ready to go. We're ready to fight. And they are ready to win. They are your champions.
And justifiably so on not calling the timeout. I said it's like playing a whole different kind of map when you go to the bottom floor of Chalet. You view it as its own entity. Never try and fall on your previous failures to your future success, whether it's between series, between maps individually. They lost map 1, by the way, 7-2. We looked at this and said, it could very well be a quick turnaround. It was anything but. Fisher turns map 2, not around, they led the entire way, 7-4 as they close it out. And then on Chalet, they pull out the first half. They completely clean it through and move on to the second half, have a falter or two, go to all 12 rounds of regulation, but they're your champions. And they win in the arguable singular round that counts.
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know what's with these teams in reverse sweeping each other, but they just can't stop doing it. Fisher gets the back-to-back map win. They find the victory here today, and that is all for us. We're going to send it on down to Lemon Kiwi to wrap us up for the show.
Thank you so much, casters. What an incredible final. Give it up one more time for Fisher College. And to say a few nice words and to give them their trophy is the head of operations here at Rally Cry. It's Adam Mears.
Thank you, Jen. I'll make it quick, really. I just want to thank you all for supporting all these teams today, and what a fantastic final match for us to close out the day. But tonight belongs to Fisher College tonight. Take your trophy, and once again, let's give them a round of applause for their amazing victory.
Be careful with that. All right, let me steal Miss Marmalade over here. Oh my God, what an achievement. I mean, coming back from that map 1, that was a nail biter. I mean, you still have a crowd here cheering you all on. And talk to me through how your team stayed composed after that map 1.
I mean, you know, we played them earlier in the day, so we knew kind of exactly, we knew how each other were going to play. So we knew we just had to kind of reset. You know, we did lose our map pick, so we just kind of had to reset. We were confident going into the second map, because we haven't really shown our border yet, so we were pretty confident on that. But I think, you know, we just kept calm and composed, and, you know, we just had fun. I think at the end of the day, that's all that matters, is you have fun, and then if you win, you know, you win.
Absolutely. I mean, you guys are champions at the end of the day, and I know it's fun, but it was such a grind to get here. Talk to me through about all the work that your team has been putting in this season to get to this point.
Oh, a lot of work. Double scrims every day. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I mean, I live with all these guys at school. I see them every single day. We have classes together. Like, these guys are my family. I love them so much. So to be up here and to win for them and for our family and for Fisher is amazing.
I'm already loving the bonds that we have here. I just know the celebrations are going to be hype after this. But do you have any final words for fans, family, friends, anybody out there for your win?
Just thank you for watching. You know, GG's Akron, we're friends with them. They're amazing guys, so they played amazing. So congrats to them too. But thank you for watching. You know, we mean a lot. It means a lot to us. So.
And give it up one more time to Fisher College. Well, you guys can go and grab your trophy, do your little photo op, do your celebrations. Oh my God, that map 3 was so fun to watch. And it's just, I can't believe it's already the end of Saturday, everyone. We have more games, more tournaments going on tomorrow for Championship Sunday. We have Marvel Rivals, Overwatch, League of Legends. You guys are gonna wanna tune in at 9 a.m. Central, or just be here at 9 a.m. Central, wherever you guys are. We'll have raffles tomorrow. We have TFT and Valorant tournaments events you guys are going to want to sign up for if you're in between watching all the games. We hope you guys will join us, and don't forget about those raffles. Check your email and also scan the QR code at the Rally Cry or the Army National Guard booth. And shout out to our sponsors for making this all happen. And thank you all so much for watching and being here. We'll see you tomorrow.